Chapter 1, Divine Reversal System. Ah. No. Baby, I can't help it, come on, come on. Slow down, what's the monkey business? Still, you know a lot of tricks, cozy. Tian High City. Perfume Bay neighborhood. A brand new BMW X5 was parked in the corner, rocking twice now and then. There was a woozy sound coming from inside. Just then, a young man with a rose in his hand passed by. Hearing the voice, he couldn't help but glance into the car. These days, it's just about everything. So rich, go get a room, run here to find what excitement. Lin Dong muttered in a small voice. It's on my lips and it tickles my heart. What man under the sun can resist this temptation? Sneaky sex in the car and the possibility of being caught at any moment. The feeling of breaking taboos and excitement is very uplifting. Turn around, I'll get Feng Shui to try it too. It's the first anniversary of our relationship and I've prepared flowers and gifts, so she'll definitely agree. Lin Dong said to himself, but his expression was a bit weak. Feng Shui is her girlfriend, and she's quite pretty. However, the two have never tasted the forbidden fruit. To be more precise, Lin Dong and Feng Shui had only held hands and touched their little mouths. So, it's 24 years old and he's still a fledgling. In order to break through that thin layer of window paper, Lin Dong had spent a lot of money in the past few months, buying Feng Shui a lot of luxury items and expensive gifts. The bits and pieces add up to at least $100,000. It couldn't be helped who made Feng Shui look as beautiful as a heavenly fairy and a clear water hibiscus. Especially those two soulful long legs, which had seduced Lin Dong's soul away when they met for the first time. Lin Dong was also not expecting that Feng Shui would look at himself and fall in love with him. All along, he had the feeling of being hit by a pie in the sky. He decided that Feng Shui was his lifelong partner, the love of his life. Come on, call your husband. Honey. Call daddy. Dad. Snap. Suddenly, a small, delicate hand slapped on the rear window. Lin Dong's thoughts were interrupted and he turned his head. Just in time to see the woman, half undressed, lying on the window of the car, constantly grinding against the glass. The body is still in pretty good shape. Lin Dong licked his dry and cracked lips. His girlfriend, Feng Shui, also had a nice figure, with thin branches bearing fruit. Unfortunately, every time he tried to touch it, he was ruthlessly rejected. Fortunately, Lin Dong was not discouraged. He believed that sooner or later Feng Shui would agree. It was at this moment that, in the BMW, a woman's high-pitched scream suddenly came out. Mud, this pair of dogs, they are playing too much into it, aren't they? Really think there's no one in the neighborhood. Lin Dong cursed. Looking around, he couldn't help but lean toward the BMW. Almost everyone who lived in Perfume Bay, Lin Dong knew. And this BMW, it's obviously from outside. He wondered who this shameless dare woman was. Honey, there seems to be movement outside. It can't be that someone saw us, can it? Soon the woman realized someone was approaching, her voice panicked and coquettish, as if she was in a hurry to get dressed. However, before she could put her clothes back on, they were rudely ripped away again by two large hands. And, once again, pinned her against the car window. What are you pretending to be, you forked horse bug? It's not like we haven't played in places like this before. Weren't you quite the screamer last time at the movies, and that time in the fitting room? Can't wait for everyone to know you're a. Hearing this, the woman blushed. The men, however, became more excited and worked harder. Inside the BMW, the sound of woozy voices resounded once again. Just then, Lin Dong also walked outside the BMW. However, his face didn't look good. Because he always felt that there was something familiar about the woman's voice. No way, Yuki is still waiting for me at home. It's the first anniversary of our relationship, she wouldn't do something like this. As the woman screamed louder and louder, Lin Dong's face stiffened. The hand that clutched the rose grew tighter. Then, gritting his teeth, he took out his phone and dialed a certain number. Tinker. The next moment, inside the BMW, there was indeed a familiar ringing sound. The dog man and woman who were in the middle of a heavenly thunderstorm were suddenly taken aback. It's bad, it's from Lin Dong. He's not going to come home and realize I'm not there, is he? I told you it would only take a moment, you had to toss and turn for so long. Feng Shui complained about the man for a few moments and was in a hurry to get dressed. However, the man had no intention of letting her go and once again pinned her down with a look of disdain. What's the point of dawdling with him? Just kick him out. Feng Shui skimmed her mouth, hummed lightly and said, It wasn't you who told me to get along with him, saying that this way there is a kind of excitement of cheating, otherwise, who cares about hitching a ride with that hangman? Hey, blame me? Boom. Lin Dong's mind buzzed and went blank. The rose in her hand was unsteady and fell to the floor. The eyes were dull, the face was stiff, and the blood was cold all over his body. Confusion, fear, and dizziness ensued. Too afraid to face that fact. So, Feng Shui being with herself was just a task for her master? From start to finish, was he just a part of a two-man play? For Feng Shui, he gave everything. As it turned out, he was told it was all a lie. For a moment, Lin Dong only felt a wave of dizziness and almost did not slow down. Just then, an ethereal sound rang inside his head. Detected that the host meets the conditions, the divine reversal system is bound successfully. Initial function, 10 times cashback. As long as the host spends money at the nightclub, the system will return it tenfold. For example, if you spend $10,000 at a nightclub, you will return $100,000. The more the host consumes, the more features the system will activate as well, so please consume as soon as possible. Chapter 2: Riding a bicycle to a nightclub, saving and spending money. Department, system? In the midst of the muddle, Lin Dong heard that voice. In the past, when Lin Dong was idle, he liked to read some online novels. Originally, he had scoffed at such things as systems. But now, as if Lin Dong had grabbed a lifesaver, his dim eyes brightened up at once. A godly reverse system? Isn't this tailor-made for me? Spending money inside a nightclub can be returned tenfold. Doesn't that mean that my money can grow geometrically in a short period of time? With money, what is a woman like feng shui? Lyndon is very sensitive to numbers. As soon as he heard the tenfold return, he knew how heavenly this system was. Utilized well, money is made, definitely faster than a money printing machine. Thinking of this, Lin Dong hurriedly stood up in excitement. And I don't care about the pair of dogs, I'm going straight out. However, you have to go to a nightclub and spend money in order to get cash back. As I recall, there has to be another massage parlor nearby. Lin Dong swept a shared bicycle and headed straight to his destination. Almost stomped out the sparks trying to hurry. Finally, in front of him, the sign for the Red Romantic Massage Parlor appeared. There are also many posters on the wall of Cheongsam beauties showing off their bodies in gentle, watery smiles. Red Romantic Massage Parlor. One of the little-known massage parlors in the neighborhood. It's full of beautiful women and great service. There are also several packages available depending on the customer's spending level. Beauty ear picking, 188 apiece. Premium pedicure, 666 apiece. Full body massage plus pedicure, 888 a head. As well as the most expensive and highest level Bath Emperor service at 9,999 a head. It is said that when you order the Bath Emperor package, for beautiful women will give you head-to-toe massage service at the same time, and all the items will come one by one. You will also peel grapes for you by hand and bring them to your mouth to eat. If you want to add a little extra service, they will welcome you with a smile, but not a smile. That's what money can do. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to look at a high-class consumption place like this one. Right now, Lin Dong was about to go on a spending spree here, going through the system and quickly turning over a new leaf. What for? What are you doing on a shared bike, parked in front of our store? Ride away quickly. Lin Dong had just gotten down from the shared bicycle, and immediately an old security guard walked up to berate him with an impatient look on his face. Lin Dong froze for a moment first. Then came the reaction. This old security guard, he's dog-eared. Seeing that Lin Dong still had no intention of leaving, the security guard's face sank and he pointed to the parking lot. Guests who come here to spend money drive Mercedes, BMWs, and Cadillacs. What's the point of coming to the party with your virtue? No wonder it rides a shared bike. While saying this, the old man security guard waved his hand to blow Lin Dong away. Lin Dong smiled lightly and did not mean to get angry. How much do you make in a month, Grandpa? What's the point of asking? What's it to you how much money I make? It's okay, I'm just asking. When the old security guard saw Lin Dong's smiling face, he said in annoyance, 3,005, what's wrong? It's better for me to drive 3,005 than for you to ride a broken bicycle. Lin Dong nodded and said with a smirk, you've been working here for so long, have those rich people ever tipped you? Tip? The guard froze. I don't really remember many guests tipping. People don't even look at him. But it's good that those rich people don't scold him and give him a tip. Dream on. Just as the old security guard was sulking, thinking that Lin Dong was making fun of him, a banknote was thrown in his face. It also smells a little like feet. What are you doing? The old security guard froze. I'm a man who likes nothing more than to keep a low profile. Lin Dong shook his head with a loaded face. To tell you the truth, in fact, I'm a billionaire, and I purposely wear such shabby clothes for fear that people will ask me to borrow money. Heh, just brag about it. The old security guard grunted his nose in disdain, but his eyes were on the bills and he couldn't keep his eyes off of them. That's all he earns for a day's hard work. Just then, Lin Dong slowly spoke, as long as you park this shared bicycle, this $100, it's yours. What? Hearing this, the old man security guard's eyes were round with disbelief. Are you kidding me? Who is joking with you? I'm a person who has always been a man of my word. Those who betrayed me I gave him $1 million, those who were loyal to me easily a few $100 million. Listen to the applause. Lin Dong said this while clapping twice himself. The old security guard was still full of suspicion and felt that Lin Dong was talking nonsense. Seeing this, Lin Dong shook his head. Ugh, there's really no place to spend the money. Forget it, I'll find someone else. The next moment, two calloused hands violently grabbed the $100. The old man of the security guard turned over and looked carefully to confirm that it was not a fake bill, and immediately his face was red. Really, for me? Grandpa, can you park my car for me now? Must drop. The old security guard blushed, his attitude turning 180 degrees. Boss, I blame my eyes for not recognizing the real dragon. It's not often that you see a big boss who is as generous as you are. Young, handsome, and most of all, good character, no wonder you're rich. I'll park your car right away. The old security guard carefully grabbed the handlebars of the shared bicycle for fear of bumping into it and slowly pushed it into the parking lot. I don't know how many people have sat on it, but the paint is falling off the shared bike and it looks out of place in a pile of luxury cars. Oh yeah, and this. Suddenly, the old security guard looked like he thought of something and yelled towards the inside of the store. One VIP, boss inside please. Look at that, what it means to have emotional value. Lin Dong couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly as he looked at the old security guard who looked like a licking dog and thought of his doggy-eyed appearance just now. At the same time, the ethereal sound of the system arrived as promised. Detected the host spending $100 at a nightclub. 10 times cashback success. Bank card arrives at $1,000, current balance, $1,000. Chapter 3. Looking at the arrival text message on his cell phone, Lin Dong inwardly breathed a long sigh of relief. The $100 tip was actually an experiment. Luckily, he had made the right bet, and the system really did cash back 10 times. Otherwise, the $100 would have been wasted on that old man. The next moment, Lin Dong swaggered into the massage parlor. Walking through the corridors covered with charming red lights, a refreshing aroma of incense hits your nose. VIP? Where's the VIP? Day. Upon hearing the shouts of the security master, there was immediately a beautiful young woman in her 30s who was still charming, twisting her crotch and walking out. She was delicate and curvaceous, the upper half of her body wearing a thin, light green knit shirt, a diamond necklace set in a gully at the neckline, dividing the plumpness and whiteness. The bottom half of the dress was a black mid-length wrap-around skirt that came just to the knee. Two straight, plump calves were exposed, mirroring the Valentino on her feet. Welcome to Red Romance, I'm the manager, Mimi Sue. You can just call me Sue. Sue? My bones are crunching. Even Lin Dong could not help but gulp his saliva even though he had seen a lot of things. In a word, Thai. The dress and mannerisms are professional. No wonder rich people gravitate to places like Love. Realizing that Lin Dong was staring straight at him, Su Mimi snorted and covered her mouth in a desire to hide her shame. In reality, it was taking the opportunity to measure Lin Dong. Early 20s, covered in ground-up clothes, hasn't washed his hair in days. Also, seeing a woman, the same way a wolf sees meat. What kind of VIP is this? The security guard has been kicked in the head by a donkey. Su Mimi frowned, her expression somewhat dissatisfied. Normally, which of the guests she received was not a big boss in Tianhai City? Fat head and a name tag. This Lin Dong, I don't know where the poor guy came from, his body is almost stinking. She cursed the security guard in her heart and put away the smile on her face towards Lin Dong. Handsome, first time in our neighborhood, right? Shall I introduce you to our packages here? While speaking, Su Mei introduced herself very perfunctorily, only leaving an evocative back to Lin Dong. Lin Dong was also a human being and naturally heard the coldness in her tone. But there was no rush to get angry. He believed that in less than half an hour, this woman would be on her knees in front of him, licking his shoes, just like the security master. No, just this 888 full-body massage. Hearing these words, Su Mei was slightly surprised as she turned around and looked at Lin Dong twice more. An $888 package right out of the gate? He thought that Lin Dong would only spend $188 or walk in place if he was going to die. Could it be that he had looked away? This kid, he's actually a hidden rich kid? Soon after, Su Mei shook her head again. She had received many guests and could tell at a glance how much the other person was worth. Lin Dong's entire body added up to no more than $200. Can't be rich. Probably just got paid and is pretending to be a big spender to make a splash. Su Mei didn't spoil him either, and while professionally faking a smile, she asked him to scan the code. Handsome, we are all about checking out before spending here, so please scan it. Okay. Lin Dong nodded and directly paid over $888. Once the money arrived, Su Mei was instantly relieved. Unbeknownst to him, the moment Lin Dong consumed, a beep came from the system as well. Detected the host spending $888 at a nightclub. 10 times cashback success. Bank card to the account 8,880 yuan, the current balance 8,992 yuan. That's a little over $10,000? Lin Dong was delighted in his heart. That's faster money than robbing a bank. However, his slightly agitated expression and trembling hands fell into Su Mimi's eyes, but it became flesh and gouging. Couldn't resist another blank stare. She then handed a handful of cards to Linden. The room number on it is 996. I don't know if it's Sumimai who's hinting at him.
Just a moment, handsome, I'll arrange for a technician to come to your room later.
Wait.
Lin Dong suddenly spoke.
Anything else, handsome? Sumimai couldn't help but frown. But a professional fake smile nonetheless. I just want to ask, here we are, can we add money to change the package in the middle of the day? Hearing this, Sumimai became even more contemptuous of Lin Dong. But anyone who has been to a massage parlor, who doesn't know that it's not a matter of the customer's word whether or not to increase the clock? What mechanic doesn't want his boss to spend more money? Some of the chats are spot on, and when the fire is hot enough, you can even make a private appointment to go out on a one-on-one house call. See what you're saying? Of course it's okay. Just have the technician contact me if you need anything. After Sumimai finished, she walked away without looking back. It was as if it was too much to say one more word to Lin Dong. She was the manager of Red Romance, and the people she usually received were all the dignitaries of Tianhai City. For a poor man like Lin Dong, it was reasonable to just let the front desk deal with it. If it wasn't for the old security guard saying that Lin Dong was a VIP. She's not going to come running out of the office in a huff. It's a waste of my time. Looking at Sumimai's exasperated back, Lin Dong gently smiled. Then, taking the hand sign, he found room 996. It didn't take long for a beautiful technician with a slender figure in a brown uniform to walk in. Hello VIP, I'm technician number 8, Zoe, glad to be of service. Xiao Rou's mouth said she was happy, but her body was so honest that she didn't even want to lift her head. It was clear that he did not want to give Lin Dong a massage. If the guest has money and is comfortable with the press, she might even give her a red packet. A poorly dressed and smelly person like Lin Dong could not squeeze out any oil. Massage him and only make a hard-earned buck. Excuse me, another one please. Lin Dong lay on the icy cold waterbed without opening his eyes and directly waved his hand. Hearing this, Xiao Rou rolled her eyes. Then, straight away, he left the booth. Another one? I don't want to serve you, you poor bastard. Seeing this, Lin Dong became even more disdainful inwardly. A bunch of women who smile when they're paid, do you really think you're a dish? He does want to pop gold by spending it. But don't want to explode the money to such a woman. Then, one after another, 3 technicians walked into 996. However, they were all rejected by Lin Dong. Change. Change another one. No no no. One round down, the whole Red Romance, who was not willing to give Lin Dong a massage. Until finally, Sumimai had no choice but to let a new technician stiffly walk into Lin Dong's room. Hello, I'm Tina, technician number 21, and I'm happy to be of service. Chapter 4 $5,000 tip. What came into view was a soft-spoken girl who was on the thin side and didn't dare to look up when she spoke. She looked to be in her early 20s, baby-faced, green and innocent, spoke in a whisper, and wore a ponytail. The large, watery eyes surreptitiously surveyed Lin Dong like a budding daisy. Lin Dong immediately brightened up. In the other man he saw no distaste for himself. Only nervousness and shivering. Most likely it was the first time he gave a massage and was grabbed by Sumimai to cover for him. Okay, you're it. Tina froze. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong would choose himself. Surprised and a little grateful. Thanks brother, I'll make sure to press it properly. Aha! Soon, 2 small, delicate and white hands were pressed on both sides of Lin Dong's head. The cool, warm touch traveled quickly throughout his body, all the way down until he hooked his robe open with his index finger and pressed it against his shoulder. Lin Dong could not help but raise his breath. Thinking about all the days of fear and the little $10,000 in the bank card. 2 words, soothing. That's ing life. Phew. After a set of processes, Lin Dong was sweating profusely and his entire face was red. It couldn't be helped, his body was so weak, he didn't even work out much. Put. Seeing Lin Dong sweating profusely, Ting Ting could not help but snort a laugh. Brother, if you feel pain, I'll be less forceful. It doesn't hurt, you go on. Lin Dong dryly coughed twice. How can a man say no in front of a woman? Tina, how long until this nudge is over? Well, it's almost half an hour away. Ting Ting glanced at her watch and carefully brought a hot handkerchief, lying on the edge of the bed, wiping up Lin Dong's sweat. At this angle, Lin Dong could just happen to see something through the neckline through the 2 buttons that Ting Ting had inadvertently undone. Holy, that's a lot of thunder. I didn't see that this Ting Ting wasn't very old, but her capital was not small. Lin Dong secretly gulped. Sniffing the fragrant breeze in the air tickled my heart. Noticing Lin Dong's dissimilarity, Ting Ting blushed slightly. In a business like theirs, it's not uncommon to add something other than massage as long as the money is there. Who doesn't want to make some extra money? She didn't have much experience with it, but she knew from ear to ear that her co-workers made a lot of money off of it. However, Ting Ting glanced at Lin Dong's jeans that had been washed until they were white and silently dismissed the idea. Tina, talk to your manager, I want to change my package. Ha! Switch to 1688 for that full body oil spa, and yes, add 3 more bells. What? Tina froze, unable to believe her ears. It was completely unexpected that Lin Dong would really add money. Just lip service, she thought.
The next moment, seems to think of something, Ting Ting bit her lips, cannot help but open her mouth to remind, brother, we hear consumption is a little expensive, outside plus a clock is 100, red romance is 300.
Gue? Isn't that a coincidence? Brother likes expensive. I wouldn't be happy if it wasn't expensive. Hurry up and get your manager over here.
Seeing that Lin Dong insisted on changing the package, Ting Ting nodded and turned around to go call Su Mimi. A short while later, the beautiful young woman with the wow factor walked into the room.
This time, Su Mei's attitude was significantly better. Handsome, are you sure you want to upgrade your package and add bells? Cut the crap and scan the code.
Lin Dong impatiently waved his hand without giving a bit of good face. Although, Su Mei still couldn't see eye to eye with Lin Dong.
But, these days, who has a problem with money?
Ding, PayPal arrived, $3,000.
3,000? Handsome, you overpaid.
Take the extra as a tip, come on, don't stand here and get in the way, I might even call you later. After saying that, Lin Dong placed the handkerchief on his eyes. The eyes are not clean and the heart is not troubled. At the same time, the system's beep came again. Detected the host spending $3,000 at a nightclub.
10 times cashback success.
Bank card arrives at 30,000 renminbi, current balance, 35,992 renminbi.
Good lord, that's almost 40,000 bucks.
Lin Dong's heart was pounding, but his face did not show it, as bland as it could be. It's like, spending $3,000 is the same as 30. Seeing this, Su Mei muttered in her heart.
Oh no, I didn't almost let a big fish get away by not recognizing it, did I?
Lin Dong has spent $4,000 or $5,000 back and forth without batting an eyelid.
Can't you believe it? It's really a rich kid? Ting Ting, you entertain this boss. Just let me know if you need anything, I'm always here.
Su Mei held her cell phone and smiled like a flower. On the surface, he was explaining to Ting Ting, but in reality, he was trying to curry favor with Lin Dong.
What sharp eyes she has.
It was immediately obvious that Ting Ting was very much to Lin Dong's liking. This could be another couple thousand in the bank if Ting Ting blows her ear off more. Come on, waste all that talk. Lin Dong pulled off the handkerchief as he frowned. My greatest need right now is for you to hurry up and leave.
I'll go right now.
Su Mei nodded her head in a hurry and turned around. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly grabbed Ting Ting's small hand and said with a smile, Beauty, you just pressed well, let's add a WeChat.
Okay brother, I'll sweep you up. Tina blushed.
It was the first time she gave a massage and the first time she added a guest on WeChat. The next second, the beep from her cell phone made Ting Ting instantly giggle.
$5,000? Brother, what are you doing?
Ting Ting froze for a moment and looked at the money Lin Dong transferred, terrified like a little rabbit. Lin Dong smiled in disbelief while rubbing her small hand.
Didn't I tell you before, I like to spend money when I'm comfortable. Just take it, the $5,000 is my tip to you. LOL.
Su Mei, who had just walked to the door, stumbled and almost fell on her face.
$5,000 in tips? This Lin Dong, he's too bossy, isn't he? Thank you brother.
Ting Ting was moved to the point of being a mess, and half of her body leaned on Lin Dong's arm. The technician's uniform was meant to be a thin layer, and at once, a warm, soft and slippery sensation came over her.
The taste, it makes you float.
Looking at Ting Ting's big watery eyes, Lin Dong had no doubt that as long as he smashed a little bit more money, the little girl would definitely give her body to him.
Ahem, don't get me wrong, brother is a decent man. Besides, what's this money? Chapter 5 Millionaires. LOL. Another sound came.
Su Mei, who was standing at the door, had her intestines in a state of remorse.
Manager Su, is there anything else you need? No. Don't listen to the wall if you don't have it, I still have to whisper to Ting Ting. Lin Dong said nonchalantly.
Su Mei was scolded. Not only did she not have a little bit of resentment, but on the contrary, her heart was warm and fuzzy. Rich people curse with such panache and poise. She couldn't wait for Lin Dong to curse a few more times, preferably giving $1,000 for each curse. At the same time, Lin Dong also felt his cell phone vibrate.
Took it out and sure enough, the cashback had arrived again.
Detected the host spending $5,000 at a nightclub.
10 times cashback success. Bank card to the account 50,000 yuan, the current balance, 80,992 yuan. $80,000. It's about to break 100. This system is really interesting enough. The more you spend, the faster you make, the more you earn.
Reverse this a few times and you'll be earning $100,000 a day in no time.
No, 100,000 is not enough. This is so inefficient.
He's going to pull it all at once and dry it in place.
Ting Ting, can we get a card to recharge here?
Of course, the more you charge, the more you get, and there are even grades. While massaging Lin Dong, Ting Ting smiled and introduced, charging 2,000 is an ordinary member, 5,000 is a silver member, and 10,000 is a gold member. Lin Dong did not have the heart to listen and directly waved his hand.
Don't talk about that, just tell me, how much do I have to charge for the highest grade?
This. Ting Ting hesitated and stammered, charging 100,000 as a supreme member. Red Romance has been open for so many years, and there are only 3 in total. Then I'll charge this and call Sumimi over here.
What do you need, brother?
A short while later, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a fragrant breeze hit his nose. A plump and soulful figure stuck up, itching to sit directly on Lin Dong's lap. Looking at the enthusiastic Su Mei Mei, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly.
This woman, she really sees money. Entering the door, lovingly. Now, just about to jump into the arms. Manager Su, Dong wants a card.
Ting Ting carefully said as she massaged Lin Dong.
Su Mei Mei instantly brightened up.
Afterwards, he took the initiative to hook Lin Dong's palm with his index finger and kept rubbing it. That's a good thing. Red Romance is short of generous customers like Dong. Honestly, I've long been annoyed with that bunch of thugs, with 2 crappy dollars in their hands, not knowing their own last name, asking for this and that.
And look at Dong, handsome and suave, if people were 3 or 5 years younger.
Su Mei Mei said with a flirtatious smile. He also pulled up his hair and deliberately raised his chest, directing that pair of rounded fullness towards Lin Dong. Worthy of being the manager, in 3 words, directly Lin Dong evil fire are hooked up. Hate to put this YouTuber on the spot. Luckily, Lin Dong held it together. He certainly wasn't a willow, but he was going to make it worth his while.
Manager Su, I'm doing a Supreme membership here with you guys, don't you, give away any extra services? Send, of course. Hearing this, Manager Su smiled even more happily. She did not feel that Lin Dong was calculating, instead she felt that Lin Dong was rich and would enjoy himself. At this grade, he doesn't care how much it costs, what matters most is that the emotional value is on point. Wait a moment, brother Dong, I'll get ready right away.
After saying that, Sumimi's 2 long and slender legs lifted and deliberately waved in front of Lin Dong's eyes for a while, fearing that he would not be able to see his own open fork. How could Lin Dong not understand this little thought of hers, and smoothly hooked it with his index finger? Su Mei Mei giggled and walked out with a fluttering flowery branch.
It doesn't matter if it doesn't come out.
As soon as it came out, it was straight up dumbfounded. 7 or 8 technicians surrounded the doorway, all of them are 1 in 1,000 beautiful women. Standing there is a beautiful landscape. At this moment, they were eyeballing the room behind Su Mei Mei.
Each and every one of you, why are you standing here if you don't go and give your customers massages?
Su Mei Mei frowned slightly, with a hint of displeasure in her expression. The beautiful technician named Xiao Rou couldn't hold back and was the first to stand out, her face filled with aggression and pleading. Manager, the technician in room 996 was supposed to be me. It's all my fault for being unskilled and making the boss angry, so help me put in a good word and let me go in and serve too. With Xiao Rou starting this, the other technicians also spilled the beans. Manager, I want to go in for a massage too, my technique is the best, it's all favorable reviews.
I definitely don't take tips, whatever the boss says. Please manager, you can't let Ting Ting make all the money. I want to go in there and apologize in person. Su Mei Mei rolled her eyes. The way I see it, you guys aren't trying to apologize, you're trying to go for tips. Apparently, the fact that Tina had received a $5,000 tip had blown up in the group. All the technicians who had previously disliked Lin Dong and felt that he could not squeeze out any oil at all were now repenting in their intestines. Had they known that Lin Dong was so rich, they would have said anything to serve well off. Looking at the crowd's hungry and thirsty looks, Su Mei Mei shook her head. Okay, later, you all come in with me. It's up to you to behave as far as the guests are concerned. A few minutes passed. Lin Dong, who was enjoying the service, suddenly heard a burst of music, as if it was coming from outside. Immediately afterward, the door to room 996 was opened. Su Mei Mei walked in pushing a cart full of gifts. Fine wines, red romantic customized gold silk bathrobes, expensive essential oils for cleansing and skin care. As well as a small black card in a simple and extravagant style, yet dominating. On it was simply engraved Lin Dong's name. Su Mei Mei picked it up with both hands and respectfully sent it to Lin Dong. Hello Dong, congratulations on becoming a Red Romance Supreme member and enjoying the highest service treatment in this massage parlor. The store gives you a free unlimited bath emperor service, you can stay as long as you want, just mention anything you need. Before the words fell, Su Mei Mei made a sideways turn. 7 or 8 beautiful technicians with beautiful figures walked in with smiles and looked at Lin Dong like a wolf seeing meat. This beauty on the left has a small delicate cubomb face, full of collagen feeling. At first glance, she was in her early 20s, right at the age of water. This beauty on the right had long waterfall-like hair that was just about waist-high, and the 2 petals fell beautifully by Lin Dong's hand. The rest of the beautiful technicians also swarmed up, this shoulder rubbing and that foot pinching. Be as hard as you want to sell. It was a far cry from the disgust I felt when I first walked in the door. They say money talks. The way I see it, it's the money that makes the mill push the ghost. A white blossomed leg was dangling in front of Lin Dong's eyes, which was more exciting than in the movies. Comfortable. Lin Dong was fluttering for a while. Dong, is this the right amount of intensity? Well, almost. Brother Dong, can people add you on WeChat? I've never seen a man as handsome as you. Don't use Microsoft.
Brother Dong, it's all my fault just now, don't be angry, I'll make you happy today. The pretty girl named Rose said while her hands gradually went down. Lin Dong did not resist, and in no time at all, he stepped onto the peak of his life, his body's 36,000 pores soothed. By the way, there was a beautiful look at the text messages. Detected the host spending $50,000 at a nightclub.
10 times cashback success. Bank card to account 500,000 yuan, the current balance, 530,992 yuan.
Detected the host spending $50,000 at a nightclub.
10 times cashback success. Bank card to account 500,000 yuan, the current balance, 980,992 yuan. 980,000. In just a few hours, Lin Dong had directly turned into a millionaire. Jingle bells. Just then, Lin Dong's cell phone rang. It's Feng Shui calling. This woman, and she has the nerve to call me?
Lin Dong snorted coldly with a somewhat disdainful expression.
Times are different now.
Now, one was not the stinking hangdog who was casually toyed with by her.
In the next second, Lin Dong picked up the phone. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Why is it so noisy? Do you know how many times I called you? Where have you been? It's the first anniversary of our relationship. You didn't buy me a present, did you? Still pretending in front of my old man.
What an innocent jade girl, what a clear water hibiscus, just a. Lin Dong was so angry that his teeth itched. Seeing that he was so fiery, Ting Ting and the others were also very sensible and accelerated their hand movements, their voices dainty and pouty.
Dong, do you think this is a good strength? Dong, will I feed you grapes?
On the other end of the line, there was silence.
Feng Shui froze for a moment first. It was followed by a roar. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Chapter 6. Everyone gets a tip. Lin Dong, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing?
On the other end of the phone, Feng Shui was so shocked to the point of trembling that she could not speak for half a day after learning that Lin Dong was spending time outside. It was only when the female technician's coquettish voice came to her ears again and asked Lin Dongshu if she was uncomfortable that she woke up as if from a dream.
And then, the outbreak. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
Where did Lin Dong get the nerve to go to a place like that to hook up with a woman?
And, by the sound of it, there's more than one. It's a bunch.
The next moment, a slow response came from Lin Dong on the other end.
Doing what? Doing.
Of course.
What I want to do. Ah.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Dong slapped heavily on the ass of the beautiful girl next to him.
A silver bell-like laughter rang out. Feng Shui's anger soared again. Lin Dong. I was so blind to be with you in the first place. If I had known, I would have. Just halfway through his sentence, Lin Dong picked up the words. If I'd known, you wouldn't have listened to your master and played along with a hangdog like me, would you? What? Feng Shui was momentarily speechless and looked a little flustered. What are you talking about? I can't understand. Damn, how did this guy know? Lin Dong snorted coldly and mocked. You, still pretending? You really think I don't know about your? I've seen you two dogs playing car sex in the neighborhood. Put such a big green hat on my old man, and now you're still here pretending to be pitiful and innocent, I shucks. Speaking of this, Lin Dong spat harshly at the phone. It startled the beautiful technician who was rubbing his shoulders and squeezing his feet. At the same time, it also had great contempt for this Feng Shui, whom it had never met. You don't want Lin Dong, a handsome and rich male, to go out and hook up with other men? Are you out of your mind? Thinking of this, the group of female technicians once again stepped up their efforts and used all their strength to serve Lin Dong. They can't wait for Lin Dong to kick Feng Shui in the face so they can use the opportunity to get to the top. Dong, I'm 36D, and I want to be your girlfriend too. Tung, I'm barefoot 170 long legs and usually like to wear black silk. Black silk, white silk, fishing net stockings, I'll wear whatever Dong wants me to wear. The sound of a group of warblers and swallows falling over each other confused Feng Shui once again. Are these women out of their minds? Lin Dong, a stinking loser, was it necessary for them to curry favor with each other? Still, Su Mimi had the eyesight to deliberately come to Lin Dong's side and said smilingly, Brother Dong, thank you for recharging $100,000 in our store. From now on, you are the supreme member of our Red Romance massage parlor, enjoying the best service and all the technicians at your choice. How much? 100,000? Hearing this number, Feng Shui's pupils shrunk, grabbed the phone and started to ask after it. Lin Dong, speak clearly, what 100,000? Where did you get the money? Lin Dong skimmed his lips and directly hung up the phone. Feng Shui's lungs almost exploded as she listened to the beeping sound. Meanwhile, Red Romantic Massage Parlor. Lin Dong's set of flowing movements directly made the beautiful technician look wet. Of course, it's the eyes that are wet. Brother, this kind of woman doesn't deserve you at all. Yes, what's old is new again, and it's that woman who's too stupid. Brother Dong, feel free to say what you need, in fact, people are single too. For these thousands of beauties that came up, Lin Dong was not polite at all and accepted them all as they were.
The passionate fire that he couldn't experience at Feng Shui's place, he enjoyed it enough here. Even more so, these women were prettier than Feng Shui and would serve people. 2 words, comfortable. After tossing and turning for a full 2 hours, Lin Dong was reluctant to let them stop. Hard work, I'm happy today, everyone gets a tip. Tip? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard those 2 words. Then, hands and feet took out their cell phones and scrambled to add Lin Dong's friends.
Didn't they serve so passionately until now, just for this moment?
Soon, a group of female technicians had excited smiles on their faces.
6,666? Dong, you're too good to me. 8,888, Tung, I love you.
Unsurprisingly, the system's voice sounded at the same time as Lin Dong's frantic reward. Detected the host spending $6,666 at a nightclub.
10 times cashback success. The bank card arrived at 66,660 yuan.
Within a short while, the balance of Lin Dong's bank card came to $1.5 million.
Still, he was not satisfied. Just over $1 million?
With this amount of money, it would barely be enough to buy a house in Tianhai.
And that's just the kind of neighborhoods that just need it. If you make such a small amount of money and call it quits, how can you live up to such an unbelievable system?
Thinking of this, Lin Dong beckoned towards Su Mei Mei, who was standing to the side.
The latter's eyes lit up and his ass came over. Dong, what are your orders?
Nothing much, I just want to ask, what other upscale consumption places are there in our Tianhai city? Remember, it must be upscale. If Lin Dong had said this when he entered, Su Mei Mei would have directly blown him out without saying a word.
But now,
Su Mei Mei would only feel that this man was too charming.
The way the money is spent, it's simply masculine.
Dong, I do know a few good places.
Downtown's Wanjiang Pavilion, Michelin revolving restaurant, 5-star Haitian feast. Oh yeah, and Imperial KTV.
All of these places spend more than $10,000 per person, and they definitely meet your requirements. Su Mei Mei feigned an unintentional bending of her waist, coincidentally exposing the large, deep, bottomless trench in front of Lin Dong's eyes.
No opportunity is missed to show off. Unfortunately, the current Lin Dong was bent on making money.
Otherwise, she will definitely be made to suffer.
Okay, this is the KTV.
Flanked by several technicians, Lin Dong put on his clothes and walked out of the massage parlor with a dashing stride.
Take care, Dong. Dong come often, Mua.
A series of petulant voices came from behind. However, Lin Dong did not even look at it and went straight to the parking lot. When the old security guard saw the scene, the man was dumbfounded, half speechless. Previously, he had thought that Lin Dong was acting as a fat man to beat his face.
So, he's a real tycoon?
Otherwise, with Red Romance, a group of money-minded female technicians, how could they all stick their hands up?
What's up, old man?
Seeing his dumbfounded appearance, Lin Dong couldn't help but tease, my bicycle, where did you put it for me?
It didn't get bumped, did it? In the next second, the old man directly stood upright and gave Lin Dong a salute.
Don't worry boss, with me here, no one will touch your car.
Well, good spirits.
Lin Dong nodded slightly and patted the old man's shoulder as if he was a leader.
Then please write it out for me again.
If it were anyone else, treating himself like this, the old man would have been furious long ago.
But now, feeling complimented by the boss, it's an honor to serve you. Welcome to the next visit. Chapter 7, Imperial KTV. Phew.
Riding a shared bike with a small breeze blowing in my face.
Lin Dong let out a deep breath and felt an unprecedented coziness.
He had been living a muddled life for more than 20 years, and had been cheated out of everything by this woman, Feng Shui. With the system, it's always possible to change destiny. However, at his current price, riding this thing was just too much of a drop in the bucket.
Why don't you take a cab? Hello, is this the Tic Tac limousine you ordered? Glad to be of service. Not long after, a brand new Mercedes-Benz S-Class stopped in front of Lin Dong.
The driver was a middle-aged man in formal wear with a kind face.
2 words, professional. Lin Dong nodded and settled down in the back row.
As soon as he got into the car, he subconsciously looked east and felt around. This was the first time he had ever been in this kind of car, and he couldn't help but be a little curious. The driver saw Lin Dong's movements through the rearview mirror and smiled faintly. It was only assumed that Lin Dong was used to living a hard life and wanted to spend a lot of money. After all, who doesn't have dumplings for New Year's? It didn't take long for the Mercedes-Benz South Class to drive steadily into a bar street in Tianhai City. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of lights and there were handsome men and women everywhere. Lin Dong was dazzled as he watched and sighed in his heart. These rich people, they really know how to enjoy themselves.
In the past, Lin Dongjin didn't even dare to go in.
I didn't realize that it hadn't been long in the past and he was able to come here and spend money in a big way. It didn't take long for the Mercedes to pull up in front of a gilded building. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong had just gotten off the bus when the system's voice sounded.
Host spending $500 detected. Tenfold cashback success. Bank card arrives at 5,000 yuan.
Lin Dong froze for a moment first. The corners of his mouth then turned up slightly. I didn't realize that you could get money back for a cab ride to a nightclub. Thinking of this, Lin Dong became even more spirited and walked into the Imperial KTV with a 6-parent pace. The two welcoming ladies in slit cheongsams immediately greeted with smiles and enthusiasm, bowed respectfully, and their voices were sweet.
Welcome, boss, to the Imperial Palace. Glad to be of service.
Lin Dong nodded. Come up here and call me boss, whoever hears that will feel good in his heart. Subsequently, he directly took out his cell phone and said in a serious manner, the two beauties have good service, how about adding a WeChat?
WeChat?
This. Upon hearing this request, one of the welcoming ladies was obviously a bit resistant. The other welcoming lady smiled awkwardly and finally gave Lin Dong this face. Handsome, she doesn't have a cell phone, add me.
Success.
Lin Dong nodded and quickly added his friend.
Bonus?
The welcoming lady had planned to turn around and delete Lin Dong. As a result, it never occurred to me that Lin Dong added his friends and sent a transfer in the first place.
2,000? Handsome, you didn't type 2 extra zeros, did you? The welcoming lady's hands trembled in disbelief.
If you're an off-site greeter like them, you're lucky if the guests don't give you 2 blank stares, not to mention the red envelope tips.
What did you say? What 2,000?
The other welcoming lady was a bit puzzled and subconsciously glanced at her cell phone. Then, directly afterward, the wind went out of his sails and he froze for a moment. In this regard, Lin Dong was very frank. It's only 2,000, just make a friend, maybe, I'll come back more often.
Yes, you must come more often. In the next second, the welcoming lady's attitude made a 180-degree turn, and she was smiling. Also intentionally lifted the slit thigh upward another piece, Snow White spring light close to the eyes. Lin Dong subconsciously licked his lips. Still, it was held. Right now, it's still important to make money. Okay, we'll talk later. You may come in.
Only when Lin Dong left did the welcoming lady who had not added him to WeChat react.
Unfortunately, the person is gone. Ouch.
She stomped her foot hard in anger.
Coincidentally, broke the heel.
If I had known that, I wouldn't have installed it.
Hearing the sound of breaking heels behind him, Lyndon would smile. Just now I added you without giving face, now you regret? Late. For this kind of green tea whore, Lin Dong was not spoiled at all.
He was also never stingy with women who gave him face.
Unsurprisingly, the system's voice sounded before Lin Dong could take a few steps out.
Detected the host spending $2,000 at a nightclub.
10 times cashback success. The bank card arrives at 20,000 yuan.
Another $20,000 in hand. The small amount of money that Lin Dong spent was not hot at all.
The action of tipping is getting silky smooth. Moments later, Lin Dong arrived at the front desk of the Imperial KTV.
At this moment, a beautiful woman with a beautiful figure and innocent dress stood there. With a professional smile on her face, her proud figure leaned slightly forward. Welcome to Imperial KTV, please. In mid-sentence, the receptionist suddenly frowned. Looking Lin Dong up and down, he shouted out his name with some uncertainty.
Are you Lin Dong? You know me?
Lin Dong froze for a moment.
He was a little dazed at being called out by name in the cold. Lin Dong, what are you pretending for? Don't you even recognize me? Me, Bai Yuqing. Upon hearing this name, an additional memory instantly appeared in Lin Dong's mind.
The study committee member in my high school class, the teacher's heel, who pushed myself to turn in my homework every day. At that time, Lin Dong was not a good student and was at the bottom of the class and often did not finish his homework. This led Bai Yuqing, who was a member of the study committee, to despise him greatly. And, every now and then, he was teased about being a rural person. Then after high school, the two broke off. I didn't expect to meet again in a place like this. Oh, I remember, Bai Yuqing, our class study committee member. In those days, I was first in my class every day and got all kinds of awards. What brings you to work at a karaoke bar now? Lin Dong slapped his head with a look of realization. Clearly shaming her for coming here as a front desk girl when she had the first grade. As expected, once she heard Lin Dong's teasing, Bai Yuqing's snow-white little face instantly drooped and her two little hands clenched into pink fists. Glancing at Lin Dong's entire body, which was dressed in less than $200 combined, he also sneered back, "You're not doing too well, and you still have the nerve to talk about me? For old time's sake, I'm kindly reminding you. This place has a minimum spend of several $1,000s, it's not a place for you. You're quite a big man, and you don't even have that kind of eyesight, I'm ashamed of you," Bai Yuqing said while fanning her small hand as if she was chasing away flies. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong completely ignored him and looked at the price list behind Bai Yuqing and read it out word by word. Small private rooms, from $1,888. Medium room, from $6,888. Large private rooms, from $8,888. Supreme deluxe private room, from $88,888, one room only. It's kind of fun. Lin Dong smiled faintly. It's amazing that this $80,000 plus Supreme package doesn't include other services.
It's like a giant piñata. However, the more so, the more Lin Dong liked it. Isn't the purpose of his coming here to spend popping gold coins? Chapter 8, Old Classmates. Lin Dong, have you seen enough? I'm telling you this much for the sake of being a classmate, don't give me the face. Or I'll call security. With a look of impatience on her face, Bai Yuqing made a gesture to pick up the landline and call security. When she was in school, she despised Lin Dong, a country bumpkin. Now that Lin Dong was trolling her with his identity as a receptionist lady, she certainly would not let go of the opportunity to fall on her sword. Hold your horses, who says I'm just looking and not spending? Old classmate, why don't you take me to the private room? Lin Dong said with a smile. Bai Yuqing was about to make a call when she heard these words and suddenly stopped. The expression was also one of contempt. You don't have any money and you're acting like a wimp? Are you out of your mind? Okay, you're trying to make a fool of yourself, aren't you? I'll give you that chance. Alright Lin Dong, I'll show you inside. But if you don't have the money, then don't blame me for yelling. Bai Yuqing hugged her arms, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. As if he did not see it, Lin Dong smiled and nodded his head. Don't worry, I don't have any other hobbies, I just have a lot of money and I like to spend it. Nerves! Bai Yuqing cursed in a low voice. Afterward, she forced herself to hold back her resentment and led Lin Dong to the small private room. Push open the door and what comes into view is a brightly lit area. 2 rows of spotlights overhead, moving slowly to the beat, create a mesmerizing yet elegant atmosphere. The tables and floor tiles in the room are black and gold primed and gilt covered. It gives an unparalleled and honorable experience. Looking at the tattered Lin Dong again, he was out of place with the environment here, and even Bai Yuqing felt that he was very obtrusive. Lin Dong, the price of the small private room is 1,888 yuan. How are you going to pay? Swipe or scan? Bai Yuqing thoughtfully took out a QR code as well as a POS and held it in front of Lin Dong. Just wait until he can't get the money, then call security and throw him in the pool outside. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong sized up the situation and unexpectedly shook his head, frowning and sighing again. I can't, the place is too small to cast. What did you say? Bai Yuqing froze for a moment, not reacting for a moment. In the next moment, Lin Dong opened his arms and gestured towards her twice. 2 words written all over his face, disgust. Old classmate, this private room you recommended is also too small, if I were louder, my ears would be deafened. Is there a larger booth? Seeing this expression on Lin Dong's face, Bai Yuqing directly looked stunned. Good lord, it's really mounted? He didn't have the heart to beat him up, but he turned his nose up at him. The more Bai Yuqing thought about it, the more angry she became, and she nodded heavily. Of course there is, just in case you can't afford to spend it. You say that like I'm poorly paid? Lin Dong said with a big grin, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and change to a bigger private room, I can't wait to howl twice. Bai Yuqing snorted coldly and walked out of the private room with a puff of air, leaving Lin Dong with a pinned back. Lin Dong immediately brightened up. Why didn't you see when you were in school that Bai Yuqing was so materialistic? In this uniform, there was a surprisingly seductive smell of uniforms. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised as he admired Bai Yuqing's back while following her into another private room. This booth is significantly larger. The decor and furnishings are also more luxurious. Even the microphone, it's gold-plated. How's it going, Lyndon? Satisfied? This is the most popular center pack in our Imperial KTV, and it's usually very difficult to get a reservation. You're lucky today, one just happened to be empty. Not bad, very high class indeed. Lin Dong rubbed his smooth chin and couldn't stop nodding. It looks like Lu has entered the Grand View Garden. Seeing this, Bai Yuqing once again secretly despised it inwardly. A redneck is a redneck. Just now, he almost bluffed himself into thinking that he was really rich. Now it seems to be nothing more than posturing. Alright, don't dawdle, if you're satisfied, hurry up and set it down, the total is 6888. You don't, by any chance, have any money to pay the bill, do you? Bai Yuqing clasped her arms and propped up her 2 plump masses, her brows filled with questions and dislike towards Lin Dong. As if certain that he had no money in his pocket. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong did not eat her at all and still shook his head unsatisfactorily. Not that I'm saying, old school, this booth is still a bit small. It's not easy to consume once, how about not compromising yourself? Big bag, is there a big bag? You. Seeing Lin Dong pointing his finger, Bai Yuqing's lungs were about to explode. More and more, Lin Dong felt that he was teasing himself. The previous $1,888 pouch was too small. Now the $6,888 center pack is still too small. This time, Bai Yuqing wasn't going to waste any more time and directly tore her face off. Lin Dong, let me tell you, I've gone beyond my job by bringing you here. Do you know how much you've delayed me by wasting so much of my time? After saying these words, Bai Yuqing had no more hesitation and directly took out her cell phone, about to call and shake people. Seeing her in this state, Lin Dong smiled instead. Say you, what's with the temper? I didn't say I wouldn't pay you. Tell you what, I'll put down a little deposit, is that okay?
After saying this, Lin Dong directly took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code.
Oh, and the deposit, where did you get the money?
Bai Yuqing had a disdainful look on her face, still feeling that Lin Dong was playing the big tail wolf. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the sound of a wonderfully melodious collection came to her ears.
PayPal arrived, $5,000. 5,000?
Bai Yuqing stared wide-eyed, directly dumbfounded. It was surprising that Lin Dong had been so generous.
It's hard to believe that you've been looking away.
Detected the host spending $5,000 at a nightclub.
10 times cashback success. The bank card arrives at 50,000 yuan. What are you doing, old classmate?
Seeing Bai Yuqing freeze, Lin Dong deliberately extended his hand and waved it in front of her.
Couldn't have been mesmerized by my payment pose, could you? But that's normal. It's been so many years since I've seen you. Who hasn't changed a bit, don't you think?
Bai Yuqing's eyebrows knitted tightly, still somewhat unable to accept it.
Now, can you change my private room? Can.
Unable to do anything else, Bai Yuqing could only harden her heart and bring Lin Dong out. This time, she opened the door to the large private room. As soon as the door opened, the lights flickered. A picture of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains was presented. A variety of finishes that are as luxurious as they come.
Not bad, that's more like it.
Lin Dong smiled faintly and sat his butt firmly on the sofa in front of Bai Yuqing. For some reason, it was clear that Lin Dong was wearing a ground-up outfit. However, in Bai Yuqing's eyes, there were actually a few moments of a superior's demeanor.
Is it hard to believe that this is the metamorphosis that comes from having money? Chapter 9, You'll Sing With Me. Old classmate, even the big bag is so luxurious. I'm curious, what's the only supreme classroom you have here like?
Lin Dong suddenly smiled and opened his mouth.
Bai Yuqing's petite body shook with some inexplicable panic.
Lin Dong, almost done, money doesn't burn like this.
Could it be that the large private room doesn't satisfy you?
At this time, Bai Yuqing had already put away her thoughts of messing with Lin Dong. After all, the $5,000 deposit had been transferred to her. It was enough to show that Lin Dong did have some family money. However, it was still too much to ask him to go to the Supreme Class Deluxe private room. Keep in mind that whether it's a small bag, medium or large, it's a 4-figure spend at best.
But the Supreme Suite is different. There was only one in the entire Imperial KTV, and the price had soared to 88,888. Sing a song and spend almost $100,000.
There are so many big bosses and rich second-generation people in Tianhai City, and not many of them have such a big hand.
Besides, was Lin Dong sure he had that much money? Just leave it alone and take me there.
Lin Dong could see the hesitation and questioning in her eyes, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly.
The front desk should get a commission for taking guests to private rooms, right? Doesn't your commission increase the higher the grade of the private room I open? What's the hesitation? Get a grip, I'm going up and down in hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute, okay?
Hearing this, Bai Yuqing completely lost her temper. However, she still did not believe that Lin Dong had the ability to consume the supreme private room. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Yuqing pulled out her cell phone and prepared to make a call.
Lin Dong, wait a moment.
I'll ask our boss for his permission to open the supreme private room.
What a dawdle. Hit it.
Lin Dong nodded somewhat impatiently. However, the worse his attitude became, the more Bai Yuqing felt that he was unfathomable. Inside her impression, rich people were all in this temper. Soon, Bai Yuqing obtained the boss's consent and led Lin Dong to the door of the most luxurious private room of the Imperial KTV.
On the main door, it was carved with mountains, rivers, grass, trees, flowers, birds, fish and animals.
Just the front door, it's all so luxurious.
The setup inside was unimaginable.
Lin Dong,
let me confirm one last time, do you really want to book this private room?
Hurry up, waste of words.
Bai Yuqing's little heart was pounding.
It was the first time she had ever opened a supreme class private room. Today, it was also thanks to Lin Dong's favor that he was able to go in and take a look.
Thinking of this, Bai Yuqing bit her lip.
Suddenly, he felt that Lin Dong was not that annoying anymore.
Instead, it has an indescribable charm.
Lin Dong noticed the change in her and could not help but sneer in his heart.
Women are really newy strong.
At first, he was disgusted with himself and bossed around. After seeing him with money, he was instantly tender and passionate. But that's fine. Lin Dong's favorite thing was to temper this kind of woman. If you don't have enough money, throw money at the dead.
It always smashes until the other person opens their mouth or spreads their legs. Wow! Bai Yuqing's small face was red as she pushed open the door.
Presented in front of, no longer a piece of gold and blue, but a wild forest-like flavor of the landscape. A babbling river flows at your feet, with koi jumping every now and then.
Hiss!
Even though Lin Dong was mentally prepared, he could not help but be slightly stunned.
This supreme room, surprisingly, is a natural beauty. Bai Yuqing also looked dumbfounded, her chest thumping like a deer.
But what shocked her even more was yet to come.
Old school, I'm satisfied enough to pay.
Before the words fell, Lin Dong once again took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code.
PayPal arrived, $88,888.
At the same time, Lin Dong received a prompt from the system. Detected the host spending $88,888 at the nightclub.
10 times cashback success. Bank card to account 888,880 yuan. The whole 88 million. Cool.
Lin Dong's blood was hot, and his body's 36,000 pores opened up in unison as he could not help but want to take a deep breath. Bai Yuqing was even more excited than him, her small mouth opening wide into a cherry shape. Lin Dong had spent nearly $90,000, and she had at least $9,000 in commission.
Where is Lin Dong, a country bumpkin?
Simply her god of fortune, the man of her dreams.
Male god, I know, Lin Dong, thank you for spending 88,888 renminbi. I welcome you on behalf of Imperial KTV. Bai Yuqing was already incoherent, her tongue in knots.
Seeing her blushing and shy appearance, Lin Dong subconsciously licked his lips. However, he was in no hurry.
You have to eat your food one bite at a time.
Women need to be trained little by little.
Lin Dong sat down on the leather sofa with a big horse and said indifferently, "Old classmate, isn't it a bit too boring for me to sing by myself in such a big private room? This way, it looks like I'm lonely."
"Don't worry, we have the prettiest escort princesses here. I'll call them over right away and guarantee your satisfaction." Bai Yuqing was all smiles and instantly wiggled her, but as she was about to walk out, unexpectedly, Lin Dong directly called her back.
"No, why go through all that trouble? The way I see it, you're just fine.
Why don't you have a drink with me, by the way, to renew our old school friendship?" Lin Dong smiled faintly, opened a bottle of whiskey and poured a glass for Bai Yuqing on his own. For a while, Bai Yuqing was in a dilemma, riding a tiger. If she refused, if Lin Dong got angry and complained about her, she would definitely not be able to eat.
But if agreed, what? Am I in no position to invite you for a drink? No, no, no.
Bai Yuqing hurriedly shook her head like a rattle. After hesitating for a long time, she still walked in a cat-like manner and sat on the sofa opposite Lin Dong. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong immediately frowned.
Old school, what's the point of sitting so far away?
Let's get closer so we can communicate better.
Exchange of feelings? Bai Yuqing bit her lip. How could she not remember that she had any feelings for Lin Dong?
There is, and there is mutual dislike.
But now, how can one be qualified to dislike people?
Let's just say that this 88,888 supreme private room is something she can't afford to consume in her lifetime.
Don't worry, I won't treat you badly.
I'll tip you as long as you serve me well. Lin Dong took advantage of the situation and sat down next to Bai Yuqing and even handed over a glass of whiskey.
Chapter 10, Divine Singing, Golden Gun.
Tip.
Hearing those two words, Bai Yuqing was a bit moved. But, normally, she doesn't even drink with them. After all, in a place like KTV, once you get drunk, you will definitely become a lamb at the mercy of others. What happens next can only be imagined. But, for the sake of the money, she hesitated for half a day, but opened her mouth and drank the wine down. Yes! Lin Dong shouted.
Then, the hands and feet suddenly became dishonest, and directly put their big hands on each other's thighs.
No, no!
Bai Yuqing instinctively resisted Lin Dong's up and down hands. Lin Dong was not in a hurry, and while admiring her charming demeanor, he was following the temptations, blowing hot air and talking to the root of her ear.
Old school, you're beautiful. Here, let me give you a little bonus first.
Moments later, Bai Yuqing received a transfer. The moment she saw the string of numbers, her eyes widened directly.
18,888?
Bai Yuqing's eyes were drawn. This time, there was no more wriggling and she directly fell into Lin Dong's arms. Letting two big hands reach into the neckline, kneading a plump and delicate mass. For a while, countless great spring lights were captured by Lin Dong. What surprised him even more was that Bai Yuqing was obviously untouched. Just the slightest touch made her body flutter gently.
Gollum!
Lin Dong swallowed deeply, somewhat unable to suppress his inner agitation. Just then, the system's ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing a special conquest mission at the nightclub and receiving an additional reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine singing skill.
What? Divine singing?
Lin Dong froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, he felt a marvelous change in his body.
Godly singing, interesting.
The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. Unexpectedly, the system's rewards were not only rich, but also had this special ability. It was just as well that he was in a karaoke bar right now, so he could test out this godly singing, just how good it was. Thinking of this, Lin Dong randomly ordered a song called Jing Zhong Hui Gua. Then, clearing his throat, he began his performance. Originally, Bai Yuqing didn't have much to look forward to. As a result, her entire body was stunned as Lin Dong opened his mouth. Her body trembled gently, as if her soul had been shocked in some way.
Horseshoes go south, people look north.
One looks north, the grass is green and yellow, and the dust flies.
A connoisseur will know if there is one or not.
Bai Yuqing had been working at Imperial KTV for a few years and had seen countless people come here to sing.
Many tycoons have even brought in professional singers to support the show. But in all fairness, Lin Dong's unadorned, back-to-basics singing skill was definitely the first time she had seen it.
Thinking about this, Bai Yuqing became more and more curious and desirous about Lin Dong.
How many secrets is this man hiding? I will defend the land and restore the frontier. Tanghua Ci is going to let the four directions come and congratulate. After the song was finished, Lin Dong's face did not change its color and his bravado was overwhelming. It is like a victorious general returning to his home, proudly looking down on the crowd. The microphone in his hand was also like a sword to cut down the enemy army. Not to mention Bai Yuqing, anyone would have their blood pounding after hearing this song. Lin Dong, when did you learn to sing? I didn't even know that when I used to go to school. Bai Yuqing stared straight at Lin Dong as if she was a small wildcat in heat. The two small hands were wrapped around each other's necks at some point, and their bodies were even more tightly fitted together. Instantly, Lin Dong felt a warmth and softness. It was also at this moment that the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing a special conquest mission at the nightclub and receiving an additional reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden gun. In the next instant, Lin Dong only felt that his internal organs were agitated and became more ferocious. Especially now that Bai Yuqing was hugging him tightly. More than that, it gave him an evil fire. Bai Yuqing could see his restlessness. Full of shyness, she stuck her head into his arms. Murmuring in a voice that only two people could hear, "So what? Lin Dong, I suddenly realized that, in fact, I kinda like you. Why don't we do it?" Before the words left her mouth, Bai Yuqing suddenly felt her body lighten and her entire body was picked up by two strong arms. "Lin Dong, be gentle, it's hurting me." Bai Yuqing closed her eyes shyly, fearful of being seen in this flirtatious state. At the same time, there was a vague expectation of being done something to her by Lin Dong. Lin Dong also very much liked this shy look of hers and hooked Bai Yuqing's jade-like delicate chin with his fingers and sent a deep kiss. Then, laugh freely. "That's just where it's at, later, I'll love you." Well. Chapter 11, Crazy Spending, 5 million cashback. Now, let's have some wine first. What kind of wine do you have here? Lin Dong did not forget the most important thing. Grinning broadly, he flipped over the menu on the coffee table and casually scanned it. Beer, there's Corona, Heineken, and Budweiser, and the most expensive is only 500 a bottle. Champagne, 2,000 bottles of Noble Champagne, 6,000 bottles of King of Champagne, 8,000 bottles of Ace of Spades Champagne. Luxury wines, Zuni Blue Label 20,000, Royal Salute 18,880, Remy Martin XO 16,800. The more Lin Dong read, the more he frowned, and the movement of turning the pages became more and more impatient. What's all this? It's so cheap, is it for people to drink? Ha! Yuqing, you are also too insufficient. It's not easy for me to come to your KTV to spend money, and you are fooling me with this kind of cheap wine? It's already expensive, okay? Hearing Lin Dong's complaint, Bai Yuqing was dumbfounded. Half a bottle of Remy Martin XO, enough for a month's salary for her. A small sip is hundreds of dollars. How dare Lin Dong think it's too cheap? However, once she thought of Lin Dong's big spending, and the supreme private room was booked when he said so, Bai Yuqing was relieved and obediently curled up into a ball. Noticing the change in the other party's expression, Lin Dong could not help but want to tease. "Yuqing, you've been working at the Imperial KTV for so long, don't you want to try the most expensive wine here? Maybe, even your boss can't afford to open it." Bai Yuqing had been a bit giddy when she heard this and couldn't help but light up. Lin Dong gave her a chance to experience the life of the upper class. "Lin Dong, turn to the last page, there is something you want there." Bai Yuqing spat out her tongue. "Oh?" Linden answered with interest and flipped the menu to the end. This page is really different, surprisingly inlaid with gold trim. Each letter is branded with a flower and gold seal for luxury and nobility. The drink varieties, and the string of zeros that follow, are equally shocking. 82 Lafite Rothschild, $80,000 bottle from Chateau Lafite Rothschild in Bordeaux, France, rich and mellow, with flavors of blackberries and cassis. Eskimo Ice Wine, $90,000 bottle from the Maple Leaf Country, is fresh and delicious with a strong polar flavor. Louis XIII Cognac, 100,000 renminbi bottle from Chateau Louis XIII in France, long and long to dissolve in the mouth. Not bad, that's what you call wine. There's no way to compare those things just now. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he finally nodded in satisfaction. A couple $100 for a bottle of wine, double tenfold, would be a couple thousand. And an $80,000 bottle of Lafite will make him a wild $800,000 profit. Who's good and who's bad, cutie? Know it all. This, and this. Never mind, all this wine, give me a bottle of each. Lin Dong lightly poked a few times as if it was a point-and-click machine. Seeing this gold-splashing move, Bai Yuqing couldn't help but let her petite body tremble. Although, Lin Dong was dressed in rags. But the way he pays, he's really handsome. What are you waiting for? Go order some wine. Snap. Lin Dong slapped Bai Yuqing's rounded buttocks. The latter let out a pout like an electric shock. This time, however, not daring to fart, he hurriedly got up and walked out. Within moments, a couple of waiters dressed in white shirts and black jackets with little greasy hairs walked in pushing carts. From head to toe it reveals two words, professional. Bai Yuqing walked at the front, her head held high, not to mention how proud she was.
Lin Dong, oh no, Mr. Lin.
Here's the wine you asked for, will you open it now?
Lin Dong nodded slightly and waved his hand towards her back again.
No one else, just stay and open the wine for me. Hearing this, Bai Yuqing's pretty face flushed red. The crowd of waiters also understood and carefully put the wine down.
Then, one by one, they walk out. Before leaving, he even cast an envious look at Bai Yuqing.
This front desk lady, this is being looked at by the big boss. Tomorrow you may fly to the top of the branch and enjoy all the glory and riches. Linden.
Bai Yuqing picked up the corkscrew with ease and opened a bottle of wine for Lin Dong. The whole time, both little hands were shaking. The price of a bottle of wine topped her yearly income. If it was not for Lin Dong, I am afraid, she would not have been able to have the qualification to taste it in her life.
I don't know.
Lin Dong was even more excited than her. Detected the host spending $80,000 at the nightclub, 10 times cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $800,000. Detected the host spending $90,000 at the nightclub, 10 times cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $900,000. Detected the host spending $100,000 at a nightclub. A series of beeps came down. Lin Dong frantically spent $500,000, and his bank card balance instantly lost a large portion. But soon, with the successful tenfold cashback, his balance skyrocketed to 7 figures again, breaking through the 5 million mark. Lin Dong could not help but sigh as he savored the fine wine.
Sure enough, this KTV, it's better to drink and spend money fast. As you like.
At this time, Bai Yuqing sipped a few mouthfuls of 82 Lafite, has entered a slightly drunken state. Her small face is pink and red, especially attractive. The OL uniform that wrapped around the luscious body had been torn open a few times.
A wolf's paw ran down the collar and drove in.
Well. Bai Yuqing couldn't help but let out a gust of wooing sounds.
Lin Dong, gently. People haven't had boyfriends yet.
The more Bai Yuqing spoke, the more petulant she became. I don't know how such unashamed words came out of my own mouth. As a result, it never occurred to him that upon hearing these words, instead of reducing his strength, Lin Dong moved even more. Bai Yuqing rolled her eyes straight up, nearly about to faint. Seeing her look like she was obediently giving in and letting the king have his way, Lin Dong gulped and could not help but to put her on the spot.
Offhand, just then, the cell phone rang loudly.
Who's that, so ungrateful, calling at a time that has to be, spoiling my fun? Lin Dong frowned slightly.
Feng Shui has been blackballed by him. This woman, she's not going to come to my door, is she?
The next moment, upon seeing the caller ID, Lin Dong could not help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly.
The answer button was then pressed. Chapter 12, Jealousy.
The phone had just been connected, and a petite voice came from the other end, with a bit of shyness in its tone.
Dong, where are you now?
I haven't seen you in a while, and I miss you so much I'm tickled.
I see, it's more than just an itch, isn't it?
Lin Dong smiled and deliberately turned on the speakerphone. The moment this thousand charming voice came out, before he could do anything about it, Bai Yuqing's eyes widened first. Immediately afterward, subconsciously grasping his arm. The two proud plump masses also pressed up against it. She knows rich people play with flowers and change girlfriends faster than they change clothes. However, it was the first time that she had seen someone like Lin Dong who ate from the bowl and watched the pot and always thought of getting a spoonful from others.
Lin Dong, who is she? Your girlfriend?
After all, Bai Yuqing had been a receptionist for a few years and had a knack for detecting words and colors. While gently opening her mouth to inquire, she used her soft and boneless little hands to serve Lin Dong as if she was declaring her sovereignty.
Phew!
Lin Dong could not help but to fight back a jolt as he looked at Bai Yuqing with a slightly surprised look in his eyes.
You're obviously a kid, how come you know so many tricks? What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a pig run before if you've never eaten pork?
People also have a few co-workers who deliver fruit trays. It's just that we all share different jobs and make different money.
But now, it's their turn to be jealous of me, hee hee hee.
Lin Dong smiled helplessly. Meanwhile, the woman on the other end of the line was anxious.
Dong, where are you now? I'll come to you right away.
You are the most honored member of our Red Romance, not just any cat or dog can serve you.
Anxious, she was anxious.
The person who called was none other than Ting Ting, the beautiful technician from Red Romance. Originally, Lin Dong was just saying that he would contact him after work. I didn't realize that the other guy took it seriously. Presumably, they also wanted to hold on to Lin Dong's 3 thighs and struggle for a few decades less. Yes, I'm in the Imperial KTV Supreme Room, come over. The cab fare is transferred to you, come on. The next second, Tina received a transfer of $2,000. The little girl was overjoyed, and Dong couldn't stop screaming.
Wahaha, love you East.
Bai Yuqing was filled with envy and jealousy when she saw this scene. The eyes were also slightly sultry.
Lin Dong, people have served you for so long, how come they don't have a hard labor fee? I want it too.
Both.
Lin Dong let out a bitter smile. These women, they're really realistic.
But, luckily, you can get 10 times as much for yourself as you give them.
Never lose. Thank you, Linden, love you the most, Mua.
Bai Yuqing clicked on the big red packet of 6,000 yuan, and all the anger subsided, and she directly jumped into Lin Dong's arms and rubbed against him. A beautiful leg also went down the short work skirt that had been ripped open and rested on Lin Dong's waist. Detected the host spending $2,000 at the nightclub, 10 times cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $20,000. Detected the host spending $6,000 at the nightclub, 10 times cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $60,000.
Another $80,000 arrived, easily.
At this time, Lin Dong, looking at the extra $80,000 on the bank card, was unmoved, as if he was drinking cold water as rare as usual. Who has millions still lying in his bank card?
This $80,000 is nothing but a drop in the bucket. He was already looking forward to the two women meeting up in a few moments. I just don't know if it's to enjoy the blessings of all, or the shura. Day. A graceful, youthful and beautiful young girl stepped on her high heels and walked to the entrance of the supreme private room. A googly-eyed face, willowy eyebrows, and a pair of watery, naturally charming eyes. Icy, tender skin.
A watery collagen, you can tell at a glance that you're not even 20 years old.
It was Tina who came all the way here.
At the thought that there was a demonic in the room, attempting to snatch Lin Dong away from, Ting could not help but bite her lip. Then, pushed the door hard.
Dong, I'm coming. You guys?
Before the words were out of her mouth, Tina froze outright.
In the private room, flashing and chaotic neon lights intertwined and entwined with dance music.
The originally reserved Bai Yuqing had long since let herself go. The neckline of the OL uniform was open to the maximum, and each of the two hands was resting on Lin Dong's shoulder, so the snow-white spring light was in full view. The plump legs were hanging around Lin Dong's waist and were flinging their bodies wildly in time with the rhythm. What was even more exaggerated was that Bai Yuqing was holding a tall glass in her mouth as she poured wine for Lin Dong in an extremely seductive position.
Pouring wine in this position, of course it's not stable. The luxurious and expensive 82 Lafite was just sprinkled all over Lin Dong's chest.
There were only a few drops that landed on the tip of his tongue.
However, it could be seen from Lin Dong's expression that he was enjoying himself immensely. Tina, you're here?
Lin Dong was busy and saw Ting, who pushed open the door and walked in. A direct wave, without the slightest hint of avoidance or weakness.
It's like, this couldn't be more normal. However, Tina was not happy about it.
She quickly walked over and forcefully wrapped her arms around Lin Dong. Then, with his shoulder, he shoved Bai Yuqing, who was still dancing.
Dong, drinking so much alcohol is not good for your health. What is this woman's intention? To open so many such expensive foreign wines for you, obviously want to earn a commission, pitch your money. Dong, you must be drunk, right?
I'll rub you. Ting said as she took the initiative to massage Lin Dong's temples with her small hands. Upon first contact, Lin Dong actually developed a feeling of floating in the air. Bai Yuqing's passionate passion and Ting's cool touch were like ice and fire.
Who are you? How dare you call me a cat or a dog? Let's see, you're the one who's a pheasant.
On the other side, Bai Yuqing was infuriated. Those foreign wines were clearly something that Lin Dong himself had insisted on drinking.
She was a good talker. How did it turn out that she wanted the commission?
Although, she does get a good amount of commission. However, that was also if Lin Dong was willing. It's not like she stole or robbed anything.
Demonic.
Bah, massage parlor pheasants, and you have the nerve to talk about me.
Dong, you have to do right by people, she scolded me.
Bull, it was clearly you who scolded me first.
Lin Dong, you can't watch her bully me.
Ting and Bai Yuqing have a left and a right. 1 second, they were quarreling and had red eyes, but the next second, they were pampering Lin Dong, being as whiny as they could be. What's more, the two women each have their own specialties. Ting is very online in both body and face value, with 2 long, straight legs that are definitely of car model level.
Plus less than 20 years old. Who doesn't like tender?
On the other side, Bai Yuqing was no less impressive. As the face of Imperial KTV, dressed up quite a star. The legs were not as long as Tina's, but the front and back were far above her. This kind of woman, when well trained, simply makes it impossible to get out of bed. Now, these two extremely beautiful women were actually fighting over themselves. Lin Dong had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment.
Chapter 13, License Plate 88,888, Top of the Line Primera. The same as spending money on Ting and Bai Yuqing, they have 10,000 ways to get away with it and feel so good that they can't breathe. Spending it on feng shui is a meat bag with no return. Nope, got something back too. That's a big green hat. Damn, thinking about this makes me angry.
Lin Dong gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulging. Moving into a rage, it scared the two women. It was Bai Yuqing who was bold, and after a moment, cautiously asked, Lin Dong, it wouldn't be because we made you angry, would it? Seeing this, Ting Ting was not shy and placed her small hand on Lin Dong's thigh. Dong, it's my fault, don't be angry, I'll rub your legs. When Lin Dong saw this, his anger subsided by half. Immediately, he shook his head and said dismissively, it's nothing, just remembering something unpleasant.
Come, keep drinking.
These wines, all of them are from the collection of Imperial KTV, and a cup costs several $1,000s. However, the flavor is indeed good.
Thousands? Ting Ting's small mouth opened wide into an O shape, obviously shocked.
The red wine they use at Red Romance to entertain their Supreme members is just over $2,000.
It's weak in comparison.
If she were to know that the more Lin Dong drank these foreign wines, the more money he had in his bank card, she wondered if she would be stunned on the spot.
Here, have a taste.
Lin Dong smiled faintly and took the initiative to pour a cup, sending it to Ting Ting's lips.
Tina blushed and took a sip with desire.
The next moment, Ting Ting's delicate little face swished and turned red, flushed with an enigmatic flushed color.
Clearly drunk.
Seeing this, Bai Yuqing looked directly happy, her eyes full of disdain.
With this amount of alcohol, you're still drinking with Lin Dong?
Better go back before it's too late, don't drink under the table later.
Bah, you're the one who can't drink. I can drink.
Obviously her tongue couldn't even be pulled straight, but Ting Ting couldn't help herself and squirted passionately against Bai Yuqing. Especially when she thought that, if she was drunk, Lin Dong would be possessed by Bai Yuqing alone, she was even more energized. Unsurprisingly, the two beauties were at each other's throats again. Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but reveal a bitter smile.
He knew that neither woman was a good person. Sure enough, there was no way to stop.
But he's the best at dealing with this kind of problem.
It's simple.
Just throw money at it.
Alright, all of you, stop it.
I was going to reward you guys for your good behavior. Now, there's no such thing as fun. After saying that, Lin Dong looked impatient and poured his own wine. In an instant, the two people who had just been arguing in the heat of the moment instantly lost their tempers and their desire to fight, leaving only the quest for tips.
Little cutie.
All could hear that Lin Dong's so-called rewards were red-hot banknotes.
Dong, people don't argue anymore, so calm down.
Yes, this new sister and I will get along and serve you well. Yes, Sister Bai, I was wrong just now, I apologize to you. Where is this coming from? Making Lin Dong happy is the most important thing for us. Both men are human beings in the service industry and speak better than they sing. Just now, it was clearly close to a fight. Now, it was sisters. Although, it could be seen from the way they each grabbed one of Lin Dong's arms that this was only a superficial, temporary peace.
But enough is enough. That's right.
Come, today the little master is happy, reward you all, pay attention to check the receipt. Lin Dong spoke lightly. Then, taking out his cell phone, he began to transfer money.
50,000? Lin Dong, you are also too trenchant. However, I like it so much. Mwahahaha, thanks for the red packet from Big Brother. As a token of my appreciation, I'm going to offer you the dance I just learned, the sledgehammer and the open train. After Bai Yuqing finished speaking, she could not hold back her inner excitement, picked up a bottle of foreign wine, walked to Lin Dong, stepped on a pair of crystal high heels, and danced a passionate dance. The powerful melody with the choppy body is a sight to behold and think about. Wow! Bai Yuqing seemed to think that it wasn't enough, and went so far as to douse herself from head to toe with foreign wine. The already torn OL uniform and skirt were all wet. The rise and fall of the layers can be clearly seen in the wakes. Lin Dong was directly dumbfounded. In the past, he had instead often swiped through the cell phone screen to the live broadcast of beautiful women. Now, it's still the first time you get up close and personal offline. What's more crucial is that such a showy and beautiful woman can enjoy herself as much as she wants. Isn't it just dancing? I can do that too.
Not to be outdone, Ting Ting also stood on the sofa and danced for Lin Dong.
Wipe the glass, wipe the glass.
In the private room, two big beautiful women danced, the atmosphere ambiguous and extravagant. What was even more unexpected to Lin Dong was the next hint from the system. Congratulations to the host for completing a special conquest mission at the nightclub and receiving an additional reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining license plate 88888 Top Edition Porsche Panamera. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, not getting drunk from 1,000 glasses.
What?
Lin Dong was inwardly shocked, and his wine sobered up a great deal. Under the effect of 1,000 cups, his body alcohol was breaking down rapidly. What had been cloudy vision also became extraordinarily clear. On top of that, Lin Dong also noticed something extra in his pocket.
Pulling it out, it turned out to be a car key.
It is engraved with a gold and red crest design. It was the keys to the top-of-the-line Porsche Panamera, with a market value of $3.5 million.
I'm going to make a killing. If anything, the top-of-the-line Panamera, money can buy it. The 5/8 license plate number definitely has a price tag and is a status symbol. Lin Dong, how was the dance people did? Still like it?
Before Lin Dong could recover from his surprise, Bai Yuqing walked over and took his arm. Ting Ting's wiped the glass halfway and also wiped on Lin Dong's body. The two women had gone to great lengths to gain Lin Dong's favor. Lin Dong was dazzled and fluttered as he watched. Nice dancing, come on, join us for a drink. Lin Dong poured a glass of Louis XIII for each of the two and brought it to Cherry's small mouth.
The hospitality was so great that neither woman could refuse.
More importantly, they all wanted to get Lin Dong drunk.
Take advantage of the situation and be the first to eat. Lin Dong, people are drinking, you have to drink too.
Yeah, or it's not fair, you bully little girls. Tina said as she spooned into her arms. The two small, soft, boneless hands subconsciously kneaded Lin Dong's arms. Looking at her face again, a blush, winks and sprang. Bai Yuqing's pair of peach blossom eyes also stared straight at Lin Dong, exuding an irresistible charm.
Chapter 14, 1,000 drinks. Fine, I'll drink.
Lin Dong gulped down 2 large mouthfuls. Seeing this, Bai Yuqing smiled charmingly and gently and slowly undid Lin Dong's collar, a few fingers rubbing his neck. The electrifying sensation instantly caused Lin Dong to drift and become intoxicated.
Then, couldn't help but sigh. It's you city people who know how to have fun.
No wonder the king doesn't go to court early. With so many beautiful women serving him day after day, he was an emperor and was not happy to get up early.
Well, Dong, I can't drink anymore.
On the other side, Ting Ting finally couldn't hold on any longer and her head lolled, lying on top of Lin Dong with a red face. The 2 long legs close to 1 meter were casually resting on Lin Dong's knees as the ultra-short skirt was raised.
Ha, just like you're still accompanying Lin Dong?
Bai Yuqing obviously had a good capacity for alcohol, and after drinking so much, she was still only slightly drunk.
Lin Dong could not help but be interested.
He was trying to see where the upper limit of his new ability was, and if he could really be drunk for 1,000 drinks.
Yuqing, Ting Ting can't, let's continue.
Yes, Lin Dong, I toast you. Bai Yuqing said as she softly and charmingly poured a cup of Remy Martin XO and raised it to Lin Dong with affection. Drink this glass of wine, and any previous misunderstandings between the two of us will be erased.
You can't blame people anymore.
Oh? Lin Dong smiled faintly, knowing that what Bai Yuqing was talking about was from the school days. He shook his head and took the glass.
Don't worry, the Prime Minister can hold a boat in his belly. Do I look like the kind of person who is careful? Besides, you're so sincere. Lin Dong enjoyed the wine while going up and down.
At once, Bai Yuqing was made to pout and tremble.
But since you're apologizing, 1 cup won't be enough. Gee, I get it.
Bai Yuqing skimmed her lips and poured herself another glass of red wine, and with a lift of her jade neck, the wine entered her throat.
Yes. Lin Dong called out.
Bai Yuqing glanced at the royally drunk Ting Ting next to her, and was very pleased with herself inwardly.
You're just like me, and you still want to steal Lindo from me? Dreaming. More. No, people are getting a little dizzy too.
After 2 more bottles were downed, Bai Yuqing finally couldn't hold her liquor and shook her head. At the same time, she was surprised to see the image of Lin Dong taking a sip of a cup with no effort.
In the past, at class reunions, Lin Dong only had 3 or 5 bottles of beer. How did he become a big drinker now? Drinking so much wine without blushing a bit.
Bai Yuqing had wanted to get Lin Dong drunk and cook the raw rice.
Now it seems that you are the prey, the one who is on someone else's plate. I can't. Bai Yuqing murmured.
Before his words fell, he also jumped headfirst into Lin Dong's arms. Left and right with Tina, they were just 2 little party favorites. At this point, even if the body is picked up, it probably doesn't know anything.
Phew.
Lin Dong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The alcohol in his body instantly dissipated, and his slightly reddened face returned to normal. Then he stood up like nobody's business. Then, with interest, he picked up the empty bottle, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. This 1,000 cups of drunkenness is really magical, not to mention 1,000 cups. I feel that I can still drink 100 bottles. Unfortunately, right now, I have more important things to do. Lin Dong turned his head, his expression somewhat jumping up and down. The 2 delicate beauties were drunk and unconscious, as if they were 2 lambs to be slaughtered. You know, he has more than just the ability to not get drunk from 1,000 cups.
There are still golden shots left to try. Go you!
With one hand, Lin Dong effortlessly helped the 2 women up, placing their arms on his shoulders. Then, very high profile, he walked out of the supreme private room. It didn't occur to me that there were 2 rows of waiters standing respectfully at the door. When he saw Lin Dong come out, he immediately greeted him with a smile.
Hello boss, thank you for spending money at Imperial KTV. You're welcome to come back next time.
Lin Dong nodded perfunctorily. Just then, a middle-aged man with a human-like appearance and a big belly greeted him. With a fawning smile piled up on his face, he bowed slightly and asked carefully, "Hello boss, I'm the general manager of Empire KTV, Song Dafa.
And $600,000 in drinks, how do you see paying for that?"
Lin Dong froze for a moment. It just occurred to me that there wasn't enough wine back there and I ordered a couple more bottles. Bai Yuqing was too drunk to swipe his card.
That's why the group is waiting here.
In fact, Lin Dong had misunderstood. The reason why Song Dafa had arranged such a big battle was not that he was short of that money, but he just wanted to see with his own eyes who this big shot who was generous and waved his money around like dirt was. He knew many dignitaries and had never heard of one named Lin Dong. If he could take this opportunity to flatter and give Lin Dong a good impression,
maybe it will be able to keep a big moneymaker for Imperial KTV. Never thought that Lin Dong was not some kind of tycoon or big boss.
Surprisingly, he was just a young man in his early 20s, covered in groundlings.
This was a bit mind-boggling to Song Dafa. Couldn't see through Lin Dong.
From there, it becomes more and more unfathomable.
What kind of a cat or dog would be a character who could spend $1 million a night at Imperial KTV? People just keep a low profile, that's why they deliberately dress so personal. Song Dafabet brainstormed on his own for a while.
At this time, Lin Dong had already pulled out his bank card and threw it in his hand.
Okay, hurry up and swipe your card, I have things to do. Song Dafa smiled and nodded.
The smile intensified as she inadvertently glanced at Bai Yuqing, who was lying in Lin Dong's arms. In the past, Bai Yuqing kept herself to herself and never came out.
Dare I say it's a long shot, waiting to catch a golden son-in-law.
Boss, you've spent a total of $600,000 extra. I'll give you a discount for a total of $500,000.
There's no need for a discount, it's what it should be. Ha? What? I've got money I can't spend. Cut the crap and swipe your card. The rest, as your tips, today I'm happy. Hearing this, everyone was both amazed and surprised.
Lin Dong was really rich and generous, giving him a cheap price.
What a lot of money to burn.
But the more they did, the happier they were.
Who wouldn't be happy to make more money these days? What do you care? Maybe, these rich people just have some special fetish. Perhaps, Lin Dong was actually the son of some big family and had no concept of money.
Detected the host spending $600,000 at the nightclub, tenfold cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $6 million.
Just then, the system's alert tone sounded.
Lin Dong nodded his head contentedly.
The more I spend, the more cashback I get. You give me a discount, you're working against me. Boss, watch out for the steps, slow down. Song Dafa took the waiter and sent him all the way to the door.
Originally, he was still thinking about whether or not to give Lin Dong a ride.
Unexpectedly, in the next second, they were once again dumbfounded. Chapter 15, Going to the Hotel. Drops. In the parking lot, two blinding headlights suddenly came on, illuminating the crowd.
Upon closer inspection, it was a sleek black sedan. The triangular front end is elegant and dynamic, and the streamlined body is pleasing to the eye. It was Song Dafa who had a cunning eye and recognized the model and license plate at once.
Porsche Panamera? License plate 58. This, which young master is making a private visit? $1 million limousines are not uncommon at Imperial KTV. But a 58 license plate is definitely a rare sight. Moments later, the car drove up to them.
Only then did the crowd realize that the person driving the car was actually Lin Dong. At this point, it was waving at them.
Manager Song, if it's not too much trouble, I'll give Yuqing a vacation, you know. I understand too well, you take care on your way. Song Dafa nodded his head like a chicken pecking.
In his heart, he was chanting, Bai Yuqing is really lucky to have embraced such a big thick leg.
It's broken. I forgot to ask for contact information. Song Dafa suddenly woke up. But it was too late. Lin Dong drove the Panamera and had taken off.
Under normal circumstances, after drinking that much, he probably couldn't even grip the steering wheel, and getting caught would be drunk driving. However, because of the special ability of not getting drunk from 1,000 cups, at this time, he was even more sober than an ordinary person, and his mind was unusually active.
Boom! Lin Dong kicked the gas down and the engine hissed madly.
It didn't take long to reach the destination.
The top luxury hotel in Tianhai City, the Dynasty Hotel.
The per capita spending is $18,000, and the most ordinary room costs $3,000 or $4,000. It is known as the rich man's ghetto and the boss's tender spot.
Wake up, we're at the place.
Lin Dong parked his car near the hotel and patted Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing's faces.
As a result, the two remained confused and unconscious. Ugh!
Lin Dong let out a bitter smile and was somewhat helpless.
Just then, a brand new BMW X5 passed by. Not surprisingly, it's also a young couple coming to the hotel for a spring break.
Hubby, why are you so atmospheric today, taking me to stay at the Dynasty Hotel? It's not because you've been chanting and dreaming of experiencing the life of the rich, but I've satisfied you today.
Hubby is the best, Mua.
At a closer look, on the co-pilot, the one who was pampering and fawning was none other than the woman Lin Dong was once most familiar with, Feng Shui. The man she was hugging and kissing, whose name was Wang Long, was the small boss of a company in Tianhai City. Also, Feng Shui's top boss. Because of the convenience of his position, he hooked up with Feng Shui after a while. Even Feng Shui was allowed to be with Lin Dong. This will not only dispel the suspicion of the tigress at home, but also have an exciting feeling of cheating. Unfortunately, Lin Dong saw him and Feng Shui having a car sex and dumped Feng Shui in a fit of rage. That excitement, much less so.
Honey, look at that car in front of you. I've seen it online. I think it's called some kind of Primera, and the top version costs several $1,000,000.
Feng Shui raised her hand and pointed, her expression somewhat excited.
Wang Long also couldn't help but poke his head out and take a closer look. It's true, there are just a lot of rich people in this Tianhai city. I wonder which male is in there.
A car like this is not affordable for the average person, and a year's worth of maintenance would be enough to buy me this car.
Feng Shui knew that after Lin Dong left, her value was greatly reduced. So, hurriedly cupped Wang Long's stinky feet. Honey, you can't say that, we're not better than the top, but we're better than the bottom. You see, a stinking hanger-on like Lin Dong can't earn a single wheel of a Primera in his lifetime. Isn't that much better when you think about it that way? Wang Long smiled and nodded deeply.
Even, the expression was a bit arrogant.
It's still true, I can't beat a rich man, but I can't beat him?
However, comparing this kind of hangers-on to me is really a bit of an insult.
Baby, let's get up there quick, I'm suffocating. Look at that monkey business.
Hey, try a few of the positions I just learned later, they'll definitely get you off.
Bah, no shame. Feng Shui scolded, pawing away Wang Long's devilish claws reaching for her neckline.
Under the wrap-around skirt, 2 long legs stepped out and got out of the car as fast as her eyes could carry her. The entire time, her attention was on that Primera, and she didn't pay attention to what Wang Long was saying. In the past, the reason why she stayed with Wang Long and even listened to him and put a hat on Lin Dong was because she saw that Wang Long had a little bit of money in his pocket and was able to buy himself jewelry, bags, and all kinds of luxuries. But human desire is like Pandora's box. Once it's open, it's never ending. At the moment, the cool Primera, it hooked Feng Shui's soul. Full of thoughts about which rich kid the owner is. Do you have a chance to meet each other yourself and add a contact? After all, compared to Primera owners, Wang Long is simply weak. Feng Shui? What are you fuming about? Hurry up, I can't wait. Hearing Wang Long's urging, Feng Shui was a little unbalanced inside. With her own posture, can she only find a big-bellied greasy man like Wang Long? Wang Long did not notice the slightest hint of disgust in Feng Shui's eyes, and thought that she was still the same little woman who was subservient to herself and had never seen the world, and immediately pulled her hand towards the Dynasty Hotel.
Be gentle, you're hurting me.
That's just where it's at, in a few moments, I'll make you scream for your father in pain.
Cut.
Feng Shui rolled her eyes.
What Wang Long did in bed, could she not know? Holding out for 5 minutes is already over the top. Also called dad. What he should have called was the doctor at the men's hospital. Snap. Just then, Lyndon came down from Paramila. The afterglow glanced at the side and always thought that the car looked a bit familiar. Vomit. Just then, a vomiting sound suddenly rang out. It was clearly by Yuqing and Tingting, 2 great beauties, who were vomiting on the side of the road. Lin Dong smiled faintly. Luckily, one has 1,000 cups to drink. Otherwise, it's one down with 2. Alright, if you're almost done throwing up, get up, go inside the hotel, take a shower and change your clothes. Look at you guys, you're all dirty. A moment later, Bai Yuqing and Tingting sobered up considerably and stood up. Bai Yuqing looked at her OL uniform that had been torn beyond recognition, her pretty face slightly red. Tina was no better. Came in 2 black fishnet stockings. And I don't know whose salty hands made a flurry of rags. The 2 long, greenish-white, rounded legs were completely exposed to the air. However, the more this happens, the more tantalizing it becomes. The most beautiful images are never naked, but rather Judas. What are you waiting for? Go! Seeing the 2 of them frozen in place, dawdling, Lin Dong waved at them, somewhat impatiently. Unexpectedly, the 2 looked at each other and actually looked at each other with some reluctance. Lin Dong, so, what, is it the 2 of us together? Chapter 16, Grievances. Ting Ting bit her lip, bright red with desire, and asked, Brother Dong, can there be a first come first served? It's my first time, I want to have that alone with you. Says whoever isn't the same, after all these years, I've kept myself to myself and haven't had a boyfriend. Bai Yuqing let out a pout and purposely puffed out her chest. At the end of the day, most women, in the Dragon Kingdom, are still relatively conservative in their thinking. The mouth may be open to a yellowish accent, and it may seem like there are no taboos. However, something like 2 women sharing a husband is still beyond the acceptance of most women. Seeing this, Lin Dong directly snorted coldly. He doesn't have that much time to coax women. What internet celebrity, anchor, and starlet can't be taken with a few $1,000,000? You 2 are squirming and finding it difficult? Then don't do it. Can't take it? Then get the hell out of here. What's the point of pretending to be a White Lotus when you're working in a nightclub? What can't you accept, bah? It's just that the money isn't there. I'm telling you guys, there's only one chance. Either go upstairs with me together now, and I'll do whatever I please, or you 2 roll up and leave together, I don't care. As the words fell, Lin Dong directly threw his face away and walked away. What? Being scolded by Lin Dong's chopped head, Tingting and Bai Yuqing were directly confused. Originally, he thought that as long as he was pampered and cute, Lin Dong would surely take pity on him and fulfill all his needs. You can also turn the tables on the man yourself and hold him in a death grip. Now it seems that I was taking myself a bit for granted. Lin Dong did not eat this at all. Sister Bai, why don't we? Tina's delicate little face was red for a moment. Right now, Lin Dong was angry. If we don't remedy the situation, I'm afraid it will be irreparable. Ta-da! Just then, the sound of a sharp stomping on high heels suddenly rang out. Tina was straight up confused. What about the big Bai Yuqing? It was just here. Lin Dong, don't go. I know I'm wrong, don't be angry. Don't say two more will do. Nice guy. You're changing your face faster than a book. Bitch, wait for me. Dong. Not to be outdone, Tina caught up with him at a quick pace. Then, with Bai Yuqing on the left and right, they hugged Lin Dong's arms. It also intentionally stuck very tightly, giving Lin Dong unprecedented satisfaction. Looking at the appearance of the two women throwing their arms around him and competing for favor and kneeling, Lin Dong was happy in his heart. You're still trying to pin me down, aren't you? Sorry, I'm a Sigma man and I never eat women. A little threesome, take a pinch. Moments later, the three of them walked into the Dynasty Hotel. It was not a small amount of attention. It can't be helped, Tingting and Bai Yuqing are too pretty. A watery innocence, a mature imperial sister. What's more, these two soulful and tantalizingly lethal creatures were willingly following that man who looked a bit dodgy. This guy, it can't be some cockney guy again, running out to lose his money, right? East. Noticing the crowd's strange gazes, Tingting and Bai Yuqing couldn't help but blush, wishing to find a crack in the ground. However, once they thought that Lin Dong was still in front of them, they had to speed up their pace again and followed in a trot. It is said that one does not bend over backwards for the sake of $5. However, the rice that Lin Dong had popped for them was enough to collapse their waists. Who has trouble with money these days? The front desk lady of Dynasty Hotel, seeing this lineup of the three, also revealed a gossipy look. However, the person was of high quality and didn't ask many questions, just smiled and nodded. Hello sir, how many rooms, please? We have deluxe rooms, executive suites, VIP suites, and presidential suites here. The receptionist hadn't finished her introduction. Snap. With a big wave of his hand, Lin Dong slapped his bank card on the counter. A presidential suite, swipe your card, I'm in a hurry. Yes sir, please wait. The receptionist smiled as she collected her bank card and turned her head to the computer. Just then, the sound of a man and woman arguing came from behind them. Also, the woman's voice sounded a little familiar. It's your fault for having to book some special. Now, well, the rooms are full and they just give you your deposit back and won't let you stay. Wang Long, you can't be doing this on purpose, can you? This was followed by a chorus of men arguing. You fart. Isn't it just $2,000? Am I the one who's short on that kind of money? I'm going to book the most expensive presidential suite right now, and tonight I'm going to make you shut up. The woman grunted and rolled her eyes at the man. But in the end, followed the other to the front desk. Immediately afterward, it suddenly froze. Because she saw an unexpected character, a stinking hangdog who had no business being here. Lyndon? Why are you here? Feng Shui shuddered inwardly, her eyes glaring to the maximum, and subconsciously tugged on her pink wrap-around skirt. However, once she thought that the two of them had already broken up and did not need to pretend anything in front of Lin Dong, she put it back. In fact, when Feng Shui and Wang Long were arguing, Lin Dong recognized the two. In the past, when Lin Dong saw this pair of dogs and men making love to each other, he might have been so angry that he would have been smoking with grief and anger. Now, times are different. Now he didn't even put this pair of dogs in his eyes. Especially when he heard that Wang Long had booked one of the cheapest special rooms in order to save money, Lin Dong did not have anger, but only a strong disdain. In his eyes, this pair of dogs were like two clowns who had no money and came to a place like this to pretend to be big spenders. Yoo-hoo, Feng Shui, if it isn't your hangdog ex-boyfriend. Why is he here too? Wang Long had just walked to the front desk and pulled out his bank card when he spotted Lin Dong standing next to him, dressed in a ground floor eye. Immediately, he grunted coldly and shook his head. Lin Dong, you can't be still wanting to win back Feng Shui and deliberately stalking her to beg for a reunion, right? I advise you to die of this, you and Feng Shui aren't even from the same world. Also, there's one thing she might not have told you. Wang Long said this and directly wrapped his arms around Feng Shui's slender waist. It made the latter blush and feel uncomfortable. Wang Long, what are you doing? Everyone is watching. What's wrong with watching? You're my woman, what's there to be afraid of? Wang Long snorted coldly, his eyes showing a hint of perversion and madness. Feng Shui is with you, and it's all because of the mission set by my old man. From start to finish, you're a green turtle. Wang Long sneered and hugged his arms, full of anticipation for something. As a result, from start to finish, he did not see the slightest bit of anger on Lin Dong's face.
In the next moment, there were even two beauties who came up and wrapped their arms around one of Lin Dong's arms respectively with an incomparably intimate look. The words were filled with disdain and disgust for Wang Long.
Brother Tung, who is this guy? He's got a fat head and a dirty mouth. How dare he call you a loser? I'm afraid he hasn't woken up yet, right?
Yeah, it's ridiculous to come out and humiliate people without taking a piss and looking at yourself.
Chapter 17, The Presidential Suite. What?
For a moment, the air was suddenly quiet. Wang Long and Feng Shui stared blankly at the two beauties who threw themselves at Lin Dong. In their eyes, Lin Dong was a stinking beggar from the countryside, a licking dog who had been tricked.
But now,
two enchanting and charming big beauties, whose posture was still above Feng Shui, even took the initiative to fall back.
Even a little bit of jealousy. How do you expect them to believe that? Wang Long's forehead veins rippled as he directly revealed Lin Dong's old self. I say, you two beauties, you're not mistaking me for someone else, are you?
This guy's name is Lin Dong, and he's a smelly hanger-on with cleaner pockets than his face.
You must have been fooled by him. Feng Shui also nodded deeply.
At the same time, the eyes that looked at Tingting and Bai Yuqing showed a hint of mischief.
Oh, watch your mouth, you're the one who stinks of hangers-on. Yeah, you're the one who's blind.
A man like Dong who is both handsome and rich in gold can't be found in a lantern.
You can't compare yourself to him, but you can't spit on him.
It was Bai Yuqing who reacted quickly. Looking at Feng Shui's expression as she clenched her pink fists, she instantly guessed what was going on.
Oh, I see, it must be because you're envious and jealous that you're deliberately slandering Lin Dong, right? Nonsense, you fart. Wang Long was instantly furious.
Other people said he could, but only Lin Dong could not.
Obviously he was the one who greened Lin Dong. What did he have to envy? Calm down, calm down.
Wang Long let out a cold smile and forced himself to hold back his inner urges.
Lin Dong, you're such a coward, you only know how to hide behind women, aren't you going to say anything?
Hearing these words, Lin Dong coldly smiled.
Talking to people like you only wastes my time. What?
Wang Long froze for a moment. In the next moment, Lin Dong shook his head.
Anyway, I wouldn't go all the way to the Dynasty Hotel just to book a special room. Swollen face, really don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Hearing this, not only did Wang Long grit his teeth, Feng Shui's face was equally ugly. In the next moment, she could not bear it anymore and directly pointed at Lin Dong, saying, Lin Dong, I don't know where you found two vixens from to deliberately piss me off. However, let me tell you, no matter what you do, you can't get rid of the fact that you are a smelly hangman. Wang Long did book a special room, how about you? Who are you, a man who can't even shell out $200 and usually rides a bicycle to work, to talk big here? You can't afford to live there even if it's a special offer. After Feng Shui finished speaking, the air suddenly quieted down. Lin Dong was too lazy to explain. But when Feng Shui saw this, she thought that he had been broken down and was speechless, so she couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief. Fortunately, Lin Dong had not changed and was still a stinking beggar. I'm not blind to let a golden boy go myself. On the other side, Wang Long also found a trace of superiority. Although, he did not know what tactics Lin Dong had used to trick the two beauties. However, the aspect of making money, he is still very confident. In this lifetime, Lin Dong would never be able to surpass himself. Unexpectedly, just then. Hello Mr. Lin, your presidential suite has been processed, you can check in now. Presidential suite? Hearing those four words, Feng Shui's eyes directly widened. The smile on Wang Long's face also instantly froze. Put. Seeing the expressions of this pair of dogs that were worse than eating, Bai Yuqing and Tingting didn't hold back and directly ha. The smack in the face came too soon. On the front foot, Wang Long and Feng Shui were still taunting Lin Dong. The Dynasty Hotel wasn't a place he could come to whenever he wanted, and even if it was a special room, he couldn't afford to stay there. On the back foot, the receptionist delivers the killing blow. Invisible slaps to both men were red and painful. Mr. Lin, this is the room card for the presidential suite, the room is on the top floor. If you need anything, just call me, and enjoy your stay. The receptionist lady watched the fun and deliberately raised her voice so that Wang Long and Feng Shui could hear clearly. Okay, thanks. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised as he used two fingers to hold the housing card and flung it to Bai Yuqing in a very dashing manner. Be careful, don't lose it. After all, this is the kind of room that certain people can't afford to live in for the rest of their lives. You! Wang Long angrily pointed at Lin Dong, his face red with anger. In the end, not a single fart came out. Because, what Lin Dong said was the truth. The presidential suite at the Dynasty Hotel costs at least $50,000 for a one-night stay. For him, though, biting the bullet and getting it out. But it's too uneconomical. Feng Shui was also infuriated, and once she clenched her teeth and stomped her foot, she looked at Wang Long with hatred. Wang Long, I also want to stay in the presidential suite. What's the point of staying? Where does the old man have that kind of money? Wang Long was very upset and let out a cold laugh. Besides Feng Shui, you don't really think that Lin Dong is salty and suddenly has so much money, do you? What do you mean? Feng Shui frowned, suddenly realizing what was wrong. Ha!
Wang Long sneered at the corner of his mouth. Think about it, yesterday, Lin Dong was still riding a bicycle and eating instant noodles. Today, how could he be staying in a presidential suite? He must have swollen his face and taken out some kind of online loan. Either that, or he's tricking women into spending money on him and being a pussy-eating gigolo. As he said this, Wang Long glanced at Tingting and Bai Yuqing intentionally or unintentionally. It can be seen from the dress code that these two people often go to high-spending places and use the latest cell phones. Therefore, it was very likely that Lin Dong had fallen for two small rich women. Otherwise, why would he have given Bai Yuqing his room card in the first place? The more Wang Long thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Even Feng Shui revealed a disdainful look. Lin Dong, I was really blind to be with you in the first place. It's a shame that you don't work hard to earn money, but you're reduced to taking out online loans and becoming a duck.
Feng Shui sneered at Lin Dong for a while,
oblivious to the fact that she was cursing herself with every word she said. Noticing the growing number of contemptuous and unkind eyes around him, Lin Dong was about to be infuriated.
I say, Feng Shui, you two have too much imagination, don't you?
I, Lin Dong, no matter how shameless and skinless I am, will not sell my body for a bag or a cell phone.
This kind of person, I, Lin Dong, despise the most. Hearing this, Feng Shui's face swished red.
A look of annoyance at being poked and prodded.
Lin Dong, just keep talking tough. I just don't believe it, you've got what it takes to make money besides taking out online loans and being a gigolo. When the time comes, don't be unable to pay back the money and be forced to sell your blood. Alas. Seeing that Wang Long and Feng Shui were still persistent, Lin Dong felt that it was necessary to show them what it meant to be a true tycoon. Snap! Lin Dong let go of the two big beauties who were hugging him left and right and slapped his room card on the counter. The receptionist was a little confused. This man, he's not really broke and wants to check out, is he? Chapter 18, 1 month stay. I'm sorry sir, if you check out, we need to deduct 10% of the handling fee, that's $5,000, do you think it's acceptable? Who said I was checking out? So what are you? The receptionist was puzzled. Lin Dong smiled and pulled out a card once again. This time, it's a bank card. I heard that your hotel president is quite nice, I'll open a month to stay, and when I'm in the mood, I'll come over and sleep for 2 days. A month?
The receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief. It's $50,000 for one night's stay, that's $1.5 million a month. Converted into red-hot $100 bills, they can be stacked more than a meter high. What's more, from what Lin Dong said, it was just for driving around, not necessarily coming to stay every day.
Mr. Lin, are you sure you're not joking?
Upon hearing these words, the smile on Lin Dong's face gradually disappeared as if he had been provoked by something, and he said with a somewhat irritated expression, Do I look like I'm joking when you look at me like this? Or do you think I can't afford to spend it?
No, it's not.
The receptionist was so frightened that she hurriedly shook her head.
Please wait a moment, I'll check you in right now, and if you stay for a month in a row, you'll get a discount.
No, I'm most annoyed with any offer that's what it should be.
I have plenty of money, it doesn't hurt.
Lin Dong said with a serious face. If it were someone else who said such underhanded words, Tingting and Bai Yuqing would have been very contemptuous, thinking that the guy was sticking his nose into the scallion and pretending to be an elephant. However, Lin Dong was different. He's already raking in millions at Red Romance and Imperial KTV. A mere $1.5 million to stay in a hotel is a bit of an exaggeration, but it's really nothing. On the other hand, Feng Shui and Wang Long couldn't sit still. Lin Dong, almost enough, there has to be a limit to pretending. Wang Long's expression was a bit unnatural, and he snorted, If you check out now, you'll lose up to $5,000, if you persist, people should call the police to arrest you.
Wang Long, what do you care?
You can't spoil this kind of person, you have to teach him a lesson.
Feng Shui, on the contrary, was watching the fun.
In her eyes, Lin Dong was still the same smelly beggar that she had called around. Even if you fall for two rich women, it doesn't change anything. If a night passed and Lin Dong could even shell out $1.5 million, she gouged her eyes out.
Also, let's hide far away, I think, this guy has mental problems. Wang Long nodded repeatedly and brought Feng Shui to stand a little farther away.
Not only the two of them, but other passers-by also stopped and waited for a good show. Just then the lady at the front desk started to swipe her card. A few moments later, a small ticket was successfully punched. This meant that the transaction had been completed and that Linden did have that much money on his bank card.
How is that possible? Feng Shui stumbled and almost didn't stand still. Sorry to disappoint you.
Lin Dong smiled lightly with a cloudy expression and signed his name on the small ticket in passing. Mr. Lin, this is your room card and bank card, please keep them. The receptionist respectfully handed over the room card and bank card. In this instant, Feng Shui's face turned pale to the extreme. For a moment, she only felt countless contemptuous, teasing gazes looking over. At the same time, the watching crowd of eaters on the side were talking about it.
This handsome guy's name is Lin? How come I've never heard of such a person in Tianhai before?
$1,100,000 is enough to buy a house, and he only uses it to stay in hotels.
I don't understand the world of the rich.
The crowd murmured, feeling more and more that Lin Dong was unfathomable. At the same time, his eyes teasingly looked at Wang Long and Feng Shui. For these two, only special rooms are available. They're the hangers-on, they're the ones who don't deserve to be at the Dynasty Hotel.
Feng Shui, pinch me, I'm not dreaming, am I? Wang Long shivered and opened his mouth, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. More accurately, the whole body was trembling. To his death, he had never imagined that the hangman, who had once been trampled under his feet, had transformed himself into a rich man. However, what he didn't expect even more was that Feng Shui completely ignored him. At this moment, was softly looking at Lin Dong, twisting and biting her lips. Oh! Seeing this expression on Feng Shui's face, Lin Dong instantly guessed what she was trying to do and could not help but sneer in his heart. There are only two words for this kind of woman, in her bones. Worship gold. She could hook up with Wang Long for money. Now, also for the sake of money, he could cut himself off from Wang Long and throw himself at him. For so many years, one's wholehearted devotion was simply a meatbag with no return. In the next moment, Lin Dong suddenly developed a hint of bad taste and beckoned towards Feng Shui. There's nothing special about me, I'm just nostalgic. There were a lot of things I didn't do right in that previous relationship, too. If I'm given another chance, I'm going to cherish that girl. Even if it costs her more money, I'm willing. Hearing this, Tingting and Bai Yuqing were moved to tears. They had truly seen how Lin Dong had squandered money like dirt. Transferring a reward to yourself is all about pressing zero with your eyes closed. Lin Dong, I believe in you. Dong, me too, I want to be with you for the rest of my life. Aha!
Tingting and Bai Yuqing exerted all their strength, itching to rub their entire body into Lin Dong's body.
A bunch of men looked at it with their blood boiling, and they couldn't even think of not being cocky.
On the other side, Feng Shui also couldn't help but have her eyes reddened and flooded with a little bit of tears. Lin Dong, I'm sorry, it was all my fault before.
Now, I know it's wrong. Can you give me a chance for us to start over? I must love you more than everyone. Have you forgotten the vows we made at the beginning? Holding the hand of your son and growing old with him.
Feng Shui spoke slowly with a sobbing voice, word by word. Lin Dong could not help but recall all the things that had happened with her, as well as the various small gifts that he had painstakingly prepared. However, the more Lin Dong reminisced, the icier his eyes became as he looked at Feng Shui.
In the beginning, one couldn't even hold her hand.
Behind her back, she and Wang Long were playing any position.
Now, she's playing the emotional card with herself? That's hilarious. Feng Shui didn't realize that the more she said, the more wrong she was.
From start to finish, Lin Dong never wanted to get back together with her.
Feng Shui, what are you talking about? I'm still here, do you think I'm dead? The other side.
Wang Long really couldn't listen anymore and yanked on Feng Shui's hand, trying to pull her back.
This woman, too, is too realistic. Seeing that Lin Dong has money, you want to get back together with Lin Dong? What do you take him for? Wang Long, let go. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other, we're broken up.
In the next second, Feng Shui shook off Wang Long's hand with force, her expression resolute. The latter was dumbfounded, his eyes whiter than copper bells, his eyes full of disbelief.
What did you say? Chapter 19. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Feng Shui wiped away her tears with a disgusted expression. You're dawdling over a special room, and you don't even have me in mind. Now that I have a better choice, not only do you not bless me, you try to stop me and make me suffer with you, you don't love me at all. Ahem.
Upon hearing these words, Lin Dong almost failed to tense up. In the past, why didn't he see that Feng Shui had so many great ideas? Great potential to become a little blue book blogger. At the same time, the eyes that looked at Wang Long became more and more teasing. You like me? Now, it's old man green you. You. Wang Long was furious. Just when she wanted to make some kind of move, she saw Feng Shui feigning shock and stepping back, protecting her upper body. Wang Long, what are you doing? You still want to hit someone? After the set of operations, Wang Long was so angry that he almost went over his back. Feng Shui, you. Okay, old man roll. In the future, don't let me see you. Wang Long huffed and slammed the door. Feng Shui, on the other hand, did not even look at him and directly turned around, walking towards Lin Dong with affection. The gazes that looked at Tingting and Bai Yuqing were also filled with hostility. It was as if she was Lin Dong's main palace. These two women, they're just unapologetic mistresses. Lin Dong, forgive me. Okay? Feng Shui spoke softly and walked slowly. In the next moment, Lin Dong slowly extended his right hand. Feng Shui instantly cried pearly tears of gratitude. At the same time, it was as if she had seen the life of a paper-drenched noblewoman beckoning to her. The other side. Tingting and Bai Yuqing, on the other hand, looked as if they were on the verge of an attack, their expressions somewhat anxious. It never occurred to him that Lin Dong was still a love brain. It's possible to forgive this woman for being green. In the future, would there still be a place for them beside Lin Dong? Just then, Feng Shui had already walked up to Lin Dong and was about to throw herself into his arms.
Snap! A crisp slap suddenly rang out.
Feng Shui's brain buzzed and her mind went blank as she looked at Lin Dong with a dull gaze. Looking at Lin Dong again, he was slowly putting away his right hand with a cold expression.
Did I say I was giving you a chance? Self-indulgence. What did you say?
Feng Shui covered the left side of her face that had been reddened by the whip, her expression shocked. At the same time, he looked at Lin Dong in astonishment. Just now, he had clearly said that he remembered his old feelings and wanted to start over with himself.
Now, what's with the flip-flopping? Isn't it clear enough what I've said?
Lin Dong coldly smiled as he sized Feng Shui up from head to toe as if he was looking at an oddball. And every now and then he shook his head and sked. I did say, give the guy I like a chance.
But it was never said that this person was you? What makes a gold-digging, green tea whore, like you, who'll do anything for money, think that I'll ever like you again? Who gave you the courage, Queen Liang?
Lin Dong snorted coldly and opened his arms, wrapping the two big beauties on the left and right into his arms.
Don't be funny, big sister, and don't take a piss and look at yourself. Do you deserve it? What the old man is talking about is the two of them. You're the one who thinks you're running over here to fall on your sword. Beating you makes my hands dirty.
After saying that, Lin Dong shook his hands in mock disgust. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he asked the front desk for another wet wipe.
Now, is that clear?
For a time, throughout the Dynasty Hotel, everyone's eyes were focused on Feng Shui. More accurately, it was staring at her groundless face, frantically stifling laughter.
Relief. It's such a relief. That's the way to deal with such snobbish ES.
On the contrary, the expression on Feng Shui's face changed countless times in just a minute.
Surprise. Bewildered. Shocker. And then now irritated and red as a monkey's ass, he could not wait to find a crack in the ground. In order to hold on to Lin Dong's thighs, she stomped away from the money tree Wanglong. As a result, at the end of the day, people and money are lost. Thinking of this, Feng Shui couldn't hold it in any longer and cried with a wow. Lin Dong, you asshole. Don't regret it if you can.
Hearing this, Lin Dong almost laughed out loud.
He regrets it?
Bound to the system, he can't spend all his money.
Instead of going for a web star, turn around and go for a gold digger? No money for hard licking is understandable. Rich and licking, that's.
Lin Dong did not bother to talk nonsense and directly waved his hand as if he was chasing away flies.
Alright Feng Shui, don't pretend to shed tears. Who are you pretending to be pitiful for? That Wanglong hasn't gone far yet, it's probably not too late for you to find him now.
Go late and you can't smell the BMW exhaust.
What? Feng Shui jolted awake.
In the next moment, he viciously glared at Lin Dong and decisively turned around to leave.
Walked that fast without looking back.
In fact, she had no shame in staying on. People here looked at her like she was a circus clown.
Lin Dong, look at her, she looks like a dog eh?
That's right, it's still a falling dog.
Ha, people love to see the beating of a fallen dog.
Who told her to leave Dong blindly? You see I won't, I'm going to take care of Dong comfortably.
The two women did not miss any opportunity to compete for favor and pandering.
While saying this, he rubbed his arm against Lin Dong's arm as if no one else was around. Their bodies were already very hot, and with such a hard squeeze, one of the peaks was somewhat deformed. Lin Dong immediately sprouted a ball of evil fire and backhandedly wrapped his arms around the water snake waist of the two. That's what you said, so don't pretend to be reserved when you get to your room later. Lin Dong placed a kiss on each of their faces with an ambiguous expression.
Nasty. Go, haha. In full view of everyone, a man and two women walked straight into the elevator and headed straight to the topmost floor of the presidential suite. The other side. Dynasty Hotel parking lot. Feng Shui is pulling out all the stops to try and win back her love. Wanglong, listen to me, I really didn't mean it at that time. It's all because of Lin Dong, he's the one who lied to me, I was just momentarily haunted. Feng Shui cried with pearly blossoms and explained frantically.
However, throughout the entire process, there were only two words on Wanglong's face.
Oh. When you put it that way, is it, after all, my fault? Feng Shui bit her lip, not reacting for a moment, and surprisingly went along with him down the line. If you hadn't booked that special room, you wouldn't have. That's enough, shut the up. Snap. The next moment, another slap landed on Feng Shui's face. Before, Lin Dong hit the left side of his face. Now, Wanglong hit the right side of the face. Rather symmetrical. Wanglong, you hit me? Feng Shui stared at Wanglong with wide eyes in disbelief. Before that, Wanglong had some extraordinarily vulgar pet peeves though. But, never laid such a heavy hand on it. Hearing these words, instead of pitying him, Wanglong became even more irritated. Beat you? I'm not only going to beat you, I'm going to beat you so bad your mom won't even recognize you. Snap. Two more loud slaps. It directly knocked Feng Shui off her feet. Then, Wanglong didn't feel relieved enough and kicked Feng Shui in the stomach again. Chapter 20. Ah. Inside the parking lot, scream after scream rang out.
In less than a moment's work, Feng Shui, who originally still had a few moments of good looks, completely broke her face. Not only was his face swollen like a pig's head, but his body was even more bruised and purple, as if he had suffered domestic violence.
Bah! You deserve it.
Wan Long spat a mouthful of phlegm at Feng Shui, his expression full of disgust.
The latter's bowels are green with remorse.
I don't know if I regret what I did, or if I regret having one less cash cow in the future.
In the meantime, Dynasty Hotel, top floor presidential suite.
Lin Dong, I'm going to take a shower first.
I want to wash too, wait for me. Tina and Bai Yuqing giggled and walked into the bathroom.
Lin Dong watched the two figures looming through a layer of blurred glass door.
His grandmother, isn't this forcing me to commit a crime? You're all going to take a shower, don't I have to? That's not good.
A bad smile appeared on Lin Dong's face as he walked to the bathroom door.
Then, barged right in. Ah! Two screams rang out.
Soon the bathroom was in springtime. Detected the host completing a special mission, nightly defense of two women. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $1 million. Another hidden quest that brings in $1 million. However, right now, Lin Dong had no time to care.
What time is it?
In a daze, Lin Dong rubbed his eyes and fumbled to pick up his cell phone. Seeing the large number 14 on the screen made me realize it was afternoon.
Snap!
Just then, a small white jade foot rested on his chest. Even the crystal toes with nail polish were visible. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Turning his head to look, Ting Ting and Bai Yuqing were lying eastward on the bed, not yet awake.
Snap!
Lin Dong slapped his hand over.
Get up and stop pretending. Phew! Was expecting a response. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuqing slept like a dead pig and didn't react at all. It was enough to see that it had been tossed around by Lin Dong. Tina was no better, she couldn't keep her eyes open.
Lin Dong let out a bitter smile with some helplessness.
It seems that one is still too strong.
Two women had completely failed to satisfy him.
You guys get some sleep, I'm going to make a phone call.
Lin Dong put on his clothes, slowly got up and walked to the living room. I have to say, the presidential suite is just not the same.
Not only does the decor and furnishings reveal understatement and luxury at every turn, the view is unparalleled.
Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can overlook half of Tianhai City. Lin Dong picked up his cell phone and dialed a string of numbers.
As a result, no one responded after waiting for half a day.
Also, at this hour, Mom and Dad should be out working and have no time to answer the phone. When he thought of his parents, who were far away from his home in the county, still working hard and saving money, Lin Dong could not help but have a sour nose. He had been in Tianhai City for 7 or 8 years, and he hadn't made a name for himself at all. It was so hard to find a girlfriend, spent so much money, and was thinking of taking her home to make her parents happy.
As a result, in the end, it's also a waste.
Now that he has money, he wants to make it up to his parents so that they can live a good life and enjoy all the glory.
Phew!
Lin Dong let out a deep breath and opened the banking app on his phone, preparing to transfer a sum of money back. At first, he directly pressed 6 zeros, or $1 million. However, upon careful consideration, Lin Dong shook his head again. Parents have always been honest, all of a sudden received $1 million, not to say scared half to death, but also think that they are engaged in some kind of illegal business. After Lin Dong reconsidered, he decided to transfer $100,000 first.
Big deal, just say you won the lottery and let them be happy too. After filling out the information, enter the payment password. Results. Payment failed. Payment failed. Still payment failure. With 3 tips in a row, Lin Dong was directly dumbfounded. Could it be, is there something wrong with the system? The $10 million that he just got, and hadn't even warmed up yet, disappeared in place?
Thinking of this possibility, Lin Dong could not help but feel a chill run through his body. Then, it was a rush to check the balance. It wasn't until after he saw the string of zeros that he breathed a sigh of relief.
Phew, that scared the hell out of me. Fortunately, a false alarm. The reason why the transfer failed was also because he spent too much yesterday and was temporarily limited. It can only be resolved by walking to the bank in person. It's not too late to get this settled while the bank is still open.
Lin Dong had always been thunderous, doing what he wanted to do when he wanted to do it.
Squeak! The door to the room opened.
After glancing at the 2 girls who were still sleeping, Lin Dong slowly walked out. As he left the hotel, a group of staff members even gave him a respectful greeting. Directly booking a presidential suite for a month, everyone knows that Lin Dong is very uncomplicated.
Naturally, he was given VIP level treatment. Come to the parking lot and get in the Primera. Buzz.
One button starts and the engine comes to life with a familiar roar.
Lin Dong was refreshed from head to toe and his vanity was greatly satisfied. Then, with a kick of the gas, the Primera took off instantly. Not long after, Lin Dong arrived at the entrance of a nearby bank.
Lin Dong parked his car casually and walked inside with a big grin. As expected, at this point, the bank was just about crowded. A group of grandparents were in the front of the line. Lin Dong had no choice but to receive a number and wait obediently.
187. Please proceed to counter 1.
After waiting for half a day and almost falling asleep, Lin Dong heard his number in a daze. He hurriedly got up and sat down in front of counter number 1. He was greeted by a middle-aged woman who looked full of impatience.
What business? I have a limit on my bank card and would like to withdraw the transfer amount.
Oh. The middle-aged woman nodded, took the bank card and checked it out, casually asking, "The transfer limit on this card of yours is currently $10,000 per day, how much do you want to mention?" Lin Dong thought for a moment and said tentatively, "Why don't we just mention 10 million to see if it doesn't work and then add
more?" Oh, 10 million. Wait, how much?
The middle-aged woman froze. Then the eyebrows went up.
You're making fun of me in the middle of the day, aren't you? And $10 million, hilarious. Chapter 21, A Dog's Eye View of a Man. The middle-aged woman's face instantly fell.
Through the glass window, he sized up Lin Dong from head to toe. The sight of his whitewashed jeans was a further moment of contempt.
These days, there's really something for everyone. Mention 30 or 50,000 even. $10 million? Are you worthy?
It's annoying enough to go to work day in and day out, and then to come across this oddball.
What a breathlessness.
Lin Dong frowned slightly as he sensed that the other party was a little impatient. However, there was no immediate seizure. After all, he was waiting to transfer money to his parents.
So, with patience, he asked, what process do I need to go through? Or do I need to show my papers?
After saying that, Lin Dong was about to take out his ID card. Never in a million years, the saleswoman didn't even bother to lift her head and just waved her hand.
Can't do it, go wherever you like, don't hold us up here. Can't you see how many people are waiting back there? $10 million, why don't you say 100 million?
When she finished, the saleswoman pressed the end button and went straight to calling the next person.
What did you say?
Lin Dong frowned and did not get up. Others, however, were outright hyped. They had witnessed the entire process, and instead of feeling that the salesman was at fault, they thought that Lin Dong was holding everyone up. A middle-aged man with the appearance of a small boss had a bad tone and directly walked up, tapping his shoulder.
Hurry up and get up, don't occupy the pit.
Several grandparents followed and helped. If you want to touch a car, go somewhere else.
The bank is not the place for you to be wild, and you can't blackmail.
That's right, quite a big handsome guy, why don't you have any pussy?
Open your mouth for $10 million, if you really have $10 million, you will come here to line up?
With this poor look, it's a blessing to be able to come up with $10,000.
Hurry up and get up, don't hold us up.
For a while, Lin Dong became the target of a crusade and was sneered at. The salesman saw this and instead of stopping it, he had a sneer on his face.
See?
The eyes of the masses are shining.
I'm warning you, if you don't leave, I'm calling security.
Lin Dong's face was expressionless as he remained seated on the chair. Then, even more so, he slapped his bank card on the counter.
Why should I leave before the business is done? Today, I'm not going anywhere until you give me a raise.
Hearing this, the salesman was baffled for a moment. Obviously, it had not occurred to him that Lin Dong was still a tough guy. She then yelled directly afterward. As you can see, it's not that I'm not going to take care of your business, it's that this man is sticking around and wasting everyone's time.
At her provocation, the crowd once again became agitated. How can there be such people? Running to the bank looking for trouble and having nothing to do.
Oh, just look at him, I can tell he's a hobo, it's a safe bet he just got fired from his company and is looking for a place to go crazy. Where's the security guards? Hurry up and pull people away. In the midst of a loud noise, a middle-aged man dressed in greasy clothes came quickly. Glancing at the swarming crowd, he looked again at the salesman at the counter.
Chang, what's wrong?
Manager Wang, this man is looking for trouble. Once the salesman surnamed Zhang saw the savior coming, he immediately pretended to be pitiful.
Manager Wang froze. Usually, there are people who come to the bank unsatisfied with their business and make a fuss.
However, it was still the first one like Lin Dong who had upset everyone.
This gentleman, I wonder what kind of business you want.
Seeing that there was finally someone who could take care of things, Lin Dong directly said, "It's very simple, I want to withdraw the amount, and she won't do it."
Raise the amount?
Manager Wang frowned slightly.
Isn't this just a matter of filling out a form and clicking a mouse? Excuse me, how much would you like to mention? Not much, 10 million. $10 million? Manager Wang froze. Subsequently, it was always clear why the salesman did not do it for Linden.
Normally, withdrawals of up to $100,000 are handled by the salesman on the spot. If the amount is large, it is necessary to apply upwards and go through layers of approval before it can be approved. After all, not everyone has the credentials and assets to do so.
Manager Wang, listen to this, do you call what he said human? What happened to paying back $10 million? Who does he think he is to take $10 million? The salesman couldn't get enough of it and continued to add to it. The small boss from earlier was also a little dissatisfied and snorted coldly at Lin Dong. Don't daydream in broad daylight. My company's annual water flow is only tens of millions of dollars, so you're better than me? I know quite a few bigwigs in Tianhai as well. What nook or cranny did you pop out of? With this time, you might as well go to the construction site and move a few more bricks, at least you won't go hungry. Unlike now, where it's a disgrace. Looking at the small boss's condescending and aggressive attitude, Lin Dong was infuriated and laughed on the spot. You mean, I want to mention $10 million, or is it my fault? Of course. You can't use $100,000, not to mention 10 million. The little boss snorted with a sneer. This gentleman, I'm really sorry for the delay. I'll have security drag this man out right away and I'll take care of your business personally, just a moment. Manager Wang is also a snob. As soon as he heard that the little boss knew many big shots, he immediately greeted them with a smile. As the saying goes, many friends make a difference. Their bank loves quality customers like small business owners. Maybe, get a loan at their bank. Hearing this, the little boss became even more pleased. Holding his arms, he looked down at Lin Dong, who was relying on the front of the counter as if he was looking at a clown. In this world, money is the master. Cats and dogs like you are not even qualified to talk to me. Seeing this expression on his face, Lin Dong only wanted to sneer. He kind of understood what it meant to be dog-eyed. So, if you can't do it for yourself, you can grovel for that little boss? The manager even served him personally. Interesting. Thinking of this, Lin Dong finally lost all patience and once again pushed the bank card into the glass window. This time, however, it's no longer a withdrawal. Tell you what, I'm not going to raise the limit, just take all the money out of the card. By the way, it's going to be cash. Hearing this, the little boss let out a cold laugh of disdain. It's kinda like that to pretend. And cash, is there $10,000 in the bank card? Manager Wang didn't want to waste time and directly urged the salesman. Xiao Zhang, if he wants to withdraw the money, you do it for him, and hurry up and send the people away. I don't believe it, without the little money in his card, our bank can't play. In his opinion, in Lin Dong's card, it was only a few tens of thousands of dollars at the end of the day. Optional for banks. The salesman nodded and numbly tapped a few times on the keyboard. As a result, when he saw the string of numbers on the computer screen, he froze in place on the spot. Manager Wang couldn't help but urge her again when he saw her fidgeting. Come on, everyone's still waiting back there. Scripture, manager, why don't you come and take a look for yourself? It's not as if I'm blinking, is it? The salesman was in a trance, somewhat doubting his eyes. What do you mean? He really does seem to have over $10 million in his card. Chapter 22, Taking All the Money Out. What did you say? Manager Wang was stunned for a moment, suspecting that he had heard wrong. However, the expression on the businesswoman's face, who was so shocked that she couldn't speak, didn't look like there was a fake. Lin Dong's books really have more than 10 million. Gollum. Manager Wang swallowed deeply and a few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. The small boss behind him was unsure and urged, Manager, is it ready yet? Hurry up. This $800,000 transfer of mine needs to go through today. People have been waiting for half a day. The little boss deliberately mentioned a mouthful of $800,000. Afterwards, a glance was given to Lin Dong. I was expecting that the guy would know what to do and show some kind of embarrassing expression. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong acted as if nothing had happened and did not react half-heartedly. Even crossed his legs. No quality. The small boss grunted coldly, feeling more and more that this person was not to be ignored. Maybe, this kid has never seen so much money in his life and has no idea what $800,000 is. Wait a minute. Manager Wang's brow was furrowed and sweating. A wave of the hand at the little boss signaled for him to shut up. What did you say? The little boss froze. Then, in a bad tone, he said, let me wait for him, on what grounds? Is this how your bank serves quality customers? I warn you, if you upset me, in the future, I won't even do business with your bank. Now, at once, get my money out. The small boss followed Lin Dong's tone and wanted to give Manager Wang a hard time. However, the next scene made him directly dumbfounded. I told you to wait, don't you understand? Manager Wang turned his head and gave him a hard stare. Staring the latter right back in disbelief. Also, your 800,000 is nothing compared to this gentleman. You want to take it out, go ahead. Now, though, you'll have to wait for this gentleman to finish his business. After speaking, Manager Wang leaned over slightly and shushed Lin Dong. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin, for keeping you waiting. I'm going to process your withdrawal right now. Can I get you a glass of water? What? Looking at Manager Wang's arrogant behavior, the small boss was dumbfounded. The others were all wide-eyed, wondering why Manager Wang had suddenly changed his face. Could it be that Lin Dong really had $10 million? No, what do you mean? The small boss still couldn't accept this cruel fact. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Dong did not look like a multi-millionaire. Why should I have to wait and give him first dibs when it comes to me? I want to complain. Manager Wang remained very cold. You want to file a complaint, you'll have to wait until this gentleman finishes his business.
The small boss was disliked and his face was suffocated. Then, suddenly thinking of something, he forced himself to hold back. He wanted to see what Lin Dong was capable of that made manager Wang go out of his way to offend himself. The other side. The businesswoman's face was white and her hands and feet were shaking. She had worked in a bank for so many years, where she did not know clearly that a balance of $20 million on the card meant that Lin Dong's assets were definitely still above that. If he really followed Lin Dong's request and took out all $10 million, it would be a small mountain. Even they don't have enough cash reserves in this outlet. This time, she really kicked the bucket. Noticing that the salesman's expression was not right, manager Wang was also at a loss. She was then rushed out of the workstation. "Hello Mr. Lin, I'll take care of your business personally. Whatever, just take out all my money, in cash." Lin Dong did not eat his words. Just now, how much these people danced. Now, it's time to make them die as bad as they can. Isn't it true that you don't give yourself a raise? Well, then, he'll just take it all. Over $10 million. Let's see how long you guys get it together. This is really sorry Mr. Lin, just now it was our fault, we really didn't want to make things difficult for you. Let's put it this way, in the future, if you come to our bank to do business, you can look for me directly, and I will absolutely answer any request. There was a hint of pleading in manager Wang's tone. One could imagine how difficult Lin Dong's request had made it for him. If the bank lost such a big client because of him, he would definitely be disciplined. In more serious cases, you even have to roll up and get out. Thinking of the consequences, manager Wang almost pissed himself. Seeing this expression on manager Wang's face, the little boss was also instantly enlightened. Lin Dong wasn't just some hangman, but a hidden bigot. "Mr. Lin, we don't have that much cash in the bank. $12 million, can't come up with that in a short time. Why don't you reconsider? Taking less? 12 million. Hearing this figure, the small boss's body gave a jolt and almost fell to the ground. That's over a year's worth of running water for him. As a result, just the deposits in Lin Dong's bank card. And how horrible should his entire fortune be? Thinking of the cold and sarcastic comments he had just made to Lin Dong, the small boss could not help but feel weak in his legs and feet. If Lin Dong held a grudge against him and tried to find a way to retaliate, perhaps his company would not even be able to open. The other side. Manager Wang had a burst of kind words for Lin Dong and was close to kneeling on the spot. As a result, Lin Dong did not let up at all. "I said I'm going to take all the money out. Hurry up and don't waste time. And, as of today, I'm not putting any more money in your bank." "Then wait a moment, I'll ask the governor." Manager Wang had no choice but to tough it out and go to his supervisor for help. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled faintly. "Now you know to be afraid. Just now, weren't you arrogant? Today, I'm going to let you know what it means to be outside of people and outside of heaven." Day. A few moments later, a rush of footsteps sounded. Immediately afterward, a Mediterranean man came hurrying up. Behind him was manager Wang, who was also following in his footsteps. Before and after walking up to Lin Dong's face, Mediterranean instantly nodded his head in greeting. "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhao Jinming. I'm really sorry for the trouble we caused you because of our mistake, and I apologize on behalf of all the staff of the bank." The words fell, and the Mediterranean man bowed on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone froze in place, not daring to breathe. Normally, when they come to this bank to do business, which time they don't endure blank stares. If you're not careful, you'll also be disliked angrily. As for manager Wang, he was polite in front of the rich man. Never gave a good face in front of them ordinary people either. As for Zhao Jinming, he was a legendary figure. Their little amount of access money is not qualified to be received personally by a bank president. Never expected that this fat-head Mediterranean Sea Governor Zhao, the first time he saw Lin Dong, without saying anything, he bowed his head, so it can be said that he has given enough face. This made the crowd even more curious as to what kind of god Lin Dong was. Chapter 23 Transfers. It's over, it's all over. The little boss shivered and his forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Others may not be aware of the concept of what a bank president is. However, he deals with banks on a regular basis, but he knows all about it. Once the bank president holds a grudge, all future loans will not be good. People can kill you with just a couple of minor snags. Imagine needing to borrow $1 million and the bank only approves you for $500,000. $500,000 would be fine, but there's still a 6-month process to go through. By the time $500,000 arrives, the yellow flowers will be cold. When he thought that just now he had no eyes and was actually shady to Lin Dong, the small boss could not help but turn pale and could not wait to slap himself twice on the spot. And even more nervous than the little boss were the saleswoman and manager Wang. They're the ones who are really sitting on pins and needles, with chills running down their backs. As long as Zhao Jinming gave the word, they had to roll up and get out. Even being blacklisted. "Mr. Lin, look at." Zhao Jinming inquired tentatively. Although, Lin Dong was dressed in clothes that were all ground floor goods and did not look like a rich man in any way. But the facts are in front of us. A whole $12 million, just lying on the books. More importantly, Zhao Jinming also knew about Lin Dong's actions at the Dynasty Hotel last night through personal channels. How can someone who throws away money for 2 women and opens a presidential suite for a month only have $12 million? Maybe, it's just people's pocket money. Zhao Jinming looked far more and farther than manager Wang. That's why it's so low. Losing a big client is light, and if you get into trouble with any of the big boys, you won't know where to apologize and make amends.
You're the president of this bank?
Lin Dong smiled faintly and sized up Zhao Jinming with interest.
Nice haircut, pretty chic.
Hearing this, Zhao Jinming froze for a moment. Then, subconsciously, he touched his Mediterranean. Just then, Lin Dong's words changed.
It's just poor vision. How did you find such a bunch of dog-eared employees?
I was just trying to get a withdrawal business. Nice guy, giving me a snide comment.
Those who don't know think I've made some kind of mistake.
Lin Dong sneered as his eyes looked towards the saleswoman and manager Wang. All of a sudden, the bank was silent and dead. Manager Wang was even weaker in his legs and feet, barely able to stand still. Mr. Lin, I was wrong, I apologize. Please, be generous and forgive me this time. I promise I'll never make the same mistake again. He really didn't want to lose the job that had a head start and was raking in the cash. If he was not concerned about the crowd, he would be able to kneel in front of Lin Dong right now.
No need. The way I see it, you don't know you're wrong, you know you're afraid.
Lin Dong shook his head and did not intend to give him this opportunity.
Governor Zhao, just take out all the money for me as I said before. Please hurry, I'm in a hurry. Zhao Jinming's face turned blue. To withdraw that much money, you need at least a day's notice to apply to the head office. The head office then arranges for the transfer of the money and sends it under armed escort. By then, the head office will surely know what they've done. Surnamed Wang, look at what you've done.
The more Zhao Jinming thought about it, the angrier he got, and he reprimanded on the spot. I've explained 3 times that I don't look at people through colored glasses.
What an account manager, do you really think you're an onion? Do you realize how much trouble you've caused the bank and how much negative impact you've had? What a success! Manager Wang was scolded and didn't even dare to raise his neck.
He had never dreamed that Lin Dong, who looked so unassuming, would have so much money.
Governor, please, give me another chance. You get the hell out of here right now, as far away as you can. Zhao Jinming waved his big hand and pointed at the salesman inside the counter.
And you, off with him and don't come to work. Hearing these words, the 2 men turned pale as if they had died.
Mr. Lin, does this treatment seem satisfactory to you?
Zhao Jinming was in a much better mood after scolding him. Turning to look at Lin Dong with a different smiling face. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked Zhao Jinming up and down. He knew that this Governor Zhao was performing a bitter trick to ingratiate himself. It did, however, relieve him. Well, good. I suddenly don't need that much cash.
Okay, Mr. Lin, as long as you're satisfied. Zhao Jinming smiled and nodded. Then, personally enter the counter and sit down at the computer.
Mr. Lin, I'll handle your withdrawal right now, as much as you want.
Seeing this scene, the crowd could no longer remain calm. Since when are banks so humble that they require the president to conduct business in person? However, once they thought that this person was Lin Dong, everyone was relieved again. $12 million is worth the governor's time. Alright, Mr. Lin, I've already raised the transfer amount to 100 million for you, is that alright with you? It's not bad, trouble Governor Zhao. No trouble, it's an honor to serve you.
A few moments later, under Zhao Jinming's respectful escort, Lin Dong walked out of the bank with great generosity. Looking at the Porsche Panamera with 5/8 on the license plate, Zhao Jinming was even more determined that Lin Dong was not simple.
A long breath followed. Luckily, I reacted quickly enough to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, it really offended Lin Dong. The other side. After coming out of the bank, Lin Dong immediately transferred the account to his parents.
As a result, just as he put down his cell phone, a call came in.
Son, are you crazy? Suddenly transfer us $100,000, where did you get so much money? Your father is going to be scared to death.
The one who called was Lin Dong's mother, Li Xiuqin. Saw the bank to the account text message, Li Xiuqin thought he was blurred, rushed to Lin Dong's father, Lin Xianxian called together to see. It was better if he didn't look at it, but when he did, he almost scared Lin Xianfang out of his heart.
Then came the call. Mom, did you get the money? Son, tell Mom honestly, where did you get all this money?
As she spoke, Li Xiuqin's voice trembled.
You're not breaking the law, are you?
I saw on TV that a lot of people go to Burma to engage in fraud, you must not go astray. Lin Dong laughed bitterly and said somewhat helplessly, Mom, people are cheated in Maine, I transferred money to you, if I want to cheat, it's also me who cheats others. It's not okay to lie to people, so hurry up and give them their money back. I'm kidding. Lin Dong helplessly said, I recently negotiated a large order, and this money is a bonus from the company. My son is making a good living now, and in the future he'll be able to make more, so that you can have a good life.
Really?
Li Xiuqin was still a bit unconvinced.
So there's a fake?
Lin Dong cried and laughed a little. Don't worry guys, this money is clean, don't worry about spending it.
Chapter 24. Whoever wants to be in this class will be in it. Only after Li Shouqin confirmed it again and again did she hang up the phone. Pity the world's parents. I thought that my parents would be happy to see so much money.
As a result, the first thing that comes to mind is worrying about yourself.
And think about that feng shui. It's like a heaven and a hell.
No, she doesn't even deserve to be compared to her own parents. Just as Lin Dong was lamenting, another call came in. Picking it up, it was the company supervisor calling.
Hey, Lyndon? What are you doing? You didn't show up for work this morning, you can't get through on the phone, do you still want the job? If you can do it, if you can't, get out. This supervisor was called Lu Haichao and was Lin Dong's top boss.
Previously, it had been at odds with Lin Dong. Seeing as he's a bully, he often makes him work late and bring breakfast. Every time Lin Dong asked him for overtime pay or meal money, Lu Haichao would push back. He also threatened Lin Dong that if he dared to talk too much again, he would directly fire him. Anyway, three-legged toads are hard to find, and two-legged cows and horses are plentiful.
Lyndon thought about quitting countless times.
However, when he thought of having to pay for Feng Shui's high spending, he had to hold his tongue. Last night, after breaking up with Feng Shui and obtaining the system, Lin Dong directly put the matter of going to work behind him. Neither noticed that Lu Haichao had made dozens of phone calls to himself.
Lin Dong, I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Are your ears deaf or your mouth mute? Do I have to fire you before you'll make a sound?
Lu Haichao had an aggressive attitude, thinking that he had Lin Dong's lifeblood in his grasp, and spoke without any politeness. In his eyes, Lin Dong was a perfect punching bag of anger. Having to whisper and nod to yourself for the sake of your family and your life.
In the next second, Lin Dong finally spoke.
It's none of your business if I go to work or not.
What did you say?
Lu Haichao froze for a moment, not reacting for the first time, and thought he had heard wrong. When had Lin Dong dared to speak to him in such a tone?
This Thai class is for anyone who wants it, I'm not serving.
I don't want that crappy paycheck, I don't want it either, save it for an urn for your mom and a funeral car for yourself.
You. On the other end of the phone. Lu Haichao's forehead veins rippled and his body trembled gently, obviously infuriated.
Seeing this scene, the rest of the company was stunned. It was the first time that they saw Lu Haichao being infuriated into this state.
Who the hell is that? Lin Dong, if you're capable, say it again. Go ahead.
Lu Haichao took his cell phone and yelled.
Unexpectedly, the next second, Lin Dong directly hung up.
Lu Haichao held a bellyful of fire and had nowhere to vent it. Originally, he was still thinking of spraying a few words against Lin Dong. As a result, people didn't give him that chance at all. For a while, Lu Haichao had no place to send his fire, his lungs were about to explode. It was also at that moment that someone in the company group suddenly bubbled up.
Is anyone there?
Someone glanced at the cell phone and realized it was Lin Dong, who hadn't come to work in the morning.
Soon, a good old boy knocked on the line. Lin Dong, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you come to work? Yeah, just now Supervisor Lu was shouting your name, you guys didn't have a fight, did you?
A word of advice from someone who's been there, bear with it for a while and take a step back.
It's hard to find work these days.
For a while, so many people were urging Lin Dong to bow his head and apologize to Lu Haichao.
But they don't realize that times are different today.
In the past, that Lin Dong was as tired as a dog for a $3,000 to $4,000 deadbeat salary, and he didn't dare to complain.
Right now, he's got over $10 million on his books. How can you still put up with that villain Lu Haichao calling around?
Soon, Lin Dong sent out several messages.
That dog Lu Haichao, I've had enough.
Old Zhang, Lu Haichao still hasn't paid you for the meal he owes you, right? Huang, at the last get-together, Lu Haichao said it was his treat, and as a result, you ended up paying the bill, right? And Sister Song, Lu Haichao tries to mooch off you every day, when I see him later, I'll have to give him 2 punches. A message appeared in the group.
The whole company instantly blew up. Is Lin Dong crazy?
All these words dare to be said. Although the surname Lu is unorthodox, if you offend him, you'll surely be put in small shoes.
When did Lin Dong become so brave? He doesn't want to quit and leave, does he?
Although, everyone hated Lu Haichao with a passion. But, for the sake of work, one has to compromise. Right now, seeing Lin Dong giving Lu Haichao a big scolding, they were shocked and at the same time felt out of breath and refreshed. Especially that Sister Song who gets her ass groped all the time. Even more so, he clenched his fist and hammered it twice into the air.
Starting today, I'm not taking this Thai class. Before you leave, send out a few red envelopes to celebrate.
Before the words left his mouth, several large red envelopes appeared in the group.
The crowd lapped it up.
After seeing the amount of the red packet, it was instantly unsettling.
I grabbed 500. I grabbed 606.
Such a large sum, Lin Dong is getting rich.
Boss atmosphere. Lin Dong's scolding is good, contraptions like Lu Haichao should be scolded more often. Bang! A loud bang came out of nowhere. The door to the supervisor's office was kicked in.
The crowd instantly shut up and were silent. Lu Haichao walked out from inside the office trembling, so angry that his whole body smoked and he couldn't walk steadily. He then gritted his teeth and sent a voiceover inside the group.
Lin Dong, you. Now, get your ass over here right now and get your stuff, you're fired. Ha!
Lin Dong smiled without anger and quickly responded.
Lu Haichao, it's not you who fired me, it's me who fired you. You continue to be your supervisor, master wealth freedom, do not serve.
After saying that, Lin Dong decisively retreated from the group, not giving Lu Haichao the chance to curse back at all.
Ah! Lin Dong, you deserve to die.
Lin Dong drove the Primera, humming a little tune while blowing a small breeze.
The group a retreat, the Lu Haichao phone a pull black. Linden was cool from head to toe.
It was as if, at last, the mountain of 5 elements weighing on the body had moved away. He himself is like the Monkey King, who rises up into the clouds and goes up to the sky.
As the saying goes, a man is only as good as his clothes. Now that we have the money, it's time to primp ourselves.
Thinking of this, Lin Dong drove his car and directly arrived at the Tianhai City Yida Shopping Center.
This is the biggest and hottest shopping center in Tianhai City.
Previously, Lin Dong and Feng Shui had come here. As a result, casually picking out 2 cosmetic items cost him a month's salary. I didn't apply it more than a few times before I ate the dust and threw it at the bottom of the table. At that time, Lin Dong was heartbroken.
For once, it's time to spend to your heart's content.
At the very least, it looks like it has to fit the status of a rich person to avoid causing some unnecessary trouble.
Chapter 25, Buying a Watch. On the first floor of the shopping center, it's cell phone card jewelry. All these things, he doesn't need. After thinking about it, Lin Dong came to the second floor and browsed the watch store. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches, cuties. Play with cell phones, hangers-on play with computers. In a sense, a car is a means of transportation. But a watch is a different story. With cell phones, watches have gradually become a symbol of identity and status. The higher the price, the more it emphasizes the owner's class. Besides, you can only drive on the road to pretend. Wear a watch that is worth a lot of money, but you can always pretend to fulfill your vanity. Patek Philippe Watch Boutique.
A young saleswoman frowned slightly when she saw Lin Dong walk in. There was no way around it, what Lin Dong was wearing was really uncomplimentary. With his level of spending, I'm afraid, he can't even afford the cheapest watch in this store. However, in the spirit of the principle that a guest is a guest, the saleswoman still smiled and went forward to greet them.
Hello sir, are you here to buy a watch? We have all styles of watches here. Look, which one do you need? The saleswoman inquired with a smile.
Patek Philippe, a brand known for its exquisite watchmaking skills, unique design style, and excellent performance, is favored by European and American aristocrats. It is the most luxurious watch brand in the world, if not one of them.
In a sense, a Patek Philippe can even make you fit into the upper class faster. Just look around.
Lin Dong did not panic and spoke lightly, his tone calm. With $10 million lying around in his bank card, he was confident that he could buy any of the watches here.
So, not at all timid.
Seeing this, the saleswoman did not say anything more and allowed Lin Dong to go around inside the store. However, there was not much expectation for Lin Dong to buy a watch. As he walked, Lin Dong suddenly stopped. A silver and white watch stood out in the glass window in front of him.
Crafted in stainless steel with a black dial and white gold rubber strap.
Both have the precision of a Swiss watch. It also has superior water resistance to depths of up to 100 meters. The key thing is that this watch is young and stylish looking, not dead like those gold watches before.
Hold this watch for me, please.
Yes, sir.
The saleswoman walked briskly.
As a result, after seeing that watch, his expression suddenly hesitated a bit.
Patek Philippe 6104 G001. Domestic sale price 293,8700. The slightest bump is a nuisance to them.
In case Lin Dong could not afford to pay for the damages, she could not afford the responsibility.
What's wrong? Something's wrong, isn't it?
Lin Dong frowned slightly.
The saleswoman hesitated for a moment, but finally, she took the watch out.
Just carefully admonished, sir, please be careful, this watch, there is only one in this store.
Good.
Lin Dong nodded. Then, very casually, it was worn on the right wrist.
Unsurprisingly, the watch fits his style perfectly. Laid back but not disheveled, humble but slightly flamboyant. Simply the perfect light luxury watch. That's the piece.
Yes, sir.
Wait, what did you say? The saleswoman froze. Close to $3 million for a watch, just to look at it and buy it straight away?
Before he could react, Lin Dong directly took out his bank card and slapped it on the counter.
Pack the watch box and stuff too, I'll put it in the car.
The saleswoman opened her mouth and wondered if Lin Dong was joking. She then stiffened up and swiped the POS.
As a result, the small ticket was a direct hit. Success, success?
The saleswoman kept both eyes open and looked a little dazed for a moment.
Just then, Lin Dong's impatient voice came from her ears. What are you waiting for? Do you think I can't afford it? No, wait a moment, I'll pack it for you right away. Soon, the saleswoman sent Lin Dong out respectfully. Until Lin Dong's figure disappeared into thin air, she had a strong feeling of unreality. From the time Lin Dong entered the store to the time he checked out, it took no more than 2 minutes in total. Where's this Cockney guy from that's so generous with his money, yet he's wearing a raggedy outfit? Could it be, is there some special fetish? On the other hand, after buying the watch, Lin Dong directly walked out of the shopping center to the parking lot. As a result, from a distance, I saw 2 women in cool clothes standing in front of my own Primera taking pictures. Even sitting on my butt on the front hood of the car. What are you two doing? Hurry up and get out of the car. Lin Dong's voice was somewhat sudden. Took both women by surprise. One of the women with glasses and a slightly chubby build had an unhappy expression and turned to look at Lin Dong, cursing, "What are you shouting for? You scared me to death." Next to her was a drained web slinger in a wrap-around skirt. At this point, it followed suit and helped. That's right, if you don't know, you'll think it's your car. What a nosy dog. Click. Click. The Netflix woman said as she took her cell phone and continued to take pictures. Instead of getting his butt off the front of the car, he sat higher and higher. Eyes, half the body was lying on it. When Lin Dong saw that, his anger bubbled up. He's either heartbroken about the car or he can't stand the fact that these people are acting like assholes with his car and calling themselves names in return. It's almost as if I don't know what I'm talking about. Get down, you guys, hurry up and get down. Lin Dong took 3 steps and walked to the side of the Porsche and was about to pull the netizen woman down. As a result, before the netizen woman could open her mouth, the glasses girl was unhappy first and directly stopped in front of Lin Dong. And pointed his cell phone camera at him. What do you want? I'm videotaping it. Watch out, we'll call the police, post you on the internet, and sue you for molestation. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong was almost infuriated and laughed. What am I doing? It's my car, I want to take it away, do I need your permission? Is this your car? The Netflix girl and the glasses girl froze for a moment at first. Afterward, he sized up Lin Dong from head to toe. This was followed by a proof of a smile and a look of disdain in his eyes. Don't be ridiculous, how can this car be yours? A stinking beggar who earns not enough in a lifetime for a cartwheel. Chapter 26, Feng Shui takes turns. Lin Dong was furious and laughed. If it's not my car, then whose is it? Of course it's ours. The Netflix woman hesitated and lied. Anyway, the owner of this car won't be here for a while and no one is poking around. Yours? Lin Dong looked the other party up and down with odd eyes. Yes, that's what my sisters bought. What, envious? Jealous? The glasses girl hugged her arms and skimmed her mouth disdainfully at Lin Dong. Originally, I just picked up the car today and was in a pretty good mood, but I didn't expect that I would run into a hanger-on like you, so it's really bad luck. That's just it. These days, there are really more and more schemes to sell insurance. I know that you want to use this tactic to get our attention, but it's a bit too clumsy, isn't it? Seeing that Lin Dong was speechless, the netizen girl and the glasses girl exchanged glances and thought that they had guessed the truth, with a smug look on their faces. As a result, in the next second, Lin Dong directly pulled out a key from his pocket. The 2 men's pupils shrank and their smiles froze. However, even so, they still did not believe that the car was Lin Dong's. Lin Dong didn't bother to argue and just fired it up. Boom! There was a roar from the jet Paramera's engine, like the hissing of a beast. Holy! The web slinger woman sitting on the front of the car was so startled that she almost fell over. The glasses girl also changed her face drastically and looked at Lin Dong with disbelief. It never occurred to me that this car was really Lin Dong's. You. Lin Dong lazily ignored the 2 and directly flashed his headlights. The 2 fairies finally came back to their senses. The expression on his face went from shock to embarrassment. Finally, it turned into a thirsty and ingratiating smile, one that pushed forward. The netizen woman also took out a QR code and smiled fawningly, wanting to add Lin Dong's contact information. Lin Dong's answer was also simple. Buzz. A foot on the gas and the Paramera took off. The wind and waves were so strong that they nearly blew the 2 fairies over. Unexpectedly, instead of making them disgusted by such a brutal and rude approach, Lin Dong. So handsome, simply my dream man, Prince Charming. If I had known I would have talked to him more. It's your fault for talking about people selling insurance. Bull, you weren't the one who sat on the front of the car first, why are you blaming me? The 2 fairies instantly flip out and fight over missing out on a rich kid. Ugh, women. Lin Dong glanced at the rearview mirror and found the 2 women fighting, and the corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a smile. Has he seen fewer women like this who love vanity and forget their own interests? Even if it was by Yuching and Tingting, Lin Dong was just playing around and would not give his heart. His true heart, long ago, shattered into crumbs outside the window of his BMW X5 last night. Gulp! Right at this moment, Lin Dong's stomach suddenly rumbled. He then realized that he had been busy all day and hadn't even had a bite to eat.
It would take at least half an hour to get back to the Dynasty Hotel, so I might as well find a restaurant close by.
Let me see if there are any upscale restaurants in the neighborhood. Juxianzwan, Roast Duck Place, Kyoto Japanese Restaurant.
Taihiyuan State Guesthouse, with a per capita consumption of 3,000, was once the site of a royal garden and boasts the strengths of the 8 major cuisines, as well as the cuisine of the world's finest dishes, specializing in the reception of foreign guests and business dinners. Lin Dong's eyes lit up and he nodded in satisfaction.
A luxury restaurant of this caliber is only fitting for his current status. Just go here. Boom! Another kick of the gas went down.
It didn't take long for the Primera to pull up in front of the Tahoe Park State Guesthouse. As soon as the porter saw the racy little car, he immediately waved and came trotting along.
Sir, welcome to our dining experience. Would you like me to park your car for you?
Lin Dong froze for a moment first. Subsequently, it occurred to me that the general upscale consumer places, there are valet parking business, do not need to do it yourself.
So be it, follow the customs and enjoy yourself.
Drip! Lin Dong was about to hand the key to the porter when an Audi A5 suddenly drove up behind him. The 2 men and 2 women in the car, who were blocked by Lin Dong, were originally still a little annoyed and irritated. However, once I saw that it was a Porsche Panamera, I swallowed that breath again. At the same time, there was the sound of a woman's exclamation.
Honey, this car is so handsome. It must be $2 to $3 million, right?
I saw one last time I went out with our boss. I think it was called some kind of Panamera.
Who drives such an expensive car? It can't be some Cockney, can it?
That's for sure. It's not uncommon for people who come to dine at the state guesthouse to be rich, and it's not uncommon to meet a few rich people.
The 2 women marveled in awe and their hearts soured.
I had thought that the husband I found was already considered rich. But it's still more than a head shorter in front of these really rich people. There's no way to compare. Hearing the 2 women's conversation, the only thing on the faces of the 2 men sitting in the front row, their boyfriends, were helpless in bitter smiles. Who let himself not be born in a good birth, and his family could only have enough to eat? In the next moment, their eyes suddenly widened and the bitterness on their faces turned into shock.
What the hell? Did I read that right? That guy who got out of the car, is that Lin Dong? What did you say? Our college friend, Lin Dong, the hick? Thanks. You're welcome, sir. It's an honor to park your car for you.
Lin Dong stepped out of the car and dashingly threw the key to the doorman. Then, headed straight for the front door. In a restaurant of the caliber of Thai Garden, there are high-definition cameras everywhere, so you don't have to worry about anything going wrong.
Even if anything goes wrong, they will be responsible to the end. Old school, old school. Just then, a shout came out of nowhere.
Lin Dong frowned slightly and stopped in his footsteps. The voice, it felt a little familiar. Looking back, it was 2 men walking toward him, greeting him very warmly.
You are. Look at you, what a nobleman.
I'm Sun Jianzhong, he's Hu Hao, we were college classmates. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. Then the names of the 2 men gradually came to mind.
Good, the 2 were indeed his college classmates.
Even Hu Hao was his housemate.
It's just that the relationship between them, it's not a good one.
At the beginning, Lin Dong and his class, a large part of the city people, each family is well off.
As a country boy, Lin Dong was rightfully ostracized.
Unlike Bai Yuqing, who kind of looked at people with colored glasses, Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao were all sorts of difficult and isolated towards him. Every time there was a class dinner or a dormitory dinner, Lin Dong would be deliberately omitted.
The homeroom teacher never notified Lin Dong of any explanation.
The most excessive time was when Li Xiuqin took 2 baskets of eggs to see Lin Dong. Originally, Lin Dong was thinking of distributing the eggs to his housemates to try. As a result, the eggs were broken and thrown into the garbage can by Hu Hao in the effort of going to the toilet. And that it was some kind of filth, that it was an eyesore to put there and polluted the dormitory environment.
Since then, Lin Dong cut himself off from them and became a transparent person in the class.
It would still be taunted, but never did anything in response.
I didn't realize that the wind and water had turned. The 2 people who had bullied themselves the most in the beginning, now, even took the initiative to come over to flatter themselves, with an incomparable fawning smile on their faces. It's just sad and ridiculous at the same time. Chapter 27, Have You Got a Girlfriend?
Lin Dong feigned a sudden realization as a wide smile appeared on his face. Although, that smile was as fake as it could be.
Gee, look at my memory, come to think of it. You're a cheap bastard, you're a rat. Bastard? Rat?
Upon hearing Lin Dong's term of endearment towards them, Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's faces changed slightly.
But again, don't dare roll your eyes.
Who let Lin Dong now developed, driving around in a Porsche Panamera?
Maybe, there are some noble people behind it.
The 2 had been out in society for so many years, and had long since developed the habit of looking at people. Before figuring out Lin Dong's bottom line, he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach.
Endure. Yeah, it's us. Old school, thanks for remembering us.
Of course I won't forget, after all, I went to school together for 4 years.
Lin Dong smiled and shook their hands, knowingly asking, "Why, you guys also came to Taihe Yuan for dinner?"
"Yeah, it's not like I just got paid and came to dash." Sun Jianzhong smiled somewhat awkwardly. This time, when he came to Taihe Yuan for dinner, he purposely put away $20,000 to $30,000.
Now, suddenly, it feels a bit out of reach. Ta-da!
Just then, two more people came down from the back of the Audi A5. A long-haired beauty in a tight black wraparound dress, with big eyes and a high nose, fair skin, and a size of 170. With the body of a car show model.
The other is not far behind. Dressed stylishly and with studs.
A V-groove so deep that two large thunders nearly burst the top half of the short sleeves. If the butt was a little bigger, it would be a perfect S shape. More importantly, the two girls had been curiously sizing up Lin Dong after getting off the bus. Even, deliberately touching his hair and winking in front of him.
There's drama.
Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but smile slightly.
These days, rich people are just popular with the opposite sex. How come I haven't heard that you have such a powerful old classmate? Don't introduce yourself yet.
Just then, the studded woman took the initiative to walk over and hooked Hu Hao's arm.
Hu Hao looked a little embarrassed.
Afterward, he came over next to the earring girl and whispered in a low voice, "Xin, he is the Lin Dong that I told you about."
Is he?
Su Xinyue's beautiful eyes were stunned, her expression surprised. As far as he could remember, every time Hu Hao brought up Lin Dong, he was always scoffing and making all sorts of disparaging remarks, using him to elevate his own status.
How is it not quite the same when we meet now? He's Lin Dong?
Next to Sun Jianzhong, the model woman Ning Fei Fei was also shocked. Obviously, had also heard bad things about Lin Dong from Sun Jianzhong's mouth. Looking at the two women's shocked eyes, as well as Sun Jianzhong's and Hu Hao's somewhat embarrassed expressions, Lin Dong instantly guessed that these two fellows definitely did not spend a lot of time behind their backs to denigrate and insult themselves. Originally, he had wanted to spare the two. After all, it's not necessary to keep holding on to things from college that have been so many years in the past. In hindsight, he was still too merciful. These two guys, after all these years of graduation, they still don't have a mouth on them. Well, don't blame yourself for giving them a hard time.
More crucially, these two women were both very much to Lin Dong's taste.
Thinking of this, Lin Dong immediately waved his hand and said generously, "Jianzhong, Haozi, we haven't seen each other for so many years, today I'll treat you to a good meal."
No need to save my money for me, it's the last thing I need right now. Really? Hearing this, all four of them lit up.
As the luxury restaurant with the highest level of consumption in Tianhai City, ordinary people passing by Taihe Yuan didn't even have the courage to look at it. Even Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao, who occasionally came here to spend money, did not dare to order more than a few dishes. However, if there was a treat from Lin Dong, the wrongdoer, they would have to open their stomachs and gorge themselves. Compared to Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's eyes, Ning Fei Fei and Su Xinyue were another expression. As a car show model, Ning Fei Fei is extremely sensitive to luxury cars.
Just now, she was also the one who stated the price of the Primera. Su Xinyue is even easier.
Originally, looking for Hu Hao to fall in love with him was to be a big shot.
Now that the even richer Lin Dong has appeared, what more is there to do with Hu Hao? Right now, she's figuring out how to kick her current boyfriend's ass. Then, a seamless transition to Linden.
Su Xinyue was not worried that Lin Dong could not see himself. Just now, she had noticed that the other party had stolen several glances at her giant thunderbolt. That look in his eyes, he couldn't wait to have something with her on the spot. Su Xinyue was confident that she could hook up Lin Dong with her own capital.
Great! Xin, haven't you always wanted the kumquat veal and Wellington foie gras from Thai Garden? Today, in Mr. Lin's honor, I can finally taste it.
Hu Hao licked his tongue, his expression excited. Su Xinyue secretly rolled her eyes.
Girlfriends are flying off the handle, and they're still thinking about taking advantage and eating good food. Old school, can I really order anything?
Taihe Yuan, in the luxurious private room. Sun Jianzhong grasped the gold-encrusted menu in his hand, and his hands were gently trembling.
Don't worry, it's been said that I'll be the host, so I'm sure I won't make you pay for it. Alas, I've had enough of the hard life before, and now that I'm rich, I can't help but enjoy myself? Ha ha.
Lin Dong grinned and purposely placed both of his hands on the table.
Hidden pulled upward on his sleeve.
Hu Hao often ran business and had poisonous eyes, and immediately recognized the watch on his hand.
Subconsciously, he blurted out, "Patek Philippe? Lin Dong, you're wearing this kind of watch now? It's a lot of money, isn't it?"
Ning Fei Fei and Su Xinyue often went in and out of high consumption places, and also knew that this watch was worth a lot of money, and immediately looked over with a surprised face. Lin Dong shook his head with a smile and said lightly, "Oops, not much money, just 2 million or so, just wearing it for fun."
2 million or so?
Hu Hao's expression changed slightly, and his eyebrows furrowed into a Sichuan character. He works outside in sales and only earns 20,000 to 30,000 a month for his hard work. Would have thought, had been the best of his age. As a result, he couldn't even afford the watch that Lin Dong wore.
This made Hu Hao a bit unable to accept it for a while. His expression is ugly as eating to the naked eye. Sun Jianzhong is also much worse. During his college years, he was the one who had a good family and was a top student. And as a result, became class president. Sun Jianzhong used the position of class president to suppress Lin Dong both explicitly and implicitly. After graduation, when he heard that Lin Dong only earns 3,000 a month, he even openly mocked. Why don't you just go back to the countryside and come to the big city if you don't have any skills? Now, whether it was the luxury car Lin Dong drove or the watch he wore, it made Sun Jianzhong ashamed of himself, and his face was hot and painful. This guy, how the hell did he get developed? Without a word, suddenly you're rich. Hubby, this classmate of yours. Oh no, it's Mr. Lin, does he have a girlfriend? Just then, Su Xinyue giggled and inquired half jokingly, half seriously. Chapter 28, Drunkenness. Hu Hao nodded and immediately responded. Of course I looked for it. Lin Dong's girlfriend is called Feng Shui, she's so pretty. I used to secretly go through his circle of friends and get all kinds of eye candy. You, eat your bowl and think of the pot. Ha, back then, wasn't it you yet? Su Xinyue twisted Hu Hao, but her eyes had a hint of gloom. Sure enough, rich men are never short of women around them. Beside her, Ning Fei silently sighed as well. Originally, she had thought of getting on the Primera to experience the experience and let Lin Dong take her for a ride. Now it looks like there's no chance. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly shook his head. Hey, don't mention it. That woman, who went behind my back to find a wild man, has now broken up. What? Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao froze violently. This Feng Shui, is her brain kicked by a donkey? You don't want to let go of Lin Dong, who is handsome and golden and has an unlimited future, and go out to look for a wild man. After the shock had passed, a touch of gloating passed over Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao's faces again. These days, rich people are still green. For a moment, the two men found a slight psychological comfort. Unbeknownst to them, their girlfriend's eyes instantly glowed green when they heard that Lin Dong was single. It's like a cat spotting a mouse, a hunter stalking his prey. Ugh, what a shame to meet such a woman. Yes, Mr. Lin, don't be sad, it's hard to find a three-legged toad, there are plenty of two-legged women. Ning Fei and Su Xinyue, one on the left and one on the right, offered all sorts of kind words of comfort. That looks like two sweet little coats. When Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao saw it, they had some bad taste. When did his girlfriend become so caring? Normally, but they spend their money and use them as servants. In contrast, Sun Jianzhong wasn't too worried. After all, Ning Fei had been a car model for so long and had seen many rich people. Bosses who want to adopt her can be lined up abroad. As a result, they were all rejected by Ning Fei. Thinking of this, Sun Jianzhong ate a piece of foie gras without haste. The flavor of the outside and the inside was a great shock to his tongue and made him feel good from head to toe. I have to say, rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. The other side. Hu Hao's brain wasn't very bright, and he hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Still calling Mr. Lin with every word. Mr. Lin, is it convenient for you to reveal what kind of business you do to earn so much money? We're brothers in the same dormitory, we can't afford to be outgoing. A dormitory? And brothers? Yuck. Thinking of what Hu Hao had done, Lin Dong inwardly laughed coldly. Don't you want to ask for tips on how to make money? Come on, let's talk about it with some sincerity. Waiter, serve the wine. What? Hu Hao froze for a moment, not understanding what Lin Dong meant by this. At that moment, two young and beautiful waiters came with several bottles of Moutai. Lin Dong was still not enough and ordered a few more bottles of vodka and red wine. Here, this much wine, shall we drink it? Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong looked at each other. Normally, they drink when they run their business. However, it is rare to drink such a high number of wines. Drink it, it doesn't cost you guys anything anyway. Lin Dong said indifferently, as long as you are happy with your drink, in the future, I will bring you all together to make money. Hearing this, Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong's eyes straightened immediately. As a man, why wouldn't they want to make a lot of money and spend it all? They don't really think that there is anything wrong with their abilities. I just feel that there is a lack of an opportunity to be promoted by someone. Although, pleasing Lin Dong felt a little awkward. But, these days, who has a problem with money? Big deal, when we make enough money, we'll kick Lin Dong out. Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong glanced at each other and felt more and more that Lin Dong was a little cutie. Surprisingly sharing the secret of making money to outsiders. It would be a shame not to slaughter such a big fat sheep. Lin Dong, Mr. Lin, no, Brother Dong, let me toast you. The previous things have much offense, in the future, what command, just open your mouth, brother will definitely saddle for you. And me. Brother Tongue, don't worry about me. Here, it's all in the wine. In a short while, the two of them were red with drink. Logically speaking, Lin Dong had drunk even more than them, and should have been confused and lying at the bottom of the table a long time ago. However, he was still smiling and pouring drinks for both of them as if nothing had happened. Just then, Lin Dong glanced at Ning Fei and Su Xinyue and poured a glass of Romane Conti with a smile. The two beauties don't just eat the food. This bottle of wine costs $60,000 to $70,000. Don't you want to taste it? $60,000 or $70,000? Hearing this number, Ning Feifei and Su Xinyue were a bit surprised. After thinking about it, they politely took it. Completely unnoticed, a hint of cunning flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. After waiting so long, the fish finally took the bait. Come on, finish this one, there's 3 more to go. 3 isn't enough, 3 more. Inside the luxurious private room of Tai Yuan, delicacies and wine were served. It's not just a restaurant, but also a KTV, a chess room, and a billiards hall. At this moment, Lin Dong picked up the microphone and sang. The song's sudden self was sung and instantly gained a huge round of applause. It's so good, I feel drunk all over. Dong is really deep. 4 years of college and I didn't even know that you sing so well. Hiccup. Hu Hao was so drunk and red in the face that he hadn't forgotten to kiss Lin Dong's ass. It shows how much he wants to make money. Sun Jianzhong is a little less drunk, and he has already slumped on the table, unconscious. As for the two beauties, it was better. Lin Dong did not intentionally fill them with alcohol, keeping them in a state of slight intoxication. He didn't like getting drunk and picking up corpses. That would be a total waste and spoilage of food. Brother Dong, you're practically a singing god, teach me sometime. The voice that made people tingle came. Su Xinyue, topped with 2 masses of plumpness, did not know when to sit next to her, and took the opportunity to grab the microphone to deliberately rub against Lin Dong's arm. It's soft, it's big, and most importantly it's round. Lin Dong glanced at it. Hu Hao followed suit and fell head over heels after finishing the last glass of Mao Tai. No wonder, Su Xinyue was so bold to come and seduce herself. I have to say, it was exciting. Teaching you to sing is certainly no problem, but I do charge tuition. But people don't have money. Su Xinyue put on a pitiful look and while beaming, she grabbed Lin Dong's right hand and placed it directly on the mountain peak. It was through his clothes, but it felt excellent in his hands. Lin Dong froze for a moment. I didn't expect the woman to be so wild. Ahem, that's not good hin. You're Hu Hao's girlfriend, and he and I are brothers. As the saying goes, a brother's wife is not to be trifled with. Lin Dong coughed twice and took the opportunity to withdraw his hand. Su Xinyue was dumbfounded. She clearly felt that Lin Dong squeezed hard when he put his hand up. I had thought that I would be able to have a deeper conversation right away. As a result, the other side actually withdrew? For a while, Su Xinyue was very unwilling. Oblivious to the fact that this was Lin Dong's desire to escape. Chapter 29, I'll give you $100,000. Xin. Right at this moment, Ning Feifei, who was next to her, couldn't stand to watch some of it. Even though she was a car model, she usually didn't have much contact with rich people. However, it is never like Su Xinyue, who sells her color and takes her body to be backward. Most importantly, Hu Hao was right next to him. By doing so, Su Xinyue had already violated Ning Feifei's moral bottom line. How can you do something like this without backstabbing someone? What's wrong, Fifi? Is something wrong? No, it's fine, I'm going to use the restroom, you guys eat. Ning Feifei sighed somewhat helplessly, eyes not seeing, lifting up her 2 slender legs and staggering towards the door. Leaving an evocative and pretty back. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and was rather disdainful inwardly. This woman, who usually scratches her head and shows off her body in front of the camera. Now, instead, it's loaded. Originally, Lin Dong still wanted to go along with the situation and push Su Xinyue down first. Now he has a new goal. Vomit. Just as Su Xinyue's 2 small, soft, boneless hands were placed on Lin Dong's chest, touching all the way to his abs, Hu Hao suddenly threw up. Holy! Su Xinyue was taken aback. Then, smelling the disgusting odor in the air, he covered his nose with a disgusted face. It's disgusting. Why is Hu Hao drinking so much? Xin, go and take a look. Just in time, I'm going to use the restroom. Lin Dong could not help but get up directly without giving Su Xinyue a chance to mooch off of him. Su Xinyue's expression was a bit ugly. As Hu Hao's girlfriend, at this time, she should indeed care and look after Hu Hao. However, she didn't want to let go of the good opportunity to take down Lin Dong. It's all your fault, ho. If you hadn't thrown up, I would have taken him down. Seeing Lin Dong walk out of the private room, Su Xinyue coldly grunted and with incomparable disgust, she pulled out a piece of paper and pasted it on Hu Hao's face. The other side. Lin Dong came to the restroom. Before he could enter, he heard a chorus of apologies coming from next door. I'm sorry, Boss Wang, I have a dinner party today, so I won't be able to attend the car show this afternoon. Why don't you find someone else? Soon, a man's voice came on the other end of the line. Fifi, for this car show, the labor fee is 5,000. Are you sure you don't want to come? 5,000? Ning Feifei fell silent, the word tangle written all over her pretty face. Everyone knows that car models eat youth. Why wouldn't she want to make more money while she was young? $5,000 is enough for a month's salary for an average person. Nah, he was so drunk he couldn't even stand up, so he'd get in trouble if he went. I'm really sorry, Boss Wang. Well, we'll work together next time.
Hanging up the phone, Ning Fei Fei was filled with regret and despondency. This was a chance she had been waiting for a long time. It is said that this car show will come to many big shots with big names.
By then, you might be able to meet a few rich people.
As for Sun Jianzhong, Ning Fei Fei wavered a little inside. Especially after seeing the outspoken Lin Dong, he was even more unwilling.
What woman doesn't want to wear gold and silver? Marrying into the family? However, Ning Fei Fei demanded more. Looking for a high roller, not a big fat boss. Just then, the sound of burning breath suddenly came from Ning Fei Fei's ears. Fifi, if you're short of money, just tell me. What's $5,000 when we're on the same page? Ha!
Ning Fei Fei's beautiful eyes were stunned as she subconsciously turned around. Then, without waiting for her to react, two large hands had wrapped around her thin waist and half of her body leaned in.
Ah!
Ning Fei Fei stumbled and sat down on the sink in one go. Subsequently, when she got a good look at the man's appearance, she was even more startled.
Lin, Mr. Lin? What are you doing? Get up! If you don't get up, I'm going to yell for someone.
Ning Fei Fei also never expected that the courteous Lin Dong, who was courteous at the wine table, would do such things in private. At this moment, the two were face to face and close together, and she even clearly felt that the other was stupid.
Ning Fei Fei instantly blushed and desperately tried to break free from Lin Dong's grip.
Nay, women are weak when they drink, but men are strong when they drink too much. One way or another, instead of getting out of the way, she achieved zero contact. The perky buttocks wrapped in a tight black wraparound skirt were being kneaded by one of Lin Dong's hands. The slender jade leg was also grabbed by Lin Dong's other hand.
You. Ning Fei Fei was panting and still trying to threaten. I'm Sun Jianzhong's girlfriend, are you crazy?
Be careful, I'll call the police and sue you for forcing.
Strong what? Did I force you?
The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly, taking advantage of Ning Fei Fei's furious stall to steal a kiss on her forehead.
Besides, I'm here because I want to help you. Fifi, don't you want to make a lot of money? Drive a Porsche, travel around, buy any bags and cosmetics you want, just take them away, no worries.
Hearing these words, Ning Fei Fei's body, which was still struggling violently, actually slowly calmed down. A hint of longing also showed in his expression.
Oh?
Feeling the changes in Ning Fei Fei's body, Lin Dong smiled faintly.
Ning Fei Fei as a car model, though, is exposed to million-dollar luxury cars every day.
But none of them belonged to her. She was only qualified to pose on the sidelines. Over time, Ning Fei Fei developed a strong sense of falling short and very desperately wanted to own one. Lin Dong accurately captured the flash of desire in her eyes before he said the right words.
Sure enough, the effect was overwhelming. Lin Dong, what are you babbling about?
I don't care about a Porsche, I've seen plenty of those cars.
Don't think just because you drive a nice car, you can do whatever you want. Ning Fei Fei bit her lip and tried to push Lin Dong away.
However, Lin Dong had long seen through everything.
Don't pretend, Ning Fei Fei, you're just a vain gold-digging girl. Aren't you with Sun Jianzhong because he's willing to spend money for you? But how can a salary of $20,000 or $30,000 satisfy you? To be perfectly honest, that little bit of money wouldn't even be enough to buy the wheels on that car of mine. Ning Fei Fei's gaze was stunned.
Though, in a rare instance, there was no rebuttal. Sun Jianzhong emptied his pockets and bought a $400,000 Audi A5 in order to pursue her. As a result, after the two were together, she realized that the guy had taken out a loan to buy a car and had to pay back big thousands every month.
It wasn't that Ning Fei Fei hadn't thought about leaving Sun Jianzhong.
Nah, she hasn't found her next home yet.
By me?
The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly.
He had long seen that Sun Jianzhong was under a lot of financial pressure.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have jumped into the trap as soon as he heard that he was bringing him money. A woman like Ning Fei Fei was, essentially, no different from Feng Shui. The reason why she hadn't agreed to herself was because the money wasn't enough to break through her mental defenses.
As long as she was satisfied, she would serve herself well, in a practical way. 100,000, how about I give you 100,000? Isn't that more than you'd make if you went to some car show and stood around hard all day? Chapter 30, a price of $500,000 a mouthful. $100,000.
Ning Fei Fei's eyebrows knitted slightly, biting her lip with a somewhat hesitant expression.
Finally, there was a shake of the head.
Lin Dong, I told you, I'm not that kind of person, don't push me.
200,000.
Lin Dong's face was expressionless as he spoke indifferently.
No. 300,000. Lin Dong continued to raise the price.
For a while, Ning Fei Fei was shocked by Lin Dong's generous offer. Each increase in price, $100,000.
Is it possible that, in his eyes, money is no longer money?
To be honest, Ning Fei Fei's psyche was already a bit shaken.
However, when I think of how long I have kept my body like a jade,
and how many times Sun Jianzhong has wanted to poke through that layer of window paper, and how I have told him to wait until the day of the wedding, Ning Fei Fei is a little bit unwilling. Then, once again, he shook his head.
No, I can't. Ha!
Seeing this, Lin Dong did not bother to waste time here. I'll say one last number, 500,000.
If you don't say yes again, I'll turn around and leave immediately. $500,000, you can play a small star, don't be insensitive.
After saying these words, Lin Dong looked impatient and made a gesture to leave from Ning Fei Fei.
Just then, snap. Two small, icy hands wrapped around Lin Dong's waist from behind. I promise. $500,000, you can't lie to me. Sure enough.
Lin Dong smiled slightly and turned around.
What came into view was clearly Ning Fei Fei's shy and impatient pretty face. Powdery, like she was wearing light makeup. Seeing Lin Dong looking over, she hurriedly tilted her head, not daring to meet his eyes. The first time she did something like this, she was still a little weak. It just feels like not only selling out your body, but also your dignity. However, at the thought of $500,000, Ning Fei Fei was still defeated. She was afraid that, after this village, there would be no more. $500,000, she'd have to attend over 100 car shows to earn it back. Now, instead, just spread your legs. It's just too easy. Moreover, not only was Lin Dong rich, he was also so young and handsome. Having something with him wasn't so much of a resistance on its own. Oh, this is a thought? Didn't you just think that people's Shinshin's mouth was ugly and you couldn't look at them? How do you turn around and pounce on yourself?
Lin Dong spoke while playing with Ning Fei Fei's delicate face, and purposely squared her head to look directly into those eyes that feigned innocence and compulsion. In the next moment, Lin Dong's face changed abruptly and was incomparably ruthless. What I despise most is a double-standard woman like you. Isn't it all about the money when you're an innocent jade girl on your expression, but in reality, it's all about the money? Serve the old man right and there's plenty of money. Now, turn around for me. Before the words left his mouth, under Ning Fei Fei's shocked gaze, Lin Dong directly turned her body around. Ning Fei Fei's brain buzzed and her eyes rolled white. Unfortunately, she no longer had the right to refuse. Don't even dare to cry out. Fearing that he would annoy Lin Dong. Bitch. Acting noble. Move faster, you don't want Sun Jianzhong to come over later and see you like this, do you? Lin Dong's expression was teasing and his movements were rough without any mercy. Once she heard Sun Jianzhong's name, Ning Fei Fei also looked flustered. Linden, let's not be here, okay? Ning Fei Fei raised her head and looked at Lin Dong with a pleading face. Seeing Ning Fei Fei's pitiful appearance, Lin Dong suddenly rose an evil thought. Not here, that's so pointless. However, since you begged me, I'll give you face. Get in. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he directly pushed Ning Fei Fei into the cubicle. For a while, unusual noises came out from time to time. All it takes is for someone to pass by and notice the difference. Ning Fei Fei was both humiliated and had an indescribable excitement, as well as the feeling of breaking through the taboo. The other side. Under Su Xinyue's care, Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong gradually woke up. What's going on? It's been half an hour, why hasn't Lin Dong returned? Fifi is also missing. Su Xinyue was puzzled for a while. Just when he wanted to go to the restroom to look for someone, he saw Ning Fei Fei limping and twisting, staggering to the door. At this time, she was cloaked, her clothes were disheveled, and her eyes were lax. It's like you just got in a fight with someone. Fifi, what's wrong with you? Su Xinyue scrambled forward and held Ning Fei Fei up. Completely unnoticed, Ning Fei Fei's movements were flustered and her eyes were averted. It's nothing, I just threw up for a while. Luckily, I met Mr. Lin and he assisted me over. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Dong came out from behind and nodded with a smile. Su Xinyue looked at the two men with suspicious eyes, always feeling that they had some unseen secrets. Fifi, you're back. Hiccup. Just then, Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao happened to wake up as well. They were so drunk and confused that they completely failed to notice Ning Fei Fei's flushed face and messy hair. Of all the people, Su Xinyue was the only one who looked and looked. She had been waiting in the private room for Lin Dong to return and was practically eagerly waiting for him. If it weren't for the fact that my boyfriend was still present, I would have jumped on him in a heartbeat. Staring and staring, Su Xinyue gradually realized that something was wrong. Lin Dong was fine when he went there, but when he came back, how come there were a few extra lipstick marks on his cheeks and neck? The collar was also buttoned up two wrong ways. Distinctly just put it on. What do you mean? Is it hard to take off your clothes even to go to the toilet? In the next moment, Su Xinyue suddenly thought of something, her brain buzzed, and her gaze subconsciously glanced to Ning Fei Fei in the corner, her head lowered and her expression heartfelt. Sure enough, her good girlfriend's two long legs were covered with red handprints caused by pinching and kneading. Even the hem of the black wrap-around skirt was ripped open, and the edges of her underwear were vaguely visible. Coupled with Ning Fei Fei's fluttering red cheeks, Su Xinyue, even if she was a pig, knew what this pair of dogs had done. Humph. Su Xinyue's pretty face reddened and she was so angry that she stomped her feet. Thanks to myself for calling Brother Dong with every breath, in the end, I let my best friend get there first. Why hadn't she seen before that Ning Fei Fei had this kind of potential? Hearing Su Xin stomp her feet, Hu Hao sobered up most of his wine. Thinking that he had made his girlfriend angry at something, he quickly opened his mouth to apologize.
Shinshin, what's wrong? Are you tired?
I'll rub your shoulders and squeeze your legs. Unsurprisingly, Hu Hao received a direct blank stare.
Off. Su Xinyue pushed Hu Hao away and headed outside without looking back. When he passed by Ning Fei Fei, he even deliberately gave her a blank look.
Seeing this, Ning Fei Fei's little face once again turned red. Then, immediately, he took his 2 long legs and chased them outward.
Shinshin, let me explain. It's not what you think. Chapter 31. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 big old men left in the room. Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao didn't know what was going on and thought it was a quarrel between the 2 girlfriends, so they didn't bother to mediate. They sat beside Linden on the left and right, drunkenly holding up another glass of wine. Dong, here's to you.
Thank you for being generous and taking us to make money, and if there's anything in the future, just greet the brothers.
I'll give you whatever you want.
Sun Jianzhong finished his speech and finished his drink. Lin Dong smiled faintly. If Sun Jianzhong knew that the goddess he had gone to great lengths to lick had already been taken by himself, he didn't know if he would still be able to drink this glass of wine. When that happens, I'm afraid, the redness will be more than just in the eyes.
Dong, and me.
Hu Hao followed suit and sought out Lin Dong for a toast.
Even took the initiative to order a song.
Come on, let's sing a chorus and we'll be good brothers from now on.
Yes.
The 2 of them did not wait for Lin Dong to agree and directly opened their broken voices and sang.
Give a brother a hug and speak from your heart.
Speak up about all your grievances and vicissitudes of change over the years. Under normal circumstances, the atmosphere had come to this point, and it was a bit hard to say if Lin Dong did not squeeze out a couple of tears and roar a couple of times. However, when he thought of all the suppression and isolation that the 2 had inflicted on him, Lin Dong did not feel the slightest bit of empathy.
Or even, lazily, play along. Drinking 2 cups of horse piss to get yourself to forgive them? Dreaming.
Simply getting their beautiful girlfriends was not enough. Soon, Lin Dong thought of a better idea.
I say, Jianzhong and Rat, the 2 younger siblings have gone out, so aren't you going to follow them over to take a look?
Sun Jianzhong and Lixbil like Hu Hao are naturally relieved.
However, at the thought of being able to follow Lin Dong to make a lot of money, he gritted his teeth again and shook his head. Dong, as long as you have money, what's a girlfriend? Right, it's not easy to find a 3-legged toad, but a 2-legged beauty, isn't it still all over the streets everywhere? With money, changing women is as easy as changing clothes. Good. Lin Dong nodded slightly and took the initiative to mention a cup.
Worthy of my good brothers, here's to you. After saying that, Lin Dong directly drank it all in one go.
The 2 certainly didn't dare to drink less. That way, they were not giving face to Lin Dong.
But they don't have the natural ability to get drunk from 1,000 glasses and have already thrown up a round. At this point, it was even more dizzying and uncontrollable. Seeing this, Lin Dong said in a mysterious manner, while the 2 younger siblings are away, why don't I call a few pretty sisters and relax?
Don't worry, I'll pay for it, you guys can play all you want.
If you want to learn a foreign language, there's no problem.
And that's a good thing?
Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao glanced at each other, looking somewhat impressed.
As the saying goes, satiation.
The 2 brothers had licked the goddess for so long, but were unable to get their hands on her, and had long been holding back a bellyful of evil fire with nowhere to vent it. Now, upon hearing this proposal from Lin Dong, his eyes instantly went straight. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Lin Dong immediately smiled knowingly.
Then, a clap. Come in.
Immediately afterward, 5 or 6 beautiful women walked into the private room with smiles on their faces. All of them are devilishly fit and dressed up in sultry ways. Although, the looks were not as good as Ning Fei Fei and Su Xinyue.
But people reveal 2 words from head to toe. Specialties. Gollum.
Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao stared wide-eyed. They were considered to have seen the world and could tell at a glance that the standard of these beauties that Lin Dong had found was not low. At the very least, it's at the big 5,000 level. 5,000 for one chick, 5 or 6, that's tens of thousands.
This made Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao even more stupid. It's hard to play this kind of extreme for free.
Put. Seeing the 2 of them looking soulful and foolish, a few of the women laughed their asses off.
Some even deliberately squeezed their grooves, outlining a tantalizing curve. Dong, this isn't good, is it?
Shin is still waiting for me outside. Although Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao were heartbroken, they were still more worried about their girlfriend getting angry. However, Lin Dong's next words left them with no more scruples.
Have you guys ever heard the saying?
The deepest friendships are those where you've carried a gun together, split the loot together, and as long as we do it today, then we are iron brothers, and in the future, when there is a chance to get rich, I will definitely not forget you.
Or do you guys not want to earn money, so you think about accompanying women?
Hearing this, the 2 shook their heads in a hurry. Afterwards, Sun Jianzhong swallowed hard and used the slope as a pretext.
In that case, let's do it in style. Dong, respectfully. Ah, yes.
Lin Dong laughed out loud and waved his big hand. Several of the princesses immediately threw themselves at him. For a while, the private room was so full of spring colors. Just then, Lin Dong received a text message.
Brother Dong, I'll be waiting for you in the parking lot, come on.
Seeing this unfamiliar number, as well as the ambiguous content, Lin Dongmeng suddenly thought of someone. He glanced at Hu Hao, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. I'm going to use the restroom, you guys play. Lin Dong quickly walked out of the private room. One foot closed the door, the next silently called a number.
Hello, I'd like to report that someone is soliciting prostitutes in Tahoe Park. It's in the 888 booth.
It wasn't long before the alarm bells were ringing loudly outside the door. A group of men in uniform violently pushed open the door of the room and poured into the luxury.
It was a charming and unpleasant picture that came into view.
Sun Jianzhong and Hu Hao stripped clean, and the moment they saw their uncle, they hurriedly put their pants on their bodies.
Sweeping pornography, don't move.
For a while, the two men blanched and sweated profusely.
It's over. It's all over. If this goes to jail, not to mention girlfriends, jobs will go flying. Uncle, we surrendered ourselves. If we didn't pay for it, does it not count as whoring? The other side.
Lin Dong also roamed to the parking lot.
Sure enough, a familiar figure was seen next to his Paramera. Front and back, yellow hair, a t-shirt that was about to burst. Plus those winking eyes that could eat him up. If it's not Su Xinyue, who else could it be? Brother Dong, you're finally here, people have been waiting anxiously.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. He knew that it was Su Xinyue, the horse-forked bug, who sent the text message.
How can any other woman be this Thai?
Of course, to save face, Lin Dong still had to pretend.
Xinyue, what are you doing here?
Jianzhong and Hu Hao are still in the private room, looking for you just now. Lin Dong pretended to be nervous and worried, and even moved Hu Hao out.
As a result, the smile on Su Xinyue's face instantly disappeared.
Even 100 times more, he skimmed his lips in disgust.
Brother Dong, can we stop talking about that lousy guy? He's ugly, he can't make any money, and he can't hold his liquor that well, not a bit better than you. While speaking, Su Xinyue walked towards Lin Dong and grabbed his hand. That look of wanting to cover up is to die for.
Lin Dong could not help but feel a dry mouth.
He has the golden shot. Having done Ning Fei Fei just now could only be considered an appetizer. Now, here's the real meal.
Right at this moment, Su Xinyue's small hand went down, her cherry mouth instantly widened into an O shape, and she couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise.
Brother Dong, you're awesome. Unlike Hu Hao, who claimed to love me, but turned out to be only so-so.
Su Xinyue stretched out 2 fingers and gestured.
No wonder, the woman has been as hungry as ever. Turns out, it's the man of the house who can't get enough to feed.
Discovering that Lin Dong had a strong capital, Su Xinyue was even more heartened.
Even if it's just a spring break, even if there's no money in it, it's worth it. Chapter 32, to the car. And
Su Xinyue smiled with 1,000 charming smiles, not caring whether anyone saw. 2 small hands hooked Lin Dong's neck, took the initiative to stand on tiptoe and sent a fragrant kiss.
You and Fifi have already done it, haven't you? Oh.
Lin Dong slightly raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, Su Xinyue guessed it so quickly.
Sure enough, a woman's sixth sense is spot on. Brother Dong, you're biased.
It's obvious that someone else took the initiative first, how can you cheapen her? At least, there should be a first come, first served. People want to try how good you are too, I see. Fifi's legs are weak when she walks.
Su Xinyue whispered with a shy face.
Lin Dong smiled at his words. Then, directly tearing off the disguise, he pressed Su Xinyue against the Porsche's window.
Ah!
Su Xinyue subconsciously exclaimed in a burst of shock, looking a little flustered. Before, Ning Fei Fei was at least inside the toilet.
Now, Lin Dong even wanted to be in the parking lot with her?
Su Xinyue instantly reddened to the roots of her ears and tried to make a final struggle. It was just that her struggling, how she looked at it, seemed like she was urging Lin Dong to continue.
Pretend what? Don't you just love it? Just now, inside the private room, if Hu Hao hadn't woken up, you would have had that hand inside my pants, right?
Lin Dong opened his mouth with a smirk.
Hearing these words, Su Xinyue subconsciously looked up, a bit of a thief. Lin Dong then went up and down for a while. Su Xinyue's robes were half undone, and a large portion of Snow White was exposed in the air. Aha!
Su Xinyue let out a low gasp. Seeing that Lin Dong was about to break through the last line of defense, she finally managed to hold back and begged for mercy in a small voice.
Brother Dong, let's go to the car, is the car okay? People are shy.
Lin Dong smiled faintly and slammed his hand up, setting off waves.
What's there to be afraid of? It's not like there's anyone here.
But it does have to be comfortable inside the car. As the words fell, Lin Dong directly carried Su Xinyue into the car and closed the door.
Snap! A small hand clapped on the car window.
Immediately afterward, the sound of clothes ripping came from inside.
Although Su Xinyue was not as untouched as Ning Fei Fei. But there isn't much experience with it.
Not to mention the car. Lin Dong could not help but take in a deep breath as the 3,600 pores on his body contracted in unison.
Jingle bells! Just as the two were dry humping, a phone call coincidentally came through. Picking it up, it was Hu Hao calling Su Xinyue. It's bad, it's Ho-Ho. Su Xinyue's eyes averted. At the end of the day, there's still a little bit of heart. Unexpectedly, before she could hang up, her cell phone was snatched by Lin Dong and pressed answer. At the same time, gesturing with her chin for her to speak. Su Xinyue had no choice but to do as she was told. And, the movement doesn't dare stop. Xin, where are you? Come to my rescue, I'm in a bit of trouble and need a bond. Margin? Hearing these words, Su Xinyue froze for a moment. Aren't Hu Hao and Sun Jianzhong still eating? What's the margin for a good cause? Put. Just then, Lin Dong could not help but burst out laughing. What margin? Isn't it just a matter of getting caught in a vice raid and having to pay a fine? Hu Hao is quite good at names. Soon, the questioning voice of Hu Hao came from the other end of the phone. Xin, who's next to you? Why is there a man's voice? Su Xinyue's small face swished red and she frantically scowled at Lin Dong. Didn't we agree not to talk? Lin Dong clearly did it on purpose. Unexpectedly, not only did Lin Dong not avoid it, but he directly snatched the phone from Su Xinyue's hand. Hu Hao, it's me, Lin Dong. Dong, why are you with Xin? I didn't come out to smoke a cigarette, but I happened to run into Xin, so I gave her a ride. Lin Dong smiled faintly. While on the phone, he let Su Xinyue continue to serve himself, and the whole person was enjoying himself from head to toe. By the way, are you two having fun? Don't mention it, I didn't read the calendar when I went out today, it's bad luck. Lin Dong smiled and pretended to be puzzled. What do you mean? They asked you to raise the money? No, it's not the money, Dong. Hu Hao had some difficulty speaking. After half a day of dilly-dallying, I decided to be truthful. I don't know which is so jealous of us calling the princess that he called to report it. Good lord, it almost didn't scare Sun Jianzhong and Ida P. Hearing the complaint from Hu Hao's mouth, Lin Dong almost laughed out loud. At the same time, the physical pleasure almost made him surrender. Dong, what should we do? Hu Hao still didn't know what his heartfelt girlfriend was doing at this very moment. Brother Dong, are you still handy? Can you lend brother some money? Uncle said that each person would be fined 5,000, and Sun Jianzhong and I would add up to 10,000, and we really don't have that much money. Borrowing money? Lin Dong lowered his head and looked down at Su Xinyue's head that was serving him attentively, only feeling refreshed and out of breath. Afterward, he smiled and said, Don't worry, with our relationship, can I not help you? Wait, I'll transfer you the money right away. Thank you so much, Dong, you're my own brother. As soon as he heard that Lin Dong was willing to pay, Hu Hao was overjoyed. He also pulled Sun Jianzhong, and together they frantically worshipped. Ahem. Just then, Su Xinyue suddenly choked and coughed violently. Xin? What's wrong with you? Hearing Su Xinyue's coughing, Hu Hao immediately became anxious. And, for some reason, he always had a bad feeling. It's like, there's something extra on your head that's kinda the right color. Lin Dong was not panicked at all and said with a smile, It's alright Hu Hao, Xin just choked when she drank water, she's much better now. Oh, that scared me. Hu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Now, with his mind on money, he didn't think deeper. Okay, thanks Dong. The money has been received, so we'll go ahead and pay it. All brothers, it's a shame to talk about it. Lin Dong hung up and threw his cell phone to Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue beamed, her eyes a bit grumpy. Aren't you afraid that Hu Hao knows about the two of us? What, are you afraid? Lin Dong asked rhetorically. Hearing this, Su Xinyue choked. On one side was Hu Hao, who couldn't get $5,000, and on the other side was Lin Dong, who drove a Porsche Panamera. Cootie. All know what to choose. I'm doing this for your consideration. What if Ho-Ho can't think straight and get you in trouble? Of course people want to be with you. You're not only rich, you're good at what you do, it's just great to be with you. Su Xinyue's face became redder and redder the more she spoke, and there was a sense of charming atmosphere. In the next moment, Lin Dong no longer hesitated and directly pressed her onto the passenger side. With me how? Go on. Chapter 33, Divine Fighting Technique, Going to the Bar. Facing Lin Dong's stern gaze, the last layer of defense in Su Xinyue's heart completely collapsed. Like an octopus, she wrapped herself around Lin Dong to death and refused to let go. Then, somewhat sheepishly, it's just so cozy. Lin Dong laughed after hearing this. Then, once again, the conquest was launched. For a while, the Porsche bounced up and down, with the occasional evocative sound coming from it. After more than an hour, Lin Dong finally stopped. If it wasn't for Su Xinyue's constant yelling that she was dying, Lin Dong would have even been able to fight with her for a day and a night. There was no way that the talent of the golden gun was too unbelievable. After resting for a while, Lin Dong drove his car and sent Su Xinyue back home. Before leaving, Su Xinyue added Lin Dong's WeChat and made it clear that if she had any needs in the future, she could look for her at any time. Seeing Su Xinyue being so understanding, Lin Dong was not petty and directly sent her a large red packet. Su Xinyue was instantly overjoyed.
Even threatened to find how to break up. There was no problem even if he was to be a junior 5 or 6 for Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong refused the offer. He and Su Xinyue were just playing around and really didn't want to incur this trouble. The two soon parted ways. Just then, the system beep came. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, Plum Blossom. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, the divine fighting technique. In the next moment, Lin Dong only felt that his limbs and bones were incomparably smooth, and his entire body was transformed with an indescribable ease. He couldn't help but let out a deep breath, feeling his head explode with extra fighting skills. At the same time, the body is full of power. At that moment, Lin Dong's mood was incomparably excited. In just one afternoon, he not only chopped up 2 beautiful women and completed a double kill, but also ruthlessly took revenge on 2 old classmates who had insulted him. Now, with the acquisition of the divine fighting technique, the ability to defend himself was greatly enhanced. This sourness is indescribable. After thinking about it, Lin Dong took out his cell phone and made a call to Ning Fei Fei. Ready to call her out and renew the relationship. Unexpectedly, this woman took $500,000 after the direct cell phone shutdown, evaporation. I guess, it's still a bit hard to get over that hurdle in your heart.
Never mind, I'll wander around on my own.
Lin Dong drove the Primera and wandered around aimlessly.
Soon it was dark and came to night.
I just passed a hotel that was very busy with lights.
Blue Siren? No wonder there are so many of them. Blue Siren, the largest and highest spending hotel in Tianhai City. It costs $700 or $800 to open any bottle of wine. It's a small $1,000 to open a card table. But that doesn't stop customers from patronizing it.
Inside the bar, which has always been crowded with people. Because, not only is it a beautiful environment, but also, the people coming in and out are all handsome men and women. Just look right and pull straight to a hotel room. There were even people waiting outside, specifically waiting to pick up the body.
This is it.
Lin Dong smiled faintly and drove the car slowly over. Last night, he went on a spending spree at the nightclub and made over $10 million, experiencing the life of a rich man for the first time.
Tonight, make sure you make more.
That said, before, he had never been to a bar. When I was with Feng Shui, I saved my money and didn't even think about this kind of high spending.
Now, he's going to play hard to get. Not long after, Lin Dong walked to the entrance of the bar.
The waiter immediately greeted them with a smile. Hello sir, the bar deck is full, do you have a reservation? Lin Dong naturally did not.
However, he had something else that would definitely please the waiter. Here's a tip for you, now, do you have a card table?
Lin Dong smiled faintly and directly drew out a thick pile of $100 bills and slapped them on the waiter's hand.
The system didn't let him down and gave him quick feedback.
Detected the host spending $10,000 at a nightclub.
Tenfold cashback successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining $100,000.
The other side. The waiter was also wide-eyed and somewhat incredulous. $10,000 in tips? That's a bit too hoity-toity.
The waiter then nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 yes. Just a moment, sir, I'll get the station started right away. The next moment, the waiter put $10,000 directly into his pocket. Then, bumblingly, he brought Lin Dong into the bar. In no time, a VIP high-grade card seat was vacated for Lin Dong. Card seats at levels like this are often reserved for premium members.
Generally not available to the public. However, there was no way around it, Lin Dong was giving too much. The waiter was happy to make an exception. Sure enough, the VIP booths are in excellent locations and the sofas are first-class, warm and soft and comfortable. From the angle that Lin Dong was sitting, he could see the entire bar, and there were quite a number of beautiful women with better figures who were passionately dancing in the pool. When you come to a bar, of course you order a drink. Lin Dong picked up the list and ordered a few bottles at random. Let's start with a couple Bloody Marys, Champagne Kings. And yes, 2 bottles of Gold King Martell.
After Lin Dong finished speaking, he directly swept the code to pay.
The next moment, the system's voice rang out.
Detected the host spending $50,000 at a nightclub.
Tenfold cashback successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining $500,000. The waiter took careful note, not daring to raise his head. Lin Dong lightly, directly ordered $50,000 of wine.
It's just too posh to be offended. Yes, please, is there anything else you need? Well, not for a while.
Lin Dong shook his head and was in no hurry.
Okay, you can call me anytime if you need anything. Just wave, I'll be right there.
The waiter smiled and nodded, and was gone in a puff of smoke. Lin Dong sat on the leather sofa, his gaze drifting towards the middle of the dance floor, the men and women who were writhing their bodies with abandon, the corners of his mouth rising slightly.
It's good to be young.
The other side. On the ordinary card seat a few tables away from Lin Dong, there were several familiar faces drinking mulled wine, vaguely led by one of them.
Chow, really? That Lin Dong, how dare he scold you in the company group? What kind of a thing is he? That's it, this don't let me catch you or...
A burly man said viciously, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a tiger and wolf tattoo.
One look and you know you're a socialite.
Sitting in the center was a big-bellied greasy man with a snarky face.
It was clearly Lin Dong's former top boss, Lu Haichao. Tramp, who says otherwise?
Lu Haichao spat in anger. Then, taking a hard swig of Budweiser, his eyes were red and he cursed. This dog, in the past, I told him to do whatever he wanted, work overtime and run errands, and didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Today, I don't know what kind of bear's heart and leopard's gall I've eaten, but I dare to scold me in the group.
And to top it all off, a pedal to the metal resignation. If I ever see him, I'll have to get him killed. Chapter 34.
As soon as the name Lin Dong was mentioned, Lu Haichao had a belly full of fire with no place to send it. Previously, within the company, it was Lin Dong who was the best bully. Let him do all the dirty work, and he's so honest he doesn't even dare to fart. As a result, very suddenly, Lin Dong looked like a different person. Not only did he scold himself on the phone, but he also sent out red envelopes in the company group, urging everyone to scold him together, so that he would lose face and lose his majesty.
Plus, Lin Dong resigned of his own accord and couldn't find anyone.
Lu Haichao was so angry that he almost spat out blood. I also heard that there are a lot of blue goblin girls, so I shouted a group of doglegs and ran over to dash and relax. Just then, the waiter passed by with a couple of bottles of wine. A sharp-eyed lapdog, immediately recognizing the value of these wines, subconsciously exclaimed, "I'm going, Golden King Martell and Bloody Mary. These wines, at least tens of thousands of dollars, there are really a lot of rich people." Hearing this, Lu Haichao was also shocked in his heart. You work yourself to death for a month and only make $10,000 or $20,000. People order a few random bottles of wine and it's much more than that. It's a real people pleaser.
Ugh, drink, drink, drink.
It's their business if they have money, what's it got to do with us?
Lu Haichao picked up his wine glass and pretended not to care.
Just then, one of the lapdogs nudged him in the shoulder and took a chin.
Chow, look, the guy who ordered the drinks, is he Lin Dong?
Who? Lu Haichao froze and subconsciously turned his head. After taking a look at it, his pupils instantly shrunk.
Wasn't the man sitting inside the VIP card seat, leisurely savoring a fine wine, the one he had longed for, Lin Dong? Damn, where did this come up with so much money and open a card table and drink foreign wine?
In an instant, Lu Haichao's eyes turned red.
Being an executive myself, I can only drink beer here. What makes Lin Dong so extravagant?
The more Lu Haibei thought about it, the more unbalanced his heart became, and he immediately stood up angrily.
Wait, Chow.
Seeing that Lu Haichao was going to do it himself, a few of his dog legs hurriedly stopped him.
Chow,
don't be impulsive, if you hurt him, you'll still have to pay for it.
What then?
Lu Haichao huffed and puffed. At this time, the burly man next to him with tattoos sneered and said, "It just so happens that I have a few brothers who hang out in this area, why don't I ask them for a favor?" That is, a little favor needed.
Lu Haichao didn't care how much money he spent when he heard it. Normally, he can be the iron cock.
However, today, with any amount of money offered, he had to teach Lin Dong a lesson. Better yet, keep him in a hospital bed for the rest of his life. Don't worry, brother, as long as this is done, from now on, I'll pay for as many drinks as you drink. The tattooed man grinned and tapped the table.
Chow is cool, wait, I'll shake someone right away.
At this moment, Lin Dong was still blissfully unaware that danger was approaching. Not a moment's work, 3 tattooed street skaters, blocked in front of the Blue Monster bar. Some of the visitors are not good.
Who are you looking for?
The waiter was so taken aback by the outburst that he stammered. The bald man at the head of the group saw this and smiled, patting his trembling shoulder.
Don't worry, little brother, we're not here to pick a fight. We're here for a drink too. It's just that, before you play, you have to find someone. The waiter gulped.
Before he could return to his senses, he felt a twirl in the sky.
It was actually pushed aside by the bald man. 3 or 5 punks then fishtailed in.
Soon, Lu Haichao and the others found the bald man. A dog-legged man hurriedly got up and greeted him with a smile.
Tiger, you're finally here. Come, let me introduce, this is my friend Lu Haichao.
Brother Chow, this is our Tianhai City's famous tiger, known as Smiling Tiger Wang Hu. As he spoke, Wang Hu glanced at Lu Haichao.
Lu Haichao was jolted. Though, he's usually mouthy. But it's all about being brutal in the company and never dealing with the community. Hello, Tiger? Lu Haichao smiled sarcastically and extended his hand. Aha! Wang Hu ignored Lu Haichao's outstretched hand and opened the door. I heard that you want to clean up someone?
Let's get one thing straight, the brothers' hard work is not cheap. Hearing this, that dog-legger made a wink to Lu Haichao. The latter immediately understood and swore, "Don't worry, brother Tiger, I'm sure I won't let the brothers come for nothing."
You named the number, and I'll never be shy about it. Cool. It's not much, 20,000. 20,000? Lu Haichao's eyes snapped wide and he subconsciously howled.
In an instant, several people at the card table all looked over.
Tiger brother. This is too much, right? Just teach a lesson to someone. Lu Haichao looked embarrassed. I thought that I would just deal with a couple thousand and get over it. I didn't realize it was going to be $20,000. Isn't this going to kill him? What do you mean? Too much?
Wang Hu's expression was cold, and he lifted an empty bottle of wine with his hand, his face bouncing with horizontal flesh and a pair of bull's eyes ferocious. He has been mixing on this street for so long, what he is most displeased with is Lu Haichao's kind of credulous and tricky people. Full of promises on the phone, and when they meet, they start acting like grandchildren. The side dog leg saw Lu Haichao's face turning blue, knowing that this iron rooster's problem was committed again, immediately advised, Brother Chow, Lin Dong is riding on your head and ting on you, you still can't afford to part with these few dollars. I can tell you, after this village, there's no such thing. Once Lin Dong leaves, I don't know when I'll bump into him next time.
Hearing this, Lu Haichao finally made up his mind.
He was breathing heavier, his eyes were red, and even his vocal cords were trembling.
Fine, 20,000 is 20,000. As long as I can waste Lin Dong, I'll give it all up. Okay, that's more like it.
Wang Hu smiled with satisfaction. Call the money, and I'll go over there right away and clean up that kid. Lu Haichao's head was hot, and 10,000 current oceans were directly transferred over.
That leaves 10,000. We'll settle it when we get back.
Soon, in the eager gazes of Lu Haichao and the others, Wang Hu led two minions, walked straight to the VIP card seat, and swaggered in. It's done, Chow, this time Lin Dong is dead. Ha, this smiling tiger is notorious for having black hands. Lin Dong, even if he doesn't die, he will have to shed his skin.
Chow, you didn't spend the money in vain, you finally got out of it.
A couple of the dogs next to him were very excited and were yelling at the top of their lungs.
Lu Haichao nodded with a bitter smile and a somewhat stiff expression.
It's true to say that, but, after spending $20,000, he was really heartbroken plus flesh pain. Right now, one could only hope that Wang Hu was really as powerful as the legends said, and directly beat Lin Dong into a half-paralyzed state, lying in a hospital bed for the rest of his life. That way, it's still worth it.
Chapter 35, only $20,000? How many are in the deck?
Lin Dong, who was savoring the fine wine and enjoying the hot dance of the beautiful women, looked at the sudden strangers with a puzzled expression. Especially Wang Hu, who walked in the front, the word picking a fight was written on his face, and it looked like he was coming from a bad place.
You're Lin Dong? It's me. Something wrong? It's you I'm looking for.
The corner of Wang Hu's mouth grinned, revealing a smile that was worse than crying. Then, he walked straight to Lin Dong and grabbed a bottle of wine from him. Yo, this little life, it's pretty nourishing, all drunk on Martell. It's a pity that, in the future, you won't be able to enjoy any more or better wines.
Someone paid me to beat you half to death.
Wang Hu finished his speech and drank a glass of wine with a big smile. The two juniors subconsciously winced at the sight. People who are familiar with Wang Hu are clear that this guy, the brighter the smile before the fight, the more vicious the fight will be. That's absolutely no lightweight, either dead or maimed. Before that, Wang Hu went in and squatted for 5 years for intentionally injuring someone. In the eyes of the two juniors, Lin Dong was already a dead man. At the very least, a broken arm and leg. Unexpectedly, in the face of Wang Hu's threat, Lin Dong was calm and composed, unable to see the slightest panic. He had just obtained the divine fighting technique and wasn't really afraid of a few punks.
And it's the kind of thing that doesn't even have to be done in person. Money? Someone paid to beat me half to death? Haha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard.
Lin Dong laughed out loud as if he had heard some kind of joke.
Wang Hu and the two punks were confused. This guy, how can he laugh so happily when he's dying? Is it, like, a crazy person? You're laughing your ass off, honest. A gangster chortled and was about to make a move. But he was interrupted by Wang Hu. He was very curious as to where exactly Lin Dong got his backbone and why he was laughing. Lin Dong, what are you laughing at? I laughed at that Juga's lack of strategy, and Zhou was too embarrassed to string the stage.
Lin Dong cleared his throat and casually poured a glass of wine for Wang Hu.
This bald brother, there are many people here, why don't we go out and talk?
Immediately afterward, Lin Dong stood up greatly. The look was calm and collected, and a smile was written all over his face. This made Wang Hu feel his hair even more. Although, he doesn't have hair either. Originally, he was thinking of finishing cleaning up Lin Dong and leaving with the money in pain. But now, he wanted to see what kind of drug Lin Dong was selling in his gourd. Bald brother, as long as you go out with me, I promise I won't make you regret it. Tell you what, leave this wine for these two brothers of yours.
Order more if you don't have enough, put it on my tab. Hearing this, the two punks' eyes went straight, and their harangues almost flowed down.
This kind of foreign wine that costs tens of thousands of dollars, before, they didn't have the chance to drink it.
Now, it's enough? All this wine adds up to at least tens of thousands of dollars, doesn't it? Are you sure you want to give it all to us?
Wang Hu was also a bit confused. Where is this ingrate who gives away tens of thousands of dollars willy-nilly? It's much more refreshing than that iron cock Lu Haichao. I said not enough to order more. I, for one, have the least amount of money. How about a little chat outside, bald brother? Seeing the several people who had not seen the world, Lin Dong smiled evilly. A few moments later, Wang Hu walked out from the card table. It's done, Chow. Tiger has finished the job. I've long said that as long as the money is there, no job is too tiring. Right now, Lin Dong is probably already in the big air and out the small air, breaking his arms and legs. The lapdog who had called earlier was giddy with a burst of invitations. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left his mouth, a familiar face came into view. Linden? Lu Haichao's pupils shrunk, and his mouth full of old yellow teeth almost gritted. Didn't you say that Tiger definitely made a move? How come Lin Dong didn't lose a single hair and was even smiling? That's right, not only was Lin Dong unharmed, he was also hooking up with Wang Hu. There was a lot of chatting going on. With that look, those who didn't know would have thought they were half-brothers and half-brothers. Seeing this scene, Lu Haichao and a few of his doglegs were confused. Seriously doubt that this is a setup, and Wang Hu and Lin Dong have teamed up to cheat him out of his money. My money, $10,000. At this moment, Lu Haichao's heart was dripping blood. It was at this time that the lapdog suddenly thought of something and came to a realization. Chow, don't worry, everyone on the road knows that Tiger has a trait: the happier he laughs before a fight, the harder he hits. Now that Tiger's mouth is grinning to the sky, Lin Dong is not far from death. Why else would his nickname be Smiley? Oh? There's such a thing? Lu Haichao listened in disbelief. When you think about it, it does make sense. Besides, he's only given $10,000, and he still has $10,000 left to give. Doing a full set of theater, Wang Hu is not so stupid as this. Chow, just wait for the show. In a while, let's go outside the bar and see how badly Lin Dong was beaten. Lu Haichao nodded his head heavily and couldn't wait to come down hard on Lin Dong's face. The other side. Wang Hu followed Lin Dong to the entrance of the Blue Siren. As soon as the barman saw that the person Wang Hu was looking for was Lin Dong, he immediately shivered. A tug on his arm followed. Handsome, if you get into trouble, just wink. Wink? Lin Dong froze for a moment. Then, seeing that the waiter was wiggling his eyebrows, he realized his good intentions. Ha, you're mistaken, this bald brother is my friend. Really, friends? The waiter's eyes were suspicious. Yes, friend. Okay, you're busy. Lin Dong waved his hand. Then, under the waiter's suspicious gaze, he brought Wang Hu to the corner. Brother Bald, before I ask, what's your name? Wang Hu, they call me Tiger on the road. Okay, Tiger. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Then, without pulling any punches with him, he opened the door. Tell me, who put you up to beating me and how much did you pay? Wang Hu snorted coldly and said impatiently, inquiring about this will do you no good. But the price, I'm quite happy with it, it's 20,000. Take less? You've got a donkey in your head, don't you? Just $20,000. Lin Dong was so angry that he snapped on the spot. That shocked and angry expression startled Wang Hu. This guy, what a shock. It's not really mental, is it? I'm at least a multi-millionaire, driving $1 million limousine for $20,000, and that's not enough money to buy a drink. Lin Dong had a displeased look on his face. Hearing the words millionaire, Wang Hu also looked up and down. Don't tell me, it's kind of like that. Especially the Patek Philippe watch that Lin Dong was wearing. With Wang Hu's insight, it doesn't look like a fake, got true. However, how could a dignified figure like Lin Dong mess with an inconspicuous little karami like Lu Haichao? Chapter 36, no way, he gave too much. Just as Wang Hu froze in his tracks, Lin Dong made a few names. Wang Long or Feng Shui? Wasn't it that pair of dogs that paid you? No. Is it hard to believe that it's that manager Wang from the bank? Neither is. Wang Hu shook his head like a rattle. Seeing that Lin Dong really could not think of anything, he simply told the truth directly. It's a man named Lu, kinda stingy. Lu Haichao. So it's this grandson. If not for Wang Hu mentioning this name, Lin Dong would have almost forgotten about this person. Soon after, a cold smile appeared on Lin Dong's face. This iron rooster, how could he spare $20,000 on me? It's really the sun coming out of the west. I've caused him that much damage and psychosis? Ha, laughing at dad. The thought of Lu Haichao's furious appearance made Lin Dong smile. Soon, he noticed Wang Hu in front of him again. Since Lu Haichao paid for his own life, he didn't mind returning the favor. Tiger, I've got a deal here, do you want to do it? Surnamed Lu offered 20,000, I'll offer 100,000. And, it's 100,000 for beating up a person. What? Hearing this, Wang Hu's eyes glared round, almost suspecting that his ears were out of order. Did Lin Dong just say $100,000 for beating up a guy? What, don't believe me? Send me the card number directly. Lin Dong said indifferently. That glib look clearly didn't put this amount of money in his eyes. Wang Hu forced himself to hold back his excitement after reporting his bank card. Soon after, the text message came. The whole $300,000 into his bank card. Ringo. No, Mr. Lin. Little brother finally knows today what it means for a prime minister to be able to hold a boat in his belly. You deserve to be rich, and I'm here to make amends. Wang Hu was so excited that he was incoherent. If he had not been unable to let go of his face, he would have wanted to kowtow to Lin Dong. As for blackmailing Lin Dong and asking for more, he did not have the guts to do so. Since Lin Dong could casually pull out $300,000 for him, he could also pull out more money for others. When the time comes, a couple of casual remarks and he'll have to go back to the drawing board and go in for a decade or 8.
Mr. Lin, I like to do business with a straightforward person like you. In a word, whatever you want a brother to do, a brother will do.
The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. It's simple, since the money I gave you is more than 10 times that of Lu Haichao, the strength of this. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I have 9 ways to get him killed, 9. While saying that, Wang Hu compared a number 9. At Lin Dong's gesture, Wang Hu dialed a string of numbers. Soon, a familiar voice came on the other end of the line.
How's it going, Tiger? Did it work out? Is Lin Dong unable to get up?
Wang Hu bravely glanced at Lin Dong and immediately changed his face, saying viciously, dead or not, you won't know if you come over to see for yourself.
Don't forget to bring the $10,000 final payment,
Wang Hu said and directly hung up the phone. Then, somewhat fawningly, he looked at Lin Dong.
Mr. Lin, look, did I act okay? Well, it's kinda like that.
Lin Dong nodded.
As long as you are satisfied.
No matter who would have imagined that Wang Hu, who had just been high and mighty, was obedient and submissive when facing Lin Dong.
There's no way around it. Money doesn't just make the ghosts go away, it makes the mill go away.
Especially Wang Hu, who had been in jail, had the most insight.
Know who you can bully and who you can't touch.
Like Lu Haichao kind, no background and also small-minded goods, he can just take the pinch.
As for Lin Dong,
he wouldn't dare to mess with it even if he had 10 guts. Soon, Lu Haichao and the 2 doglegs were trotting and walking out of the bar. The excited look was as if he had won the jackpot. They could not wait to see how miserable Lin Dong was now.
Then, spit hard in his face.
Unexpectedly, just after passing the corner, Lu Haichao and the others suddenly realized that Lin Dong was standing there unharmed.
Lu Haichao, it's really you. You kid, you've grown so much that you're looking for someone to beat me up? Lin Dong teasingly opened his mouth.
For a while, Lu Haichao was so angry that his face turned red.
This Wang Hu, what's going on?
It's amazing that they haven't done anything yet after all this time.
Is it too little money?
Lu Haichao clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, finally being ruthless.
Tiger, why haven't you done anything yet? Is it a money problem? Don't worry, I'll call the rest of the 10,000 right away. Trouble catching, Lu Haichao said, took out his cell phone, a flurry of operation.
Soon, Wang Hu's cell phone once again came with a text message tone. Only, now, with this small amount of money, he could no longer see it.
Chow, thank you for your kind words.
It's just that, with this amount of money, it's not enough anymore.
What do you mean?
Lu Haichao's brows furrowed, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition.
You want to sit on your ass?
Wang Hu shook his head, an intriguing smile on his face. It was well known that the wider he smiled, the more vicious he was when he did it. For a time, obviously as 3 hot days, Lu Haichao and others feel like falling into an ice cave, the back of the wind blowing cold wind. It just so happened that at this time, Wang Hu's 2 little brothers were also drunk and came out of the bar.
Wang Hu immediately beckoned towards them and spoke faintly, brothers, since everyone is here, let's do it.
The 2 punks nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice and ran towards Lin Dong in a ferocious manner. As a result, just as they ran close, Wang Hu flung them one by one.
Over there, when did I ever say that I wanted to move Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? Hearing this address, Lu Haichao finally realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. He was greeted by 2 sandbag-sized fists. Although, the 2 minions had no idea what was going on. However, as long as Wang Hu pointed east, they would never go west. Tiger, what do you mean by that?
We're brothers. The dog-legger who had called Wang Hu here earlier was dumbfounded. Normally, he didn't pay out of his own pocket to treat Smiling Tiger to food and drinks.
How is it that the other side is so unsympathetic at a critical moment?
And that's even after receiving $20,000 from Lu Haichao.
It's practically black and white. Yeah, we're brothers.
But the other boss, Mr. Lin, raised the money, quite a lot. Wang Hu grinned. Lu Haichao and the others were straight in their hearts. And finally woke up to why 2 people would stand together and talk and laugh.
Lin Dong, I'm not finished with you. Don't hit me, I have money on my card. Lu Haichao exclaimed. However, how could the small amount of money in his account compare to the $300,000 given by Lin Dong? He was greeted with a fat beating. Along with his 2 lapdogs, they were also beaten up. Ouch.
Spare me, Lin Dong, this has nothing to do with me.
Yes, it's all Lu Haichao's doing.
The 2 dog legs couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly skimmed the surface in an attempt to take 2 less punches.
Put.
Lu Haichao was so anxious to attack his heart that he spat out a mouthful of old blood all over his body, and only half of his life was left.
Chapter 37, I'll pay for the entire consumption. Okay, almost.
Seeing Lu Haichao and the two doglegs being beaten half to death, Lin Dong called for a stop in time. It's not good if the fight goes on and people get killed. Wang Hu originally thought that it was not enough, but since Lin Dong had given his word, he could only stop. On his way out, he did not forget to curry favor with Lin Dong. Straight away, he said that in the future, as long as Lin Dong had something to do, he would guarantee that he would arrive with his men at the drop of a hat. It didn't take long for Lin Dong to return to the bar. Walked straight towards the DJ and grabbed the microphone. Originally, a group of handsome men and women were dancing passionately. Suddenly, the dynamic DJ stopped. For a moment, everyone was not happy. What are you doing? Amidst the angry gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong did not panic in the slightest. Holding the microphone in his hand, he said indifferently, all of you probably do not know me, and there is no need for you to know me. There's only one thing you need to know, today I'm sore and happy. So? I'll cover the whole place tonight, I'll pay for the whole consumption. What? The crowd stared at Lin Dong with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. Suddenly, he wasn't so obtrusive. No, it's simply a crowd pleaser. I go, where is the big wrong seed? Ah no, big gold. Thank you, Daddy Gold, I'm sorry we misjudged you. This guy, really? Don't you think he's drunk and playing with us? Does he know how much it costs to cover the Blue Monster bar? Not everyone in the bar was overwhelmed with excitement, either. They seriously suspected that Lin Dong was drunk to say such pretentious words. After all, the Blue Banshee is just too much to spend. He pays for the entire consumption, at least a few $100,000. Looking at Lin Dong's appearance, he didn't look like a rich man. Soon, the bar manager knew the news and walked to Lin Dong surrounded by the crowd. Hello sir, what's your name? Lyndon. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, if you want to charter the venue, you need to check your capital in advance. For this request, Lin Dong did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, he didn't believe it when someone came out of the cold and said they were going to pay for everyone. Isn't it just a capital check? No problem. I'll give you my bank card directly, and how much you spend will be deducted directly from it. Anyway, the more money I spend, the more money I'll only get. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Lin Dong's mouth. What that last statement meant, only he knew. On the face of it, paying for everyone is purely being an ingrate. But, in reality, the more money spent, the more money he makes. Lin Dong was already looking forward to adding another zero to his bank card balance. A moment later, the bar manager walked over to Lin Dong with a six-parent stride and an excited face. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry, I was the one who had the eyes to recognize and tie just now. Look, do you want to say a few words? Lin Dong shook his head. The bar manager immediately understood and spoke on his behalf. Everyone, I've personally verified that Lin Xiao does have the strength to buy the whole place. Let's all give our warmest applause and welcome young Lin to the Blue Siren. Everybody get high. For a while, the Blue Siren bar was filled with passion. The music, the cheers, the shouts, nearly toppled the ceiling. Countless young men and women were like electrocuted, writhing their bodies frantically and tirelessly in the midst of the loud music and brilliant lights. From time to time, there were a few coolly dressed young ladies who took the initiative to strike up a conversation and stick it out with Lin Dong. There was no way, there were too few people like Lin Dong who were young and rich and still generous. It was so hard to stumble upon one, they naturally couldn't miss it. Lyndon was also enjoying himself. When these women served him well and made him happy, he would not be stingy and reward him with a few small red packets. The lowest is 6,666. Thank you, brother. Love young Lin the most, moi. Lin Xiao, I want to touch your car keys, is that okay? Mr. Lin's bravado made the group of demonic ES even more excited and kept going up and down. If he hadn't been unable to wipe his face, his pants would have been peeled off on the spot. Soon, the system also came with prompts one after another. Detected the host spending $5,000 at the nightclub, 10 times cashback was successful, bank card arrived at $50,000. Detected the host spending $8,000 at the nightclub, 10 times cashback was successful, bank card arrives at $80,000. Detected the host spending $10,000 at the nightclub, 10 times cashback was successful, bank card arrived at $100,000. From the moment Lin Dong announced that the whole place was buying, almost everyone was spending lavishly, specializing in expensive wines. In just half an hour, Lin Dong's bank card balance jumped wildly, skyrocketing by $6 to $7 million. For the average person, it's astronomical. Enough to buy a big house with a good location in Tianhai City. However, Lin Dong was not moved in the slightest. Not even, for that matter, a lift of the eyelids. Too little. It's really too little. How can you spend so little when you're paying for the whole place? Will it cost money? Do you want me to teach you? Lin Dong had an impatient look on his face. At once, it startled a few of the nightclub girls. Thought he was offended by something he did wrong. After all, it's a well-known fact that rich people have big tempers. In the next second, Lin waved directly at the bar manager. So who, come here a minute. The bar manager froze at first. Then, immediately, he came ass backwards. Lin Xiao, my surname is Zhang, you can just call me Xiao Zhang.
Lin Dong nodded slightly and casually asked, Manager Zhang, how much is the turnover of our Blue Demoness bar for one night?
Usually there's a couple hundred or 300,000, and when business is good, you can get 4 or 500,000.
Only this much?
Lin Dong skimmed his lips with some dissatisfaction. Manager Zhang smiled back, a little embarrassed. It was important to know that although Blue Goblin wasn't the biggest nightclub in Tianhai City, it was enough to be ranked in the top 3 in terms of popularity and level of consumption.
There are some nightclubs that don't make that much money in a quarter. As a result, when it came to Lin Dong's mouth, it became so little. However, thinking of Lin Dong's earthy behavior, Manager Zhang was relieved again.
Maybe $400,000 to $500,000 is not enough for someone to live on for a month. So, how much does it cost to acquire this bar of yours?
Lin Dong asked.
Manager Zhang's mouth twitched, thinking that Lin Dong had drunk too much.
Young Lin, don't make fun of me. Do I look like I'm joking, do you think? I'm asking you, why don't you just answer and be done with it? If you can't answer, call your boss.
Lin Dong spoke indifferently and directly drank the wine in his cup. Then, no longer bothering with him either, he continued to play with the beautiful girl next to him. Manager Zhang was on pins and needles. After a few moments of hesitation, it was hard to take out his cell phone and walk to a quiet place to ask his boss. It was only after about 10 minutes that he returned to Lin Dong's side. Young Lin, our boss said that he won't sell this bar without $20 million.
Chapter 38, Buying a Bar Outright, $200 million in hand. $20 million?
Hearing this figure, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly.
Is this a bad coincidence?
He had exactly $20 million on his bank card. As the saying goes, the wool comes off the sheep's back.
The money earned at Blue Banshee was spent right on Blue Banshee. Okay, just $20 million. Take the bank card, and in 5 minutes, I want to see proof of the assets of this bar, and a contract to acquire it. What?
Manager Zhang was directly dumbfounded. After so many years at the Blue Siren, it wasn't like he hadn't seen people who spent money like water. However, it was absolutely unprecedented for someone like Lin Dong to wildly dump $20 million with a single slap of his thigh. He didn't even counter-offer.
What are you waiting for? Could it be, do you think I'm the one who can't afford to pay that much?
Seeing Manager Zhang's delay, Lin Dong's face sank slightly.
No.
Manager Zhang hurriedly shook his head like a rattle. Then, picking up the bank card that Lin Dong had dropped on the table, he made a small run.
Next to them, several flamboyant nightclub girls froze in their tracks.
They knew that Lin Dong was rich, however, they did not expect to be so rich. It's the Blue Banshee, with tens of millions of dollars invested in hundreds of thousands of dollars of water flowing in every day.
It's such a nightclub with an inch of gold, but it's been plopped down by this young man in his early 20s in front of him? Sure you're not dreaming?
Noticing the dumbfounded expressions of the group of nightclub girls, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Taking advantage of their daze, they forcefully wrapped their arms around her.
A sloppy kiss from one of them. As long as I'm happy, from now on, you'll be the Blue Leprechaun's supreme VIPs, and I'll pay for all the spending, how's that? Hearing these words, the women couldn't help but tremble with their delicate bodies. They frequented high-class nightclubs and were all too aware of the strength of Lin Dong's words. It's a lot more affordable than some little bonus package. For a while, these nightclub girls could no longer remain calm. Without waiting for Lin Dong to open his mouth, he took the initiative to throw himself at Lin Dong and used all his strength to serve him. Just then, Manager Zhang burst in with a red face. Just walked through the door and was taken aback. Then, thinking of the contract worth $20 million in his hand, he gulped again and forced down his excitement. Lin Xiao, it's done. Congratulations, from now on, you are the sole owner of the Blue Leprechaun. You don't know, our boss's bowels are green with remorse. If he had known you were so forthcoming, he would have ordered more. At the same time, the system's beep sounded immediately afterward. Detected the host spending $20 million at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback success. Bank card accounts for 200 million yuan. 200 million, in hand. How can I describe this feeling? However, this was not enough for Lin Dong. Snap. Lin Dong once again slapped his bank card on the desktop. The smile on Manager Zhang's face froze. Can't it be that Lin Dong thought he spent too much money and backed out? Manager Zhang. Yes, Lin Xiao, I am. Manager Zhang carefully poured a glass of red wine for Lin Dong. Any further instructions you may have, just ask. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. He was satisfied with this Manager Zhang who had an eye for the future. It's not much, it's just a bar that's too small to be lively. Manager Zhang froze. Then, subconsciously, he looked at the hundreds of men and women who were frantically shaking their bodies. The scene was almost like a large-scale seizure scene. That's it. Isn't that enough? Then, young Lin, what do you mean? It's simple, I want to consolidate a few nightclubs in the neighborhood, and better yet, bag the entire Tianhai City. That way, if you have a membership at the Blue Leprechaun Bar, you can enjoy your membership no matter which establishment you go to. After hearing these words from Lin Dong, manager Zhang's jaw dropped to the ground. Isn't this a franchise?
But those franchises have memberships because of the thin margins. For example, if a cup of milk tea is sold for more than $10, members can be cheaper by $1 or $2. I have never heard that nightclubs, a place that spends thousands of dollars without moving, also engage in this form of franchising.
More crucially, so far, there was no one who had enough financial power to dish out the nightclub business in the entire Tianhai city. Suppose Lin Dong really did this. Then he wouldn't be the little prince of the nightclub, he'd be the greatest of the nightclubs. Lin Xiao, isn't this a bit? What? You can't do it?
Lin Dong raised his eyebrows and crossed his legs, looking manager Zhang up and down with a questioning face. The latter was startled. Now, Lin Dong was his bread and butter. He didn't dare to touch this god of wealth. Thinking again and again, manager Zhang weighed his words and said, Lin Xiao, it's not that we can't do it, but the interests involved in this matter are really too big. We're willing to pay for it, but people may not necessarily be willing to sell it. Let's just say that our boss, no, ex-boss, regretted not asking for more money after signing the contract just now.
How can the other bosses be so nice?
After saying these words, he had thought that Lin Dong would know what to do. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong smiled lightly and took a sip of red wine lightly.
What did I think it was? So it's money. Just remember, with me, if it's a problem related to money, it's not a problem. Isn't it just a matter of making more or less money when you're out selling?
After saying that, Lin Dong slapped a certain beauty's face. That beautiful woman's petite body shook. Not only did she not get angry, but she became even more enthusiastic. It made manager Zhang look at him in a daze.
Come on, don't dawdle here. Just get this done and I won't treat you badly. Now, take this card and numb out to a couple of nightclubs. Whatever they offer, you just raise it higher. Go out and don't embarrass me. If you dare to disgrace me, then get the hell out of here.
Manager Zhang's brain buzzed. Obviously, he was scolded by Lin Dong, however, his heart was warm and sweet. Even, there is an added sense of purpose.
Not bad, that's what makes me a good employee.
Don't worry, as long as you perform well, I definitely won't treat you poorly. You get a commission when the acquisition contract is negotiated.
It's not much, just 1%. 1%?
Hearing this figure, manager Zhang's breathing thickened, his heartbeat accelerated, and he was so excited that he almost had a heart attack.
1% sounds like very little. However, it is also important to see how much the total price is. A blue siren, that's $20 million. 1%, that's 200,000. He used to work his ass off at the bar and only make 30,000 to 40,000 bucks a month. Now, with a few light words, Lin Dong had tripled it for him. Even that's just a contract.
If he really took down the entire nightclubs in Tianhai City, then he would be able to earn in a month what he could never earn in his entire life before.
Lin Xiao.
Manager Zhang was in tears. For a moment, an impulse arose to die as a soldier. Seeing this, Lin Dong waved his hand. Get out of here, I want a contract, not your acting skills here.
Remember, you only have one night. Overdue.
Don't worry, Shaolin, I'll be right there. Manager Zhang immediately stood up straight and saluted, and ran out in a flurry of wind, his speed almost catching up with Bolt. Those who didn't know, would have thought that he was an errand boy called by Lin Dong.
Chapter 39, Continuing Acquisition, Arriving at $1 billion. Put.
At the sight of this scene, several nightclub girls burst into laughter. They had come to the Blue Demonis bar to play for so long, and it was the first time that they saw manager Zhang lose his temper like this.
The contrast, too, is too great. What are you laughing at? You guys are definitely faster than him if you can make a couple million a night.
Once they heard a few million, a few people's smiles gradually froze. In its place, there was a strong sense of envy and jealousy.
Why wouldn't they want to make money every day and turn a chicken into a phoenix? The problem is, there's no such opportunity.
All they could do was to use their bodies to please a male like Lin Dong in exchange for a little hard-earned money. Lin Xiao, people also want a few million. Young Lin is the best, give people a boss too, will you?
A few nightclub girls hugged Lin Dong's arm and pampered him repeatedly.
Lin Dong sneered inwardly.
You can't the boss, but you can be ed by the boss. Go over there and get on your knees.
Facing Lin Dong's commanding tone, the few women did not dare to be ambiguous. They know that this may be the only chance in their lives to move up in class.
Not much longer. Inside the VIP deck, the sky is thundering. Phew. 2 hours later, the great battle was over. In the VIP package deck, 3 large, unclothed beauties falling over. Some were lying on the bottom of the table, some on the couch, and one slept in a pile of wine bottles. Looking at this scene, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. It's not fun, it's not fun. With his current ability, not to mention 3 women, 30 women in a wheel battle wouldn't necessarily be able to bring him down. Just then, a figure gasped for air and hurriedly barged in. Lin Xiao, it's done, it's done. He stuttered up his words because he was so excited. Take it easy, have a drink and take your time. Lin Dong smiled lightly and poured a glass of wine for manager Zhang.
Manager Zhang didn't dare to brush him off and directly dried it in one gulp.
Subsequently, instead of getting drunk, I got more excited. Young Lin, the nightclubs in the Blue Sirens neighborhood have all agreed to your acquisition, a total of 3 bars and 5 nightclubs.
Lin Dong shook his head, not caring about the number. All he cares about is how much it cost. It's about how much money the system returns to him.
Get to the point.
Yes, Lin Xiao. Manager Zhang nodded his head like a chicken pecking, his fingers trembling.
Here's the purchase contract, please take a look at it.
Expenses totaled $91,600,000.
Seemingly to show his loyalty to Lin Dong, Manager Zhang even emphasized on it. Don't worry, it definitely didn't cost you a thing. I've totaled it all up and the premium isn't more than 5%.
It came to mind that upon hearing these words, Lin Dong's brows furrowed without a hint of happiness.
Didn't I tell you? Raise the price higher. Who asked you to save me money? Ha?
Manager Zhang froze.
How can you save your own money and make a mistake? Forget it, it won't happen again, it's been a hard day. Send me your bank card number and I'll pay you.
Manager Zhang immediately brightened up.
Before Lin Dong lost his temper, he numbly took out his bank card. Not long after, I received a text message of arrival. When he looked at the string of numbers, he was instantly dumbfounded. 1 million? Lin Xiao, you're giving too much, aren't you?
Seeing Manager Zhang's flattered look, Lin Dong was unconcerned. More than that, consider it a bonus.
In the future, never save me money. It's a small amount of money, so don't make it a big deal.
For a while, Manager Zhang seemed to be stepping on a cloud, and his entire body was floating lightly. He never dreamed that one day he would make so much money. This was all thanks to Lin Dong. Lin Dong ignored the enthusiastically brimming Manager Zhang and silently opened the system to check the rewards. Detected the host spending $5 million at the nightclub, 10 times cashback was successful, the bank card arrived at $50 million. Detected the host spending $8 million at the nightclub, 10 times cashback was successful, bank card arrived at $80 million. Detected the host spending $13 million at the nightclub, 10 times cashback was successful, bank card arrived at $130 million. Zeroing in and adding up, Lin Dong's bank card balance was no longer 8 digits, but 9 digits. That's $1 billion. It's hard to imagine that he went from being a multi-millionaire to a billionaire mogul in just one night.
No, more accurately, more than 2 hours.
Once this kind of overnight wealth story was leaked out, there would be a lot of people who would come running up their asses to worship the master before the absolute dawn.
All sorts of socialites, too, would scramble to come and make friends with the nouveau riche.
Very good, very good. Lin Dong could no longer hold back his excitement, lifting a bottle of XO and pouring it all into his mouth.
Seeing this scene, Manager Zhang couldn't help but have his eyelids flutter.
Even if you're a good drinker and can drink, you can't drink like that. However, seeing the nightclub girl lying on the ground, drunk, and the boxes and boxes of bottles, Manager Zhang stifled his words again. It seems that this Dong Xiaolin is not only rich and has a big machine, but he is also gifted in drinking. Drinking it all in one gulp, Lin Dong did not blush or gasp as he opened his mouth indifferently.
Xiao Zhang.
From now on, when I'm not at the bar, the Blue Banshee will be in you to take care of.
You'll be in charge of a few other nightclubs as well, so nothing will go wrong, right? Hearing this, Manager Zhang's mind went blank.
It took a full half-minute of slowing down before a few words popped out of his mouth, his head nodding over and over.
Lin Xiao, don't worry, I definitely won't let you down.
With me here, sooner or later I'll be able to earn back the money I spent.
Aha!
Lin Dong nodded indifferently.
In fact, he doesn't care if these nightclubs make money or not. Anyway, the billion is already there. These nightclubs, too, lose their value. However, it's good to have your own property in case you can make money. Okay, then I'll see how you do. I have other things to do, so I'll go back first. If anything happens, call me directly.
Lin Dong casually perfunctorily stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing that the god of fortune was leaving, Manager Zhang did not dare to be slow. Carefully following behind Lin Dong, he personally sent him to the parking lot. Then, blearily, he watched Lin Dong drive away. He had already made up his mind that in the future, no matter what happened, he would hold on to Lin Dong's big thick leg and lay down his life for him. The other side. Under the effect of 1,000 cups of wine, the drunkenness in Lin Dong's body quickly dissipated. He had clear vision and a clear brain, not at all like he had been drinking. However, after tossing and turning all night, even if Lin Dong's body was not weak, his spirit was a bit tired. He was going to go back to the Dynasty Hotel and get some rest. Unexpectedly, just at an intersection almost to the Dynasty Hotel, there was a circle of people surrounding him, making a lot of noise, which happened to block his way. Lin Dong got out of the car with some impatience. He wanted to see who had nothing better to do than stop his own way. Chapter 40, Selling Yourself to Save Your Mother. Brothers and sisters, grandparents. Please, do me a favor and save my mom. As long as you guys pay for my surgery, I'll repay you like a cow. Before he could approach the pile, he heard the sound of a young girl's mournful plea. Lin Dong immediately frowned.
It's a cliched line, and you know it when you hear it. It's a classic scam. Sell yourself to save your mother.
Lin Dong did not bother to poke at it and moved forward, wanting to see who was so shameless.
A young girl with an innocent and lovely appearance sat on her knees.
The young girl was not very old, appearing to be in her early 20s. Melon face, high nose, and big watery eyes. Although she was only wearing an ordinary little white dress, however, she could not hide the cool temperament in her bones at all. A pair of bright eyes, but also exudes a Lindayu-like ghostly tenderness.
With the young girl's age and appearance, if she was placed inside the university, she would at least be a schoolgirl. How did it come to this?
Lin Dong walked forward and glanced at the sign in front of the young girl. Her name is Lu Shiyun, and she just got into a key university in Tianhai City this year.
As a result, her mother suddenly found out that she had a brain tumor and needed $500,000 for the operation.
Since her father had died and Lu Shiyun had just started school, there was no money for treatment. With no other choice, Lu Shiyun had to try to get enough money for her mother's surgery by selling herself at a place like the Dynasty Hotel.
Lin Dong looked up Lu Shiyun's information.
Neither the school registration number nor the ID card was falsified.
Nor did her feelings seem to be false, she was genuinely anxious. Just then, several chortling voices suddenly came. "Get out of the way, all of you." The crowd turned around.
Finding it to be 3 or 4 straggling, dry, skinny street skaters, they hurried to get out of the way. These days, it's better to mess with the king of hell than to commit a crime. Spiritual guys like this one, who don't hit hard, hide as far away as they can. When the leading yellow hair saw that the crowd was so knowledgeable, he snorted coldly, a cold smile on his face.
"It's good to know you're scared. We're hanging out with Tiger."
At the mention of Tiger, yellow hair straightened his back.
The 2 followers were also full of smugness.
Soon, the 3 street skaters squeezed into the middle of the crowd and looked at Lu Shiyun, who was crying and wailing.
"Brother Huang, am I right? This chick is so hot and, well, just your type. Look, this information we have, is it worth a pack of cigarettes?"
The junior said with a curt smile. Yellow hair grinned and patted him on the shoulder.
"Not bad, turn around and buy you whatever cigarettes you want, I'll buy them for you." "Damn, that's the first time I've seen one in such good condition."
The 3 of them did not hide, in the slightest, their covetousness for Lu Shiyun.
People like them never talk about quality and play with more flowers than the average person. Often greeted a group of people having a party.
Right now, in yellow hair's eyes, Lu Shiyun had already become his bag of tricks.
"You guys, what do you want?"
Just as yellow hair and the others were about to molest Lu Shiyun, a white collar man with a big belly stood out with a look of righteous indignation.
The onlookers gave a thumbs up at the sight.
Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and did not open his mouth. He's not some kind of a goody two-shoes who's seen fit to give up his life for the sake of others. Trying to get him to make a move, unless, of course, there is something that would move him to benefit. It is a truism from time immemorial that if a man does not act for himself, he will be punished by the heavens and the earth. At that moment, the white-collar middle-aged man blocked in front of Lu Shiyun. His brows furrowed as he looked up and down at the yellow-haired few. "I warn you, don't try to bully people in broad daylight. Now, get as far away as you can, or I'm calling the police."
Hearing this, Lu Shiyun, who was sobbing with her head down, couldn't help but raise her head.
Glancing at the white-collar man, his eyes showed a hint of gratitude. However, when they heard the word alarm, the yellow-haired few scoffed.
"You who, there's a hero here? You report it, I haven't stolen or robbed anything, and I'm afraid you'll call the police? Besides, she's the one who wants to sell herself to save her mother, don't you see what it says here? What's wrong with me paying to help her?"
After saying that, yellow hair pulled out a few $100s from his pocket and flung it in front of Lu Shiyun.
Are they enough?"
Lu Shiyun's beautiful eyes were stunned. "The doctor said it would take $500,000 to operate on my mother."
"That's a couple $100, not enough for change."
The white-collar man also grunted when he saw this.
"That's all it is, not even enough for the registration fee." Immediately afterward, the white-collar man turned his head and looked at Lu Shiyun with a gentle face. "Little sister, take it easy. My name is Sue, and I have a car repair store under my name.
As long as you come with me and we find a quiet place to communicate, I'll figure out how to pay for your mother's surgery. $500,000 may be out of reach, but a few tens of thousands are still available."
Lu Shiyun frowned slightly. For some reason, hearing Boss Sue's words gave her a very uncomfortable feeling.
Especially the look in the other woman's eyes made her uncomfortable. At this point, yellow hair directly poked at Boss Sue's intentions.
"What did I think? So it's a little bit of money in your hand and you want to adopt someone? A pig's nose in an onion, what kind of elephant are you pretending to be?"
Being scolded by yellow hair like this, Boss Sue blushed. As it turns out, he's not a bodhisattva either, but has ulterior motives. Originally, he was looking at Lu Shiyun's simple-mindedness, very good at cheating, and could be coaxed into bed with just a little bit of money. Now, he was directly dismantled by yellow hair, causing him to be embarrassed both inside and outside.
Just when everyone thought that Lu Shiyun would simply refuse. To my surprise, the little girl bit her lip and blushed. Can there be more?" Tens of thousands of dollars is not really enough. If you can give me $500,000, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Even if it's stay with you, serve you, and wash your feet. Lu Shiyun had some difficulty speaking and didn't finish her later words. This pitiful look instantly stirred up the sympathy of the crowd. However, there was nothing they could do to help. These days, no one's money comes from the wind. Also, $500,000 is not a small number. Next to him, Lin Dong suddenly had a change of heart. Originally, he thought that Lu Shiyun was selling a sheep's head for a dog's meat, using the banner of selling her body to save her mother's life to cheat money. Now it seems that the little girl is all but helpless. Just then, hearing Lu Shiyun think that 30,000 was too little, Boss Su's face turned red at once, and his eyes grew unkind. $500,000 if you say so? It's because I see pity in you that I'm willing to be the wrongdoer and pay for you. Don't think I don't know that schoolgirls your age are so spent playing at school that I don't know how many hands have fallen. It's not certain if she's a virgin or not. She opens her mouth for $500,000. Where did she get the face? Boss Su was full of obscenities. The hope that had just been ignited in Lu Shiyun's eyes was once again dashed, and her pretty face turned red. I've never had a boyfriend, don't be ridiculous. Chapter 41, Use of Force. Oh. Hearing this, Yellow Hair and Boss Su both lit up. I didn't expect it, but it was a real treasure today. Boss Su secretly gulped and stared at Lu Shiyun once again. As expected, the little girl's legs were tightly closed and tightly sewn together, obviously untouched. Still, he refused to let go of any opportunity to suppress his opponent. If you say you've never done it, you've never done it? I don't believe it unless you let me test it. What? Lu Shiyun's eyes widened and her body trembled gently. She'd spent so much time in the ivory tower of school that she'd barely set foot in society and hadn't encountered this kind of person at all. For a moment, it was hard to know how to respond. Oh, weak-minded, are you? I didn't know. Lu Shiyun shook her head repeatedly, tears welling up in her eyes. Then, thinking of his seriously ill mother, he still had to bow his head. If I let you test it, can I pay a little more? Yes, of course. Boss Su was overjoyed and excited. But it's not up to him whether to pay or not? Let's put Lu Shiyun to bed first. Don't worry, as long as you're still a virgin, Uncle is willing to add more money. Boss Su hemmed and hawed, surprisingly ignoring the disgusted eyes of the people around him, straightening his hand to touch Lu Shiyun's face. And on down. Lu Shiyun was blushing and her body was shaking. You could see how nervous and scared she was at this moment. Right at this critical moment, the yellow hair on the side finally couldn't help himself and kicked Boss Su in the arm. Mard, you dare to touch the woman I have my eye on. Ouch. Boss Su screamed miserably and fell on his face. He glared viciously at Yellow Hair, incomparably angry at this guy for spoiling his good deed. Yellow Hair looked at him coldly and teasingly opened his mouth. Su Changyuan, right? If you don't want your mechanic's store trashed, get the hell out of here. Suddenly being called out by his real name, Boss Su's face turned green with fear. Rather, he still didn't want to miss the chance to eat Lu Shiyun. It couldn't be helped, the little girl was just too watery and seductive. You, who are you threatening? Think I'm scared? Yellow Hair snorted coldly, pointed at Boss Su's nose, and scolded, if you don't know me, you should know Tiger, right? Smiley, that's our big brother. Smiley? Su Changyuan licked his dry and cracked lips, revealing a panicked look for the first time. Who doesn't know that Wang Hu was a famous outlaw in this neighborhood? Earlier in his life, he went to jail for a few years for intentional assault. It was just released last month. When he thought of the trouble he might get into in the future, Su Changyuan's face swished white. As the saying goes, the rash are afraid of the horizontal, and the horizontal are afraid of those who don't want to die. Wang Hu is all about playing with people. He can't afford to mess with it. You know you're scared, so get lost. What a thing, and learning to be a pack rat. Yellow Hair snorted coldly. Boss Su's face changed, and in the end, he left in a sorry state. At the same time, the surrounding people subconsciously moved a little farther away from Yellow Hair's several people. At the same time, a regretful face shook his head. Today, it was hard for Lu Shiyun to escape. Not only will he not be able to come up with enough money to pay for his mother's surgery, but he himself is going to be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. At this time, Yellow Hair flung the $200 and once again walked to Lu Shiyun. Pretty girl, be my girlfriend? Seeing Yellow Hair's naked eyes, Lu Shiyun's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. Shivering, neither dared to speak back. A belly full of grievances and heartaches, and not daring to complain. If you don't say anything, take that as a tacit yes. Old me is so lucky to come out for a stroll and pick up such a beautiful girlfriend. Yellow Hair's heart burst with triumph. The two little brothers were also full of fawning. Brother Huang, it's still you. A beauty as pretty and innocent as this, who is still a fledgling, is not often seen nowadays. If this was in school, it would at least be a school beauty. Out for sale, not 3,000 or 4,000 a night? Snap. Before the two could finish their words, Yellow Hair slapped him suddenly. Ah, how do you talk to your sister-in-law?
Why don't you invite her over? The two little brothers understood and walked towards Lu Shiyun with a bad smile, grabbing her arms on the left and right.
Sister-in-law, please. I'm not your sister-in-law. I need to save my mom. Please, let me go.
Being framed by a few people from yellow hair, Lu Shiyun's heart was half cold. Originally, in order to raise medical expenses, she was ready to be a mistress for others. I didn't expect to meet such shameless punks.
A few $100 and you want to take possession by force. For a while, Lu Shiyun was near despair.
Subconsciously, he looked at the people around him, hoping that one of them would save him. However, these days, everyone sweeps the snow from their own doorsteps, never mind the frost on others' tiles.
Who wants to get into trouble when you're not related? Oh, don't look, baby. Say whatever you want to say to your husband later, okay? Yellow hair grinned and sized up Lu Shiyun from head to toe.
The more you look at it, the more stunning it gets, and the more the harumphs hit the floor.
Just now, Lu Shiyun was sitting.
It was only now that I got up that I realized she was not only pretty, but tall as well. Wearing a pair of flat shoes, all of them were 6'8", practically a model's body.
Compared to Lu Shiyun, what were those spiritual little sisters he used to play with? Let me go, you guys, let me go. Lu Shiyun cried like a pear and struggled desperately.
However, it was completely impossible to break free from the iron jaw-like arms of the two minions. Just then, a youth stopped in front of the three.
Yellow hair froze.
I didn't expect that with Boss Su as a forewarning, there would still be someone who dared to jump out and touch his own brow.
It was a moment of anger. Roll on, roll on. If you don't leave, watch out for me to remove one of your legs.
Facing Yellow Hair's threat, the youth had a cold smile on his face.
Yeah, you guys try.
Let's see if I'm the one with fewer arms and legs, or if you all kneel down and call your grandpa.
You. Yellow hair and the two minions froze for a moment. This kid, quite arrogant. Beat him up. Yellow hair shouted sternly. At that moment, the two junior brothers took the lead and threw down Lu Shiyun and surrounded Lin Dong.
One of them did not speak of martial virtues and came up with a whip kick to Lin Dong's lower third, clearly a wild way of street fighting.
Bang! A heavy thud came. Immediately afterward, one man fell to the ground.
However, that person was not Lin Dong, but Yellow Hair's little brother. Only to see him clutching his calf's stomach, his whole face suffocating into a pig's liver color. By the sound of it, the bones are broken. Seeing this scene, everyone was startled.
It also included Lin Dong.
Never in a million years would I have thought that the divine fighting technique was so powerful. In his eyes, the other party's movements were incredibly slow, and there were breaks everywhere.
A random move could hurt the other side.
It felt like an adult beating up a child without any effort.
Chapter 42, Calling and Shaking People.
Seeing this scene, the spiritual guy next to him was instantly dumbfounded.
Suddenly, a sandbag-sized fist broke into view. Bang!
There was another muffled thud, and the minion fell to the ground as well.
Yellow hair was taken aback.
I didn't think that I'd run into a hard case.
If you don't do something about it, you'll be the next to get your ass kicked. You, stay back.
I'm warning you, my big brother is a smiley, he's killed people. If you touch me, I promise, you won't live through the day. Yellow hair shouted and tried to threaten Lin Dong. As expected, Lin Dong's expression was stunned for a moment when he heard the three words smiling tiger. Yellow hair thought that Lin Dong was afraid, and he breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart, once again revealing a triumphant smile.
After all that, you're a wimp too. Alright, little master is in a good mood and won't pursue the matter of you hitting me. Now, get the hell out of here and don't keep me from doing my job.
After saying that, Yellow hair was going to hold Lu Shiyun's hand. As a result, it never occurred to him that Lin Dong suddenly kicked Yellow hair straight to the ground. When the crowd saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air.
At the same time, there was some surprise.
Yellow hair had even reported the smiling tiger's name, but Lin Dong even dared to make a move.
Could it be that this is the legendary firstborn calf that is not afraid of tigers? You. Yellow hair's face turned red and his fingers shivered as he pointed at Lin Dong. If you dare to hit me, my big brother will kill you. Fine, get him over here and I'll wait here. When he comes, I'll clean it up piece by piece.
Lin Dong sneered and stood there with his arms wrapped around him, waiting for Yellow hair to call.
Yellow hair frowned, subconsciously feeling that something was wrong. However, thinking of Wang Hu's bravery, he immediately dialed a number. Brother Tiger, I'm Xiao Huang, I let someone beat me up at the Dynasty Hotel. I gave your name, and he wasn't afraid at all, and said he'd get you killed. Yes, you hurry up. While Yellow hair was calling to shake people, Lin Dong reached out his hand and helped Lu Shiyun, who had a tear-stained face, up. Are you okay, beautiful? Lu Shiyun was indifferent. Even the breathing was a little weak. Perhaps she was grieving because she knew she couldn't save her mother. It wasn't long before 4 or 5 men came whimpering along not far away. The bald man at the head of the group, carrying a flinging stick in his hand, looked like he was coming for a fight. Which ungrateful one dares to hit my man? Get thee outta here. This familiar voice, isn't it the smiling tiger one who?
As soon as he saw the rescuers coming, Yellowhair was so excited that he was incoherent and hurriedly greeted them with a trot.
Tiger, you're finally here. That's him, this kid says he's going to clean you up. Following the direction of Yellowhair's finger, Wang Hu instantly saw Lu Shiyun. Good boy, with a beauty like that, you didn't tell me earlier? No.
Yellowhair's heart shook, hardened his head, and said, I wasn't ready to introduce her to you, but that kid stopped me.
Wang Hu nodded, smilingly walking towards Lu Shiyun.
However, he always felt that the man next to Lu Shiyun seemed a bit familiar. Just then, the man slowly turned around and looked at Wang Hu with an expressionless face.
Bam!
Wang Hu was so scared that the throwing stick in his hand fell to the ground.
Lin Xiao? In full view of everyone, Wang Hu jogged and walked over to Lin Dong.
That respectful look was like meeting his own father. I thought, who is it? So jade-like and handsome, so it's Mr. Lin.
Tell me, isn't this a big watery mess? Wang Hu burst out laughing.
That stance was close to offering Lin Dong up. Seeing this scene, Yellowhair froze for a moment. Thought that Wang Hu had an old habit of being polite before fighting. After all, the jungle nickname Smiling Tiger, the brighter the smile, the harder the fight. Unbeknownst to him, this time, Wang Hu was being genuine, not smiling.
Brother Tiger, you have to avenge your brothers.
Just then, seeing Wang Hu's delay in making a move, Yellowhair couldn't help but ask one more question. Lin Dong coldly smiled as he watched the fun.
Tiger, is this your brother? That's right, Tiger is my brother, no?
Before Yellowhair could see the situation clearly, he immediately let out an angry cry.
Snap! A crisp slap sounded.
I'll your grandma's leg.
Do I know you? Just climb up the ladder here.
Wang Hu glared viciously at Yellowhair and spat again.
Damn, you've dyed a few chicken hairs and you're learning to be a curmudgeon, do you deserve it? It's bad luck.
Immediately, Wang Hu turned his head again and said with a smile, don't misunderstand, Lin Xiao, he's just a small rascal, I'm not familiar with him.
It's good to be uncooked.
Lin Dong nodded slightly and pointed at Lu Shiyun next to him. If I hadn't stopped them just now, this beautiful woman would have been taken away by them.
What?
Wang Hu's brain buzzed. Dare I say, it was Yellowhair who tried to steal Lin Dong's woman, and Lin Dong hit him.
Luckily he was quick. Otherwise, sooner or later, the fire will burn on him. When he thought of almost getting into trouble with a big shot like Lin Dong because of Yellowhair, Wang Hu's back chilled. After the worry, comes the anger. Mud, what kind of thing dares to touch young Lin's woman? Brothers, give me a beating to make these guys learn a lesson. No, let them never touch a woman in their lives. Hearing this, Yellowhair's brain buzzed. In the next second, before he could react, 3 or 4 throwing sticks greeted him. There are also people who specialize in shutting down his lower third. All of a sudden, a pig-killing scream rang out. Ouch! Tiger, what are you doing? I'm hanging out with you.
On the other side, Yellowhair's 2 followers also suffered. In less than a moment's work, he was beaten to a pulp.
Mercy! Yellowhair, in particular, was beaten the most.
At this point, covering his crotch there in tears.
Okay, that's pretty much it.
Lin Dong waved his hand somewhat impatiently.
Stop! Wang Hu understood and hurriedly howled out at the top of his voice.
A few of the minions then stopped.
Lin Xiao, do you think this will work? Wang Hu asked with some flattery.
Lin Dong nodded. Then, taking out his cell phone, he made a flurry of operations.
Soon, Wang Hu received a transfer text message. $300,000? Thank you, Shaolin, I pay my respects to you. Wang Hu burst into ecstasy. That's more money to be made than collecting protection money.
The point is that it's also easy. A little bit of money, just as a drink I bought my brothers. By the way, I've bought the Blue Banshee, as well as a few nightclubs next to it. In the future, you guys help keep an eye on them. Lin Dong's glib remark caused Wang Hu and his group of juniors to shatter their glasses and be incomparably shocked. This Lin Xiao unexpectedly did such a big deal without saying a word.
Who the hell is he? Chapter 43, I can save your mom. Don't worry, as long as you perform well, you'll get less.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. $300,000, that's nothing to him.
However, it was not a small number for people like Wang Hu. It's totally worth it to use it to take them in. I have things to do, so you guys do what you need to do. Understand?
Lin Dong raised an eyebrow and glanced at the assisting Lu Shiyun. Wang Hu smiled and touched his bald head. How could he not understand Lin Dong's meaning, and immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking.
Get it, I can get it too much. Brothers, withdraw.
Soon after, Wang Hu left with a group of people in a hurry, afraid of spoiling Lin Dong's fun.
Those onlookers scared.
Originally, he thought that once the smiling tiger arrived, Lin Dong would have to shed his skin even if he did not die.
I didn't realize that the peaks and valleys.
Wang Hu, whom Yellowhair called, not only did not turn toward him, but also beat Yellowhair violently.
Can't mess with it.
That boss Su, who was hiding behind the crowd, was so scared that his face turned pale and he no longer dared to hit Lu Shiyun. Just then, Lu Shiyun tilted her head to look at Lin Dong and spoke curiously. You, what the hell are you? Why are they all afraid of you? Lin Dong froze for a moment. It was a question he was surprised to be asked. After thinking for a moment, Lin Dong said indifferently, "It is not important who I am, what is important is that I can save your mom." Really? Lu Shiyun instantly brightened up, and hope once again flared in her bleak eyes. However, when she thought of the unsavory intentions of Boss Sue and Yellow Hair earlier, she bit her lip in an incomparably tangled manner. It was only after a long silence that a bold decision was finally made.
Only, if you can save my mom. Let me do whatever I want. I really haven't had a boyfriend, I'm still a virgin.
Before the words were finished, Lin Dong covered her mouth.
Nice guy. I do like women, but there's no need for you to be so forthcoming, is there? In the middle of the street, yelling that you're a virgin. If you didn't know, you'd think I'd done something to you. As expected, several passers-by pulled out their cell phones, not knowing whether they wanted to take pictures or call the police. Get in the car and talk.
Lin Dong let out a bitter smile, pulled Lu Shiyun, and walked quickly to the side of the road.
Is this, your car? Lu Shiyun was a bit surprised and pointed at the Paramera. Although, she doesn't understand these rich people's toys. But if you've never eaten pork, you've never seen a pig run? Cootie. All can see that this car is worth a lot of money. At this moment, she also finally believed that Lin Dong had the ability to pay the $500,000 for the surgery. Get in the car. Oh. In the Paramera.
Lin Dong finally had a chance to get to know Lu Shiyun.
Your name is Lu Shiyun? A student of Tianhai Polytechnic University? Yes. In that case, you still have to call me senior. What? Lu Shiyun's eyes widened.
Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was also a student of the Tianhai University of Technology.
Her pretty face slightly reddened and she softly called out. Sifu.
Since it's senior sister's matter, then I, as a senior brother, of course have to take care of it. Seeing the trust in Lu Shiyun's eyes, as well as her body gradually relaxing, the corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly.
This thing, he knew, was 10-1. Tell me, what has Auntie got?
At the mention of her mother's terminal illness, Lu Shiyun shook her lips, her eyes reddening slightly as tears welled up.
Don't cry, speak slowly.
Lin Dong took out a tissue and handed it to Go. This gentle and delicate gesture once again moved Lu Shiyun to the core.
Then, in a fit of weeping and wailing, the story unfolded. She and her mother, Song Roland, are both from the countryside.
They came to Tianhai City together because they got into college this year.
Unexpectedly, before Lu Shiyun finished the enrollment procedures, Song Roland fainted on the road on the way.
Lu Shiyun had his hands full and rushed her to the hospital.
A quick examination yielded the bad news.
The doctor said that my mom has a tumor in her head, it's already in the advanced stage, it's very difficult to treat, and the surgery cost is very high, it costs $500,000. My mom said that she wasn't going to treat it for fear of delaying my future.
But my mom raised me all by herself and suffered so much, how could I possibly see death?
Lin Dong nodded.
Is that why you want to sell yourself to save your mother?
Well, then do you realize that in this world, there are a lot of bad people? Thinking of what had just happened, Lu Shiyun suddenly lost her color and subconsciously pressed the hem of her skirt. Then, suddenly thinking of something, his expression loosened again. No, there are still good people, senior brother Lin is a good person. Lin Dong smiled faintly and patted her shoulder.
I understand about you, I guess. I can help you out with this money.
Hearing these words, Lu Shiyun shook her lips. Afterward, as if she had made up her mind, she did not care if there was anyone outside the car, and gathered her courage to dive headfirst into Lin Dong's arms. Even, of her own accord, she grabbed his hand and placed it on her thigh.
What are you doing? Senior Lin, I can't repay your great kindness, I can only give myself to you, don't reject me, okay?
After saying this, Lu Shiyun unbuttoned her own coat. From Lin Dong's angle, he could just about see a deep ditch. Hiss! Lin Dong could not help but suck in a breath of cool air.
On the surface, Lu Shiyun belonged to the petite and lovely type. I didn't realize that the figure was so good.
Noticing Lin Dong's burning gaze, Lu Shiyun's snow-white skin flushed slightly.
It's like a peach blossom in its first blossom, delicate and beautiful. The next moment, it seemed that she was not enough, and she grabbed Lin Dong's big hand and sent it down her skirt. Looking at Lu Shiyun's raw and clumsy movements, Lin Dong smiled heartily and could not help but tease, Shiyun, didn't you say that you don't have a boyfriend? I watched that on a TV show. Lu Shiyun opened her mouth a little shyly.
At the same time, take a deep breath and get ready to offer yourself. As a result, just then, Lin Dong pushed her away.
This matter will wait until Auntie is cured. Lu Shiyun froze for a moment first.
Then the eyes misted again. Now, she was more and more confirmed that Lin Dong was a righteous man.
In fact, Lin Dong just didn't like this way. He prefers women to go all in. Instead of being like Lu Shiyun, who was clearly preoccupied and had to play along. It's no fun. Even when it arrives, it's boring. By the way, besides fainting, does Auntie have any other symptoms?
Lin Dong suddenly asked.
Lu Shiryun shook her head.
No, can eat and sleep, no different from normal. I didn't know that until I checked yesterday.
That's odd.
Lin Dong always felt that there was something wrong here.
But it's not good to say so explicitly. Right now, the only way to know the situation was to meet Song Rulin first. Which hospital is Auntie in? I'll drive you there. As for that surgery, I'll pay for it up front and pay me back when you have the money. Chapter 44, Oddities. Half an hour later. The Primera drove into the Tianhai Central Hospital.
Lin Dong followed Lu Shiryun and came to the door of the ward. Through the window, Lu Shiryun's mother, Song Rulin, was seen. Somewhat different from what was imagined, Song Rulin was very young, looking to be only in her 30s. Moreover, the looks were also very beautiful, resembling Lu Shiryun by 7 or 8 points. Without knowing it, one would think the two were sisters, not mother and daughter. Even compared to Lu Shiryun, Song Rulin had a bit more of a mature woman's flavor. Senior brother Lin, let's go in. Lu Shiryun whispered. Lin Dong jolted awake. Some sweating ensued. I didn't realize that, just now, I was looking dumbfounded. Mom, I came to see you. Lu Shiryun eased her footsteps and walked over to the hospital bed. Song Rulin heard the sound and slowly turned her head. The gaze that looked at Lu Shiryun was full of love. Afterwards, he suddenly discovered Lin Dong next to him, and his gaze was somewhat surprised. This is? Hello Auntie, I'm Shiryun's senior brother, Lin Dong. Linden didn't say outright that he had graduated. This also gave Song Rulin the illusion that Lin Dong might have been sent by the school. Oh, so it's Mr. Lin. Have a seat. And for you to come all the way here, it must be our Shiryun who is troubling you, right? Song Rulin spoke very softly, with a crispy feeling. It was also the first time that Lin Dong had talked to such a charming and beautiful young woman, and for a while, his heartbeat unexpectedly slowed down by half a beat. Luckily, he adjusted right away with a sunny smile. Auntie, I'm here today to tell you the good news that the problem of the operation fee has been solved. Next, you can feel free to receive treatment without worrying about money. What? Upon hearing this news, Song Rulin stared at Lin Dong with wide eyes in disbelief. Then, he looked at Lu Shiryun suspiciously. Shiryun, is this true? Well. Lu Shiryun playfully nodded, her expression shy. She's too embarrassed to say that she almost sold herself for this surgery. Great, just great. Lin, thank you and the school for your help. Song Rulin was very excited and thanked him repeatedly. Lu Shiryun froze for a moment. Only then did she realize that Song Rulin had misunderstood and thought that the surgical expenses were raised by the Tianhai Polytechnic University's fundraising efforts. Mom, you misunderstand, actually. Lu Shiryun was about to explain. Squeak. Suddenly, the ward door opened. A middle-aged doctor, about 40 years old and not very tall, walked in with his chart. When I first came in, I was still smiling. As a result, after seeing Lin Dong, a stranger, his face immediately drooped. Who are you? Entering the ward without permission, who gave permission? Why don't you hurry up and get out? Or I'll call security. Dr. Sun, you're here. As soon as she saw the middle-aged man in a white coat, Song Rulin was about to get up with her hands full. Frightened, Lu Shiryun rushed to assist. Mom, slow down. You kids, you don't know anything. Song Rulin chided with an angry face. How can I lie down and let the doctor stand? Hearing these words, Lin Dong was slightly moved. Song Rulin's simplicity couldn't help but make him think of his parents far away from home. However, Dr. Sun didn't appreciate it at all. Still glaring viciously at Lin Dong. Says you, didn't you hear me? Security, security. Seeing this, Song Rulin hurriedly explained, Doctor, you've misunderstood, he's my daughter's classmate who came to donate on behalf of the school. Donations? Dr. Sun froze. Unexpectedly, there were really people who donated money to Song Rulin. That's a whole $500,000. Even so, Dr. Sun still had a bad look in his eyes and said impatiently, in the future, without permission, idle people, no one may enter or leave the ward at will. What kind of place do you think the hospital is? Think it's in your school? Lin Dong frowned slightly. Since when are hospital wards off limits? Isn't this clearly aimed at him? If he hadn't gotten to the bottom of things, he almost couldn't have held back and thrown a punch. This. Song Rulin blushed slightly. Lu Shiryun was also filled with embarrassment. Student Lin, don't be angry, the hospital has rules and regulations, and the doctors can't help it. Shiryun, go stay with your senior, the doctor is going to examine me. Lu Shiryun nodded. Afterward, with a somewhat guilty expression, he walked over to Lin Dong's side. Excuse me, Shifu. Why don't we go out first? Aha! Lin Dong frowned slightly and walked out with Lu Shiryun. Dr. Sun saw this and breathed a long sigh of relief. At the same time, a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. That's right, how can I check if an outsider is here? Dr. Sun couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he surveyed Song Rulin lying on the hospital bed.
Now for the inspection. Take your time, there's no rush. The other side. Lu Shiyun was still apologizing non-stop to Lin Dong. I'm really sorry, senior, I didn't expect that to happen either. It's my fault, I should have told the doctor ahead of time. I'm sorry for the trouble. Lu Shiyun clenched her lips as tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Dong could not bear to see women shedding tears and immediately clutched Lu Shiyun's shoulders. Don't cry, I'm not that petty, I won't blame you. But I always had a feeling that something wasn't right. Lu Shiyun's expression was a bit puzzled. In her opinion, Dr. Sun only had a bit of a bad attitude, but was actually quite responsible and very concerned about Song Roland's condition. It was past 2 o'clock last night, and he still ran to the hospital, giving Song Roland a full body checkup. If I hadn't helped myself, I'm sure it would have taken a lot of time. Lin Dong shook his head and did not say anything more. Never mind, I'm going to the bathroom, you stay here with Auntie. Lu Shiyun nodded. Afterward, he watched Lin Dong leave. On the other hand, Lin Dong arrived at the nurse's station. There were 2 nurses on duty inside. Excuse me, I am Song Roland's family member and would like to ask how is her condition? Lin Dong inquired in a kind tone. Unexpectedly, the 2 nurses looked disgusted when they heard his question. Just a low blood sugar, what can I do? The 2 nurses gave Lin Dong a big blank stare as they finished speaking. Lin Dong was dumbfounded. Low blood sugar? Are you guys saying that what Song Roland has is not a brain tumor, but low blood sugar? The 2 nurses looked at Lin Dong with the eyes of an idiot. One of them was too lazy to explain and directly flung the medical record book in front of Lin Dong. See for yourself, it's all in the medical records. What I'm most displeased with is you people having 2 stinking dollars and thinking you're a grandpa everywhere. Lin Dong ignored the yin and yang of the 2 nurses, picked up the medical record book and examined it carefully. Then, the more you look at it, the more shocked you become. Chapter 45, The Truth Comes Out. The medical record book details Song Roland's journey from hospitalization to treatment. Nothing complicated with the medication, just a 3-day glucose infusion. Song Roland's dizziness is also well explained by low blood sugar. No wonder, Shiyun said that her mom has been in pretty good health. That day, I guess it was the sun and the lack of food that made me pass out from low blood sugar. The surnamed Sun even said she had a brain tumor and wanted $500,000 for surgery? Because of his lies, Shiyun almost sold herself. Lin Dong was so angry that he gritted his teeth for a while. He'd always thought there was something fishy about this, and now, finally, it dawned on him. This surnamed Sun is to see Song Roland mother and daughter is from the countryside, do not know anything, and then make trouble from it, cheating them. I just don't know what his intentions are. Did they keep the $500,000 for the surgery for themselves, or did they have something else in mind? What are you doing? Seeing Lin Dong suddenly lose his temper, the 2 nurses were startled. Lin Dong shook his head and forced down the fire in his heart. Although, the 2 nurses didn't have the best attitude just now. But without them, one could not have known the secret. Even may also be a wrongdoer, in vain will be $500,000 to the surnamed Sun. Thinking of this, Lin Dong decisively took out a bunch of money from his pocket and stuffed it into the hands of the 2 little nurses. A little token of appreciation to buy the 2 beauties a cup of milk tea. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he walked back without looking back. The 2 nurses froze at first. Then, looking at what was in his hand, he was dumbfounded. Money! I'll be damned, it's quite a lot. No, what does he mean by that? The 2 nurses looked confused. Completely confused, Lin Dong suddenly gave them money for what? And that's a lot of money, $10,000. Thinking about their attitude just now, the 2 couldn't help but have their little faces red for a while and white for a while. Actually, this guy is kinda handsome. Who says rich people have big tempers? I think this little handsome guy has a good character. The 2 men counted the money while smiling with their eyebrows raised. Lin Dong's image, in their eyes, was also incomparably tall and handsome. On the other side, Lin Dong was walking at a fast pace. Right now, he just wanted to rush back as soon as possible to expose the scam surnamed Sun. Unexpectedly, just after returning to the ward, Lin Dong suddenly realized that the door had been locked and the curtains had been drawn. Alas, things are a bit bleak, the condition has worsened again. If we don't operate, it could be life-threatening. Ward. Dr. Sun finished his examination with a serious face and sighed twice every now and then. For a moment, Song Roland's face, which was still somewhat flushed, dimmed all of a sudden. Mom! Lu Shiyun was also struck by lightning, and tears fell from her eyes. All this time, mother and daughter have been dependent on each other. It was a hard life, but a happy one. If her mother was no longer in this world, she would really have no one to turn to. Seeing this, Song Roland was also in tears and her eyes were red. Just then, Dr. Sun suddenly spoke. Actually, it's not completely hopeless. Yes, Mom, Master Lin has promised to pay for your surgery. Lu Shiyun suddenly thought of something, and hope lit up in her eyes. Senior Lin? Dr. Sun froze. He had wanted to take this opportunity to hold the mother and daughter. Unexpectedly, a Lin Dong was suddenly killed. At the thought of a cooked duck at risk of flying away, Dr. Sun was inexplicably annoyed and said sternly, "Little girl, you're even counting on that man now? To tell you the truth, he's lying to you. That asshole, he ran away a long time ago. Otherwise, why hasn't he been seen for so long?" "What?" Lu Shiryun instantly changed her face, though reluctant to believe it. But, when you think about it, it seems to be true. Just now, Lin Dong said he was going to the restroom. As a result, it hasn't come back until now. It's clear that he saw a bad situation and just ran away. But he had clearly promised himself that he would help pay for the surgery. And, the two are still in the car. When she thought of those throwaway moves, Lu Shiryun's little face suddenly blushed. Song Roland, after all, was a person who had been there before and saw the clues at once. "Shiryun, tell me honestly, is that Lin Dong your senior brother or not?" "Mom, he did go to Sky Sea Polytechnic University, but he's already graduated." "What? And what did he say about donating money?" Song Roland frowned, somewhat unable to understand. Lu Shiryun stammered, not daring to say that she had sold herself to save her mother. As a result, this instead gave Dr. Sun the opportunity to confuse black and white and discredit Lin Dong. "What donations? They're all fake. He must be trying to bully you in the name of donations. Am I right?" Dr. Sun pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with a smug look on his face. Lu Shiryun shook her head frantically. However, no rational explanation can be given. Alas. Song Roland let out a long sigh, her brows filled with melancholy. Back then, one was victimized by a man. Now, the daughter is going to repeat the same mistake. Mother and daughter, what kind of sins have they committed? "Mom, please, just wait a little longer, Master Lin will come back." Lu Shiryun was unwilling to accept this cruel fact. But Song Roland had already looked away. "Shiryun, we can't always count on others, when it matters, it's still up to us. Don't worry, there's still me." Just then, Dr. Sun suddenly spoke. "Didn't I tell you? I have a way to pay for the surgery." In the next moment, Dr. Sun directly grabbed Song Roland's wrist. Lu Shiryun froze, not reacting for a moment. Song Roland, who was clenched to the point of wrist pain, did quickly realize that something was wrong. Especially, she saw the glint of greed in Dr. Sun's eyes. "Dr. Sun, what do you mean?" "It's simple, $500,000 might be a lot for you guys, but I've at least been a doctor for so many years, so I still have that kind of connections and savings. As long as you cooperate well, $500,000, it's just a matter of words." Hearing these words, Lu Shiryun was thrilled. In her simplicity, she thought that the surname Sun was genuinely helping. Completely unnoticed, Song Roland had already changed her face drastically. The salty hand that was working its way up her arm. Now, it has come to the shoulder. Even, with 2 fingers, picking apart her hospital gown. A flash of white appeared at first. "Dr. Sun." The next moment, Song Roland finally couldn't stand it and got rid of that salty pig hand, grabbing the hospital gown, her eyes full of vigilance. "Dr. Sun, what you mean? I don't understand." "Don't understand? Oh, it's not like you're a yellow girl anymore, what's not to understand?" Dr. Sun snorted coldly and stopped pretending. Directly grabbed Song Roland's hand, smilingly said, "I said, as long as you cooperate, $500,000 is not difficult." "Asshole, what are you doing?" Things had developed to this point. Lu Shiryun, even if she was stupid, could see what the surname Sun wanted to do. With his hands full, he picked up a pillow and smashed it directly on Dr. Sun's head. Chapter 46, Beaten to Death. "Get out of here." Sun Kwanda pushed Lu Shiryun away. And, gave her a hard stare. "Is that how you treat your daughter? I'm saving your mom now, do you realize that? Do you think that anyone other than me would be willing to shell out $500,000 for her? You." Lu Shiryun bit her lip as water mist drifted up in front of her eyes. "Where in heaven's name is this cure?" Song Roland was also in mourning. "I didn't realize that things would come to this." Seeing that the two had finally quieted down, Sun Kwanda was also in the middle of a figure of speech. "Don't worry, just make me happy, I promise, and cure your mom's brain tumor. Let alone $500,000, even $1 million, I won't bat an eye." Sun Kwanda said with conviction, without any psychological burden. "Anyway, the brain tumor and $500,000 for surgery, he made it up. Could it be that you guys are still counting on that Lin Dong? A liar who is full of lies and pisses himself away. Oh, don't tease." Sun Kwanda smiled disdainfully. How can a young man in his 20s possibly afford $500,000 for an operation? And that, too, for an unrelated woman. No. Lu Shiryun subconsciously shook her head. The eyes, however, wavered a bit. Until now, Lin Dong had not shown up. The answer, it seems, is clear. Good boy, be honest, you don't want to see your mom leave you, do you? Miss Song, your daughter just started college, if she is alone without you, how lonely will she be in the future? What should I do if I meet a bad man like Lin Dong again? Hearing these words, Song Roland instantly changed her face. In this life, the person she cared most about was not herself, but Lu Shiryun. She was willing to give her life for her daughter, even if it cost her her life.
That's why she didn't want to spend money on a cure and drag Lu Shiryun down. Now, with Lin Dong's previous experience, Song Roland suddenly did not want to leave. She was really afraid that Lu Shiryun, all alone, would be hoodwinked by bad people. When the time comes, there's no one to back her up. I promise. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you cure me. Seeing Lu Shiryun's tearful eyes, Song Roland finally managed to soften her heart. In the next moment, he even took the initiative to grab Sun Quan's salty piggy hand. Gulp! Sun Quan didn't hold back and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In the next moment, he even directly pounced on Song Roland and was about to take off her clothes. Don't. Shiryun is still here, let her go out first, okay? Song Roland watered and begged bitterly. Sun Quan snorted coldly. The gaze that looked at Lu Shiryun also flashed a touch of covetousness. His target was more than just a Song Roland. When you have the chance, you must take Lu Shiryun as well. It would be wonderful to have mother and daughter together. Bang! Just then, the sound of a slamming door suddenly came from outside the hospital room. Who? Sun Quan was taken aback. Soon the door to the hospital room was forcibly kicked open and a figure darted in. Without waiting for Sun Quan to see who it was, a sandbag-sized fist landed on his face. You. Put. Sun Quan lost 2 teeth directly from that punch. He fell heavily to the ground, his head spinning. When Song Roland's mother and daughter saw this, they were also startled. Then, seeing clearly who the other party was, he couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Lin, Senior Lin? Lin Dong looked around and saw the half-dressed Song Roland and instantly realized what had just happened. Luckily he arrived in time, otherwise. Shiryun, Auntie, are you guys okay? Lin Dong helped Lu Shiryun up and then looked at Song Roland who was lying on the hospital bed. What a coincidence to catch a glimpse of a springtime. Because of the shock, Song Roland was still in a daze. For a moment, it forgot to cover up. Oblivious to the fact that 2 snow-white northern hemispheres were exposed to the air. Lin Dong's eyes were glowing and he only felt a dry mouth. Song Roland then realized that she was naked and hurriedly pulled the quilt over to cover herself. What gives you the right to hit people, you stepping horse? Just then, Sun Quan staggered to his feet. A look of exasperation. Just then, a man's voice suddenly came from outside the hospital room. Sun Dequan, shut up? Do you know what you're doing? Sun Dequan was jolted. Following the voice towards the outside of the ward was a Mediterranean man wearing glasses. No anger, no cross eye. There were 2 young nurses behind him. Dean Li. Sun Quan froze for a moment, his mind going blank. The visitor was Li Jianhong, the vice president of Tianhai Central Hospital and Sun Dequan's immediate leader, specializing in his department. Because Sun Dequan was quite conscientious about his work, Li Jianhong basically never asked him about his reported applications for wards and medication. I didn't realize that I had made such a big mess. Tell me about you, what are your intentions? You diagnosed someone with a common low blood sugar as a brain tumor. The patient was also told to pay $500,000 for the surgery. Are you crazy? Li Jianhong chided in an almost growling tone. This caused Sun Dequan, who had just wanted to find trouble with Lin Dong, to instantly lose his temper. Never would I have thought that this Lin Dong kid had not run away, but had found out the truth. He also found the vice president and did his job for him. Dean Li, I'm sorry. I was confused and made a mistake. Please, give me another chance. I promise, this will never happen again. Sun Dequan begged for forgiveness to the bitter. On the other hand, Song Roland and Lu Shiryun were confused and had yet to figure out what was happening. Dr. Sun, didn't you say that I have an advanced brain tumor and that if I don't have surgery, it will be too late? What does hypoglycemia mean? Sun Dequan was sweating profusely and his eyes were averted. Lin Dong coldly smiled and opened the door. It is very simple. This Dr. Sun saw the color, deliberately intimidated Auntie Song, saying that Auntie Song had a brain tumor and had to pay a sky-high surgical fee, and then he took advantage of the opportunity to blackmail and take advantage of the situation. If I come one step later, this doesn't know what it has done. What? Hearing the truth of the matter, Song Roland was shocked. What followed was a wave of fear and nausea. Almost, she fell for it and let Sun Dequan defile her body. Next to her, after Lu Shiryun froze for a moment, she also looked furious, and when she couldn't hold back, she was about to rush up and beat Sun Dequan violently. I'll fight you, you. Bang bang. Lu Shiryun landed several punches on Sundown's entire body in succession. But, because the force was so small, it didn't hurt at all. Shiryun, he won't grow out of it if you hit him like that. Since we're going to fight to the death. Lin Dong spoke coldly from the side. Hearing this, Sun Dequan, who was already trembling with fear, suddenly had an ominous premonition. In the next moment, Lin Dong kicked over, heading straight for his crotch. Chapter 47. Ouch! Sun Dequan screamed miserably and grimaced in pain. Then, even more so, he covered his crotch and fell to his knees, unable to stand up.
Lin Dong used 7 or 8 points of strength in this kick. This guy, he's not going to be able to branch out for the rest of his life. Stop it, stop it. Young man, what are you doing? Li Jianhong couldn't look away.
Although Sun Dequan was at fault, he couldn't be beaten to death alive. Alright, Dean Li, for your sake, I'll leave him alive. But what do you do with such morally corrupt doctors? Lin Dong coldly opened his mouth and temporarily stopped.
For a while, everyone's eyes were focused on Li Jianhong.
Li Jianhong frowned with a hesitant expression. Sun Dequan was the attending physician at their hospital and had never made a mistake in hundreds of surgeries, large and small. The rest of the work, usually, was very much a relief to him as vice president.
He wanted to make a big deal out of it if possible.
However, this time, the mistake made by Sun Dequan was too serious. Patients are deceived by falsely claiming that the other person has a terminal illness, forcing them to pay high surgical fees or even pay for their flesh.
If this gets out, how will Tianhai Central Hospital lose face?
Ugh! Li Jianhong sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Sun Dequan immediately begged bitterly with a handful of snot and tears. President Li, I've been working in the hospital for so many years, I've worked hard without merit, so just give me a break and spare me for once. And, Ms. Song, as an apology, I'm willing to pay up.
Is 100,000 enough? If it's not enough, we can still talk.
At this moment, Sun Dequan was truly flustered. After all these years, it was hard to become an associate physician. Drought and flood, easily hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
If you get sacked, your life is over.
Hearing that there was $100,000 to be taken, Song Roland was a bit moved.
Lu Shiyun had just started college and needed the money badly. As for myself, a little aggravation is nothing. How about? Song Roland opened her mouth and was about to agree. No.
Lin Dong suddenly spoke, interrupting her.
Master Lin.
Lu Shiyun subconsciously grabbed onto Lin Dong's arm with a somewhat worried expression. Song Roland was also an honest person, and with the idea that it was better to do more than less, she wanted to stop here.
Lin students, too are not to forget it. Actually, we didn't lose anything.
Lin Dong patted Lu Shiyun's small hand and said indifferently, Shiyun, auntie, don't worry, I'm here. Afterward, Lin Dong turned his head to look at Li Jianhong. Dean Li, we don't need this guy's hypocritical compensation, just a fair and just result. You, as the vice president of this hospital, hopefully won't make a mistake above this matter. You. Seeing that Lin Dong was aggressive and refused to give up, Sun Dequan could not help but feel a pang of anger. If it wasn't for this kid, he would have gotten Song Roland long ago. Now, Lin Dong was even trying to push himself to the brink of extinction. Sun Dequan gritted his teeth, his heart crossed, and he even hit a rake backwards. Dean Li, I believe you've seen that this kid just hit me with his hands, and I didn't fight back from start to finish. Besides, if he says I'm taking advantage, I'm taking advantage? I just misdiagnosed them, big deal, refund their medical bills. The whole thing, they directed themselves to discredit me and try to extort a fortune. What? Hearing Sun Dequan's sudden reversal of his confession and backtracking, everyone was dumbfounded. Song Roland's face was even whiter, and there was a wave of unspoken aggression. This guy, Sun Dequan, wanted to discredit himself on the basis that he had no evidence. Incidentally, it also erases the mistakes he made. If it's just a misdiagnosis, big deal, a workplace error is awarded. Irrelevant to Sundaram. At most, a 2-day suspension for reflection. However, for Song Roland mother and daughter, it is to suffer an injustice. If word gets out, don't even think about holding your head up. Sun Dequan, how can you say that? Your conscience has been eaten by dogs. Dean Li, you have to do it for us. Lu Shiyun looked at Li Jianhong and thought that Li Jianhong would do them justice. Unexpectedly, this Dean Li's next words left them dumbfounded. This little girl, be forgiving. Just now, Sun Quande has already said that he will compensate you, it's you who refuse to give up and insist on pestering. Ugh, honestly, you guys have no proof that he moved his hands. Even if it goes to the police, there's nothing you can do about it. Hearing these words, Lu Shiyun's pretty face paled. Song Roland also clenched her fists and almost fainted again. On the contrary, Sun Dequan. Just now he was dying and wagging his tail. Now, seeing Li Jianhong backing himself up, he immediately had the courage to even straighten his back. See? Justice is in the eye of the beholder. Tell you what, and don't say I'm bullying you guys. In order to make up for my diagnostic mistake, not only will I refund the full amount of the medical fees, but I will also, in my personal capacity, compensate you for $1,000 as a treat for you. How about that? Seeing Sun Dequan's smug expression, Song Roland and Lu Shiyun's faces turned ashen. Now they realize how insidious the big city can be. Being orphaned and widowed myself, I can't help but arm twist. Shiyun, let's go back. I'm fine as long as I'm fine, you have to report to school tomorrow. Song Roland shook her head somewhat helplessly, placed her feet on the ground and slowly stood up. Lying in the hospital for 3 days, she was tossed out even if she wasn't sick. Seeing Song Roland's mother and daughter accepting the reality and preparing to break their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs, Sun Dequan sneered inwardly. The eyes that looked at Lin Dong were also filled with complacency, with his tail going up to the sky. Kid, want to save a girl from a hero? Save it. Don't worry, I'll remember your name, and this face, and get back to you. Sun Dequan snorted coldly and made a blatant threat. Unexpectedly, from the beginning to the end, Lin Dong had a faint smile on his face.
As if everything is under control. Sun Dequan immediately frowned. It had the feel of a punch in the cotton. He was just about to let out a few more harsh words when he saw Lin Dong's gaze turn to Li Jianhong next to him. Dean Li, are you sure you want to be in cahoots and collusion with this guy? Or is this your code of conduct at Tianhai Central Hospital? Allowing doctors to deceive and swindle patients?
Li Jianhong's old face reddened, somewhat annoyed.
Lin Dong, right, watch your words. Our Tianhai Central Hospital, whether it's the doctor's medical skills or medical ethics, is well known in the industry, so don't mess around here. Besides, isn't Sun Dequan willing to pay compensation? The people involved haven't said anything. What on earth do you, an outsider, want to do? After a rant, the entire ward was silent and the atmosphere was stark. For a while, Lin Dong became a target. However, he just laughed softly, his expression not the slightest bit flustered. Then, pulling out his cell phone, he gently pressed it twice. Chapter 48, Sincerity.
To you guys, $500,000 might be a lot, but I've at least been a doctor for so many years, so I still have this much connections and savings. I'll take care of the medical bills if you stay with me for a couple nights.
Get out of here. Do you want to watch your mom die?
I'm telling you, brain tumors are terminal. I was wrong by Steen. I shouldn't have lied that Song Roland had a terminal illness, forced her to pay high medical bills, and made her pay for her flesh. An unmistakable recording came from inside the cell phone.
The crowd's faces changed again and again.
Especially Li Jianhong and Sun Dequan, a moment of red and a moment of white. It was even more exciting than changing faces.
Give me the phone.
Knowing that the situation was not good, Sun Dequan directly tried to grab Lin Dong's cell phone. Nay, in front of Lin Dong, he was really unbeatable.
You! With a simple kick, Lin Dong directly dropped Sun Dequan.
Subsequently, Lin Dong looked at Li Jianhong and opened his mouth with a smile.
Dean Li, if I'm not careful and post these recordings online, your hospital should be red hot and rising in popularity all over the internet, right?
Li Jianhong's face was ugly. If this recording is really released, their hospital will not only be highly visible, but will simply be stigmatized for years to come and become the target of the whole network's scolding. It was not until this moment that the wily vice dean realized that he had been pitted by Lin Dong. From the moment he walked in the door, he was recording, ready to go. Luckily, he thought that he had no evidence and could make Lin Dong and the others eat their words. Now, credit where credit is due.
Little comrade, don't be impulsive, everything is negotiable. Let's sit down and talk.
Lin Dong smiled coldly.
Discussion? Then show some sincerity. Didn't you just say that it was just a misdiagnosis?
I'd like to see what you do with this misdiagnosed Dr. Sunday. After saying these words, Lin Dong sat on his butt on the hospital bed and looked at Li Jianhong, who was not a person inside or outside, with a big horse. After a celestial battle, Li Jianhong forced himself to hold back his inner reluctance and looked at Sun Dequan with a furious glare.
Sun Dequan, it's all you're doing. Now, take off your white coat and then, get yourself out of here. Get the hell out of here. And Ms. Song.
Li Jianhong hardened a smile and looked at Song Roland with a pleasing face.
Before all your expenses, all waived, in addition, the hospital is willing to make 10 times the compensation, you see how? Song Roland didn't reply.
At this moment, her head was so dizzy that she somewhat suspected she was dreaming. On the other side, Lu Shiyun could no longer hold back her excitement and hugged Lin Dong at once.
Senior Lin, that's great. The two had obviously known each other for less than half a day, but in the eyes of others, they looked like a young couple in the heat of the moment. Ahem. Song Roland coughed softly.
Lu Shiyun snapped out of it and hastily retreated 2 steps.
Meanwhile, the face was red. Lin, senior brother Lin, that. It's okay, young people, it's normal.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. Seeing the two separate, Li Jianhong also finally had a chance to interject.
Even if he was stupid, he could see who controlled the conversation. Are you satisfied with the way this was handled, little comrade? Before Lin Dong could say anything, Sun Dequan suddenly grabbed Li Jianhong's calf. Dean, I really know it's wrong, Get out. Li Jianhong's face sank slightly as he kicked Sun Dequan in the face. This Sun Dequan almost dragged the entire Tianhai Central Hospital down.
Li Jianhong not for the hospital, for the sake of his own hat, but also absolutely cannot leave him behind.
Security, where's security? Get this guy out of here right now, I don't want to see him, the scum, the scum.
Amidst Li Jianhong's furious rebuke, Sun Dequan was like a lost dog, being racked out by 2 security guards. Lin Dong's face gradually improved when he saw this.
Dean Li, I see your sincerity.
In that case, this matter will end here. I'll delete the recording afterward as well, so I hope you'll do what you say you're going to do.
Definitely, definitely.
Hearing that Lin Dong promised to delete the recording, Li Jianhong breathed a long sigh of relief.
A wink followed toward the two nurses.
You guys go and refund the medical bills that Miss Song paid and go to the hospital account.
Yes, Dean Lee. Soon, under the operation of two nurses, Song Roland paid all the fees back.
And, additionally, received 10 times the compensation.
It adds up to over $200,000. See the bank card, a string of zeros on the balance. Song Roland, who had never seen so much money in her life, couldn't help but burst into tears. Lin, classmate Lin, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, ugh.
Song Roland sighed, her heart still palpitating when she thought of what had happened earlier. Lin Dong shook his head and took the initiative to pull Lu Shiyun in front of him. Auntie Song, the one you should be most grateful to is Shiyun. Without her, I wouldn't have known about this. It was Shiyun who was at the Dynasty Hotel.
Stop, stop, stop.
As soon as the 4 words Dynasty Hotel came out, Lu Shiyun looked flustered and hurriedly stopped Lin Dong.
If she told Song Roland about selling her body to save her mother and almost being bullied, would Song Roland not pass out from anger on the spot? What dynasty? What hotel? Song Roland listened in confusion.
Lu Shiyun hurriedly explained, Mom, I just happened to meet Master Lin at the hotel, don't misunderstand.
Song Roland frowned slightly, her eyes clearly disbelieving.
She knew Lu Shiyun very well, and could tell at a glance that her own child was lying.
So what's Shiyun doing at the hotel? For a while, Song Roland couldn't help but feel a little worried.
Although, Lin Dong was his own benefactor. However, she did not want her daughter to repay each other in this way. After all, Lu Shiyun had just started her freshman year.
Uninitiated and simple-minded. On impulse, you are likely to do something that you will regret for the rest of your life. Auntie Song, it's getting late, let me send you and Shiyun back to rest. This. Yeah. Before Song Roland could say anything, Lu Shiyun had already agreed first.
The eyes that looked at Lin Dong were also filled with adoration and admiration. Growing up, she didn't have a loving father. Now, in Lin Dong, she felt an inexplicable sense of security.
Ugh, okay.
Seeing that Lu Shiyun was deeply involved and unable to extricate herself, Song Roland nodded somewhat helplessly. A short while later, the trio arrived at the hospital parking lot. Upon seeing Lin Dong's paramera, Song Roland could not help but stare with an expression of indescribable shock. She thought about Lyndon having money. How else could one afford to advance $500,000 in medical bills? But never thought of being so rich. She hadn't seen the world, but she knew that this kind of car wasn't cheap.
Mom, get in the car. Lu Shiyun acted like a hostess and pulled Song Roland to sit in the back row. Then, sit yourself in the passenger seat.
Lin Dong saw the hesitation on Song Roland's face through the rearview mirror and could not help but smile heartily.
Chapter 49, You Can't Be Together. Shiyun, now that you have money, what are you going to do? Over $200,000 is not a small amount.
On the way back, Lin Dong took the initiative to ask. $200,000, to him, is the same as $2 to an ordinary person. However, to Song Roland's mother and daughter, it was definitely a sky-high figure.
Lu Shiyun thought for a moment and replied. I want to buy a little tonic for my mom, so that she won't have low blood sugar. Then, renovate the old family home. After all those years of living here, it's time to clean up. Lin Dong nodded his head repeatedly after hearing this. Lu Shiyun is really a good filial child. When you have money, the first thing that comes to mind is not to spend it frivolously, but to improve life for your mother. This also made Lin Dong make up his mind that in the future he would be nicer to this junior sister. Before long, the Porsche left the city and came to an urban village. Master, my family lives here. Sorry to make you laugh. From the bustling and tidy city center, it's a drop in the bucket to a dirty urban village. Lu Shiyun was a bit embarrassed and inferior. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong did not look down on her because of this. It's okay, I came from the countryside too, not much different from you. What? Hearing this news, Lu Shiyun was both shocked and delighted. Originally, it was thought that Lin Dong came from a big family, a prestigious family. I didn't realize that it was a child who grew up in the countryside, just like myself. It also gave her and Lin Dong something to talk about in common. However, Song Roland did not believe in Lin Dong's words in a million ways. Lin Dong was only in his early 20s, and had started working, holding out for only 3 to 5 years. How is it possible to go from a pauper to a multi-millionaire in such a short time? Saying this may just be a way to draw closer to your daughter. Of course, Song Roland didn't break it down. After all, Lin Dong was the benefactor of his family. In her heart, she was still immensely grateful to the other. Mr. Lin, if you're not busy, come in and sit down. I'll get you some water to drink. Then I will trouble Auntie. Lin Dong smiled faintly. After all this time of talking, that's what he's been waiting for. Lu Shiyun's house is not big. All of them are small in the urban village. A kitchen, a living room, and 2 bedrooms of 7 or 8 square meters.
The furniture is only a bed and table, which is a home away from home. Spare a thought, the whole home doesn't look Spartan at all. Well organized, clean and tidy, giving a warm and cozy feeling.
You can tell that Song Rollin is a good and virtuous woman. Shur-yun, go out and buy some fruit for Mr. Lin. Good. Lu Shur-yun answered and walked out the door somewhat reluctantly. Originally, she wanted to stay by Lin Dong's side all the time and talk with him. However, it was really uncharacteristic to have no fruits in the house to entertain Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Song Rollin was deliberately sidetracking her own daughter. As soon as Lu Shur-yun left, he turned his head with a straight face and solemnly took something out of his arms. Student Lin, this is my bank card. Inside is the money the hospital just called over. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. You've seen the situation in our family, so I hope you don't think it's too little. Lin Dong froze.
I really didn't expect that Song Rollin would want to give it to herself after the money had just arrived. However, on second thought, he realized what was going on.
Auntie, look, am I someone who is poor in this amount of money?
Lin Dong asked with a smile.
This. Song Rollin was momentarily speechless. Not bad.
Lin Dong drove $1 million luxury car, so how could he care about a mere $200,000?
If you have something to say, you might as well say it. Song Rollin sighed somewhat helplessly.
In that case, I'll open up and tell you the truth, and you won't be offended.
I know, you're a good man. But Shur-yun can't be with you, she's too young to understand. Song Rollin's meaning was obvious.
Lin Dong and Lu Shur-yun were not from the same world and were not destined to be together. In case Lin Dong got tired of playing one day and dumped Lu Shur-yun. My own daughter is devastated and may never get over it in her life.
So it is. Lin Dong let out a bitter smile.
He knew that Song Rollin was worried about this. If he told the story about Lu Shur-yun selling her body to save her mother and even volunteering to throw herself in the car, he wondered how the other party would feel.
Of course, Lin Dong would not do so. Poor parents, Song Rollin's concern was not unreasonable. Auntie Song, you're mistaken.
I haven't thought about being with Shur-yun, much less kidnapping her with this. I just think of her as a sister.
Sister? Song Rollin froze for a moment first.
This was quickly followed by a shake of the head.
Even if Lin Dong treated Lu Shur-yun as his sister, Lu Shur-yun would definitely not be willing. She could see that Lu Shur-yun had already fallen. Actually, I prefer mature and sensual women.
Lin Dong smiled and opened his mouth.
After saying that, he even deliberately looked at Song Rollin.
What I hate the most is the kind of mediocre women who take the initiative to lean up. They say they want to be independent women, but in reality they are more gold-digging than the others. These days, there are so few women who are truly independent and self-reliant. I have to say, Song Rollin is beautiful. If they didn't know that Song Rollin was Lu Shur-yun's mother, they would never be able to tell that she had given birth. It was clearly a beautiful young woman in her early 30s with a lot of charm.
Every move exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. Like a fine wine, you can't help but want to savor it.
Noticing Lin Dong's greedy and aggressive eyes, Song Rollin's heart was pounding, her two small hands were nowhere to rest, and her eyes subconsciously dodged.
Lin student, what are you doing?
Please behave yourself.
Lin Dong smiled. Instead of stopping, they got an inch. Auntie, you've been taking care of Shur-yun all by yourself for so many years, you should be tired too, right? Hasn't it ever occurred to you to find another man to rely on? You're young, you can't stay single forever, can you?
Song Rollin merely bit her lip, her face somewhat ugly.
Who says it isn't? Being only in her 30s, she could obviously enjoy a better life, find a good man and fulfill the void.
However, for the sake of her daughter, she had to work hard and raise her alone.
At times, she was resigned to it.
Just then, Lin Dong suddenly climbed onto Song Rollin's waist. Compared to Bai Yuqing and Ning Fei Fei's kind of water snake waist, Song Rollin's waist was slim and at the same time very strong and healthy.
Just like a gymnast. The feel of it, great. Immediately after, Lin Dong's two large hands continued downward. Soon, it touched those firm, strong thighs. Song Rollin's delicate body shook, so frightened that she directly stood up. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Just because you're a benefactor of our family doesn't mean you can humiliate me. Song Rollin's pretty face was scarlet, her eyes wide with anger. Sure enough, this beautiful young woman was like a lioness, strong and tough. No wonder, after all these years of guarding your body. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had arrived here today to take her down. You don't stop until you get what you want. And his next words killed the game outright. Auntie Song, if I tell Shur-yun that her father is not dead and is still alive and well, do you think that Shur-yun will complain about you? Chapter 50, It's You I Like. What? Song Rollin's pupils shrank as she looked at Lin Dong with disbelief. How does he know his secret? Don't give me that weird look.
Lin Dong smiled gently and said casually, when I was going through the formalities for you guys, I accidentally saw that in the column of family members, the name of Shur-yun's father was written.
I suppose you want to let Shur-yun go to her father after you give up the treatment?
It turns out that Song Rollin was thinking that $500,000 for the operation was too high and was planning to fend for herself. When he dies, let Lu Shiryun join the only family in the world. Unexpectedly, in the end, he was fine, but it was Lin Dong who had caught him in the act.
What are you talking about? I can't understand.
At this time, Song Roland was still beating a dead horse, trying to muddle through.
Really can't understand? And who is Lu Chang?
Lin Dong smiled faintly and spoke in a shocking manner. I'm sure there are still plenty of people willing to help me if I'm willing to pay. Just for example, tell me where Lu Chang went.
No. Song Roland was in a hurry. In the heat of the moment, he even grabbed Lin Dong's arm and shook his head frantically. Seeing Song Roland's panicked expression, Lin Dong knew that the big picture was settled. Auntie, if there's anything, you might as well tell me. Saying it will make you feel better inside. After all these years, don't you want someone to talk to? Under Lin Dong's guidance, Song Roland gave up her struggle and let out a long sigh. Alas, it's a long story. If God gave me another chance, I would never want to know that man. No, he's a demon. Song Roland was both scared and in pain, as if the past was unbearable.
Lin Dong frowned and clutched Song Roland's hand.
Song Roland struggled to no avail and eventually chose to accept it.
Lu Chang is my neighbor, 2 years older. When I was a kid, I used to follow his ass around and think of him as a brother. As a result, just when I was 15 years old, he suddenly came to my house while the elders had something to go out.
Speaking of this, Song Roland looked horrified, her body curling up into a ball. Still heartbroken after all these years.
Lin Dong duly sent a warm embrace and wrapped his arms around her from behind.
Song Roland subconsciously wanted to resist. But, for some reason, after a few moments of struggle, the guard was relaxed.
I was just waking up and had no idea what he was going to do. All I saw was his face extra red and staring at me like a wolf, which scared me to the core.
He just said he liked me and asked me to be his daughter-in-law.
My mind went blank, and before I could answer, he pounced on me and ripped my clothes off. I'm not strong enough to argue with him, so, just
snap. A bean-sized teardrop slid down Song Roland's cheek, wetting the lapel of her coat. At the same time, the body was trembling gently. I just got raped by him. I yelled at him and hit him, and as a result, instead of stopping, the sky got rougher. Later, he said he regretted it and vowed to marry me. And then later, both parents found out about it. My parents were helpless and didn't want to marry me off to Lu Chang. As a result, their family said that if I didn't marry them, they would spread the word about me being raped. What?
Lin Dong's brows furrowed as anger was born from his heart.
How can there be such scummy parents?
Your own son did something wrong and threatened you in return. It's true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked, a virtue.
Song Roland shook her head.
At that time, the raw rice was cooked and she was helpless. The parents didn't want Song Roland to be pointed at, so they could only harden their hearts and recognize the marriage. Who knew that marrying up would be the beginning of the nightmare? Lu Chang not only beat and scolded me, but also often went out to gamble, pissing off his own parents alive and losing the family fortune to him. I wanted to hang myself, and as a result, I was already pregnant with Shiryun.
Song Roland spoke in pain.
It's hard to imagine what she was going through at that time. The more Lin Dong listened, the more his fire grew.
This asshole ruined Song Roland's life. And then what happened?
Where did he go? He got into a fight outside and hurt someone and got 15 years. At that time Shiryun was small, didn't remember, and kept clamoring for her father. All I can tell her is that Lu Chang died and raised her alone. Lin Dong nodded slightly. No wonder, there was not a single trace of Lu Chang's life in the room. Turns out, the guy made a fool of himself and went in for jail time.
But that's fine. At least, Song Roland didn't have to be beaten and scolded anymore.
Do the math, he'll be out in a couple months. When the time comes, I really don't know how to explain to Shiryun.
Is it possible to tell her that her father is a? Song Roland said while crying like a pear.
Lin Dong could not help but hug her tightly from behind. He knew that this was a time when the woman was at her most vulnerable and in desperate need of attention. For a moment, the unique hormonal scent of a man hit his nose.
Song Roland first froze for a moment, followed by a sudden reaction. Lin student, let go of me, you can't do this. Shiryun will be back soon, she'll get the wrong idea when she sees it. Auntie Song, no, Roland. Lin Dong hugged Song Roland even tighter. To tell you the truth, I fell in love with you the first moment I saw you. I know, you have to pretend to be strong in front of Shiryun, women are soft and motherly. But in front of me, you don't have to hide, you can be the truest you. I genuinely want to help you, to save you, to put you out of your misery. So give me a chance, okay? Lin Dong's words were spoken with sincerity. Coupled with the fact that the two of them constantly had skin contact, Song Roland's long silent heart quietly thumped, and a crack actually appeared. However, thinking that Lu Shiryun might barge in at any time, Song Roland immediately closed her legs tightly again and clutched Lin Dong's hand, desperately trying to stop his further aggression. Get off me! Lin Dong, what's the difference between you and Lu Chang when you're like this now? Sure enough, men are all the same. Unfortunately, Song Roland had underestimated Lin Dong's determination to take her down.
He truly wanted to rescue Song Rulin, who was in the middle of the fire. What's more, conquering such a woman is definitely something that all men dream of.
Rulin, just promise me.
Even if you don't think about the rest of your life, you should think more about Shiryun's future.
Poetry cloud.
Song Rulin's beautiful eyes flooded with watery mist, and her expression was somewhat intent. Noticing that Song Rulin's strength had become weaker, Lin Dong decided to add more fire.
Don't, you want to know why Shiryun went to the hotel to look for me? Chapter 51, A Long Drought Brings Rain. Why?
She sold her body to save her mother in order to raise $500,000 for the operation. If I hadn't stepped in, she would have been directly taken away by a group of hooligans.
You're telling the truth? Song Rulin's delicate body shook and her heartbeat accelerated.
Finally, he knew why Lu Shiryun stammered and turned red when she mentioned the hotel. Turns out, it was a near sheep to the wolves. Because of himself, he nearly ruined his daughter's innocence. At this moment, she hated to slap herself. As I'm sure you can see, I'm rich, and, well, richer than you can imagine. As long as you follow me, I promise, you and Shiryun will have a good life. Not only will Shiryun be able to finish college successfully, but she will also be able to find a good and stable job in the future, so she will never have to worry about money again, and she can buy whatever she wants, eat whatever she wants, and play wherever she wants.
Under Lin Dong's guidance, Song Rulin's seemingly impenetrable layer of psychological defense was eventually broken.
Her eyes were moist with tears as she allowed Lin Dong's large hands to roam around her body with abandon.
Phew!
Lin Dong let out a deep breath, knowing that things were halfway done. The next moment, she violently tore open Song Rulin's pants. At once, a snowy white came into view.
If anything, Lu Shiryun was slender and fair. Well, Song Rulin is plump and round. It's true, mature women are more flavorful.
Seeing that heaven's thunder hooked the earth's fire and a great battle was about to start, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door.
Mom, I'm home. Clunk.
Song Rulin was startled and hurriedly pressed Lin Dong's big hand, shivering as she was about to stand up.
Wait. Shiryun is back, no, don't. However, where did Lin Dong, who was already hot-blooded, care about this? The next moment, he roughly ripped off what was in the way and gritted his teeth. Immediately afterward, Song Rulin's screams came from the room. Ah! Song Rulin's mouthful of silver teeth almost crunched. Immediately afterward, the subconscious covered his mouth. Mom, what's wrong with you? At this time, Lu Shiryun had already walked outside the house, inserted the key, and was about to open the door. Hearing Song Rulin shout, he inquired somewhat strangely. Don't come in. Song Rulin looked flustered and shouted urgently.
I have something to say to Lin Dong, don't come in yet. Lu Shiryun moved with a puzzled expression.
What do two people have to say and avoid themselves?
Shiryun, don't come in, Mom's really in a hurry.
Song Rulin's voice trembled and she was on the verge of tears.
The thought of Lu Shiryun barging in and seeing this ridiculous picture made him want to find a crack in the ground.
Cool. It's so cool.
On the other hand, Lin Dong was exceptionally enjoying himself and felt a different kind of excitement. Senior sister, listen to Auntie, don't come in for now.
We're talking about something important that you're not comfortable listening to. We'll tell you when you're older. Hearing Lin Dong's voice, Lu Shiryun stomped her foot in anger.
She vaguely heard that Song Rulin was panting heavily. It always felt like the two were sneaking around, doing something unseemly. However, since Lin Dong did not even allow her to enter, she could only wait outside. After all, she did not want to make Lin Dong angry. Okay, I'll meet you guys at the door then. Hearing this, Song Rulin wanted to die. How could she be a human being if she was found out? Rulin, aren't you having a good time right now too? Lin Dong leaned down and asked softly in Song Rulin's ear. No. Song Rulin shook her head with some blushing. Tell the truth. Lin Dong slapped Song Rulin's ass. Song Rulin bit her lip and almost screamed out. In order to not let Lu Shiryun suspect, but could only hold it back. Admit it, you've just been lonely and empty for too long. Wanting a man and not daring to. Don't worry, with me here, in the future, you'll never have to worry about being alone again. Lin Dong smiled and opened his mouth. A more vigorous output followed. Ever since giving birth, Song Rulin had never experienced the pleasure between a man and a woman. After being tossed around by Lin Dong today, the entire person was so fluttery that he was on the verge of fainting. Fortunately, Lin Dong considered that he could not keep Lu Shiryun waiting for too long, and only bullied for 20 minutes before hastily ending it. Song Rulin was lying on the table, panting and flushed. In time, her already mature and plump body became even more flavorful. Lin Dong helped her put on her clothes to cover the eye-catching spring light. Then he looked at Song Rulin's little white and red face. Instead of being tired, there was so much more to it. Oh, really, women are all mouths. Don't mean yes means yes. Get up, Auntie Song, Shiryun is still waiting outside. Hearing the familiar Auntie Song, Song Rulin gradually came to her senses. Looking at Lin Dong's handsome young face, for some reason, there was some regret and inferiority complex. How could I have gotten so carried away that I did such a ridiculous thing? Obviously in their 30s and with kids. What a shame. However, Lin Dong did not leave her a chance to blame herself as he directly walked over and opened the door. Appearing in front of him was none other than Lu Shiyun, who had a complicated expression on her face.
Mom, Shifu, what are you guys doing in the house? I think I heard you guys arguing and hitting each other.
Mom, Senior Lin didn't bully me, you mustn't trouble him. On the way back from the hospital, she realized that Song Roland had been worried that Lin Dong was playing bad tricks on her.
I'm sure that's what was being said just now. Hearing this rebuke from Lu Shiyun, Song Roland bit her lip. I'm picking on him?
It was clearly this dog man that held me down on the table.
Ahem, Shiyun, you're mistaken. We were talking about you going to college.
I know a few bosses in Tianhai who happen to need good graduates from Tianhai Polytechnic University.
I was just thinking that when you graduate, I just recommend you. Hearing this, Lu Shiyun immediately brightened up.
Nor could he care about what happened between Song Roland and Lin Dong, his heart was filled with yearning. As for the fight with Auntie, it was also because she was relieved to have you around more.
You're not to be mistaken about Auntie. Song Roland turned her head to look at Lin Dong with somewhat odd eyes.
I didn't realize that Lin Dong was so good at making things up. In 3 words, a suitable excuse for what had just happened. However, she did not feel that Lin Dong was being perfunctory either. With Lin Dong's ability and connections, introducing a good job to Lu Shiyun would not be a piece of cake.
I'm sorry, Mom. I was wrong about you, don't be angry.
Lu Shiyun bit her lip and shyly walked over, grabbing Song Roland's hand and apologizing. At the end of the day, she's just a kid and a half.
Simple-minded and easily fooled. Chapter 52. Song Roland was relieved to see this.
At the same time, a grateful look was thrown towards Lin Dong. Shiyun, in the future, you follow Lin Dong and study hard.
In the future, our family will depend on you. Aha! Lu Shiyun nodded repeatedly.
Suddenly, her nose twitched and she felt something strange.
Huh, what is this smell? It feels so strange. Song Roland winced and subconsciously looked at Lin Dong.
Instead, she saw the other party looking at her with an impish face, just waiting for her to explain herself.
How could she not know what it was? My own daughter is still untouched, how can she touch such things?
Shiyun, come on, go wash your hands.
That's Mom sweating, don't touch it.
Under Lu Shiyun's puzzled gaze, Song Roland tidied up with her hands and feet. Luckily, my daughter didn't know much about such things and didn't ask many questions. Otherwise, her secret with Lin Dong would be revealed. Rather, Lu Shiyun still found some clues.
Mom, why is there a piece of your pants torn and your leg is leaking out? Ha! Song Roland's pretty face blushed slightly and subconsciously lowered her head. Sure enough, I found that there was a rip in the top of the thigh, just enough to see the rounded thigh and a small corner of fabric. Ouch! Song Roland let out a pout and scrambled to block with her hands. Ahem.
Lin Dong coughed twice and hurriedly changed the topic. I think Auntie accidentally scratched it when she was in the hospital. Shiyun, go get a shirt.
Oh who?
Lu Shiyun nodded her head in a somewhat confused manner. On his way out, he didn't forget to curse. I blame Sun Dequan, that dog man. Lin Dong and Song Roland looked at each other with somewhat odd expressions. Sun Dequan was just a salty hand, but Lin Dong was a real bully. These words from Lu Shiyun were more like scolding Lin Dong.
It's your fault for not being gentle. What if we get caught? Song Roland was somewhat annoyed and punched Lin Dong on his chest.
As a result, before she could retract her hand, it was grabbed by Lin Dong and held in the palm of his hand.
What, don't you like it? Who likes it?
I saw that you were quite happy just now, and you were still humming all the time. Lin Dong said with a bad smile. At once, Song Roland reddened from her cheeks to her ears.
Especially when you think of your own active pandering.
However, the more shy she was, the more tantalizing she became. Obviously in her 30s, she was more delicate and cute than a teenage girl.
In the next second, Lin Dong once again handed over a deep kiss. He kissed Song Roland until he was dizzy and his face was wet before he stopped. For a long time, the lips parted. Roland, don't worry, with me here, in the future, you won't be wronged in any way.
Lin Dong solemnly said.
Well. Song Roland nodded daintily, half of her body shrinking in Lin Dong's arms. Those who don't know think that the two are a hot couple. Smelling the man's unique scent on her nose, Song Roland's heart melted.
Never in her wildest dreams did she think she would roll into bed with a man 10 years younger.
But the raw rice is already cooked and there's no turning back. Thinking of this, Song Roland ticked and drew on Lin Dong's chest. It's getting late, so why don't you, eat before you go?
Yeah. Lin Dong smiled faintly. He couldn't wait to spend more time with this beautiful young woman.
Day. Just then, there were footsteps again. Song Roland was startled and immediately pushed Lin Dong away. That's why it wasn't seen by Lu Shiyun. Mom, I brought the clothes. Oh. Song Roland nodded.
Afterwards, pulling a strand of hair behind her ear, she said with a somewhat unnatural expression, "That Sure-yun, if student Lin stays for dinner tonight, why don't you accompany me to stir-fry a few dishes?"
Hearing this, Lu Sure-yun couldn't help but light up. Though, and Song Roland walked into the kitchen.
Looking at the image of mother and daughter cooking for themselves with their own hands, Lin Dong would smile. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but flash some images as well.
Not now, but later on, it's impossible to say.
It didn't take long for the meal to be ready.
Song Roland also bought a few bottles of beer on purpose. At the dinner table, Lu Sure-yun's small mouth blared.
It was as if he wanted to tell Lin Dong all of his experiences over the past 10 years. Song Roland smiled at her daughter, her gaze kind and pleased. She believed that with Lin Dong's care, her daughter would be able to live the life she wanted. Lin Dong was also drinking while talking to the mother and daughter. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and slapped his thigh hard.
It's broken, I can't drive back if I've been drinking. Auntie, is there any place to stay around here? Ha! Song Roland froze for a moment.
Focusing on entertaining Lin Dong, he forgot about this.
It was Lu Sure-yun who had an active mind and immediately said with a smile, "Mom, why don't you let Master Lin stay at home for a night?"
Lin Dong made a pretense of excusing himself.
Not good. You orphans and widows, letting me stay overnight as a big man, word gets out that it's a bad influence on you. I'd better go out on my own and find a place to stay.
After saying that, Lin Dong shakily got up.
Bam!
Lin Dong almost fell over. A couple of beers was utter child's play to the man of 1,000 drinks.
The reason for pretending to be drunk was naturally to force Song Roland to take a stand.
As expected, seeing Lin Dong's stumbling appearance, Song Roland had a moment of weakness and still held him up. "If Mr. Lin doesn't mind, just make do with the sofa for the night."
Is this appropriate? What's so inappropriate about this, senior? Besides, my mom can't trust anyone else, but she can't trust you, huh?
Lu Sure-yun covered her mouth and snickered. In her eyes, Lin Dong's image was extraordinarily tall. Unbeknownst to her, just as she went to buy fruits, Lin Dong had already eaten Song Roland clean.
Ahem.
Lin Dong coughed twice with some embarrassment and nodded.
"Well, then, I'll trouble you." Song Roland blushed slightly.
Distinctly, he felt that someone had pinched his hindquarters.
That thieving hand, who else could it be but Lin Dong?
However, with her daughter present, she couldn't afford to snap. All that could be done was to let the big hand roam unchecked. It didn't take long to make her blush and breathe heavily.
Soon, night fell.
Lin Dong slept on the couch in the living room.
To the east and west were Lu Sure-yun and Song Roland's bedrooms. Song Roland had thought that Lin Dong would have trouble sleeping.
As a result, the other party made the bed more skillfully than she did, as if she were back in her own home.
This made Song Roland begin to believe that Lin Dong was truly from a rural area.
After the lights went out, the room was quiet. Lin Dong laid down on the sofa and closed his eyes, preparing to rest. It does get a little tiring after a long day. Unexpectedly, he had just closed his eyes when he heard the door open.
Immediately afterward, a warm body burrowed under the covers. Chapter 53, Afraid of being found out, so you hold back on your own.
Lin Dong touched a long, thin, soft leg.
I couldn't help but tease, "Little greedy cat, you didn't eat enough during the day, and you came out to forage for food at night?"
Lin Dong had thought that it was Song Roland who had eaten her heart out and could not resist the loneliness, which was why she climbed into his bed in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the other party fell silent.
If you don't say anything, it's a default.
Lin Dong's heart itched and he directly wrapped his arms around the other party's delicate body, his big hands roaming around.
Well, wait, that's not the right size.
Lin Dong's brain buzzed.
He remembered that Song Roland was choppy and had an excellent figure. How is it, now, that you've only touched 2 hoagies? Sure-fu, it's my first time, so be gentle, okay? Sure-yun?
Lin Dong's eyes widened as he lifted the covers.
Unsurprisingly, the one lying in his arms was not Song Roland, but Lu Sure-yun.
The bright moonlight fell on Lu Sure-yun's innocent face. In the whiteness, there was a slight blush. In its shyness, there was a hint of seduction. At this moment, the 2 long legs, also hooked onto Lin Dong's waist.
Sifu.
The little girl was a little shy. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was so hungry and called himself a little glutton.
Could it be that he had known that he would sneak under the covers?
Unbeknownst to him, Lin Dong was waiting for Song Roland. Those flirtatious words just now were also all said to Song Roland. Unexpectedly, it was taken seriously by Lu Sure-yun.
"Master, you want me. I have nothing to repay you but this. And, as promised, I'm yours,"
Lu Sure-yun said as she took the initiative to move towards Lin Dong's arms. That stance was clearly to become one with him. Even the 2 small hands were raw and clumsy as they unbuttoned Lin Dong's coat. Lin Dong was a bit surprised and dumbfounded.
"In the first place, the meal has been brought to your mouth, how can you not eat it?"
However, once he thought of the high probability that Song Roland would fall out with himself after knowing about it, Lin Dong hesitated again.
"No, it's still too early. We'll talk about Sure-yun later." Shiryun, come on, I don't want you to aggravate yourself. As for that pact, I never took it seriously, and you don't need to embarrass yourself. What? Lu Shiryun stared wide-eyed and froze for a long time, tears faintly welling up in her eyes. But, didn't you just say? Liar. Mom was right, men are big liars. Senior brother Lin, I really like you, let me follow you. Lin Dong sighed. He knew that Lu Shiryun was not a vain woman like Bai Yuqing, and was not with himself because of money. But it was still too early to eat her. However, it can't be rejected outright. That would break her heart. After thinking about it, Lin Dong reached out his hand and wiped the teardrops from the corner of Lu Shiryun's eyes. Tell you what, I'll pick you up every week when you start school. As long as you perform well, it's not impossible for Senior to promise you. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately turned from clouds to tears of joy. Really? In that case, won't I see you every week? Aha! Lin Dong nodded. Then, a flash of cunning flashed in his eyes. He sent Lu Shiryun home every week so that he himself could meet with Song Roland more often and discuss the philosophy of life. Of course, when have I ever broken a promise? Aha! Lu Shiryun was very excited and jumped into Lin Dong's arms, hugging and rubbing his neck. Like a clingy little leprechaun. Smelling the unique body fragrance of a virgin coming from the tip of his nose, Lin Dong's small belly was on fire with evil. Then, in order to avoid making a mistake, he hurriedly pushed away Lu Shiryun, who was still pampered in his arms. Okay, it's getting late, come to bed. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to school. Hearing this, Lu Shiryun walked off the couch with satisfaction. Before leaving, she did not forget to slapdash-kiss Lin Dong on the face. Hook, line and sinker for 100 years. Good night, Master Lin. Looking at the little girl's back as she bounced back to her bedroom, Lin Dong let out a deep breath. Almost, one is about to make a big mistake. If he took Lu Shiryun in the living room, he would definitely make a scene. When the time came, Song Roland would not forgive him if he found out. Wait a little longer. The time is not right now. That little girl, she's so abrasive. How am I supposed to take the heat off in the middle of the night? Lin Dong was somewhat chagrined. In the past, when he was good with Feng Shui was not happy to make out with him, so he could only solve it secretly by himself. Now that he's sitting on $1 billion in assets, what's the difference between doing that and being at 250? Wait, isn't there another one readily available? Lin Dong's mind turned sharply as his gaze turned to the other bedroom. Then, slowly walked over. In the bedroom, Song Roland had fallen asleep. Completely unnoticed, a large gray wolf had burrowed into the room and was roaming all over her body. Song Roland had a dream. I dreamed I was lying in a big luxurious bed. Immediately afterward, a blurry face appeared in front of her. The two embraced passionately and kissed each other passionately. Pulling and tugging to the bathroom. Throw the clothes on your back all the way. In no time at all, Song Roland was hot and bothered by her soul. Especially that young, strong body. Wasn't it exactly what she'd wanted for more than a decade of being alone? Well. Suddenly, a stabbing pain came. Song Roland opened her eyes in a daze. You're awake? Hearing the familiar voice coming from her ears, Song Roland's brain buzzed. Before he could react, the whole bed creaked. It was then that she realized that, as it turned out, nothing was a dream. And that blurry face, and strong body, was also Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you have too much guts. Shiryun is right next door, so, she'll find out. Song Roland's mouth said so, but her body was honest. Actively catering to the situation, he did not push Lin Dong away. Lin Dong also didn't care. Even if he was found out, he'd admit it. The sky is the limit and his happiness is the greatest. For fear of being found out, I hold myself back. Woohoo! Song Roland's face was red, but she had to force herself to hold it in. One night passed. When Lu Shiryun woke up from her sleep in a daze, Song Roland was cooking breakfast with Lin Dong. That look of love and affection, like a young couple. It gave her a jealousy she couldn't quite put her finger on. Shiryun, you're awake. As if Song Roland had done something wrong, she didn't dare to look directly into her daughter's grudging eyes. Lin Dong, on the other hand, smiled faintly. How did you sleep yesterday? Why are the dark circles under your eyes so heavy? It's not even pretty anymore. What? Lu Shiryun was shocked and hurriedly looked in the mirror. As a result, it turned out that Lin Dong was lying to himself. Bad guy. Don't mention it. Last night, I don't know where the two wild cats came from, they kept purring, so I guess they're in heat. Bam! The basin in Song Roland's hand fell to the ground, her expression a little heartbroken. Chapter 54, Driving You to School. Mom, what's wrong with you? Lu Shiryun looked at Song Roland with a somewhat odd expression. Song Roland stammered at once, not knowing how to explain. It was Lin Dong who hastily opened his mouth and sidetracked the topic. Auntie is fine. Shiryun, eat quickly, and when you're done, I'll send you to school. After breakfast, Song Roland sent the two to the intersection. Her jittery little heart slowly calmed as she watched Paramila disappear from sight.
A strong wave of drowsiness then swept over him. Last night, the two of them were so upside down that they were still tossing and turning at dawn. Until now, she hadn't rested properly. When she thought of Lin Dong's bravery and the sweetness of the two of them, she could not help but have a happy smile on her face. However, when she thought of Lu Chang, who was about to be released from prison, Song Rulin frowned tightly again.
Let's hope that guy doesn't make a mess when he gets back.
On the other side, the Primera.
Lu Shiyun was curiously fiddling with the passenger screen.
It was obviously something perfectly ordinary, but in her case, it was like a treasure. When Lin Dong saw it, he could not help but feel a little heartbroken.
Like it? Well. Lu Shiyun subconsciously nodded.
Reacting, he shook his head again hurriedly.
No, not like that.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. Gripping the steering wheel with both hands, he lightly said, "Since you called me a brother, I'm going to recognize you as my sister. While it's still early, I'll take you to the mall and do a little shopping, as my gift to you for the start of the school year."
No, senior, don't break the bank. Lu Shiyun shook her head like a rattle.
Lin Dong had already helped her a lot. She would feel bad in her heart if she let Lin Dong break the bank again.
Nay, the arm can't be twisted.
Before long, the two arrived at a nearby shopping center.
Wow, this place is huge. Master, do you come here often?
Lu Shiyun stood in the mall, looking around, her face full of amazement. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. He came to the mall recently to buy this Patek Philippe watch he was wearing on his wrist.
Shiyun, if you see something, just buy it, don't worry about money.
This is not good.
What's wrong with that? I did promise my aunt to take care of you.
Lin Dong spoke indifferently.
That look, not thinking about the money at all. Soon, under Lin Dong's leadership, Lu Shiyun changed her outfit from head to toe.
Not only did I purchase the latest models of cell phones and computers, but I also bought several of the most popular halter and pleated skirts.
The two then went to a women's clothing store. When Lu Shiyun walked out of the fitting room in JK, shyly, the customers and clerks in the store looked over all at once, their eyes awestruck.
Lin Dong similarly lit up before his eyes. This set of JKs was practically tailor-made for Lu Shiyun. It retains her innocence and cuteness, but also adds a touch of pure lust.
It looks good, doesn't it, master?
Lu Shiyun spun around in front of Lin Dong and inquired somewhat shyly.
Good looking.
Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Then, looked directly at the clerk.
How much is it to wrap up this one, and the two you just tried on?
Yes sir, the total is $23,000.
23,000?
Hearing this number, Lu Shiyun's eyelids jumped and she subconsciously tried to block it.
These clothes, too, are too expensive.
This much money is enough for the mother and daughter to live for a long time. However, Lin Dong did not even give her a chance to refuse and made the payment directly. For a moment, Lu Shiyun stood in place, somewhat at a loss for words.
Don't freeze, don't you have to go to school? It's too late if we don't go.
Lin Dong walked to the door and waved at Lu Shiyun.
Lu Shiyun woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly followed. Still, the little face was a little constricted. Senior, when I earn money later, I'll pay you back. Shiyun, I'm not happy when you say that.
Lin Dong feigned unhappiness and said seriously, "To me, there is no such word as poor money.
It would be looking down on me if people didn't want what I give them."
Hearing this, Lu Shiyun's beautiful eyes were stunned.
A warmth of heart followed. A heart that was instantly captured by Lin Dong's dominance. Go.
Lin Dong spoke indifferently. The next moment, offered to take her hand. At once, Lu Shiyun was so shy that she couldn't raise her head. It didn't take long for the two to come to the car. The things Lin Dong bought for Lu Shiyun filled the back seat. Everything from everyday items to luxury goods. Some of these brands are unheard of. While Lin Dong was satisfied, Lu Shiyun was a bit uncomfortable. It wasn't long before the Primera pulled up in front of the school. Many people stopped and looked around curiously. These Porsche Panameras don't come cheap. Its owner, surely, is either rich or noble. 18 or 19 years old is the time to be vain. Those female students who wanted to marry into a rich family and fly up the branch to become a phoenix suddenly brightened up and couldn't help but want to squeeze over to strike up a conversation. Snap. Just then, the Porsche door opened. Lin Dong slowly walked down. In all fairness, Lin Dong was not good enough to be at the level of Netflix handsome. But the features are straight and bright. Also, very tall. Plus this Primera is a dream man. After getting out of the car, Lin Dong slowly walked towards the passenger side. Grabbing a delicate hand, he very gentlemanly brought down a young girl. Holy, did I read that right? Isn't that Lu Shiyun? Didn't they all say she was a commoner schoolgirl and her family was poor? I'm convinced. I wanted to spend a little money to chase her, now it seems that I'm still chasing a chicken. Although, Lu Shiyun had just enrolled in school. However, with the pure looks, as well as the cool temperament, it instantly attracted the focus of the majority of boys. Like a hungry wolf smelling spiced meat. I had thought that a civilian schoolgirl like Lu Shiyun could be taken casually by spending a little money. As a result, people are doing it on Primera. For a moment, it was as if everyone had been slapped in the face, and it was hot and painful.
This is the kind of luxury car that they may not be able to drive in their lifetime. The difference is too great.
What followed was another question.
Who's that guy? It can't be the big boss who adopted Lu Shiyun, right? Bull, have you ever seen any big boss so young? It must be some cockney. Ugh, it's so human.
For a while, there was a lot of talk in front of the school.
A group of male students beat their chests and hated themselves for being late. In the future, if you want to pursue Lu Shiyun again, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Those female classmates are just downright envious and jealous. This man is so handsome and I wonder if he'll like me.
Wash your hands of it, there is no shortage of women for a man like that.
Damn it, where am I worse than Lu Shiyun? Why isn't it me sitting on the passenger side? I know a lot of poses too. Come on, rich people like pure beauties, who likes a net face like you?
I'm so envious of Lu Shiyun, she's about to turn a sparrow into a phoenix.
Chapter 55 Divine Appraisal Technique. Senior, everyone seems to be looking at you.
Lu Shiyun was very uncomfortable with the current occasion, and seeing so many people staring at her, she couldn't help but blush.
Even the legs and feet were trembling gently.
Though, there used to be very little attention paid to her. But it was all about appreciating her beauty. Instead of the way it is now, with all the attention. Hearing Lu Shiyun's words, Lin Dong slowly shook his head.
Shiyun, people aren't looking at me, they're looking at you.
With so many people envious and jealous of you, you shouldn't feel inferior, but proud and honored.
From now on, you'll never have to keep your head down again.
Hearing these words, Lu Shiyun took a deep breath, gathered her courage, raised her head, and looked around.
Sure enough, everyone looked at her with envy. For a moment, Lu Shiyun felt an unprecedented relief as warmth surged within her.
The inferiority complex that had built up over a decade seemed to dissipate in this moment.
Thank you, master.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Dong's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, Wise Eyes. Congratulations to the host for the extra reward, Divine Appraisal Technique. Divine Appraisal Technique, after using it, it can automatically determine the specific value of an item and, in addition, perceive the existence of an extremely valuable treasure. Lin Dong froze for a moment first. Then, a burst of ecstasy could not be resisted. It had been a long time since he had heard the system beep. I would have thought that the system would not come in handy except for spending money in nightclubs. Unexpectedly, helping Lu Shiyun to untie her heart, she had completed a special task by mistake.
Wisdom. Not bad. Isn't Lu Shiyun the pearl of dust?
The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he could not help but want to try out this special talent. Glanced behind him at the Porsche Panamera. The next moment, a copy of the details came into view.
Porsche Panamera top of the line. Worth 3,500,000 yuan.
Lin Dong then swept his eyes at the Patek Philippe and cell phone.
2,900,000 and 8,000 respectively. It's almost the same as the asking price. And, there are virtually no limits. This divine appraisal technique is really good. Senior, why are you smiling so happily? Ahem.
Hearing Lu Shiyun's puzzled query, Lin Dong hurriedly explained, I am happy for you. In the future, if anyone bullies you, be sure to tell your brother.
Aha! Lu Shiyun smiled and nodded. This worry, however, is completely unnecessary. Everyone knew that she had a brother with an extraordinary shot and a mysterious background, and it was too late to flatter and please him, so how could he bully her? Well, I'll take your stuff to the dorm for you. Lin Dong drove his car directly into the school. The security guards didn't stop them, or even, without even asking, let them go of their own accord. A few moments later, the two arrived downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Because Song Roland was hospitalized, Lu Shiyun was delayed for a few days. Freshman orientation is now over. The rest of the dormitory had arrived long ago. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Shiyun and I also live in this dormitory. As soon as she entered, Lu Shiyun took the initiative to greet her.
A few of the roommates heard voices and looked up, instantly awestruck. With it came a pang of acidity. Lu Shiyun is so beautiful. Standing with her, she herself, who was still a white swan, instantly turned into an ugly duckling. For a moment, a few of the housemates made no sound and looked as if they were in love with each other. Lu Shiyun had an awkward expression and was somewhat at a loss for words. Finally, it was a girl with glasses who stepped forward. Her and Lu Shiyun's families were similar, both from rural areas. Usually, she doesn't pay attention to dressing up, and her mind is rather simple. Lu, that's your bunk. You have a lot of stuff, let me help you with it. Because of the late arrival, a good spot like the lower bunk had been taken long ago. The only thing left for Lu Shiyun was a top bunk near the door that was remote and leaky. Looking at the narrow and off-kilter crib, Lu Shiyun couldn't help but frown slightly. But the thought that it was he who had come too late had to be taken with a grain of salt. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Shiyun, they're your roommates, right? Hello everyone, I'm Shiyun's brother. From now on, please take care of her more. A few people froze. Unexpectedly, Lu Shiyun's brother also came. Just then, Lin Dong walked in with a smile. That gentle and elegant temperament, as well as his tall height, instantly attracted the attention of everyone.
Wow, brother Lu Shiyun is so handsome. Didn't they say their family was poor? How come they're dressed better than me? Wait, isn't this the latest model of Apple's cell phone and computer? It costs tens of thousands of dollars. The crowd looked at each other with some confusion. It was completely at odds with what they had learned. Lin Dong looked around and roughly understood the situation. Lu Shiyun couldn't grab a good spot because she came too late. A couple of the girls were also eyeing her a bit. But what do you call a problem that can be solved with money? What is your name, this student? Lin Dong suddenly looked at the girl wearing glasses. Ha? Me? The girl with glasses froze for a moment, not expecting Lin Dong to ask himself. After reacting, she hurriedly returned, "Hello, my name is Huang Yan. If I'm not mistaken, that bunk is yours, isn't it?" Huang Yan nodded. When she checked in, she came 2 days early. For that matter, grab a bunk. After all, afterward, it's going to be here for 4 years. Lin Dong nodded and instantly felt something in his heart. Then, taking out a bunch of money, he said with a smile, "Shiyun is not well, do you think you can switch beds with her? This money, as a thank you, treats you to milk tea." What? Huang Yan's eyes instantly widened and her person was dumbfounded. That thick pile must be at least $7,000 or $8,000? And buy milk tea? She won't be able to finish it even if it lasts. No, that won't work. Huang Yan's face turned red and she hurriedly excused herself. "I'm sorry, it was a bit presumptuous of me. Tell you what, I'll add 3,000 more to round it up." Lin Dong smiled and pulled out another pile of money, sending it to Huang Yan. "Mr. Huang, Shiyun is new here and unfamiliar. In the future, I'll trouble you to take care of her more." This. Looking at the pile of red tickets, Huang Yan was torn for a long time, but finally couldn't hold on and took the money. Her family was already poor and she took out student loans. This $10,000 is enough to cover her tuition and living expenses for a year. There's no need to not even want the money for the sake of that pathetic ego. "Thank you, brother. I'll change Shiyun's bed right away, so give me the stuff." Huang Yan was even more enthusiastic and busy. Looking at a few more of their people, they had long since frozen in place. And then, more often than not, regret. Gutted. If they had known, they would have treated Lu Shiyun better. A lower bunk for $10,000? It's not picking up money. Seeing this, Lin Dong inwardly sneered. He's kind of been there. Taking a couple of schoolgirls is just not that easy. By the way, Shiyun, I almost forgot to give you your living expenses. Just then, Lin Dong tapped his head and pretended to remember something. "Here's $20,000, spend it all and ask your brother for more." Chapter 56 Antique Street. By brother, thanks brother. Brother, come often from now on. Several female students sent Lin Dong out enthusiastically. Just now, they were also running around for Lu Shiyun. Even, bought milk tea for Lu Shiyun. Lin Dong's big gesture had completely convinced them. After Lin Dong left, a few of the housemates even asked her questions. "Shiyun, what does your brother do? Isn't your family poor? How come your brother is so rich? Shiyun, does your brother have a girlfriend?" Ha! Hearing this question, Lu Shiyun's beautiful eyes were stunned and her pretty face turned red. Then, somewhat coyly, "I suppose, sort of." On the other hand, Lin Dong drove the Paramera and left the school. Along the way, there were no shortage of female students stopping him and trying to strike up a conversation. There are even people who write their phone number on a piece of paper and throw it in their car. Lin Dong could not help but sigh. Are all college girls nowadays so proactive? In our day, we were so obviously simple that we blushed when we passed a note. Lin Dong shook his head somewhat helplessly. He had originally planned to go straight back to the Dynasty Hotel, take a shower and have a good rest. But suddenly remembered the new talent he had just gotten. Since it's an appraisal technique, it's natural to appraise treasures. Lin Dong's mind raced and he quickly thought of 2 places. The first place is the Tianhai City Museum. There are a lot of antiques there and, overwhelmingly, they are authentic. However, the antiques there are only offered for viewing and are not circulated for sale. The second place is a street of antiques in Tianhai. There are more than 3,000 stalls there, covering a wide range of antiques such as scholars' objects, porcelain and wood, jade, gold and silver. It's a case of what you can't think of, not what you can't buy. Most importantly, there is freedom of trade and no taboos. If you're lucky and have a good eye, it's no problem at all to find a small item or two. Or even, get rich overnight, against all odds. But, more than that, it's where you get screwed and scammed. There are literally endless ways for scammers to fake and make old ones, and it's hard to keep track of them. And, there's a rule there. Buying is fixed. The buyer who fell for it has no choice but to consider himself unlucky. Previously, Lin Dong had stayed away from such places for fear of being duped. But now, times are different. Being armed with a god-level appraisal technique, he could see exactly what was worth how much. These fiery eyes are practically made for treasure identification. Let's go when we say we're going.
Lin Dong stepped on the gas.
The Paramera let out a roar like a beast hissing. In the blink of an eye, it was outside the antique street. Just as I parked and got out of the car, a series of hoots and hollers went up. From the south to the north, look and see. Jade Buddha just dug out of the ground, this luster, this texture, absolutely no worse. Big brother, palm your eyes, these are the real deal. For a while, Lin Dong looked like he had entered a food market. What is sold here, however, is not a few dollars and cents of rotten vegetable leaves, but thousands and thousands of antique line goods. Lin Dong didn't know anything about antique knowledge. So, it was a walk and a leisurely look around. A few of the vendors saw that he was white and smiled as they came forward, selling their business. Big brother, it looks like you know what you're talking about, and you're looking too closely. Looking at the peddler who took the initiative to welcome him, Lin Dong smiled faintly. That's a good point, it's something I only look at, not touch. The vendor froze, choking on the words. Just kidding, your snuff bottle looks good to me. Lin Dong laughed out loud. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up a delicate brown snuff bottle to play with. He knew little about them, but the divine appraisal technique was clear as day. The mind moved, and in a flash, detailed information was reflected in the eyes. Qing Dynasty carved jadeite snuff bottle imitation. Value, $60. Value of authenticity, 600,000 yen. Pust. That much difference? Lin Dong guessed that this was a fake, but he did not expect the fake to be so powerful. A $600,000 snuff bottle is only worth $60 if you make a fake one. How was it? How's it going, big brother? Not much more, $6,000 just to make a friend. Ha! Lin Dong rewarded a blank stare and let the vendor experience it for himself. The vendor frowned. I didn't expect it, didn't bluff Lin Dong. He then smiled and spoke, too expensive? Then I'll be your master and give you another 1,000 cheaper, $5,000, no less. 5,000 more? 500 isn't even worth it. Lin Dong snorted coldly and was directly about to turn his head and walk away. Just then, he suddenly realized that inside the vendor's stall, an object was emitting a faint golden glow. This was a divine appraisal technique that made a reminder when encountering a treasure. It seems that not all of these goods are fake. Instead, real and fake are sold together. That's how more people will fall for it. The next moment, he locked his eyes on the small glowing object. Get feedback soon. Qing Dynasty Jadeite Longevity Jade Trigger Finger. Value, 1.2 million. It was a white and green jade trigger with carvings, only slightly worn and not very pretty to look at. It is indeed quite unassuming when placed in a pile of delicate and beautiful snuff bottles. However, as Lin Dong took a glance over, the most valuable item was it. Immediately, the decision was made to buy it. He didn't know his way around, but he had at least watched the TV show and knew that he should never let the seller know what he was looking at. Otherwise, he will sit on his hands and not even sell. Ahem, $5,000. A bit expensive, isn't it? Lin Dong acted as if it was. A bit pricey, but didn't just walk away. That's a play. When the vendor heard this, he brightened up, thinking he had caught a big fish. Oh, $5,000, it's the lowest price, you go elsewhere, where can it be so cheap? This snuff bottle is the Qing Dynasty royal family passed down, this workmanship, this craftsmanship, the average person is not blessed to enjoy, non-royalty cannot afford to use. The peddler was on the verge of bragging about the fake. Lin Dong feigned hesitation and pretended to look at the ground unintentionally. Tell you what, 5,000 is 5,000. But you're going to send me 2 more trinkets. How about that broken bit of snuff bottle and jade trigger? It's done. The peddler was happy in his heart. The broken snuff bottle and the jade trigger, both of which he had collected from the village. Altogether, it cost 1,000. That would still net you several $1,000s. No, that would cost me money. Only one piece at most can be given away. Lyndon nodded, picking and choosing. Finally, begrudgingly, he picked up the jade wrench. This always works, doesn't it? If you say yes, one hand pays, one hand delivers. Okay, I'll bear with you and make a friend. PayPal arrived with $5,000. Hey, cutie. Just more. The next moment, the vendor gleefully checks the collection. Without even noticing it, Lin Dong's eyes had a touch of cunning in them. He then found a place where no one was looking and casually threw the snuff bottle away. Then, delicately playing with the jade trigger. It cost $5,000 and turned $1,200,000. It's a business that's literally $1 million. Chapter 57. Lin Dong was in a good mood, humming a small song as he continued to walk forward. Unexpectedly, just a few steps away, a man stopped him. It was a young man wearing toadstools and a flowered shirt. Behind him, there were also 2 large and thick bodyguards. By the looks of it, it should be Rich. Brother, you can't get this jade wrench out? I heard you just now, you paid 5,000 for it, I'll double it 10 times and buy it for 50,000, how about that? 50,000? Ha! Lin Dong directly rolled his eyes.
Not to mention 50,000, even 500,000, selling it would be a loss for him. So, he just shook his head. And without replying, he continued on his way. Unexpectedly, the flowery shirt was still not dead, and with a big wave of his hand, he added some money again. How about 100,000, 100,000 for this jade trigger of yours? Flower shirt was loud with this voice. It drew a lot of attention. Everyone wants to see what baby is worth $100,000. Among them, the hawker just now was also included. Isn't this Mr. Chi Wenbin Chi? The male son of Daki Real Estate. Chi Xiao doesn't have any other hobbies, he just likes to collect some antique paintings and calligraphy. Can't help it, rich people love to play this. I've heard that Chi Xiao has good eyesight, he must have seen the treasure today, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask for it. In the midst of the murmurs, the vendor who had just sold Lin Dong's snuff bottle suddenly had an ominous premonition. When he realized that Chi Wenbin wanted to buy his jade trigger, his eyes instantly widened. My jade trigger finger. Isn't that a redneck imitation? How can it be worth $100,000? The peddler was in a hurry. It never occurred to me that the most inconspicuous jade trigger was the real thing. It's more expensive than your own pile of crappy snuff bottles, combined. At this moment, the peddler's intestines were green with remorse. On the other hand, seeing a bunch of people surrounding him, Chi Wenbin was even more energized. My friend, go out and ask around, who doesn't know my Chi Wenbin's reputation in the antique street, that's famous for throwing money away. As long as it's something I like, I'm happy to spend whatever it takes. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in deep thought. The two bodyguards were also very supportive and gave a thumbs up. Chi Xiao Hao Bang. However, Lin Dong revealed a disdainful smile. And a throwback. Isn't it just that people are stupid and have a lot of money? I don't care if you're Chi Xiao or Bai, I said this jade trigger is not for sale. $100,000? What are you paying for? Lin Dong snorted coldly, not caring in the slightest about the strange gazes of the people around him. Afterwards, it was even more deliberate to put the jade trigger finger on top of his thumb and show it to Chi Wenbin. This pissed off Chi Wenbin to no end. It was the first time he had ever been rejected. At the same time, he mentally muttered. Is this kid a connoisseur? Knowing that this jade trigger is worth a lot of money? No way. I've been on this street so long, I've never seen him. It must be loaded. Chi Wenbin shook his head. In his opinion, Lin Dong did not understand jade trigger fingers at all. It was only the desire for more money that led to the opening of the mouth to refuse. I see, don't you just want money? Then name a number, as long as I can afford it. Chi Wenbin sneered and clasped his arms, waiting for Lin Dong to report the number. In his opinion, Lin Dong would not dare to ask for too much even if he did. Big deal, just make less for yourself. Oh, Chi Xiao even let this kid make his own offer, it's too much for his face. Yeah, if I were this kid, I would directly give the jade trigger finger to young Chi. Maybe, I could even make friends with young Chi. I see this jade trigger is ugly, is it really worth that much? The crowd was in a state of disbelief, and they all felt that Lin Dong did not know how to recognize him. Seeing an opportunity, the peddler squeezed his way into the crowd and offered his snuff bottles as if they were treasures. Young Chi, that jade trigger of his, he bought it from me. I've got some more Sharpies here for you to look at. Not 100,000, just 70 or 80,000. The vendor had a smile piled on his face, clearly trying to take advantage of the fire. Unexpectedly, Chi Wenbin just glanced at him and rewarded him with a word. Get out. What kind of crap is that and you want to sell it to me? Think I'm. After saying that, Chi Wenbin ignored the peddler and once again looked at Lin Dong. Have you thought this through, my friend? The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly when he saw this. Make me an offer? That's what you said yourself. Fine, $1.5 million, one hand pays, one hand delivers. What? Hearing that number, the crowd gasped. The hawker from earlier was even more thunderstruck and couldn't speak well. $1.5 million? This kid, he really dares to ask for it. A lion's share. Crazy, right? $100,000, raised straight to $1.5 million. However, shockingly, upon hearing this figure, Chi Wenbin was first shocked. Immediately afterward, surprisingly, he stroked his chin and stopped talking. He's thinking about it. Surprisingly, he felt that $1.5 million wasn't completely out of the question. I'll be damned, this kid, he's not going to pick up the slack, is he? A $1.5 million jade trigger? Could it be that the emperor wore it? Look, someone passed out? Call an ambulance. In the middle of the conversation, a man was foaming at the mouth, as if he had a heart attack, and collapsed on the floor. Wasn't that face chagrined by the peddler? My jade trigger. My $1.5 million. Seeing this, Lin Dong shook his head. It can't be helped, who told you to have eyes? Bad luck, carry him away. Chi Wenbin waved his hands somewhat impatiently. The two bodyguards directly threw the peddler to the side and, subsequently, didn't care if he died or not. The first order of business was to take the jade trigger. Shi Wenbin could see that the jade trigger finger was a jadeite jade from the Qing dynasty and was worth a lot of money. But just how much it was worth, he wasn't sure. $1.5 million is too much of a risk. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Wenbin shook his head. No, I'll pay up to $500,000.
Give me face, let's make friends.
In the future, if you encounter something in the antique street, say that you know me, Shi Wenbin, it's good. Before the words left his mouth, two large-waisted bodyguards also walked towards Lin Dong. Looking at the situation, Lin Dong had to sell today even if he didn't.
Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk down this street. Meh. Lin Dong's response was also simple. If you don't have the money, just say so. What's the whole thing for? Woohoo yelling, I thought you were so rich. Alas, in fact, I don't want to sell it to you, this jade trigger finger is kept to press the yellow paper, how nice.
Hearing this, Shi Wenbin froze for a moment. The others were even more dumbfounded.
Pressed yellow paper?
$1.5 million worth of stuff, and you press the grave paper.
Crazy, huh?
However, the less Lin Dong cared, the more it appeared that Shi Wenbin was in a hurry.
For a while, it got him inside and out. Young Chi, this guy is looking for death.
The two bodyguards could not bear it any longer and walked up with one on the left and one on the right, about to hold up Lin Dong and force him to hand over the jade trigger finger.
Chapter 58, Auction.
Unexpectedly, Lin Dong had never thought of escaping from the very beginning. He picked up his cell phone and yelled at the top of his lungs.
Everyone look, the rich second generation of Daki real estate, Shi Wenbin, beat people, forced to buy and sell, these people are witnesses.
Shi Wenbin's brain buzzed as he realized that Lin Dong's camera was facing him.
Come back. Shi Wenbin's face was red.
Suddenly I regretted why I had to introduce myself.
Isn't that giving away a handle? Once Lin Dong exposed the video online and the beats flew all over the place, his family's dodgy real estate would definitely be affected.
It's totally not worth it to affect the company's market capitalization for a jade trigger. The two bodyguards looked at each other.
Now, it's a real dare to move.
Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled coldly.
Playing with me? You're still a little young. Alright, get out of the way. I'm a very busy man, I don't have time to play house with you guys. If you don't have money, don't act like a big shot. Can't even afford to give $1.5 million, my ass. You. Shi Wenbin's face was red and he was so angry that he was about to explode. What's your name, kid? Lyndon. Okay, I'll remember you. Go. Shi Wenbin's face was gloomy, and with two bodyguards, he left in disgrace.
He is a man who appears to be generous, but is actually most small-minded. Now, it had put Lin Dong on the retaliation list.
Will definitely get my revenge back when I get the chance.
Only after watching a few people walk away did Lin Dong put away his cell phone, humming a small song as he walked down the street like no one else. Nor was he worried whether Shi Wenbin would retaliate against him.
Hurry up, you won't be able to get into the auction later.
What's your hurry? We can't afford it anyway, any antique inside costs millions.
You know. I've heard that this time the treasure shop has brought a lot of treasures from abroad, so if you can't afford to buy them, it's okay to look at them. Two men hurried past Lyndon, mumbling something under their breath. Lin Dong pricked up his ears and quickly caught the keywords. Auction. There's the baby. You can pick up the slack.
How embarrassing, it just came and made me bump into it. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he played with the jade trigger that was worth millions of dollars. He was worried that there was no place to show off his skills, but he didn't expect that, just as he dozed off, someone would send him a pillow. Seeing that the two had not gone far, Lin Dong immediately followed. In a short while, they came to a building. Outside the door stood two mighty and domineering stone lions, and two vermilion pillars supported the three-story pavilion. The exterior resembles a pagoda, and its interior has a chic layout.
The word, elegance, is evident everywhere. On the plaque, there were three big words written in dragon and phoenix. Jubilee. Lin Dong's eyes instantly lit up before. The decor and design of this jubilee is not as gorgeous as the Imperial KTV. But just standing in the doorway, I felt like a dignitary. I thought that the treasure inside was by no means extraordinary. As a result, just as Lin Dong was about to walk in, he was stopped by the security guard. Sir, the invitation, please. An invitation? Lin Dong froze for a moment. When I came, I didn't say I needed an invitation. Soon, he figured it out. For auctions like this one, you need to check your capital before you can get in to prevent people from messing up. Those two people just now, I guess they were also turned away. That's why they weren't seen. The people who received the invitations were all prominent figures in Tianhai City. Sorry, can't get in without an invitation. We are here, and idle hands are forbidden. The security guard waved his hand impatiently as he saw that Lin Dong did not have an invitation. Loafers? Lin Dong did not die and said with a smile, other than the invitation, is there no other way to get in? The security guard frowned and said in annoyance, capital verification is fine, as long as the assets are over 5 million, you can just go in. The question is, do you have that money? Sure enough.
Lin Dong smiled faintly and directly took out his bank card from his pocket and threw it into the security guard's hand. Hurry up, please, and by the way, get me a seat right up front. The guard froze. The man has no invitation and a big mouth.
You even gave him a position. Do you really think you're somebody? The security guard didn't bother to say anything, took the bank card and went inside. Bam! In less than half a minute, the security guard panicked and came out in a huff. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry to keep you waiting. Our boss said, from now on, whenever you come, you don't need an invitation, just let me know. Your place is between the 9th private room and the sky, please follow me. Oh. It's so arrogant that it's laughable. Hadn't he just looked at himself with disdain and called him an idler? Now, it's like meeting a living ancestor. Got it. Lin Dong did not bother to count on it, and just faintly answered. Seeing that he didn't lose his temper, the security guard breathed a long sigh of relief. Just now, he took his bank card and swiped it, and was shocked. On Lin Dong's account, he unexpectedly had a whole $1 billion. With this asset, one could almost walk across Tianhai City. $1 billion in cash and at least tens of billions in assets. Just now, one had disrespected him. Isn't this a death wish? The security guard rushed to report it. The owner of the Jubilee Jia attached great importance to it and immediately reserved the Tianzi No. 9 private room for Lin Dong. He also instructed the security guards to entertain Lin Dong. Make any mistakes and just fire him. Not long after, the security guard brought Lin Dong to the Sky Character No. 9 private room. Heaven is the first of heaven and earth. 9, again, is the extreme of numbers. The combination of the two shows how honored this room is. Mr. Lin, this is the auction flow for tonight, and the auction items, please take a look. When Lin Dong sat down, the security guard respectfully delivered an exquisite pamphlet. Inside is a detailed record of this auction, all the auction items. Western celebrity paintings, heirloom sculptures, and authentic calligraphy. In all, no less than 20 pieces. Moreover, the starting bidding price was a minimum of $100,000, and the highest, even up to $10 million. This $10 million lot is a piece of jade. Red Mountain Grand Jade Dragon. The jade-coiled dragon, shaped like the letter C, is angular and lifelike and is thousands of years old. The jade artifacts unearthed with it are in the collection of the capital's museums. I don't know why, but it has been circulated to the public and appeared on top of this auction. It is also because of this rare treasure, which makes this auction extra sensational, attracting many collectors and big bosses. Moreover, this big jade dragon has a special function besides collecting. Yin and yang harmonize and nourish both. Strengthens the body, invigorates the blood and soothes the tendons. Nourish your essence and prolong your life. Lin Dong looked at it carefully a few times and almost did not hold back. Isn't that a ing aphrodisiac? Good guy, an antique, but there is a wonderful remedy for kidney loss. No wonder so many big bosses are attracted to it. At their advanced age, it's the time to shrivel up. Mr. Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll go down first. Feel free to yell at me if you need anything. Lin Dong nodded slightly and flipped through the pamphlet once again. He wanted to see if there was anything worth keeping an eye out for. Chapter 59, Grievance. In the meantime, a familiar face also came to the door of the Jubilee. Hello Chi Xiao. Well, it's still the Sky 9 booth. The visitor wore toadstools and a floral shirt, and was none other than Chi Wenbin, the noble son of Daki Real Estate. At this point, security guards are being instructed as if they were underlings. Normally, he came to the auction on the strength of his family's connections, and it was all the Sky Character No. 9 private room. But today, the security guard did not lead the way immediately. Instead, he looked at him with a difficult face and said cautiously, I'm sorry, young Chi, the Sky Character No. 9 private room is already occupied. However, the boss has reserved room number 10 in the sky for you. What? Chi Wenbin froze. What kind of person dares to rob his room? Knock knock. At that moment, a bell rang. Young Chi, the auction is about to start, look. The security guard lost his smile. Chi Wenbin just wanted to have a fit, but when he heard the bell ringing, he knew that the auction would start soon, so he could only forcefully suppress his anger. Then, felt the bank card in his pocket. This time when he came to the auction, that treasure, he was determined to get it. Now, it doesn't matter which booth. Greetings, distinguished guests. I'm the host of this auction and the owner of Jubilee, Shang Hai. On the stage, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a tang suit walked in a graceful manner and clasped his fists. The stage was crowded. At a glance, they are all dignitaries. Auctions like this one are held once a month by the Jubilee. But it's the first time it's been as overcrowded as it is today. The reason for this is the large Red Mountain Jade Dragon. First lot, Yuan blue and white porcelain jar of Ghost Valley Tsu descending from the mountain. Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, depicting the legendary downhill picture of the legendary connoisseur Ghost Valley, starting bid, $500,000. As an auction opener, this Yuan blue and white porcelain is not overpriced and will satisfy the majority of buyers.
Sure enough, a number of people were moved to hold up signs with prices written on them.
Seat 18, 510,000. Seat 20, 530,000. Seat 79, $600,000. Shang Sihai kept quoting a number higher than one. The atmosphere of the auction followed suit. Tianzi number 9 private room. Lin Dong's blood boiled with equal fervor. It was his first time to participate in an antique auction and his first time to see this kind of money-spinning scene. Write down a random number and hundreds of thousands of dollars are gone. However, thinking of the billion-dollar deposit lying in his bank card, Lin Dong's restless mind gradually calmed down again. With his current assets, it was more than enough to buy all the lots. Throwing out even a million won't make a 10-figure number into a 9-figure number. Afterwards, Lin Dong focused his attention on the yuan blue and white porcelain piece. With a thought, the divine appraisal technique activated. Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar with a picture of Guizi descending from the mountains. Value, 1.5 million. Not bad, no wonder so many people are scrambling for it. Under $1 million, buy it and you've earned it. If the price is right, it's okay to play. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he had a plan in his heart. In no time at all, Yuan Qinghua was speculated to $800,000. There were no longer as many people bidding as there were just now. Only a fat-headed, fat boss and a Cheongsam-robed noblewoman remained. Seat 20, $830,000. Seat number 79, $900,000. Seat 20, $1 million. Oh? Lin Dong's eyes lit up. That noblewoman looked silent, but I didn't expect that the bidding would be so fierce, raising her hand once and adding $100,000. Unsurprisingly, the fat boss was sweating and defeated. He smiled awkwardly at the noblewoman and watched as this beloved item fell into someone else's pocket. In Lin Dong's opinion, $1 million for this Yuan Qinghua was not really worth it. After deducting the commission, you'll only make $200,000 to $300,000. That's not enough money for the Patek Philippe he's got. Several more lots followed one after another. What celebrity paintings and calligraphy, copper coins and ancient coins, seals and porcelain. Lin Dong glanced through them one by one, and none of them had anything that caught his eye. Either that or the price is too low. Either that or you won't make much money if you shoot it. Finally, Lin Dong's eyes lit up when the ceremonial lady once again carried up a lot. The next lot, a coral 18-sun string from the Qing dynasty. As the name suggests, it's an 18-sun string made of coral as the main material, with a beautiful meaning, condenses the mind and calms the spirit. Starting price, $200,000. Only $200,000? Lin Dong froze. This coral string clearly emanated a golden glow that only a supreme treasure could have. How can it be worth so little? It couldn't be that the divine appraisal was wrong. Unbelieving, Lin Dong checked again. Qing dynasty coral 18-sun strings with glass jadeite. Value, 25 million. Lin Dong really could not hold back and burst out a foul mouth. I told you why this string is radiating beads. So, there's something else going on here, a hidden mystery. Each coral orb is inlaid with a glass seed emerald. There are a total of 18 suns, or a whole 18 emerald orbs. So many people have handled the strings, and none of them have discovered the secret in it. It's simply God's will. That's 25 million. Cute little thing. Not picking up. The next moment, almost at the same time, two voices came from the stage. Tianzi number 9, $200,000. Tianzi number 10, $200,000. Lin Dong froze. I didn't realize that there was someone to steal it from. Could it be that someone else sees the doorway in there as well? Of course he wouldn't let go of the fortune and continued to raise the price. Tianzi number 9, $300,000. The other side. Qi Wenbin was equally confused. He wanted to buy the coral strings because one of their family partners liked them and wanted to give them as a gift. I didn't realize that the one in the sky character number 9 private room also wanted it. This caused Qi Wenbin, who had already saved up a bellyful of anger, to press a string of numbers, unwilling to show weakness. Sky character room number 10, $400,000. Sky character room number 9, $500,000. What? Qi Wenbin frowned. This guy, is he deliberately targeting himself? He couldn't figure out the other side, so he decided to test the waters. Clearing his throat, he shouted, "Friends of the 9th private room, I'm Qi Wenbin from Dichi Real Estate. I wonder if I could bear to let me have the coral strings. Think of it as giving me face and making a friend." By definition, the private rooms are separate from the public gallery. For the sake of it, to avoid the rich people exposing themselves. Now, for the sake of this string of coral strings, Qi Wenbin had to shout in the air. What's going on? Why is Mr. Qi in room number 10? Isn't he always number 9? Dare I say there's a grandpa here, this is a fight with young Qi. A broken coral string, as far as that goes? The crowd was talking. Neither felt the coral strings were worth the price. It's not worth it to offend Qi Wenbin for this.
Unexpectedly, after hearing Chi Wenbin blow his own cover, not only did the heavenly character number 9 private room not give in, but instead raised the price even more ruthlessly.
Tianzi number 9, $800,000. Chapter 60 Broken Strings. 800,000?
Chi Wenbin was dumbfounded for a moment.
It's just a stupid string. How can it be worth so much money?
He didn't know that this coral string looked shabby, but the glass seed emerald inside was worth a lot of money and could be called a masterpiece. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be this grandson surnamed Chi.
It's fine if you don't say it, but if you do, I'm going to crush you. Lin Dong snorted coldly. Sure enough, Chi Wenbin couldn't hold back the bad breath and pressed the numbers again. Tianzi number 10, $1.2 million.
There was a long silence, with no movement from Skyward 9.
Finally wimped out?
Seeing this, Chi Wenbin felt a pang of triumph as he felt a meaty pain.
Robbing my room and trying to rob me? Are you worthy? All of this was seen by Shang Sihai. He immediately raised his small hammer and said in a deep voice, 1.2 million for the first time, 1.2 million for the second time, 1.2 million third. Suddenly, a voice came from Tianzi 9. I'll give you 2 million. Still with it?
When these words came out, there was a dead silence in the room.
All eyes looked over in unison, filled with shock. What kind of a bastard is this? $2 million for a broken string? There's no place to spend your money.
Chi Wenbin's face was incomparably ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, You win, this broken string belongs to you.
I didn't realize that there was someone who was a bigger loser than me.
Chi Wenbin opened his mouth in a conspiratorial manner, forcing his respect. For some reason, he always felt that the other party's voice sounded a bit familiar.
2 million once, 2 million twice.
2 million 3 times.
Congratulations to VIP Tianzi number 9 for winning the coral strings. Seeing Lin Dong finally make a move, Shang Sihai could not help but brighten up. 2 million isn't a lot of money for an auction.
But don't be afraid to spend as little as you can. As long as a good start was made, in the future, Lin Dong would be an important customer of Jubilee. At the thought of the $1 billion of cash in Lin Dong's account, Shang Sihai smiled with a joyful, flushed smile. Meanwhile, the scene was noisy.
$2 million for a broken string? Crazy? My grandfather's treasured jadeite bracelet is only $3 million, the 18 suns made of broken coral, which is worth so much money. What's the origin of this big brother? It can't be Chi Xiao's nemesis, right? Otherwise, who would be this ingrate?
In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Dong either had his brain kicked by a donkey or he had a grudge against Chi Wenbin. Otherwise, it would be impossible to spend a huge sum of money on a string of rags anyway.
Damn, who the hell is this guy?
Chi Wenbin was so angry that his eyes were red and his teeth were itching. Both glad that he hadn't been an ingrate and upset because he had been stepped on head first.
Find out, go and find out for me at once. Who the hell is in Tianzi number 9 private room? Yes, young Chi. The two bodyguards nodded.
Just as he was about to investigate who that mysterious buyer was, in the venue, Lin Dong's voice once again came. Young Chi, if you truly like this string, I can bear to sell it to you. It's not too much to ask, just give it $10 million.
What? Chi Wenbin was dumbfounded.
The others also sucked in a breath of cold air. No one would take this crap string for over $200,000.
This guy, he's even asking for $10 million.
He's either crazy or he's making a monkey out of everyone.
I say, my friend, have you gone too far? You're thinking we're all cuties, and that you're the only one who's smart?
A crappy string that costs $10 million.
With that much money, I could go buy a villa. The crowd was talking and were very dissatisfied with Lin Dong.
Shang Sihai also felt that what Lin Dong had done was too much. However, as the owner of Jubilee, he had to come forward to round up the situation.
Ahem, don't get me wrong, this boss is joking. Drive your ass off.
Just as Shang Sihai got halfway through his sentence, he was interrupted by Chi Wenbin.
Afterward, he kicked open the room of Tianzi number 10's private room and pointed at Tianzi number 9 and cursed. I said how the voice sounded so familiar, so it's you kid. Lin Dong, get the hell out if you can. These two know each other?
Shang Sihai's face turned white, and he secretly said that something bad had happened. No wonder, Lin Dong went toe-to-toe with Chi Wenbin.
It turns out that the two are not enemies.
Ha, I thought that young Chi was so noble that he forgot about me, but I didn't expect that I still remembered.
Good, it's me.
Lin Dong smiled faintly, not avoiding Chi Wenbin's murderous gaze, and walked out with a big smile. The sight of this young and unfamiliar face confused the crowd.
Who's the big guy here? He looks a little familiar, doesn't he? Young Chi, we had a grudge before. But this time, you're being small-minded.
Lin Dong said with a smile, I sincerely want to sell the string to you. $10 million is definitely a friendly price.
You fart.
Chi Wenbin stared viciously at Lin Dong and growled, for this kind of goods, 200,000 is considered a loss. You are not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue.
Hearing this, Shang Sihai's face stiffened. The other side.
Lin Dong smiled without anger and said without any warmth, what if, the string is worth more than $10 million? It's worth $10 million, I'll eat this table directly.
Chi Wenbin said viciously. But don't, the table belongs to Mr. Shang, what's wrong with you running here and cheating on your food?
Lin Dong laughed, and the figure was not a good one.
How about, we make a bet? If this string is worth $10 million, you call me grandpa, if not. Chi Wenbin's eyes lit up.
He's not bad for money, he's bad for face.
If it's not worth that much, you'll have to call me out on it too. Shouting at you for what? Lin Dong deliberately asked. Chi Wenbin didn't even think about it and blurted out, Grandpa. Lin Dong responded. For a moment, the entire venue was silent. And then, cacophony of laughter. Put. This kid is so bad. Gutsy too, how dare you lasso Chi Xiao? Shoo, keep your voice down. Can't you see Chi Xiao's face is green?
Seeing the crowd's reaction, Chi Wenbin was also an afterthought, his face flushed red, uglier than if he had eaten.
Damn it, dare to count on me.
Lin Dong shook his head. Don't accuse me falsely, I didn't say that, you're the one who volunteered to yell.
You.
Chi Wenbin was just about to have a fit when he was interrupted by Shang Sihai. Mr. Lin, this coral string, we, Jubilee, have already found someone to appraise it, it's worth up to 300,000, may I ask, how would you like to verify it? Shang Sihai sweated for Lin Dong. At the same time, the mind was muttering. Where did Lin Dong get the confidence to prove that the string was worth more than $10 million?
It's easy.
Please ask Boss Sean to find a cutting machine and just cut the coral strings. Hearing this, the crowd was once again shocked. This string, Lin Dong just spent a huge amount of $2 million to buy it.
You're going to cut it with a cutter before it's even warmed up? Where is the wrongdoer? It's clearly a loser. Chi Wenbin was also startled.
Over the years, he has spent tens of millions of dollars buying luxury cars, yachts and villas. However, it was never like Lin Dong, who casually threw in $2 million just for the sake of listening.
Could it be that this guy really has some kind of heavenly background? Chapter 61, Calling Grandpa. The Other Side.
Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Shang Sihai, however, his pupils shrank. As the owner of Jubilee, what he was most familiar with was the setup of the hidden treasure.
Some antiques have too much right and wrong because they are so valuable.
The collector then finds another worthless antique to use as a disguise to hide the real priceless treasure in. Some years ago, someone found the real handwriting of Tang Pak Fu inside a Qing dynasty landscape painting, which sensationalized the whole antique world.
Could it be that this coral string is the same?
Thinking of this, Shang Sihai felt like there were ants crawling all over his body, and he went to the cutting machine in a hurry. Before long, a few staff members brought in equipment and placed the unassuming coral string on top of the cutting table.
Lin Dong, what are you doing with all this fancy stuff?
Why don't you just call me Grandpa now and save yourself the embarrassment later?
Chi Wenbin snorted.
In his eyes, the coral string was garbage. No amount of tossing and turning is worth $10 million.
The crowd thought the same thing.
It was as if he had already seen the image of Lin Dong's gray head, bowing his head and calling Chi Xiao's grandfather. Facing everyone's mocking gazes, Lin Dong smiled faintly, unperturbed.
Don't rush.
What follows is the moment to witness the miracle.
Soon the cutter started up. Everyone's eyes burned into the booth. Chi Wenbin also couldn't help but stretch his neck and look over curiously. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling.
In full view of the public, the 18 coral strings were sliced at the corners.
No. Nothing.
It's just a coral orb of the most ordinary kind.
Ha, Lin Dong, you lost. I knew it, this is worthless. You're still pretending here. Ha, laughing my ass off.
Chi Wenbin was laughing so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. Thanks to him, he thought there was something big, but to his surprise, it was Lin Dong who pulled a big one.
Phew.
The rest of the group booed, their faces filled with disdain.
That's it, huh? White anticipation. This Lin Dong, what the hell? Looking for a cutting machine and suspending the auction again, working for nothing. Loser. $2 million down the drain. For a while, almost everyone was mocking Lin Dong. Shang Sihai's face didn't look too good either. He took the time and effort to set up a stage for Lin Dong to sing, and as a result, this? Alright Lin Dong, don't waste your time. Hurry up and call Grandpa.
Chi Wenbin clasped his arms and deliberately lifted his chin, looking condescendingly at Lin Dong. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong remained breezy and shook his head with a smile. What's the rush? There's something hidden inside that hasn't been touched yet.
I shucks.
Chi Wenbin snorted coldly, disdainfully said, all dead to the end, still pretending here, really think you?
Look, something. What? I don't know who shouted. Instantly, it attracted everyone's attention.
Shang Sihai carefully cut the coral strings. Both of his hands trembled gently at the sight of that touch of imperial green.
Emerald? It's still glassy emperor's green.
Instantly, the whole room was in an uproar. Glass seed is the best of jadeite, waterhead is sufficient, crystal clear, like a mirror as beautiful. Imperial green, moreover, is the purest color in the glass variety. Both the emerald's verdant but also not lose the condensed unique gorgeous is a veritable emerald emperor. In the market, casually a small glass seed emperor green is worth millions. If the coral string's 18 seeds, all of which are filled with this kind of emerald, are worth at least $20 million. No wonder, Lin Dong dared to boast that it was worth at least $10 million. Now it seems surprisingly conservative of him. Bam! Qi Wenbin sat on his butt on the ground, looking at the touch of imperial green with disbelief. It can't be. How is this possible? This must be a fake. Qi Wenbin's eyes widened, unable to accept this fact. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, congratulations. Today, you've really picked up the slack. Shang Xihai laughed so hard that his headlines came out. Never did he expect that Lin Dong did not bluff, but really saw that there was a treasure inside. At the same time, the buyers on stage were in an uproar. I'm not dreaming, am I? This mediocre string is hiding jadeite, or a glassy imperial green worth over $20 million. It's so amazing, movies don't even dare to do that. No wonder the string is big and bulky, it turns out that there is something inside. Cut the horseplay here. This Lin Dong is divine, he wouldn't have seen it already, would he? Just now, Lin Dong was still the target of many people's verbal attacks. Now, it's the meat and potatoes of everyone's eyes. Everyone was praising Lin Dong for his keen eye and his means of identifying treasures across the air, which was comparable to certain masters. Seeing that touch of imperial green, the stone in Lin Dong's heart also finally fell to the ground. Although, he had known the secret for a long time. But knowing is knowing. The moment you actually see it is reassuring. Not long after, Shang Xihai cut the coral string in pieces. Then, all 18 glass seed imperial green beads inside were taken out and carefully placed on top of a golden velvet cloth for fear of bumping into it. Lin Dong nodded, satisfied with Shang Xihai's meticulousness. Boss Shang, give an estimate, how much are these emeralds worth? Shang Xihai froze for a moment. After a few moments of deliberation, he gave his offer. I have handled a lot of antique treasures, but also touched a lot of jade emerald, like such a good quality, so well preserved emerald beads, or the first time to see. I think it's worth at least $25 million. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. $2 million becomes $25 million? How was Lin Dong a loser? He was simply the god of wealth. Make a lot of money. More, how much? 25 million? Qi Wenbin had just caught his breath and almost carried it over again. Just now, Lin Dong only wanted $10 million. Had he bought it then, he would have netted $15 million now. Qi Xiao. Seeing that Qi Wenbin was about to pass out again, the bodyguard hurriedly pinched people. Right at this moment, Lin Dong's teasing voice rang out. Alright Qi Xiao, don't play dead. Don't forget, you owe me a grandpa for not calling out, big grandson. Lin Dong never let go of any opportunity to drop a stone. Besides, who made Qi Wenbin have to trouble him and hit him? People like that can't be spoiled. You. Qi Wenbin trembled and pointed at Lin Dong, furious. Mr. Qi, in front of so many people, you're not trying to renege on your debt, are you? Lin Dong aggressively and coldly spoke, or is it that being untrustworthy is the code of conduct of Qi real estate? If this gets out, how can your family's company still do business? Chapter 62 Red Mountain Jade Dragon. Qi Wenbin's face went white. As the youngest member of the Qi family, he was afraid of nothing but his own dad. If it affects the family business, his dad will kill him. Unable to do anything about it, Qi Wenbin could only forcefully endure the suffocation and anger within his heart, and muttered with a hard head and a lowered head. Grandpa! Louder, didn't hear you. Grandpa! Qi Wenbin shouted out angrily. For a moment, everyone almost laughed out loud. No one had expected that Qi Xiao, who usually flaunted his power and arrogance, would be pressed by the neck and called out to someone else's grandfather. And shouting so loud. It was not a wasted day. At the same time, everyone was incredibly curious about Lin Dong's identity. What kind of person dares to tease Qi Wenbin 3 times? Qi Xiao, hold it in for good. Don't forget to come to the auction today for something important. Seeing that Qi Wenbin's expression wasn't quite right, the 2 bodyguards rushed to comfort him. It was only then that Qi Wenbin remembered the purpose of his participation in the auction. That treasure will determine his happiness for the rest of his life. Fine, I'll put up with it. Lin Dong, you better not fall into my hands. Qi Wenbin took a deep breath and lay down on the sofa, forcing himself to calm down. Still, there was no forgetting about what had just happened. This Lin Dong, what exactly is this Lin Dong? How did he know that there was imperial green hidden inside that broken string? Could it be that he and Shang Xihai have conspired to set up a special scheme to trap Lao Zi? Just as this thought popped up in his mind, Qi Wenbin shook his head. Let's not talk about whether or not Shang Xihai has the guts. The point is, one doesn't pay a dime. What's he after? The only plausible explanation was that Lin Dong had deliberately sought to trouble him. Young Qi, as you ordered, we have already found out the details of this Lin Dong. A few days ago, he was just a hungover office worker earning $3,000 a month, dumped by his girlfriend. As a result, it's these days, and I don't know where the money came from, and I bought a Porsche and a watch, and I even opened a presidential suite at the Dynasty Hotel for a month. I doubt it, he won the jackpot. That's it? Shi Wenbin froze for a moment. Originally, he thought that Lin Dong was some kind of second-generation ancestor. I didn't realize it was just a thug. However, there was no way to explain how Lin Dong knew about the Emperor Green. Could it be? Is it crooked? No way. Not again, not again, not again. How could that happen? Forget it, wait until the auction is over. The first order of business is to shoot the treasure and clean up that brat later. Shi Wenbin gritted his teeth and held back for the time being. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his participation in this auction. It was at this moment that Shang Xihai's voice came. Honored guests. Coming up, the last lot of this auction is also the most valuable, the oldest, and the most completely preserved at home and abroad, an absolutely unique piece. It is. With a big wave of his hand, Shang Xihai uncovered the red cloth. A wrist-thick mysterious jade appeared in front of everyone. Chic and exquisite in appearance, it seems like a coiled-up snow-white divine dragon. It is the grand finale lot of this auction, the Red Mountain Jade Dragon. Wow! Here comes the main event. After 2 hours of waiting, it's finally here. More than half of the people in the crowd were there for it. Among them, there is no shortage of pot-bellied bosses. The moment they saw the great jade dragon, they all breathed heavily and exuded a look of excitement. The reason is simple. This Red Mountain Jade Dragon is not only highly collectible, but also has a special function. It makes a man dragon and revitalizes him. As the saying goes, you can't help but soak goji berries in a thermos cup when you're middle-aged. But any boss with a little money in his pocket, which is not the top of the Mediterranean Sea, the bottom of the branch cannot be up? The Red Mountain Grand Jade Dragon with its miraculous effects became a life-saving panacea in their eyes. There were several people who had held back the entire auction without raising their cards just for this moment. Finally. After waiting so long, it's finally here. Inside the Sky Character number 10 box. Shi Wenbin stared straight at the Grand Jade Dragon with an agitated expression, and his two hands were clenched into fists. That's right, he's just as hard up as the bald bosses. It can't be helped, on the strength of being young and rich, and in the earlier years, he was a nightmare. As a result, a slip of the tongue can play itself out. Because of this incident, Shi Wenbin was scolded by his father. Put out a tough word that if he is not able to carry on the family line for the Qi family, he himself will go find another young wife and have a son. This scared Shi Wenbin. Immediately seek out famous doctors from around the world. As a result, it doesn't work in the slightest. A few days ago, he heard about the magical effects of the Red Mountain Grand Jade Dragon, and he immediately rushed over in a hurry with the mindset of beating a dead horse. Although, this antique is worth over $10 million. However, for the sake of inheriting the family fortune and the happiness of the rest of his life, at any cost, Shi Wenbin has to film it. In the meantime, in the Heavenly Character number 9 private room, Lin Dong also slowly opened his eyes. Is this the famous Red Mountain Jade Dragon? It does look good, I just don't know if it's worth the price. Lin Dong scanned the pamphlet in his hand. According to the introduction, the starting price of the large Jade Dragon is as high as $8 million. Call it the best of the auction. Looking at a sea of fiery-eyed buyers on the stage, Lin Dong's mind moved and the divine appraisal technique fell. Red Mountain Jade Dragon imitation. Value, 1,500,000. Fake? Lin Dong's pupils shrunk. I didn't realize that a casual appraisal would poke a shocking power. This jade artifact, surprisingly, is a fake. Looking at Shang Xihai, who did not look the least bit abnormal and was explaining the history of the Great Jade Dragon in a gushing manner. Obviously, he's been duped as well. I have to say, the counterfeiter is very clever. This fake is supposed to be half true. That's why it's worth $1.5 million and has fooled so many veterans. Wait, what about the nourishing effect? Lin Dong frowned and released his divine appraisal technique once again. He had to figure out what was going on here. Red Mountain Jade Dragon imitation. Value, 150,000. Note, containing hypnotic estrus drugs, easy to make people hallucinate, long-term use will lead to restlessness and collapse. Put. Seeing this line of text, Lin Dong could no longer tense up. Ha ha ha, no wonder it makes men keel over. So, the counterfeiter slipped drugs into it. After all, no one would want to, break a jade dragon worth over $10 million. That's why a steady stream of people will fall for it. This forgery is absolute. Lin Dong laughed his head off. After knowing this secret, and then looking at those hungry bosses on the stage, he couldn't help but have a teasing smile on his face. Everyone is drunk and I'm alone. Life, it's still lonely as snow. Chapter 63. It was at this time that Shang Xihai finally finished his history of the Great Jade Dragon and raised the small golden hammer. The Red Mountain Jade Dragon, now open for bidding. Starting bid, $8 million. Wow! When this price came out, the whole room was in an uproar. Even though those bosses were mentally prepared, they were still shocked to hear that number. $8 million?
Could have bought a nice villa. And that's just the starting bid. The final sale price, there's no telling how high it will go.
Over time, many people were discouraged. Oh, a bunch of poor people. Shi Wenbin smiled faintly and started bidding.
Tianzi number 10, $8 million. Young Chi has struck. I'll go. How come Chi Xiao is looking at this too? Chi Xiao is so young, he wouldn't be that too, would he?
Tisk, TSK, young age, pity. Seeing Shi Wenbin so impatient to start bidding, there was an immediate exchange of words at the bottom.
They didn't believe that Chi Wenbin had auctioned off this large jade dragon just to collect it.
Hearing the crowd's flirtations and speculations about himself, Shi Wenbin's old face swished red. This is the same as, he opened up his floppy secret to everyone.
Tramp, a bunch of long-winded assholes. It's none of your business what I'm filming, chewing the cud here. Shi Wenbin gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to attack.
Right now, getting the big jade dragon on camera was the most important thing. He can't wait to revitalize and slay.
The other side.
Lin Dong also heard Shi Wenbin's offer and could not help but smile. I didn't realize that Shi Wenbin, who looks like a human being, is also an outwardly strong commodity. Only in his 20s, and he's played himself into oblivion, haha. After which, Lin Dong looked at the Grand Jade Dragon with a playful look in his eyes.
The Red Mountain Grand Jade Dragon is a fake.
Shi Wenbin wanted to be the wrongdoer, but he could let him have it. But before that, there's still a little blockage to add to him. In the next moment, Lin Dong also began to make offers.
Tianzi number 9, $9 million. Shi Wenbin froze for a moment, subconsciously looking towards Tianzi number 9. Damn it, this Lin Dong, what a shadowy soul. He's going to cut across whatever the old man is doing. Shi Wenbin took a deep breath. This was followed by a quick press of a string of numbers. $10 million for 10 characters of heaven. Tianzi number 9, $11 million. Sky 10, $12 million.
The bidding came in a steady stream. During that time, there were others who occasionally intervened.
But it's mostly a two-man show.
The audience off stage watched the scene with another round of whispers.
This Lin Dong, is he crazy? How come he got into a fight with Mr. Chi?
Yes, this big jade dragon does have an extremely high collection value, but there's no need to be so crazy, right?
Do you think it could be that both of them are having a hard time? It's possible. Rich people are kinda that, play with flowers and get sick easily.
Lin Dong and Shi Wenbin were fighting between the dragons and tigers. Soon the price came to a more sensitive figure.
Tianzi number 10, $19 million. Tianzi number 9, $20 million. Tianzi number 10, $25 million. Shi Wenbin actually added 5 million at once. This number just happened to be Lin Dong's limit. The most he could sell his glassy emerald green emerald for was this much.
In Shi Wenbin's opinion, Lin Dong no longer had the qualifications to call his bluff.
This big jade dragon, he was bound to get it.
As expected, once the price of $25 million was quoted, Tianzi number 9 was slow to move.
Phew.
Shi Wenbin let out a long breath, a victor's smile written all over his face.
Can't wait to give a winning speech afterward.
Lin Dong, to come out and mix with others is not to fight and kill, you need to have power and a background.
Bargaining with me, do you have that kind of money? Now, know who's the son and who's the father.
Even though Shi Wenbin's words were arrogant and caused discomfort to many people here.
But there's no way around it, people do have that backbone. Who made people cast a good birth?
Anyway, his old man has billions of dollars in assets.
What's $25 million? Why hasn't this Lin Dong moved? It seems that there's really no money left.
Normal, that coral string, at most, will sell for $20 million. This big jade dragon alone is worth more than $10 million. Now Shi Wenbin has already lost money by auctioning it. Who would be willing to spend so much money if it wasn't for that special effect?
Oh, it seems that the big picture is set.
On the exhibition stand, Shang Sihai also wheedled and raised his hammer.
25 million for the first time, 25 million for the second, 25 million third. Suddenly, the lights came on again at Skyward 9.
Lin Dong unexpectedly struck again.
What? Shi Wenbin's pupils shrunk.
Not only did Lin Dong strike again, but also, he directly added $5 million.
Tianzi number 9, $30 million. Where did he get that kind of money? Even if you win the jackpot, you can't afford to spend it like that. Shi Wenbin was dumbfounded.
On the contrary, Shang Sihai was all smiles. He was the only one out of everyone who knew that Lin Dong had $1 billion lying in his bank card. Naturally, I have confidence in him.
Wait, I doubt it, he doesn't even have that much money. Boss Shang, I need to check the capital in case some people are bidding maliciously.
Soon after, Shi Wenbin protested. His proposal sounded like it was directed at Lin Dong, but in reality, there was no violation of the rules. Because, auctions do have malicious bidding. There is no money, but you are hard up for a big tail and seriously interfering with the bidding. Hearing Shi Wenbin's accusation, Shang Sihai smiled faintly. Young Chi, in the name of Jubilee, I'll vouch for Mr. Lin that he does have the strength to do this, and that he didn't bid in bad faith.
And that doesn't include the glassy Emperor's Green that hasn't been sold yet.
When these words came out, everyone, including Chi Wenbin, was dumbfounded.
Lin Dong, do you really have that much money?
And there's no need to sell glass-seeded Imperial Green to shell out $30 million.
Chi Wenbin's face turned purple.
This Lin Dong had simply made him lose face. But, in order to inherit the family fortune, he had to raise the sign again. 10 of Heaven's characters, $31 million. When everyone thought that Lin Dong would still follow him down, Tianzi number 9 did not move.
1 minute passes, 2 minutes pass. Until Shang Sihai dropped the hammer, Lin Dong did not make any movements.
$31 million for the third time. Congratulations to Mr. Chi for winning the Grand Jade Dragon. Seeing that the big picture was settled, Chi Wenbin could no longer hold on and collapsed on the ground, covered in sweat. At $31 million, he finally got his wish and auctioned off the Red Mountain Jade Dragon.
Lin Dong, you lost. I'm the final winner, this thing is mine. Chi Wenbin roared in anger and triumph.
It was as if to vent all the grievances accumulated earlier. At this moment, Lin Dong walked out from the Tianzi number 9 private room with an intriguing smile on his face.
Snap. He applauded while smiling and said, "Congratulations to Young Chi for auctioning the Red Mountain Great Jade Dragon. Too bad it's not worth anything." Chapter 64, Want to make a bet? What? Lin Dong's words once again set off shockwaves. Lin Dong, what are you babbling about? Chi Wenbin started with a roar. Then, thinking that he had seen through everything, he said mockingly, "I see, you're unwilling to lose to me and are purposely saying these words to piss me off, aren't you? I'm not going to fall for that little trick. What's real is real, and it can't be fake." Seeing Chi Wenbin's insistence, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. Unbelievable? Why don't we make a bet? What's the bet? Chi Wenbin asked coldly. Let's bet on whether this thing is that magical or not. If you win, I'll buy this thing for you and give it away for $30 million archly. If you lose. Lin Dong smiled and pointed to the ground. How about getting down on your knees and kowtowing to me? Another bet? Earlier, the two had already made a bet. As a result, Chi Wenbin lost and called out to his grandfather. This time, he wouldn't fall into Lin Dong's hands again, would he? You fart. Noticing the crowd's strange gazes, Chi Wenbin's face turned blue. This is something that could never be fake, many experts have personally certified it. Lin Dong smiled faintly. You're right, the stuff is indeed real, but it's not worth the price, and there's nothing that nourishes the yin and revitalizes the yang. All these rumors are just to fool sick and desperate two little cuties like you. Hearing this, Chi Wenbin couldn't help but thump in his heart. Earlier, Lin Dong swore that the coral strings were worth more than $10 million. He doesn't believe it. As a result, it opened to a glassy imperial green. Now, Lin Dong added that the Great Jade Dragon couldn't make a person dragon essence. Could it be that he was really cheated? No, why did I believe this kid's bull? Chi Wenbin shook his head and snorted coldly. Okay, bet on it. If this thing is real, you'll pay me $30 million. The guys are listening, don't try to renege. Lin Dong smiled faintly. As things stand, Chi Wenbin is still obsessed. Sure enough, it's not the scammers that are too smart, it's the cuties. There are too many of them, and the money is too good to cheat. Don't worry, Lin Dong, do not change my name, I never go back on my word, one spit and one nail. Now, let's verify it on the spot. Seeing Lin Dong's look of conviction, Chi Wenbin snorted coldly and glared at the two bodyguards. At the same time, some anticipation rubbed his hands together. In the past 2 years, I don't know how many demonic ES have fallen over themselves to get under the covers in the middle of the night. As a result, he could only stare each time. This made Chi Wenbin embarrassed and at the same time incredibly inferior and annoyed. Today, this problem can finally be solved. Two bodyguards walked up to the booth in full view of the crowd. One on the left and one on the right, carrying the valuable Red Mountain Jade Dragon through the crowd. Along the way, the buyer in the seat next to him, just a little closer, couldn't stop sweating, his mouth was dry, and he had a strong urge. Holy, this big jade dragon is amazing too, I can feel it. Who says it isn't? That in my house, she complains every day that I'm too short, and now, well, there's nowhere to use my strength. I really envy Chi Xiao, with such a great treasure, one a day, oh no, several to accompany. The crowd under the stage was talking, staring at the great jade dragon like wolves and tigers, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Chi Wenbin was incomparably pleased. This baby, from now on, he alone will have it all to himself. The rest of you cool off. Not long after, the two bodyguards sent the large jade dragon to Chi Wenbin. Two big, strong men, hard and sweaty, panting. Not from being too tired, though. Instead, they were itchy, as if a million ants were crawling all over their bodies. Seeing this, Chi Wenbin smiled knowingly and patted their shoulders. Don't worry, I'll take you two to a nightclub to have some fun when we're done with this. Thank you, young Chi. The two bodyguards thanked him excitedly. Chi Wenbin nodded slightly.
Afterwards, he picked up the large jade dragon that he had bought for $30 million and deliberately waved it in front of Lin Dong's eyes, as if he was showing off his trophy.
Lin Dong, many people have personally verified the efficacy of this item. Now, do you still want to talk tough?
Hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads. The magical effect of this large jade dragon was something they could relate to.
How can it be a fake?
In their opinion, Lin Dong had already lost.
Lost completely and utterly.
Not only did he lose face, he also lost $30 million.
It's almost like stealing a chicken.
Never would he have expected that at this point in time, Lin Dong still did not panic in the slightest. Nor did he speak, but only raised his right hand.
As if to say, please start your show. Heh, still talking tough at the end of your life.
Shi Wenbin skimmed his mouth and snorted disdainfully. Then, carefully placing the large jade dragon in front of his face, he took a deep breath.
That expression, like a swoon. If you didn't know better, you'd think he smoked an 82 Daisenshu. Pretend, keep pretending.
The corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised, already knowing what would happen next.
Sure enough.
A few minutes passed, letting Shi Wenbin sniff around, and there was no change in his body.
How is that possible? This baby, doesn't it say that it can revitalize a man? Why don't I feel anything at all? Shi Wenbin looked increasingly panicked. Everyone has an effect, but when it comes to him, it's a dead thing? Unbelieving, he handed the large jade dragon to 2 bodyguards.
Soon, the 2 men were red in the face, covering their pants for fear of making a fool of themselves.
I can't, Shi Xiao, this thing is too fierce. You put it away. Seeing this, Shi Wenbin was completely flustered. Could it be that one's illness is so severe that even the great jade dragon doesn't work? Or is it that one is completely wasted? Ha ha ha.
It was at this moment that Lin Dong's unrestrained laughter rang out.
Don't toss it, Shi Xiao. Now, don't you get it?
This big jade dragon, it can only make people in heat, no way to cure them. I'd advise you to find an old Chinese doctor who's okay with a few stitches.
Maybe, someday, it will branch out. Ha ha. Amidst Lin Dong's indulgent laughter, the others also revealed strange expressions.
Dare I say it, young Qi really has something difficult to say.
Lin Dong, what are you babbling about?
Seeing that his condition had been punctured, Shi Wenbin was a bit annoyed.
When I say this thing is real, it is real.
Who says I bought it for that? I bought it for my collection. In my eyes, it's worth $30 million alone. Seeing that Shi Wenbin was still talking tough, Lin Dong could not help but smile. I told you earlier, the stuff is real, but it's not worth the price. Anyway, you have a big family, so you can get it appraised and see if it can cure you.
Chapter 65 Divine Gambling Technique.
At this time, Shi Wenbin was actually weak-minded. He had a vague feeling that he had been tricked.
Not to mention whether this jade is true or false, let's just say that it doesn't have a healing effect. In Shi Wenbin's mind, it's not worth $30 million. Or even, worthless.
Shi Wenbin's face turned red as he stared at Lin Dong. He felt that Lin Dong was his bogeyman.
Everything is going wrong, and you're losing face.
Seeing that Shi Wenbin couldn't let out a single fart, most people already had an answer in their hearts. Only, no one dares to poke at it. After all, while Lin Dong could be messed with, the Qi family could not. This big jade dragon, when I say it's real, it's real.
The previous bet doesn't count, let's bet on something else.
Oh? The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. I didn't expect that this young Qi would play tricks. There wasn't really much he could do about it, though. The thing is in Shi Wenbin's hands, as long as he doesn't find someone to appraise it for a day, he can't prove that it's not worth $30 million. The bet with Lin Dong naturally could not be honored.
Lin Dong, you're not afraid, are you? Still left my vocal cords at home. Shi Wenbin was also trying to do everything he could to anger Lin Dong in order to regain his face. He now also counted to see that he could not play with Lin Dong in the piece of antique appraisal. Yet, it is possible to win back at what you do best. In the face of Shi Wenbin's provocation, Lin Dong was breezy from the beginning, his hands in his pockets, disdainful. Sure, what do you want to play? I know there's an underground casino right around the corner, why don't we go there and play a couple games? Shi Wenbin had a smug smile on his face. Casino?
Lin Dong frowned slightly.
This stuff, he's not good at.
Normally, the most he would do is play mahjong and fight the landlord.
And, still, it's a very vegetable kind of thing. Going to the casino to play with Shi Wenbin, isn't that looking for abuse?
Just as he was about to refuse, the system's heavenly voice suddenly rang out.
Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, Fire Eyes and Golden Eyes.
Congratulations to the host for the extra reward, Divine Gambling.
God-level gambling?
Lin Dong froze for a moment first.
Ecstasy ensued in his heart. Divine gambling.
As the name suggests, you are familiar with various gambling styles and gambling techniques. For example, card-switching maneuvers, flying card tricks. There are even cheating thousands of tricks. The more skillful 1,000 tricks are, the more undetectable they are.
Interesting.
The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly.
It's so true that when you doze off, you get a pillow. Mastering god-level gambling skills, wouldn't he be more powerful than Fat? This would have dared to break into Vegas with a tuxedo and a big back haircut. Lin Dong, what are you waiting for? Wouldn't dare, would you?
Seeing that Lin Dong froze in place and was slow to speak, Shi Wenbin once again spoke out in mockery. Lin Dong returned to his senses and the corner of his mouth slightly hooked.
No problem, just bet. You had to come up with the money, so who am I to say no? Okay, have some guts. But don't sneak away and make me look down on you.
Shi Wenbin arrogantly made a provocative gesture.
It looked like a win.
You know, he is known as the little god of gambling in Tianhai. All the major underground casinos and nightclubs have his legend.
And then look at Lin Dong.
A few days ago, it was just a small clerk at the bottom of the social ladder. As long as the hand wasn't too outrageous, he was definitely a sure winner. Lost Lin Dong all his money. Seeing this expression on Shi Wenbin's face, Lin Dong inwardly sneered. Don't look at him so crazy now. For a moment, don't mention how bad it was.
Maybe the little pearls are falling out. Shortly after, the two arrived at a nearby underground casino. Business is good here. It's packed. Seeing Shi Wenbin's arrival, the casino's foreman greeted him with a trot. Young Chi, which gust of wind brought you here? What would you like to play today? I'll get it ready right away. Shi Wenbin shook his head and pointed at Lin Dong. Help clear a table, I'll play a couple games with this brother. The foreman's eyes rolled.
A human savant like him, where could he not hear the targeting in Shi Wenbin's tone? It seems that these two don't get along. Please, please. It wasn't long before the maitre d' invited the duo to the VIP area. There are several large tables with everything from fried gold, blackjack, poker, and mahjong. Shi Wenbin's hands itched to watch, and he couldn't help but pick up the dice and toss them into the air,
falling down to exactly 1-6. Ha, this luck, it seems that old me is going to be rich.
Mr. Chi has always had a good hand. Look, how many chips should I exchange?
Or 500,000.
Foreman Zhao had a smile on his face and thought that Shi Wenbin was just having a little fun as usual. Unexpectedly, Shi Wenbin's face turned cold as he stared at Lin Dong dead in the face and slapped the table.
Give me $5 million instead. I'm going to have fun today. 5 million? Foreman Zhao was stunned at first. An expression of ecstasy followed.
The more water the two run, the higher the commission he gets. He then turned his head to look at Lin Dong.
What about this handsome guy? Just when everyone thought that Lin Dong would not be any worse, he held up a finger and compared it to the number one. $10 million? Foreman Zhao's pupils shrunk as he wailed, instantly attracting everyone's attention.
Starting with $10 million, the casino seldom meets such a bold master.
You misunderstand.
Lin Dong coughed and said seriously, $100.
Put. Hearing this, Shi Wenbin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Dong, are you out of your mind? $100, you play with me?
Play with your sister.
If you don't dare to bet, get out while you can.
Luckily, I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out, it's just a slug, huh? Next to him, Foreman Zhao's expression also drooped at once. This gentleman, our casino rules require a minimum of 1,000.
To exchange chips. 1,000 then.
Lin Dong did not care about the other people's strange gazes. Back then, Chan Daggerboy won $37 million with $20. Today, he had not been able to win 10 small goals for $1,000. Hearing this, the foreman rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard Shi Wenbin impatiently say, "Alright, his 1,000, lousy please. I'd like to see you play for a few minutes with this 1,000 in chips."
Nope, should have lost it all at once.
For a while, apart from a few people from Shi Wenbin, everyone else was also looking at Lin Dong with great contempt. They did not know what happened in the auction and only thought that Lin Dong was a smelly hangman who did not know where he came from.
Shi Wenbin, cut the crap. Playing or not? I'm leaving if you don't play.
Shi Wenbin sneered and casually touched the dice from earlier. Since you're in such a hurry, let's play the easiest and fastest one, compare sizes. Just to be clear, we can't both choose the same.
Don't you dare play?
Lin Dong was waiting for these words.
Originally, he was worried that Shi Wenbin would follow his choice. In that case, wouldn't it be a no-win, no-frills game for nothing? Now it's good. He can make a killing. Chapter 66, Let's Play Big. Shi Wenbin flung a look at the foreman. The latter immediately brought 5 6-sided crystal dice and a dice cup.
These dice are crystal clear, and not only are the numbers extraordinarily clear, but the internal structure is also clear, so there is no possibility of cheating. However, Lin Dong did not take it lightly. The crystal dice are indeed clean, but what about that thick, heavy dice cup? Who knows if there's any black technology in there? Good thing, he has godly gambling skills. In terms of cheating, he's really not afraid of anyone. The next moment, the dealer shook the dice cup like a dragon flying. All that could be heard was a clattering sound, as if mercury was falling and pearls were clattering. This scene quickly drew the attention of others. Shi Wenbin, as a casino regular, was a star-like figure. Everyone was convinced of his gambling skills. On the contrary, Lin Dong did not even know that there was a minimum of 1,000 chips for redemption.
It's obvious that it's a raw egg.
You'll be toyed with by Mr. Chi until you die.
Bam!
After a flurry of motion, the dice cup slammed heavily on the table. By big, by small, by fixed.
Lin Dong, press big or small. Chi Wenbin was very confident and gave the initiative to Lin Dong.
In front of him were several stacks of chips. It's the same 5 million that was just redeemed. On the contrary, in Lin Dong's hand, he only had a pitiful $1,000 in chips. Lin Dong's eyes are calm and very dry, pushing 1,000 chips to the big area.
Didn't see that coming. You don't have a lot of chips and a lot of appetite. Come up here and try to win a big one. Okay, I'll bet small.
Chi Wenbin smiled coldly and pushed 10,000 chips to the other side of the table, in the small area.
Open.
Before the words left his mouth, the Dutchman waved his big hand and picked up the dice cup.
Inside, lay 5 crystal dice. 5 eye-catching dots come into view. 2 2s, a 4, and a 5 and a 6. 19 points, proper big. Chi Wenbin frowned. I thought that it would usher in an open door, but I didn't expect that it would be bet on by this Lin Dong kid. 19 points, big.
The latter was expressionless, and with a black rake, he pushed Chi Wenbin's $10,000 chips, as well as Lin Dong's originally $1,000 chips, in front of him.
Ha, it looks like I'm in good hands today.
Lin Dong smiled and followed Chi Wenbin's tone, repeating his words.
You. Chi Wenbin was instantly furious. Subsequently, forcibly suppressed the fire in his heart, put a vicious word, don't be happy too early, death by 1,000 cuts, not who the first hand. Besides, $10,000 only, I don't care. Go on. As the words fell, the dealer once again shook the dice cup with a fancy, letting the 5 dice clink around inside without even looking at them.
A few moments later, the dice cup landed again.
Chi Wenbin doesn't let up on Lin Dong either and pushes 50,000 chips to the big side of the board first.
Then, smiling, he looked at Lin Dong.
Lin Dong, according to the rules, you can only choose small. No problem.
Lin Dong shrugged, unconcerned. Then, take all the chips you just won and bet them all. The Dutchman slowly opened the dice cup.
3 1s, 2 2s. 7 o'clock, Junior. What?
Chi Wenbin froze for a moment. For a moment, there was some skepticism.
This can lose twice in a row? Was Lin Dong too lucky, or was he too backward?
The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly when he saw this. Although, he didn't care about the small amount. However, seeing Chi Wenbin suffer defeat was still a head-to-toe delight. The next moment, he directly took the 50,000 chips to his chest and said with a smile, sorry, I won again.
Young Chi, still playing? Play. Why don't you play? Chi Wenbin has gone to the head. Again and again and again, he did not believe that Lin Dong could come up with a hat trick. Lin Dong, dare you play a big game? 50,000 is too little, bet $1 million. Okay. Lin Dong smiled in disbelief. Thinking for a moment, he placed the jade trigger from earlier on the table. This thing, that should be enough. The moment he saw the jade trigger, Chi Wenbin's subconscious pupils shrank. The trigger finger, indeed, is worth over $1 million. Before that, he wanted to overpay. As a result, he was tricked by Lin Dong. Do not fight or buns to fight. This time, he had to win it back. The Dutchman shook the dice cup again. Only, this time, he moved a lot faster. So fast that others can't even see it. Lin Dong, you first. When the dice cup landed, Chi Wenbin was the first to speak. Oh, just say it when you're goose-stepping. Fart. Chi Wenbin has the best face. Hearing this, 1 million chips were pushed directly to the big top. He didn't believe that it would go small twice in a row. Lin Dong chose to do the opposite of him. Place the jade trigger on top of the small. Chi Wenbin was in no hurry and winked at the foreman. It seems to be signaling something. Foreman Zhao understood and gave the lotter a gesture. The Dutchman was expressionless, and the moment he opened the dice cup, he didn't move and pressed a certain mechanism. Click. Such a slight sound, in the chaotic and noisy casino, was completely obscured and unnoticed. Only Lin Dong, who was holding his arms and watching the good show, suddenly raised his eyebrows. After the dice cup was lifted, it was more like the heart slowed down half a beat. 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 24 points, big. Dada, congratulations to Mr. Chi for making a big profit. Foreman Zhao howled with great enthusiasm. Instantly, the casino atmosphere was brought to a climax as countless pairs of eyes looked over. Chi Xiao is powering up. I told you, just now those two are just a small fight. As long as the real deal is done, Chi Xiao is absolutely unambiguous. Tian Hai, little gambling god, the name is true, I'm convinced. The crowd flattered and fawned, holding Chi Wenbin's stinky feet. Chi Wenbin looked at the 5 dice and smiled even more. Afterward, in front of Lin Dong, he took the jade trigger over. Lin Dong, you gave this to me yourself. I'll take that as a compliment, ha. Chi Wenbin was so proud of himself that he put the jade trigger on his thumb.
Then, with a big wave of his hand, he yelled, "Today, I'm happy, so I'll give everyone here $10,000 in chips each."
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Chi, Mr. Chi's atmosphere.
This Lindong is no good, he's far worse than Chi Xiao.
Compared to gambling skills, Chi Xiao is his grandmaster.
Hearing the crowd's boasting, Chi Wenbin was red-faced.
Afterward, he smiled coldly at Lindong and teasingly asked, "Lindong, still playing? It can't be that you don't dare to, right? What's there to be afraid of? Go on."
Lindong's expression did not change too much as he greatly pulled out something from his arms. Then, one by one, the rules were laid out on the gambling table. Hiss! Seeing those 18 crystal-clear glazed imperial green, everyone held their breath and stared. Even Chi Wenbin, his breath stuttered. "Young Chi, you're right, if we're going to play, let's play big." Lindong looked at Chi Wenbin smilingly and said slowly, $1 million counts for what margins, like our status, it is not easy to come out to play a hand, at least tens of millions of dollars. Please exchange my chips, I want 25 million.
Chapter 67, A Handful of Studs. Big deal.
They're all glassy Emperor's green, worth at least tens of millions.
I didn't realize that this one is also ruthless. The world of the rich is really not something that poor people like us can imagine. If this is lost, hiss, it hurts to think about it. More than a pain in the ass, I'll jump right off the building. The crowd looked at the 18 glass seed imperial green beads with fiery eyes. Extreme things like this, they've only seen on TV. Realistically, it may not happen once in a lifetime.
Today, they were also considered to have seen it with their own eyes thanks to Lindong's blessing. On the other side, the foreman, seeing this, was also gently trembling with his hands and kept swallowing his saliva.
Mr. Lin, are you sure you're not joking? All this stuff, converted into chips? What, no.
Lindong narrowed his eyes slightly with a disdainful expression.
That look, as if, these 18 beads, not glass seed emperor green, just a pile of garbage.
In fact, to the current Lindong, a mere $20 million was really nothing.
Inside his bank card, there were still $1 billion lying around. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Redeem the chips for him right now. Ha ha.
Chi Wenbin was ecstatic and hurriedly urged the foreman, fearing that Lindong would back out. It was as if he had already seen the image of Lindong losing everything and crying in pain.
Yes, it is.
The foreman, sweating profusely, carefully took the 18 beads away.
Casinos often have people mortgaging things,
so there is no shortage of appraisers. Soon he approached holding up 2 large stacks of chips. "Mr. Lin, here's a total of 25 million chips, please keep them."
The foreman walked up to Lindong with a fairly respectful attitude.
After all, those who could casually shell out tens of millions of dollars were definitely not ordinary people. That $1,000 chip in the beginning was just making fun of Chi Wenbin.
Aha!
Lindong didn't raise his head. As if, treating 25 million like air. Seeing this scene, no one dared to underestimate Lindong anymore.
All honestly kept their mouths shut and watched the bet. The other side.
Seeing the 25 million chips, Chi Wenbin sneered inwardly, viewing Lindong as a fat pig to be slaughtered.
Lindong, do you really think that I will fight a fair duel with you? Casino, spectators, and gambling equipment. Even the lotteries are my people, so what are you going to win with?
Young Chi, I have something to do later, I'm in a hurry. Why don't we stop playing one game at a time and play a big game, how about just pokies? Lindong looked at Chi Wenbin with a smirk. $25 million, 1 roll of the dice per person, whoever is smaller wins.
What?
Chi Wenbin froze for a moment first. Never in a million years did he expect Lindong to make this request. Originally, he and the foreman moved on the dice cup.
You want whatever points you want, whatever points you want.
Now, Lindong was going to shake the dice himself. Just in case, he throws smaller points.
What's the matter, Chi Xiao? Are you afraid to play? Told you so.
It's a waste of time to change so many chips at my expense. Lindong snorted coldly with a very dissatisfied expression. Then, glancing at the foreman, his eyes held a hint of skepticism.
Or do you have a problem with your betting parlor and are afraid to let anyone else touch it?
The foreman's heart thumped.
Other people do not know, Chi Wenbin Tianhai small gambling god how the name came, he is an accomplice, cannot be clear?
That was all a gimmick that Chi Wenbin slipped him a red packet to help create.
In fact, Chi Wenbin is a layman. And throw the dice. He can't even count the points. Chi Xiao.
In desperation, Foreman Zhao could only look at Chi Wenbin and cast a gaze for help. He wouldn't dare to make such a big bet easily. In case of defeat, it's more than just cutting carrots and bleeding them.
Afraid of what? He wants to play, so let's play along.
Lindong, you want to throw the dice yourself? No problem, I'll find someone to play for me, that's fine, right?
Chi Wenbin very shamelessly crossed his legs and once again threw Foreman Zhao a look.
Foreman Zhao was suddenly sweating. When Qi Xiaoming did this, he was clearly asking him to take the blame.
In case of exposure. Okay, I'm fine with that. It's just a size contest anyway, whoever throws the dice.
The corner of Lin Dong's mouth slightly raised as he opened his mouth with an indifferent expression. After playing for so long, he hadn't even used the divine gambling technique. Now that the dice cup had come into his hands, it was hard to say who would win or lose. Phew! Hearing Lin Dong's words, Shi Wenbin and the foreman coincidentally let out a long sigh of relief. Originally, they thought that Lin Dong had seen something fishy.
Now it seems to be just scamming them. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Stud a hand and bet all your money on it. Shi Wenbin very dashingly took out a black card from his arms. He originally had more than $60 million in savings, but because of the purchase of the Grand Jade Dragon, he only had some $20 million left. It was just the right time to touch base with Lin Dong. Who would have thought that right at this moment? Lin Dong suddenly shook his head. No, $20 million isn't too much. How about this? I still have $30 million in my bank card, so let's change it all into chips and put it in. $50 million, that's exciting. You, still with it? $50 million? Shi Wenbin frowned slightly, somewhat suspecting that Lin Dong's brain had been kicked by a donkey. But soon, that shock turned back into ecstasy. He was fretting about how he was going to explain to his old man that $30 million bought a piece of. Now, Lin Dong took the initiative to send money. If he doesn't take it, he's not a cutie. The problem is, he's still $30 million short. Hesitating for a moment, Shi Wenbin called a few fox friends. I'm in debt and I've finally raised the money.
When the crowd saw this scene, their eyes were slightly different. The great young man of the Chi family, playing a hand of pokies, even had to borrow money.
None of them are as bulging as Lyndon's pockets. What are you looking at? I'll win it right back. 5 minutes, make $50 million, who can beat me?
At this statement, the crowd nodded with deep appreciation. If, however, Shi Wenbin won this bet, then he would truly be famous. Worthy of the name of the little god of gambling in Tenkai.
Lao Zhao, look at you.
Shi Wenbin flashed a wild look at the foreman.
I get it. Foreman Zhao's face turned green. He certainly knew exactly what would happen if anything went wrong. Looks like it's time to make a lifelong effort. The two of them did not avoid Lin Dong and fought to match. Lin Dong did not care at all about their pulling and tugging either. Act it out, keep acting it out. In a while, you'll have time to cry. The next moment, the foreman seized the dice cup and shook it with a dazzling movement.
For a while, the entire room was dead silent, and a needle could be heard.
Bam!
The dice cup landed peacefully. At the same time, the foreman winked at Shi Wenbin, giving a safe signal.
Phew!
Shi Wenbin let out a long breath and stared at the slowly unveiled dice cup. Soon, 5 dice with exactly the same number of points came into view.
1, surprisingly all 1. Leopard. This maneuver of Foreman Zhao's, it's awesome. Now it's about who's smaller, isn't it? And is there anything smaller than 5 and 1? Isn't this a lost cause for him? Chapter 68. How do you know that I will definitely lose? Shi Wenbin's eyes protruded with joy. Ha ha ha. Lin Dong, you're dead.
Leopard, meaning multiple dice with exactly the same number of points.
Named for the resemblance to the spots on a leopard. The more dice you have, the lower the probability of rolling a leopard. The chances of a leopard coming out of 5 dice are even slimmer. It works out to be only 112.96. On the contrary, it was this kind of points that made Foreman Zhao shake out. Ha, Lin Dong, now, what else do you have to say? The leopard is shaking out, it's God's way toward me. Foreman Zhao, this time you've gotten a big credit. Back, I'll find a few more beauties to serve you well.
Shi Wenbin burst into a flurry of frowns and smugness.
The legs are crossed on the gambling table.
Foreman Zhao was also floating as if he was stepping on a cloud.
Thanks to young Chi, it's all luck for me. Ha ha.
Hearing the two of them laughing recklessly, the crowd was also astonished. It never occurred to me that Foreman Zhao was so deep that he could shake a leopard.
Right now, it's hard for them to lose.
But he didn't know that Foreman Zhao had pressed so many buttons in order to make up the panther that his hand was almost cramped.
Luckily, it worked out in the end. Otherwise, he's going to be in for a rude awakening.
What's comparable now, Lin Dong? Just admit defeat. 18 pieces of glass seated imperial green, a handful of losers, 2 losers. Serves him right, who told him to mess with Mr. Chi. If I had known this, I would have played a couple of games with this rascal, the money-giving boya this is.
The crowd was talking and pointing. Disdain for Lin Dong was written all over his face.
In their opinion, Lin Dong was losing money in people. With tens of millions of dollars in your pocket, you don't go out and spend it all, you run to the casino and give it away. Now, I'm afraid he's regretting it all. Foreman Zhao, don't just stand there, hurry up and bring me my loot. Shi Wenbin's face was on the verge of a smile. This hand, not only did he win $50 million from Lin Dong, but the name of Tianhai's little god of gambling was also completely solidified.
It can be called fame and fortune. Gotta go.
Foreman Zhao was also impatient and wanted to take his share. Unexpectedly, he had just extended his hand when Lin Dong yanked it. Foreman Zhao froze for a moment, looking slightly nervous.
Lin Dong, what do you want? Can't afford to lose, can you believe I'm calling security?
Seeing this, Shi Wenbin was also very upset and cursed. I say Lin Dong, you're a big man, you wouldn't be unable to afford to lose, would you?
Before, you told me to call my grandfather and I didn't bat an eye. Why are you so matronly when it's your turn? Are you still a man?
At the same time, the rest of the people also pointed at Lin Dong. In the casino, what they despise the most is this kind of gambler who does not recognize the debt. In the face of the crowd's strange gazes, Lin Dong only smiled faintly. The dice cup was then picked up. What does the dog bark at?
Did I say I was disowning you? The thing is, I haven't rolled the dice yet, so how do you guys know that I'm going to lose?
What? The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out.
People even shook out a 5-1 leopard. Is there anything smaller than this? Lin Dong, you're not in over your head, are you?
Shi Wenbin let out a cold snort and looked at Lin Dong with great displeasure. You can't shake the dice any more than I can, and hold up as well as I can. Lin Dong shook his head with a mysterious expression.
Who says there's nothing smaller than 5 ones?
Shi Wenbin, you're not afraid to let me shake the dice, are you?
Bull, I'm afraid of you? Shi Wenbin sneered.
Thinking for a moment, and believing that Lin Dong did not have any chance of countering his defeat, he waved his hand.
Whatever. Tell you what, I'll give you 3 chances, no, 10.
As long as you shake out a smaller number of points than me, not only is all this money yours, but I'll call you Grandpa.
Well,
hearing this, the crowd froze.
A grinning look of amusement ensued. However, none of them favored Lin Dong.
No matter how you look at it, 5-1 leopard is the smallest number of points.
Lin Dong was bound to lose. Lose by the seat of your pants.
That's what you said, Shi Wenbin.
Wait, but don't regret it.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. While fighting with Shi Wenbin, he had silently checked the dice cup several times. Unsurprisingly, there was nothing wrong with the dice cup.
However, there is an imperceptible bump at the bottom of the cup. With a gentle press, the dice inside will bounce a bit. No wonder you can shake a leopard.
Turns out, the two had gotten into these things. However, Lin Dong did not poke them at the first opportunity, but instead, he shook his head and picked up the dice cup. I accidentally didn't hold it steady, and let the crystal dice inside fall to the ground.
Put.
Shi Wenbin spewed out a mouthful of tea when he saw this.
Foreman Zhao and the other gamblers were also overjoyed.
Just now, when Lin Dong boasted, they thought that this guy really had some skills.
Now it seems to be just a raw egg. Or maybe even, never touched the dice. Alright Lin Dong, don't toss it. Why don't you let Foreman Zhou shake it for you? Don't worry, he's absolutely fair and impartial. It's better than messing around on your own. Lin Dong ignored Shi Wenbin's dog barking. In the next second, the dice cup was picked up again. In an instant, the entire aura of the person changed precipitously. Eyes deep and focused. Buzz.
The dice cup in his hand, moreover, came crackling.
Shi Wenbin stared with some surprise, startled by the formation.
Foreman Zhao also subconsciously rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. For a moment, it was as if he saw the god of gamblers played by Fat in the movie.
However, how did Lin Dong suddenly become so powerful? Faking it, for sure. He couldn't even fling the dice cup just now, how can he now? Shi Wenbin shook his head back and forth, unwilling to believe the most frightening of speculations.
As a result, he hadn't finished his sentence.
Tinker.
Lin Dong raised his right hand high, the dice cup instantly flew into midair, and the 5 crystal dice bloomed with a strange light under the illumination of the incandescent lamp. This god-awful scene is jaw-dropping and more exciting than a rice blockbuster. Under the enchantment of the divine-level gambling technique, at this moment, in Lin Dong's consciousness, these dice were not dead objects, but rather a leaping life. Let him manipulate and do his bidding.
Really, this maneuver, even if you pretend, you can't pretend, right? No, he's not possessed by Fat, is he? The drawing style of playing dice, how come it's different from us?
Lin Dong's movements had already departed from the word standard.
It's clearly a show-off. A delight to the eye and beyond gorgeous. Damn, he stole the limelight again.
Hearing the murmurs around him, Shi Wenbin hated his guts. Even so, he was still convinced that Lin Dong was pretending and could not possibly shake out a number smaller than 5 ones.
Chapter 69. Can you still play like this? Snap. The dice cup landed heavily on the gambling table.
For a moment, everyone looked over. The heart races and the breathing becomes ragged. In their opinion, Lin Dong's technique was so powerful that it was highly likely that he would shake the same leopard as Shi Wenbin.
Not losing and not winning. The point is, can he do it? Lin Dong, don't dawdle, hurry up and drive. Shi Wenbin's little heart was a bit unbearable. Cursing, he told Lin Dong to open the dice cup immediately. What you get is 2 words. Shut up. The words fell. The dice cup slowly goes up. What came into view was not 5 scattered dice. Instead, it was a tower of dice erected high above the ground. There was only one point that was exposed for all to see. No, it can't be. Did I read that right, a little? Awesome. This maneuver, unbeatable. Why didn't I think of that? It can be played like that. How did he grow this brain? In an instant, the situation was reversed.
Everyone stared at the erected dice tower with wide eyes, like Columbus had discovered a new continent. After a moment of dismay, Foreman Zhao also slapped his head with a chagrin.
Mud, how did I forget about this?
He'd been in the casino for years, and he couldn't be better at fancy tricks like this. But, just now, he had entered a thinking error. Subconsciously, I feel that 5-1 leopard is the smallest number of points.
As a result, it was forgotten that it could be played that way. Thinking about it, Foreman Zhao suddenly got goosebumps. A skillful dealer can indeed shake the dice into a row. However, it is extremely difficult to control the points of the topmost dice. Suffice it to say, it's almost impossible to do. Now, Lin Dong had done it. It was enough to prove that Lin Dong's level of dice playing was definitely above him. The two are not in the same realm at all. Qi Wenbin, you lost.
Lin Dong put down the dice cup and his expression returned to normal. Just now, the moment he cheated, it was as if his body had fused with these gambling devices, entering a subtle realm.
It's a feeling that's maddening and mesmerizing. More exciting than anything in this world.
Fortunately, Lin Dong's self-control was strong enough to make a sharp stop at the last second and backed out in time.
Otherwise, there is a real possibility that he will become a gambler. I lost? No way, no way. Qi Wenbin stood up shakily and stared dead at the dice tower.
In a fit of rage, he actually slapped it down.
Unfortunately, his destruction of the evidence doesn't change anything. So many pairs of eyes, plus surveillance, have been watching his every move. To do so would undoubtedly be self-defeating. I know. Lin Dong, you must have cheated. How else could you be so good? Someone, check, he must be hiding something on him.
Qi Wenbin was furious and shouted from his spot. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly when he saw this. Picked up that dice cup. The gambling equipment I use are all from the casino. How can I cheat when shaking the dice with so many pairs of eyes watching?
If we're going to cheat, you're the ones who cheated first. What do you mean?
Qi Wenbin froze for a moment.
Foreman Zhao's face, too, swished white.
In full view of everyone, Lin Dong let go of the dice cup.
Bam! The dice cup fell to the floor. 5 crystal dice flew everywhere. Can't see anything special about it. But not that stupid, heavy cup bottom.
It fell in 2 halves under the violent impact.
The elaborate mechanism inside was exposed for all to see. There's a little button at the bottom. I'm going? There's an organ. I know,
Foreman Zhao cheated and shook the leopard. I said how come every time Qi Xiao comes, his hand is so smooth, so there's a mole.
What the hell?
I thought you were good, but you're a cheater.
'Cause me to lose so much money, I'll kill you.
Foreman Zhao's brain buzzed with a sudden sense of foreboding. The next moment, a group of red-eyed gamblers rushed up, cursing and kicking him as they did so. They have been playing in casinos for so many years, and they don't know how much money they have been screwed over. Whether or not it was lost to Foreman Zhao, this moment was counted on Foreman Zhao.
Aha, stop fighting. Qi Xiao, help.
In no time at all, Foreman Zhao was beaten to a pulp, calling out to eunuch Qi in every breath. Unfortunately, Qi Wenbin was unable to protect himself. Lin Dong smilingly walked up to Qi Wenbin and opened his mouth lightly. Qi Xiao, still playing?
Lin Dong, count yourself cruel. Qi Wenbin's face turned red for a while.
He knew that these gamblers didn't dare to beat themselves up because they were afraid of the Qi family's retaliation. However, when this matter spreads out today, his reputation will be completely stigmatized. In the future, don't even think about hanging out in this circle. More importantly, the $30 million that had just been borrowed had all gone down the drain as well.
Same to each other. Who made you have to bite me?
I was also worried about retaliation from your Grand Duke Qi, so I had to strike first.
Thanks for the $15 million. Looks like Lady Luck is still on my side.
Lin Dong snapped his fingers and called for 2 attendants to help him take away all the chips. Seeing the stacks of chips being pocketed by Lin Dong, Qi Wenbin was so lifeless that he could not catch his breath and was about to pass out from anger.
Wait.
Suddenly, Lin Dong, who was halfway down the street, remembered something, stopped and picked up a chip representing $10,000 with his index and middle fingers. Then, turning around, he walked over to Qi Wenbin. It was thrown in his face like a reward for a beggar asking for food.
Young Qi, before, you lent me 1,000. Now, I'll give it back to you tenfold. How's that for fun?
The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly.
Then, dashingly, he turned away. Ah! Lin Dong, wait for me. I will not let you go.
Qi Wenbin shouted breathlessly. Afterwards, his head tilted, and he was directly infuriated.
Young Qi has fainted. One of you, call an ambulance. In the crowd, I don't know who shouted. However, everyone was indifferent.
There was even someone who deliberately spat on him a few times while he was unconscious.
It's also a way to vent your hatred. The other side.
Lin Dong had already exchanged all his chips and walked out of the casino under the respectful escort of the casino staff. Another small goal arrives at the end of the day if you're not careful. The feeling, I must say, was wonderful.
Ah, cut, a little tired.
Lin Dong yawned and stretched.
It's time to go back and get some rest after a long day of playing outside. Soon he was in a paramera.
One foot on the gas and drive to the Dynasty Hotel.
Chapter 70, Beautiful Anchorwoman. Half an hour later. Lin Dong finally laid down on the soft large bed of the presidential suite.
Bored, I turned on my cell phone and tried to find someone to bond with. As a result, he was suddenly attracted to a female anchor who jumped out at him.
Great, everyone.
I'm Kiki Good Sleepy. I just started broadcasting live yesterday, so please be supportive and pay a little attention.
Seeing this timid appearance, Lin Dong could not help but light up. Thank you, brother, for the little hearts. Thanks for the beer, brother, Beefy. The female anchor's sweet and lovely voice came from the cell phone.
Fixing her eyes on the beautiful anchor woman, she was around her early 20s.
The appearance is pure and sweet, rather like a little girl next door.
Dressed in a simple black and white JK uniform, she has a refreshing air. And, with a diaphanous face, she has a body that is no less than the rubbing anchor's. The small waist is delicate and slim, big where it should be and small where it should be. The two long white legs were together in perfect proportion. The stammering and the act of being thanked for any gift received for a dime is more than enough to give the impression of being involved in the world and clueless. Lin Dong subconsciously clicked on the anchor profile. Sure enough, this beautiful girl named Kiki So Sleepy had only just started broadcasting for 2 days and only had a few hundred followers. However, with her uncommon appearance and her powerful body, it wouldn't be long before she could definitely be among the top of the face value live broadcasts. Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly.
Men love to play Foster. If one follows from now on, one is an old fan. It's a feeling that's still pretty good.
What's more, small anchors like this one are easily caught by list 1 list 2 big brothers.
Send a Porsche or two and get a date to meet offline. What happens afterward is understood. There is never a shortage of rich people on the internet.
There's no shortage of ordinary people with swollen faces, either. Across the screen, anyone can post pop-ups and swipe gifts. By this time, the live stream was buzzing.
Anchor, I can't find my cell phone. Can you make a call for me to find it? What type of anchor is the beauty, singing or dancing? Kiki baby, I want to buy a piece of land, you're dead center.
Seeing a series of fishy pop-ups, Su Mingqi first froze. Then the cheeks fluttered red and were vaguely put out. She is just a female college student who learned how to start a live broadcast from others because she was bored and earned some pocket money along the way. I didn't realize that in just 2 days, I gained a few hundred followers. This made Su Mingqi both excited and nervous.
In reality, she's been confessed to as well.
But never as blunt as inside the live room.
These people, across the screen, were practically eating her up.
Seeing Su Mingqi at her wit's end, like a frightened bunny, the group of water friends became even more irritated. Started all kinds of teasing. Within moments, several accounts were banned for heated rhetoric.
It directly stunned Su Mingqi.
Seeing this scene, Lin Dong smiled helplessly.
The internet is like that.
There's never a shortage of dog lickers as long as they're women and a little bit better looking. Seeing that so many people were posting pop-ups, Lin Dong could not help but post a pop-up as well.
Duck doesn't have to. Why isn't the pretty girl talking? Is it too nervous? Duck doesn't have to be Lyndon's account ID.
Su Mingqi happened to see the line of pop-ups, hesitated for a moment, and said with a small reddened face, I'm sorry, I'm a bit of an introvert, I usually don't talk much in school.
Surprisingly, it's still the innocent women's university.
I knew it, such a young and pretty beauty, must be a student girl, college life is good.
Pretty girl, seeing that your location is Tianhai Polytechnic University, I happen to be in the boys' dormitory building. Why don't we go to the playground for a chance encounter?
Anchor, I have 8-pack abs, a lot of Benjamins, and I'm adding you by private message. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes were stunned. I didn't realize that I had accidentally exposed my identity by a word I said mindlessly. Lin Dong similarly lit up before his eyes.
Tenkai University of Technology? Isn't that the same school as Lu Shiyun? Sure enough, a place like a university is never short of beautiful women. Moreover, Lu Shiyun and Su Mingqi were different in beauty.
One is lively and playful, while the other is pure and shy. Next, the waterman disguised as Sherlock Holmes wanted to open the box of Mingqi Su. At that moment, Su Mingqi became even more flustered and hastily deleted a few life photos with her hands and feet. That frowning, pitiful look gets cuter and cuter the more you look at it. Just then, a red Porsche appeared on the screen and slowly floated by above a crowd of white pop-ups. The special effects are gorgeous.
Oh?
Lin Dong smiled faintly. Originally, he was going to give a small gift later.
I didn't realize that someone had made the first move.
On the screen, Su Mingqi's tangled brows stretched out for a moment, her eyes wide and careful to see how much the Porsche was worth.
$200. Thanks for the Porsche sent by Tianhai Hao.
Before the words fell, Su Mingqi made a very clumsy gesture of comparing hearts. She'd been on the air for 2 days and it was the first time she'd received such an expensive gift, and she was both happy and a little overwhelmed. Soon after, Tenkai House sent out a pop-up.
Sister Kiki, can you add a WeChat? Brother will treat you to dinner. Eat, eat. Su Mingqi froze for a moment.
Never in a million years would I have thought that Hao would be so direct.
Just sent a gift and want to meet offline. Though no, the anchor business is deep. It is often seen on the internet that news of female anchors meeting Big Brother offline.
This Tianhaihua brother obviously had the same intention of wanting to have an in-depth conversation with Su Mingqi.
However, Su Mingqi didn't even have a boyfriend, so how could she think about these things?
Just as she couldn't decide what to do, a red light once again floated past the live broadcast.
Fixing my eyes, I was surprised to see another Porsche float by. Sense, thanks for the second Porsche from Sky High Ho. Tian Hai Hao, Kiki sister, I really like you, leave a phone number and I'll pick you up in front of the school now. What? Su Mingqi subconsciously exclaimed in shock. 1 second, it was just asking her to tweet. Next thing you know, you're going to ask her to meet you. A little too soon.
Unsurprisingly, the others also saw right through Hao's thoughts.
Oh, we're all foxes of 1,000 years, what are you playing chatty about? If you want to sleep with someone's little girl, just say so.
That's right, 2 Porsche on a date to meet, you're also too finicky, outside the appointment of a netizen at least 3 or 4,000 it.
And Tian Hai Hao, is it very powerful? Why haven't I heard of it? A group of waterbenders frantically attacked Hao.
Seeing this, Hao not only didn't walk away, but instead directly sent a fluttering red pop-up worth $200. I spend money to sleep with a woman, none of your business, you guys have money to reward gifts too.
Don't be if you don't have money.
At once, those white pop-ups subsided.
They watch it live, and the main thing they are looking for is a companion. Getting them to spend money is a no-brainer. Chapter 71, a gift of $200,000. Su Mingqi was a bit down. Since it was my first time as an anchor, I didn't know how to handle it.
Seeing this, Tenkeiho continues to increase his offense.
Thinking clearly, sister? As long as you say yes, brother will paint 2 more Porsches for you to increase your popularity. Just when everyone thought that Su Mingqi was about to give in, a row of fire pillars suddenly exploded in place. The fireworks bloomed, spreading over the entire screen and covering all the discordant pop-ups. Su Mingqi's eyes widened in surprise. Soon, it was seen that someone's fanbase level was skyrocketing. From level 1 to level 10.
From level 10 to level 20. From level 20 to level 30. Likewise, the fan sign has changed from the most common blue to a gorgeous purple and gold, showing off the prestigious status all the time. Looking at the ID again, it was clear the duck didn't have to be 4 big words. Lin Dong smiled and knocked down a line of pop-ups.
Anchor, I sent 10 carnivals. It's okay to cut in line and add a tweet, right? Holy dirt, that's awesome.
10 carnivals, $20,000, don't say cut in line, cut me in.
Upstairs GHS right, I'm reporting it now. Anchor, take care of it, there are bad people inside the crowd.
Lin Dong had only shown his hand in a small way, and the live broadcast room, which had just been in a mess, was instantly cleaned up.
On one side, all of them were holding up Lin Dong's stinky feet. And not surprisingly,
the world, by nature, is all about Mu Strong. When you see those who are worse off than yourself, you can't wait to go up and spit on them and kick them in the face. Seeing those who are better than themselves, and a mouthful of the Beijing master Shanghai master May master called. A good demonstration of what it means to have a diversity of species. Right now, these 10 carnivals swiped by Lin Dong were equivalent to stepping on Tian Hai Hao's head. Crush him beyond words. Incidentally, it took the wind out of everyone's sails. Looking at Su Mingqi again, she froze for a full half a minute before gradually coming back to her senses.
Thanks duck, don't have to brother, for the gift. I'll add you on WeChat now.
The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly.
Sure enough, it was just as he thought. You can't add the anchor Weibo, not because you didn't spend money, but because you didn't spend enough money. Look at him, rewarding $20,000, and the anchor still doesn't his pants and take the initiative to add him on WeChat? Tramp. The other side. Seeing Su Mingqi's inconsistent behavior, Tian Hai Hao's old face couldn't hang on.
I would have thought that 2 Porsches would have taken this little anchor.
I didn't realize that someone had stepped in.
Seeing the duck didn't have to replace himself to become the first on the list, and the beautiful anchor woman even took the initiative to add him to WeChat, Hao gritted his teeth and frantically snapped pop-ups.
Isn't it just $20,000? Who doesn't have the same? I'll beat you down this time.
Soon, Kiki's Not Sleepy livestream was once again putting on a fireworks show.
Another carnival? Or 10? Thanks Howie for the carnival, appreciate it.
Su Mingqi once again received a gift of $20,000.
However, it was a bit of a joy.
When she thought of all the harassment from Tian Hai Hao, she felt uncomfortable and felt that the money was hot. At the same time, the water friends who had just been frantically pulling and stomping on Hao couldn't sit still.
Didn't you just give away $200 and $200? Why did you give away $20,000 at once? This brother Hao wouldn't be going to jerk off a small loan, right? Listen to my advice, don't go astray.
Mr. Hao, it's not that bad, it's just a small anchor.
In the meantime,
the king-size bed at the Dynasty Hotel.
Interesting, is this a fight with me?
Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Anyway, I just made $50 million from that big fool Chi Wenbin, and I have no place to spend it. A teasing smile appeared at the corner of Lin Dong's mouth as he lightly knocked down a line of numbers.
Immediately afterward, Su Mingqi's live room suddenly turned black.
Then a rocket with the words "Kiki is not sleepy" rose from the ground. It detonated in the starry sky, illuminating everything. The whole special effect that takes over the screen.
In terms of compulsion, it's not even comparable to the kind of gifts that Porsche and Fiesta can offer. For a moment, all the water users looked dumbfounded. There was a brief calm and the pop-up. This was followed by boiling and roaring. The true god has come down, all kneel. 10 Rocket 1, the whole 200,000 soft sister coins. This duck doesn't have to be who he is, it's simply too luxurious. Now, the whole platform is scrolling with this gift special effect. Araiki is so dignified. Duck doesn't have to, brother, I want to be your dog, give it a chance.
At the same time, Lin Dong's account level soared again, directly skyrocketing from level 30 to level 60.
The fan deck has also changed dramatically.
The original purple color that symbolized flamboyance turned into a bright and dazzling red name.
Put it in an online game, it's properly world boss treatment.
Wherever you go, it is a symbol of status and position. 3 words, inviting hate.
This guy, crazy.
Brother Hao, who had just wanted to taunt Lin Dong for a few moments, was completely dumbfounded. Shivering, he watched as his carnival was covered in Rocket 1 special effects. And then I think of the $20,000 wasted for nothing, and my bowels turn blue. In the next moment, Hao hurriedly found human customer service and made a call.
Hey there, hello, so what? I'm the father of the child accidentally pressed the wrong, can the minor refund?
With Tianhai Hao disappearing into thin air, Kiki's not sleepy live room had completely turned into a stage where Duck didn't have to be alone. Su Mingqi was even more excited to the point of tears. She's just a regular person.
A gift of $200,000, split down the middle, is an absolute fortune.
Su Mingqi also never expected to earn so much money just after 2 days of broadcasting.
What's more, Duck didn't have to show up and help her out with a mess. Tenkai Hao is grayed out. In the future, never bother yourself again.
But with that comes another problem.
How should she thank this tycoon for rewarding herself with so much money?
Su Mingqi's pretty face flushed red, her hands wringing and clenching together, her heart thumping up.
Still, it's not that you're not spending money, it's that you're not spending enough.
Looking at the worried Su Mingqi in the screen, Lin Dong smiled faintly and very casually knocked down a line.
Don't get me wrong, beautiful, I just think that you have the potential to be a star. Think of it as an early investment, and if you make a movie or TV show in the future, just don't forget about me as an old fan. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes were stunned. Subsequently, it was even more moving. Oblivious to the fact that all of this was Lin Dong's desire to escape. This trick was simply not too good for a world-weary little girl like Su Mingqi. On the contrary, the more obvious your intentions are, the more nervous and scared she gets. The only way to get her to take the bait on her own, filled with curiosity and a desire to explore, is to show that she doesn't care about anything first. Chapter 72, Another 2 Million. Live stream.
A series of accounts with Dragon Family Army fan tags suddenly barged in, coming up to slash at Su Mingqi.
Where is this little anchor from? Do you know the rules of the platform? That's right, don't you know that our Long Xiao is linking up with Sister Wildcat? What do you mean by swiping so many gifts? Interrupting us from watching them live, why don't you get over there and apologize? Totoro combo up, Kiki's not sleepy is what it is.
In a matter of seconds, the Kiki Good Sleep live stream flooded with thousands of people. Online subscribers soared right up to 20,000. And there's no stopping the momentum.
People keep clicking in. Most of them came to see the fun.
Incredibly curious as to what makes a budding anchor receive $200,000 in gifts. There are also some who come up with swipes and blasts. They were wearing the fan tags of the Dragon Family Army, and some of them were very high level. Surprisingly, they were all level 60 just like Lin Dong.
Lin Dong could not help but be a little curious. Who is the young dragon in these people's mouths?
Subsequently, without waiting for Lin Dong to ask, someone else became a mouth substitute.
This Dragon Family Army, what's the origin? Why does it stink so much, coming up and cursing other anchors? You haven't even heard of Young Dragon?
That's the #1 netizen on our platform, with 30 million fans, known as Tianhai's #1 Deep Love, the ancestor of love.
So it's him, I said, why are there so many fans? Stop it now, or I'll cyber rape you later.
Sitting on 30 million followers, this Long Xiao is not a small one. At the very least, a man worth millions.
However, while there are many fans, the quality is not as high as it could be.
Where did you get the 18-line small anchor, our family dragon young and wildcat chatting? Well, I'll let your special effects of those broken gifts spoil it.
That's right, don't you know that our brother is the platform's #1 netizen? Everyone else has to get out of the way. Brush one rocket even if it's not enough, but also brush 10. Is it wanting to rob our long shot traffic and maliciously dominate the screen? It's obvious you.
Oh, what innocence is pretending? I don't know how many times I've been slept with by Big Brother Pungjai. A series of foul-smelling pop-ups frantically swiped across the broadcast. Su Mingchi was very aggrieved, red-eyed, and tried to explain.
No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean it.
It was fine if Su Mingchi didn't retort, but as soon as she did, she once again gave the Long family army the opportunity to bite her as if she were a mad dog and wouldn't let go.
Still not on purpose?
It's clearly a deliberate attempt to steal our young dragon's thunder.
That's right, tens of thousands of people are watching the Dragon Cat CP. Aren't you trying to draw traffic by suddenly brushing the special effects? Heartthrob, that's disgusting. Charge, she must be blasted.
For a time, Su Mingchi's live broadcast was once again screened by the Dragon family. Some of the Waterboys even tried to help by sending a few pop-ups in solidarity. As a result, it was quickly drowned in spittle. Lin Dong frowned as he saw this.
He knows that the online environment is hostile. But I didn't expect such pandemonium.
He's just swiped a few pennies, how did he attract such a bunch of bullies? The one called Tian Hai Longsha doesn't care about his fans either.
In that case, he can't be blamed. Think the special effects are an eyesore, do you?
I'll show you what it means to really dominate the screen. Lin Dong snorted coldly and lightly tapped a few times on the screen.
Live stream.
Su Mingchi was turning red and at a loss for words.
Wow.
A few more rocket ones appeared out of thin air and took off in place.
Gorgeous special effects that instantly took over the entire screen.
Covered up all those pop-ups swiped by the dragons.
Su Mingchi's eyes widened.
Thought, like earlier, it was all 10 rocket ones. Unexpectedly, a full half a minute has passed. The special effects still did not stop the momentum, but also in the thump 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 thump. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer pop-ups from the Dragon family. Everyone was so shocked that their hands froze in mid-air as they tapped the screen. A full 2 minutes passed, and by the time the last rocket disappeared, Kiki's So Sleepy live room had a long overdue piece.
This was followed by unprecedented revelry and sensation. A whole 100 rockets, is there a mistake? 100 rocket ones, wouldn't that be 2 million? Don't say 2 million, 200,000, you can call 10 sisters. Boss, are you so far?
This is the anchor's precious person. If it were me, I would have called my father long ago.
For a while, the live broadcast was bustling with activity. The faces of those Dragon family troops who had come to cause trouble couldn't hang on.
Swiping $200,000 in gifts can be considered a malicious traffic grab. But the whole 2 million.
In their place, young Dragon didn't have so many gifts. Maybe Kiki Good Sleep is the next headliner. Thanks ducks don't have to. Thanks so much. Su Mingchi laughed and cried, looking excited.
To Lin Dong, this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket.
But, for her, it's definitely a lot of money.
Even, it can change destiny. Most importantly, Lin Dong was using real money to calm the tempo. On the other side, Lin Dong's fan card changed once again.
Not only is it bubbling with dazzling golden special effects, but it also adds a crown worn by the Emperor.
Congratulations, you have been upgraded to a supreme member of this platform. Congratulations, unlocking the highest benefits of this platform. Congratulations, unlock this platform's 24-hour online exclusive customer service. Every pop-up screen you send will be topped in every live room. And gifts rewarded will be pushed all over the station.
Oh?
Lin Dong slightly raised his eyebrows. Looking at the constant stream of tips in the background, he realized that he had become a supreme member of the live broadcast platform.
He casually posted a pop-up.
Sure enough, not only was the text enlarged several times, but the color changed from plain white to a striking purple and gold.
Kiki, do you like it?
Seeing Lin Dong sending out pop-ups, Su Mingchi's heart was in turmoil.
A panicked nod followed. Hi, love it. Thank you Duck for not having to brother, it's so appreciated. Yes, any requests, just mention them, and I will try to fulfill what I can.
When she said this, Su Mingchi bit her lip and her gaze averted. After all her life, she was still intact.
There's something all over the place about doing this kind of thing.
The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. Earlier, Hao asked for a tweet, and she dawdled. Now, however, it was actively implied that he could be approached to gobble it up. It's true, giving a girl any kind of flower is not as good as having money to spend casually.
Live stream.
Seeing Su Mingchi's shy face in the middle, she also could not help but blush with envy and jealousy of Lin Dong.
Maru Spice, another beautiful anchor woman has fallen. Aha! My goddess. Big Brother Pungjai, lighten up a bit. Oh.
You guys cut the yellow talk, maybe, they are pure love.
Oh, you believe that? By the way, why did that group of Dragon family army disappear just now? Weren't they pretty powerful? What Dragon family army? It's clearly the Bug family army, the Fart family army. Chapter 73 Connected PK, the visitor is not good.
The group of Dragon family troops, once they saw God Ho appear, all of them tucked their tails and left the live broadcast room. I don't know whether he had tipped off Long Xiao or was convinced by Lin Dong. In short, Lin Dong was far ahead of the others as the first on the list. The exaggerated record of 2 million bounties was even more refreshing to everyone's knowledge.
To have money is to be bold. Right at that moment, someone suddenly linked in and applied to play PK with Su Mingqi. Tian High Dragon Major? And a female anchor called Little Wildcat. Su Mingqi frowned slightly, suddenly feeling a little uneasy. There was no need to guess that after seeing Lin Dong throw away money for Su Mingqi, young dragon could not sit still. Straight away, he got his own internet CP, Little Wildcat, to try and get his field back by piking. Seeing this, Lin Dong gently smiled. This Long Xiao, is he worried that his position as the #1 anchor will be taken? Kiki, don't be afraid, your brother is all there, take the PK. Right, we're tens of thousands of people, we're not afraid of some heavenly sea insect lesser, fight into the end. You people, you only know how to arch the fire here, I don't believe it, you'll swipe the gift. That's right. Just now, I don't know who was pressurized by the Dragon family army so much that they didn't dare to squeak. Long Xiao hadn't even called, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were already infighting. This made Su Mingqi even more hesitant to accept the PK. She then subconsciously stared at the word duck didn't have to be 4 words. Obviously, it was waiting for Lin Dong to state his position. Soon, Su Mingqi saw 5 words that put her mind at ease. Don't be afraid, I'm here. For a while, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Lin Dong's words were once again sought after. So dominant. When will I ever have a man like that? That's so manly and secure. Look, the online users are over 100,000. Without waiting for Su Mingqi to accept Long Xiao's PK, the number of people in the live broadcast room began to skyrocket wildly. 20,000. 50,000. 100,000. It was enough to see how shocking the 100 rockets that Lin Dong had just swiped were. Phew. Su Mingqi let out a deep breath and finally accepted the invitation. The next moment, a man and a woman appeared on the screen. It's exactly what's known as a chinchilla CP. Hello, everyone. Tian Hai Long Xiao is, as his name suggests, not very old, but wearing gold and silver. A large 24-carat solid gold chain hung around his neck, a pair of Bentley platinum sunglasses topped his forehead, and he wore Armani with a money leopard pattern. You can't get away with this outfit without $500,000 or $600,000. Hello brothers, I'm Little Wildcat. The other anchor woman, called Little Wildcat, has the standard delicate net face. Dressed in a figure-accentuating pink stepmother wraparound dress, her rounded northern hemisphere is visible, and her every move is flirtatious and provocative. Anyone who has ever watched a live broadcast knows that only topics and controversy can bring heat to an anchor. Heat is traffic. Traffic is money. Recently, Sky Sea Dragon Xiao and Little Wildcat speculate on CP, just want to join hands to circle the drain. Ridiculous, those long family troops were oblivious and were still frantically popping rice for them. Even if you can't feed yourself, you have to reward yourself. Lin Dong had long since seen through these things. He was just curious as to how this young dragon was going to get his face back. Hello, Kiki Beauty, I'm Long Xiao. Tian Hai Long Xiao smiled faintly, and across the screen, greeted Su Mingqi. The attitude wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Instead, the little wildcat just rolled her eyes. It was as if, deliberately coming to assert his sovereignty, he joined the streak. Su Mingqi was stunned for a moment and nodded timidly. Soon enough, there was a frenzy of pop-ups from the dragons. Wow, brother Long Xiao is so handsome and gentlemanly, worthy of being my favorite anchor. Who says it isn't? Young dragon has always been gentle. It's just 2 million gifts, what's the big deal? $1 for each of us in the dragon family army is $30 million. That's right, PK beat Kiki so sleepy, let her be punished. Before PK even started, there was a group of people frantically drawing out the war and trying to muddy the waters. Tian Hai Long Xiao was also happy to see such an image. With enough heat, the more money you make. Especially after seeing that Su Mingqi only had a few thousand followers, she was even more relieved. Scared the hell out of me. I thought it was some head anchor, but I didn't realize that it was just a little rookie who just started broadcasting. Tian Hai Long Xiao was calculating in his heart. Even if Duck doesn't have to be willing to give Su Mingqi popcorn, there's only one person. He has 30 million fans, what are you afraid of? PK, solid win. Aya, brother Long Xiao, don't waste your time. Hurry up and finish your PK, people still have to listen to your stories in whispers. Okay. While this was going on, the little wildcat played along and pouted. Every now and then, a big, deep trench squeezes out. Phew. It's so exciting. Unsurprisingly, live on air, a bunch of little virgins orgasm in place. It was as if, substituting himself into the role of a young dragon, he took the little wildcat hard. Su Mingqi's fans, too, urged her to start piking. Seeing this, Tian Hai Long Xiao laughed and said, Kiki Beauty, want to play a hand? Su Mingqi's brows knitted, her subconscious somewhat resisting. However, thinking that Lin Dong would support him, he still nodded. When Tian Hai Long Xiao saw this, a flash of cunning flashed in his eyes. Then, pretending to be generous, he said, "Ha, that's for the best. But if we're going to play, how can we do it without some stakes? I'm not asking too much. If I win, you'll dance a sledgehammer or wipe the glass on the air and rise in popularity. How about trying to avoid the start time with us from now on, too?" What? The former condition, Su Mingqi could still understand. Dancing and singing is the easiest punishment for PK failure. Even if both dances were a bit scrubby, they were, nevertheless, within her range. The second request, however, is a bit much. Generally, live prime time, that's after 8 p.m. People have nothing to do, swipe their phones, watch live streams, and relax. Now, Tianhai Longxiao had actually asked her to go off the air at this time of the day. If they really did, the fans Su Mingqi had managed to accumulate with great difficulty would surely be lost quickly. Tenkai Ryusho, on the other hand, can continue to hike the CP and become the sole king of primetime. I'll go. Tianhai Longxiao is too overbearing, right? Why don't you let people broadcast live? That's just it. What does he think he is? What's all the noise? It's you anchors who accepted the PK, willing to gamble. Is it that you can't afford to lose? Seeing this, Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Subsequently, it also expressed its attitude. These two demands, our anchor can do as they are if he loses. However, what about if young dragon loses? Seeing this eye-catching pop up, Su Mingqi couldn't help but light up. Subsequently, it was even more direct to Lin Dong. Duck doesn't have to brother, why don't you set the punishment? I don't know much about these things. Chapter 74, Gunpowder. Seeing Su Mingqi totally dependent on this duck doesn't have to be. Tianhai Longxiao also realized that this was the mysterious tycoon who had wildly swiped 100 rockets, his greatest rival. A moment later, Lin Dong knocked down a line. It's simple, if Kiki Good Sleep wins, there's no need for you to do any dancing, just apologize for your dragons and, then, quit primetime for good. That's not too much to ask, is it? What? Tianhai Dragon Major froze and stared dead at the pop-up screen posted by Lin Dong. Let him apologize to a small anchor in the name of the Dragon Family Army. And, it's also off the air in primetime. This duck doesn't have to be, he's trying to make himself betray his fans and lose his heart, it's killing him. This boss, this request of yours, isn't it too much? No matter what, I, Long Xiao, am also the leading anchor of our platform. How can I stop broadcasting just because of 1 or 2 words from you? Tianhai Dragon Young said with a leathery smile, his heart rather disdainful. A thug is all he is. How dare he try to get him off the air? Joke. In order to convince people, he also brought in the Dragon Family Army. If we go off the air, how can I do right by my fans, who are my closest and most beloved family members? The thought of not seeing them makes me feel bad and want to cry. The little wildcat saw this and followed suit to help. Ducks don't have to, and this Kiki is so sleepy, don't you guys go too far. Could it be that you guys can't stand to see everyone alone and lonely with no live feed to watch? Unsurprisingly, those long family troops were also all filled with righteous indignation and jumped out to fight for young dragon. Damn, what kind of doesn't this duck have to have? Doesn't he just have a couple bucks in his pocket? How dare he make our dragon father stop broadcasting? That's right, who does he think he is? He's got too much control. I'm a hacker, I'm going to go open a box of ducks that don't have to be, everyone just wait for me to expose it and be done with it. Seeing these pop-ups, not only did Lin Dong not get angry, but he wanted to laugh. Look at the cutie. Same look. These long family troops, they are too filial, aren't they? Watching a live broadcast is just a matter of watching a live broadcast and really treating Tianhai Longxiao as his father and desperately defending it. There were a few on top, and they even tried to follow the net to find Lin Dong. Of course, with Lin Dong's current rank and authority, it was impossible for the platform to divulge any information. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to do it. Not only Lin Dong, Kiki Good Sleepy's original fans, along with some passers-by, were also extremely disgusted with this rough and brutal behavior of the Dragon Family Army. Yo, and Papa Dragon, why don't you just call Grandpa? Wasn't it you, young dragon, who first made the request for people to stop broadcasting? Big brother Punji, I just made the same request, so why are you guys blowing up? What a bunch of double-standard dogs. If you can't afford to play, don't play. Still Tianhai Dragon Young, clearly a wild dog by the side of the road. Many people had long since grown disenchanted with Tianhai Longxiao, as well as these brainwashed fans of his. Now, finally, I found a chance to let it out. For a while, Kiki Good Sleepy's live room turned into a battlefield. The Long family army and a group of passers-by fought to a standstill. The pop-ups are so pandemonious and foul-smelling that it's impossible to watch. Tianhai Dragon Young and Little Wildcat looked at each other with teasing eyes. For them, the bigger the beat, the hotter the heat, the more money they make. It's best to keep cursing like that. It wouldn't take long for them to go from being the platform's #1 to being the #1 live streamer on the entire network. When the time comes, just pick up some Hiroko and it's easily $1 million. It was also the first time Su Mingqi had encountered such a great rhythm, and she was somewhat at a loss for words. Right now, she desperately needed someone to help her make up her mind. Ding! It was at this moment that a WeChat friend request was sent over.
The moment she saw the name, Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes were stunned.
Duck doesn't have to.
Seeing the verification message sent, Su Mingqi, who was originally upset, instantly ate a tranquilizer. Then, go through the friend request.
I'm here, don't be afraid. Tell him to get the hell out of here if he doesn't agree to the punishment terms.
Su Mingqi pursed her lips slightly.
This duck doesn't have to be, and it's overbearing.
But the more she did, the more secure she felt and the more she liked it. With Lindong's support, Su Mingqi summoned up enough courage and said to Tianhai Long Xiao and Little Wildcat who were watching the action, Long Xiao, Duck's brother's attitude is my attitude. If you don't want to play, then I'll quit the streak. In the future, let's keep our wells clear of each other and don't mess with anyone. Although, what Su Mingqi said was not as direct as Lindong. However, it could be heard that the little girl had a few fires in her heart as well.
I'm not inferior, why should I listen to your orders? Hearing these words, Tianhai Dragon Young's gaze was stunned. It was completely unexpected that Su Mingqi was so rigid. Those small anchors he used to bully in the past retired from the network within 2 days and disappeared. Why did you run into a tough guy today?
He certainly didn't want to agree to such harsh terms.
But, more than anything, I don't want to lose the splash of traffic.
Just now, the bounties given to him by a group of dragon family troops had added up to more than 100,000. This money comes, not too easily.
Don't, Kiki's sister, play, of course.
I wasn't worried you'd cry if you lost. Tianhai Long Xiao put on an appearance of looking out for Su Mingqi.
It made the little wildcat jealous again. I don't know if I'm really angry or if I'm just acting.
Worthy of our young dragon, so gentle.
This Kiki is so sleepy, and Duck really don't know what class. With our dragon young PK, I really think that after brushing 2 million, the world is invincible?
Listen, Dragon Family Army, in this battle today, only victory is allowed, no defeat is allowed. Let this group of little Karami see the strength of our Dragon Family Army.
Dragon Family Army up. Duck don't have to, wait to die you.
Tianhai Long Xiao was already happy in his heart when he saw that the Dragon Family Army was ready to swipe the gifts.
However, the mouth has to persuade them.
Everyone, don't get excited, and make peace,
Kiki-san is a girl after all, it would be sad to lose too badly.
Unexpectedly, Su Mingqi did not give Long Xiao any face at all and opened the door. Long Xiao, there is no need to think too much for me.
If I lose, I'm willing to gamble and accept the punishment willingly. Now, it depends on what kind of attitude you have.
Lose and never broadcast in primetime, don't you dare. Facing the provocation of Su Mingqi, a nobody, Tianhai Dragon Major smiled coldly as if he had heard some heavenly joke. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he tapped his chest and held up 3 fingers on his right hand.
Okay, you want to play, then I'll play along. If you lose, don't say you'll quit the primetime slot. I, Long Xiao, will directly withdraw from the network and never broadcast live again.
What? The words instantly set off a furor. As a big netizen with 30 million fans, Long Xiao easily earns tens of millions of dollars every year.
Today, you're going to quit the network in order to PK with a small anchor? This little anchor, what can he do? However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tianhai Long Xiao had a huge chance of winning. He has a large fan base and no shortage of rich people. Su Mingqi is just a small anchor with a rich fan base, and only one duck doesn't have to be. So there is not much suspense as to how this PK will turn out. The key is how much meter he can lap through this PK. Chapter 75 Singing, Heavenly Music. Well, cut the crap and go to war. Kiki little beauty, and what's duck don't have to, don't forget your promises. Anyway, I, Long Xiao, am a man of my word. Long Xiao was very generous in initiating the PK invitation.
Su Mingqi hesitated for a moment, but still bit her lip and clicked accept.
Dynasty Hotel, inside the presidential suite.
The corner of Lindong's mouth rose slightly as he lay on the large bed.
That's what you said yourself. Today, I'm going to smash you, what a dragon youngster, into a worm youngster. Let you know what it means to be outside of people and outside of the sky.
Soon enough, the news of Tianhai Dragon Major betting on a fight with a budding anchor spread. In a short period of time, there was an influx of people who were eating. In just a few minutes, the number of people online in Tianhai Long Xiao's live room came to 2.2 million.
Mingqi Su also broke 500,000.
Even the little wildcat, surprisingly, followed suit and rubbed it in for 300k. That means 3 million people watched this PK battle at the same time. There was no way around it, who made Lindong's offer too generous.
Starting with 2 million. This PK is destined to be hilarious. Of course, among other things, there are platforms that push the envelope. It's a solid business for them. Phew. Calm down, be calm. With Brother Duck here, even if we lose, it's no big deal. Kiki is so sleepy live in the booth.
Su Mingqi clenched her 2 small hands into pink fists, trying to calm herself down. But, when it came to actually opening his mouth, he still couldn't get half a word out.
Put.
Seeing her stumbling and stammering pitifully, Tianhai Long Xiao didn't hold back and directly laughed out loud.
The little wildcat was laughing too.
The voluptuous figure rippled and it was a sight to behold.
Mr. Long, where is this strange guy from? With this kind of guts, it's not as good as my house cleaning aunt downstairs. How dare you broadcast live? Cat, this is your fault. It's normal for people's little girls to be shy. However, it's true that she's not suitable for live broadcasting. Young dragon, you're biased. Do you have your eyes on her? The little wildcat pouted and deliberately propped her two slender arms on her head, exposing her strong capital to the public. That's not jealousy. It's clearly showing off a body. For a while, countless spectators were swallowing their saliva and staring with wide eyes. The little wildcat snorted at this and pretended to be shy. Geez, brothers, if you like it, give someone a follow. By the way, order it for Brother Dragon as well. As the little wildcat scratched her head for a while, soon, thousands of people were paying attention to her. The live streaming audience is also growing. On the contrary, Su Mingqi stammered, not much of a live broadcast effect, and the number of people online repeatedly fell. Seeing this, Lin Dong knew that he could not wait any longer. If you don't make a move, it's a king's ransom. Swish swish swish. In the next second, 100 rocket ones lifted off simultaneously. At the moment of the explosion, special effects spread across the screen, covering all the pop-ups. The Long family troops who had just been cheering for Long Xiao were all suppressed by the magnificent and honorable special effects, and could not even see them. Another 2 million. See? This is called a real God's hero, rewarding $2 million without batting an eyelid. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes opened roundly. Before he could look back, he saw that Duck didn't have to send a line of pop-ups with an imperial crown. Kiki, sing a song for the group. Don't be nervous, just sing what you're good at. Singing? Su Mingqi froze for a moment. How did he know he could sing? As it turns out, inside college, her major was to major in music. He also participated in a school singing competition and took the first prize. Just now, Lin Dong had also looked through the video she had posted in her circle of friends and saw the photo of her receiving the award on stage. That's what came to mind, having her sing on the air. Sure enough, as soon as they heard the singing, the water friends in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back and started to raise a ruckus. Kiki beauty come one. The anchor looks so immortal, she must sing very well, right? Swiped $2 million just to order a song? Worthy of being a godly man, so much money, you can go to the Golden Hall of Vienna to hold a concert. Kiki beauty, the melon seeds and tea are ready, start now. As the 2 million gifts were slammed down, the water users who had originally walked out of Kiki's good sleepy livestream returned. Incidentally, a portion of it was sucked out of both the Dragon and Wildcat livestreams. Everyone was curious about how catchy a song worth $2 million was. Kiki is so sleepy live in the booth. Starting to sing, Su Mingqi instantly entered the state, and her aura changed abruptly. Trance has a bit of actress potential. She used the phone as a microphone and slowly closed her eyes. The next moment, a light and airy voice came out of his throat. Bubbles in the sun, in color. Like being lied to, I am happy. Mesmerizing, heavenly music that comes through the speakers and into every ear. Even Lin Dong, who possessed divine singing skills, could not help but be immersed in it. To be fair, Su Mingqi's vocals weren't considered particularly good. At least, it's not as good as those song kings and queens, and there's still room for improvement. But, because of her innocence and childishness, her voice is extraordinarily clean. It was as if a trickle of water echoed through everyone's heart, not tainted with any semblance of vulgarity. For a while, the number of people in the live room skyrocketed. 600,000. 700,000. 800,000. Almost every time you look at it, it jumps upwards a whole lot. On the contrary, Tianhai Long Xiao and Xiao Wildcat, the number of people in the live broadcast room rapidly declined. For a while, the two men's faces were extremely ugly. Young dragon, what should we do? This duck doesn't have to, where does it come from? How can you sing a song and suck people all the way out? This isn't working. The little wildcat was getting a little anxious. Tianhai Dragon Major was also sweating profusely. Unexpectedly, Su Mingqi sings so well, with the strength of the circle of fans. It's just a matter of getting on with it. Meanwhile, Su Mingqi sang to the climax. It's all a bubble. Just a flash of fireworks. All your promises, all too fragile. And your outline, blaming me for not seeing through it, is what makes you so sad. As the song ended, Su Mingqi smiled and nodded. Thank you all. The next moment, countless gift special effects appeared on the screen, and it couldn't stop. Quite a few people were overwhelmed by her singing. In just a few minutes, he received more than 100,000 gifts and his fan base skyrocketed to 200,000 followers. When Tianhai Long Xiao and Little Wildcat saw it, their eyes reddened. Kiki, I love you. Not only is she beautiful and sweet, she's just a big star. In the future, I won't watch any live broadcasts without Kiki beauty. What kind of dragon young fart young? Get the hell out of here. Wow, the PK value is already over 3 million, it's completely suppressing the opponent. Duck doesn't have to be too good at it. How did he know Kiki was the queen of song? Chapter 76, $4 million, champagne at halftime. Tears surfaced in Su Mingqi's eyes. We all met in passing, and Lin Dong had given too much for her.
Moreover, it understood her so well that she felt a soul fit she had never felt before. Seeing Su Mingqi's teary-eyed, I feel sorry for her appearance, Lin Dong also felt a lot of emotions. He just casually rewarded a little pocket money and surprisingly held up a head anchor. This world, it's crazy. Just then. Wow. Tian Hai Longshao's live room was also occupied by countless gift special effects. Fixing my eyes, it turned out to be 20 fantasy castle gifts worth $200,000. It adds up to a whole 4 million soft dollars. Is young dragon crazy? This is the strength of our dragon family army. As the 4 million gifts were smashed down, the PK value was instantly reversed. And, as the platform's most expensive gift in terms of value, the special effects pull full circle. Accompanied by light and pleasant dance music, a dreamlike crystal palace stands in front of you. Fairy flowers, elves flying, messy flowers. The one who gave the gift, and his fanbase level was skyrocketing crazily, directly rising from 60 to 80. Also, his fan card has an extra scepter in addition to the crown. It steadily suppressed Lin Dong. For a while, the whole internet was a sensation. The dragons were even more collectively orgasmic. It's the godly hero Lifetime now. Old Mr. Lifetime has finally arrived. Lifetime old brother is a hardcore fan of Young Dragon. In the beginning, it was him who rewarded Young Dragon with several rocket ones before Young Dragon made it. Icing on the cake is not as good as sending charcoal in the snow, lifelong older brother V587. We're already way ahead in PK value, guys, keep doing it and break Kiki's good sleep. Fueled by the 20 dream castles, the Dragon family group was energized. Many people contribute the money they spend on milk powder. And yes, take out an online loan to support Young Dragon and win this PK. It's a great way to get a lot of people together. Seeing this, Tian Hai Dragon Young was also grateful. Hands clasped together, he kept saying thank you. Thank you Lifetime for the dream castle, Mr. Lifetime is really my dad. Families, give brother Lifetime his talent. The young dragon cried with tears in his eyes and his voice trembled. Everyone assumed that he was touched by Lifetime's outpouring of help. In fact, he was bleeding inside. Because, that one Lifetime was himself. That's right, all along, Lonzo has been directing himself. The goal is to create a hardcore fan. Then, drive others to popcorn. The results are also very good. Many unknown Dragon family members, with someone taking the lead, frantically swiped gifts in his live room. Tian Hai Longshao has also become bigger and stronger step by step as a result. Even if he swipes more, he won't lose money. But this time it's different. Duck didn't have to, that is, Lin Dong, to put unprecedented pressure on him. Originally, it was thought that $2 million was already Lin Dong's upper limit. That's why it was sworn to play PK with Su Mingqi. Unexpectedly, $2 million was Lin Dong's lower limit. Now, Long Xiao was completely flustered. Now, this PK between him and Kiki Good Sleeper has attracted a great deal of attention. If he wins, he will be the #1 man on the air. If you lose, not only will you lose all your pants, but you will also have to withdraw from the net in disgrace and become a street rat. Therefore, this battle can only be won, not lost. Even if you lose your family's money. Young Dragon, hold on. Little Wildcat is cheering on Longshanks on the air. She knew about all the bullcrap about Long Xiao and made a lot of dog-licking money by rubbing Long Xiao's nose in it. At this time, Long Xiao must hold on. Otherwise, if Young Dragon is finished, so is she. As Tian Hai Longshao's PK value once again surpassed Su Mingqi's, Kiki's Good Sleepy livestream, quite a few people ran over. There's no way to watch a livestream, ultimately, it's a hoot. People have strength and big brothers. Even if the livestream wasn't good, a large portion of the population ran over to watch it twice. That's herd mentality. Oh, a lifetime ago? Inside the presidential suite. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and casually clicked on this user's profile. Found little in it other than the marketing content of Tenkai Ryusho. On second thought, I guessed the ingredients of the other side. The king's wife sells herself. Calling out your own father in front of millions of people. Not bad for a big anchor, cheeky and a liar. Lin Dong understood very well that Tian Hai Longshao did not want to give up this account. Even more so, he was unwilling to give away this heavenly riches. Unfortunately, he messed with the wrong person. It was not good to compete with anyone in terms of financial strength, but to compete with Lin Dong. Young Dragon, since you're so generous, I'll have to let you break the bank. I'd like to see how many zeros are on your bank card balance. Lin Dong's eyes were filled with contempt. Talking and laughing, once again knocking down a line of numbers. This time, however, he didn't press the confirmation button. And waiting for a moment. Gradually, the 5-minute PK time was coming to an end. Tian Hai Longshao was still pressing Kiki well trapped with a huge advantage of 1 million PKs. Even if a lot of people keep brushing up on their penny pinching, it's not nearly enough. Phew! Winning! The young dragon blushed, his eyes glazed over, and he heaved a ragged breath. Bet yourself right. This Chuck doesn't have to be rich. However, he didn't give Su Mingqi another reward. I guess I also think that it's not worth it to spend so much money to play a chick. Simply counting, the gifts rewarded by the Dragon family army only added up to 8 or 900,000. With this PK, one loses more than $1 million at least.
But a loss is a loss. If you win this PK, you can rocket yourself up the ladder and eat a hard wave of traffic. By then, the whole internet would be buzzing about the name of Dragon Young. The advertising dollars that come to hand will also go from millions to tens of millions. Ha ha.
Thinking about this, Tianhai Longsha was very excited and shouted in the live broadcast. Even the little wildcat next to him followed the chickens and sent flying kisses through the air. Wahaha, congratulations on winning the PK.
Young Dragon, when you become a Netflix one, don't forget me, I've given you a lot of rewards too.
The little wildcat scratched her head while pandering towards Long Xiao. As long as she and Long Xiao keep speculating about CP, they can keep rubbing it in.
A lot of money for licking a dog, and not a lot of money?
Long Xiao smiled, domineering, that's for sure. I am not an ungrateful person. I will give $1 million to anyone who betrays me, and those who are loyal to me. Following me I can earn 100 million, hear the applause. Also, thanks to Brother Lifetime, and the Dragon family army, without you guys, I definitely wouldn't be able to walk today.
Ha ha.
Many of the dragons were in tears when they heard the acceptance speech that Long Xiao couldn't wait to deliver. They had been brainwashed by Long Xiao and had become his brainwashed fans. Right now, seeing Long Xiao win the PK, he himself was honored with it.
One voice, one life, Long Xiao, Long family army UP.
One voice, one life, Young Dragon.
Countless +1 pop-ups swept through Long Xiao's live broadcast. Many people also ran to Kiki Good Sleepy's livestream and swiped frantically in a victorious manner. Chapter 77 swiped 6 million to steal the tower and win the PK. Alas. Su Mingqi sighed lightly, a trace of frustration and helplessness surfacing on her pretty face. Unfortunately, it's still a loss. Despite the loss. However, Su Mingqi didn't lose too much ground.
To have achieved this on your own first broadcast has surpassed 99% of the population.
It doesn't matter if you win against Long Xiao or not. It's also all thanks to the encouragement and help the duck doesn't have to provide that we've gotten this far.
Thinking of this, Su Mingqi guffawed and wiped away the teardrops from the corners of her eyes.
Thank you all for watching me live and listening to me sing.
Actually, in life, I'm pretty introverted, and it's the first time I've said so much.
Hearing Su Mingqi's true feelings, many water users were moved.
Compared to 1,000 net faces like the little wildcat, the uninitiated and innocent beauty of the world is their white moonlight.
Unfortunately, it was close.
It can't be helped, it's normal for Young Dragon to win since he has 30 million fans.
The whole internet is talking about this PK now. Kiki is already on fire, this wave is not a loss. But where's that duck doesn't have to be? How come I don't see him posting pop-ups anymore? The crowd suddenly realized that Lin Dong had not appeared for quite some time. Duck didn't have to evaporate from the moment he threw a $4 million gift at Lifetime. Meaning, he's straight backed up? Upon learning this news, Tianhai Dragon Young also stopped pretending and let out a loud laugh. What a duck doesn't have to be, IMO, is a wimp. Compare yourself to me, do you have the strength? After so many years of live broadcasting, so many people in our Dragon family army still can't beat one of you? Laughing my ass off. The corners of Tianhai Dragon Major's mouth rose, and across the screen, he made a contemptuous gesture, his mouth ugly to the extreme. However, in the eyes of the dragons, it was true nature. Young Dragon is right, we should beat up the dogs. Who told him to keep stomping on his nose? Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Where is he now? The strong should ruthlessly humiliate the weak. The one called Kiki so sleepy, what's your role? You also come to touch Young Dragon. Get off the grid. That's right, back off the grid, back off the grid. For a while, almost everyone was attacking Su Mingqi. Some of the waterbenders even tried to be righteous and put in a word for her. As a result, it was quickly drowned in spittle. No way, willing to bet. Forcing a trick will only lead to dishonor. Seeing that the PK still had the last 10 seconds left, Long Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at Su Mingqi, saying, "Little beauty, my time is very precious, I'll give you a face, or else, you hang up the connection yourself. Remember, if you don't have a diamond drill, don't take up porcelain work, this is what Brother Long taught you about being a man." The little wildcat also rolled her eyes and grimaced. Su Mingqi shook her head with a bitter smile. There was nothing she could say after what had happened. Duck doesn't have to, brother, and everyone else who watched me live today, thank you again. I'll see you around. After Su Mingqi finished speaking, she even took the initiative to stand up and give everyone a bow. Sincere attitude and tears in the corners of his eyes. However, no amount of what she did would prolong the PK. Long Xiao excitedly raised his hand to greet the audience and count down together. Families, join me in the countdown. 5, 4. The pop-ups followed the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the picture on the crowd screen didn't move. All brands of cell phones, all of them stuck without fail. What's going on? The young dragon froze for a moment. At first, it was thought that the livestream was lagging because there were too many people online. As a result, just then,
Swish, swish, swish. On the screen, colorful and gorgeous special effects suddenly appeared. Crystal palace after crystal palace descended from the sky, spreading over the entire live broadcast. It is the platform's most expensive gift, a dream castle that costs 200,000 soft sister coins.
Another gift? Long Xiao's heart thumped, suddenly having an ominous premonition. Wait, PK doesn't seem to be over yet. Sure enough, right at the moment when the PK was about to end, the PK value of Kiki's Good Sleepy livestream suddenly skyrocketed by a large margin. From 4 million, it skyrocketed to 10 million, steadily pressing Long Xiao. In other words, just now, someone had rewarded her with a whole $6 million in gifts. No wonder, everyone's phones lag at the same time. Turns out, it was 30 fantasy castles smashing down together. In a split second. Millions of people in the livestream were dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, there was an uproar. Outbreak. The pop-ups completely exploded. It's ducks don't have to. I knew he wasn't gone. Look, the PK value has already crushed Young Dragon. $10 million in gifts before and after, is he crazy? He also loves Kiki too much to be so sleepy, right? Terrifying, the world of the godly hoi polloi, there's really no way to understand it. Reversing the situation at the last second, psychological warfare is kind of understood by him. Kiki is so sleepy live. Everyone was so excited they almost had a heart attack. In stark contrast, it was Long Xiao and the Long family army. Mud, it's not fair, this duck doesn't have to play tricks. Families, keep swiping gifts, we can't let Young Dragon lose. Brush it off, can't you see that PK is already over? People have already won. The Long family army was in mourning. It would have been nice to think the duck didn't have to be scared of being beaten. As a result, people are going to recharge. And, with a roll of the dice at the end, stole their tower. Let Tianhai Long Xiao lose to Su Mingqi. No way. This duck doesn't have to be, is he sick in the head? Brush $10 million for a female anchor, he must be a trustee, a platform trustee. As soon as Tianhai Long Xiao finished his sentence, he received an ultra-pipe alert. Warn him not to talk nonsense. Otherwise, ban him. Just when Long Xiao was in despair, there was another knife, plunged into his heart. The little wildcat lit up in front of her eyes, and she couldn't wait to compare her heart to her heart on the air, and her voice fawned a lot. Duck don't have to brother, people backstage private message added you, through a bit, People wanna be friends with you too, give it a chance, okay? What? Tianhai Dragon Young stared wide-eyed, as if struck by lightning. It is said that a watchman is ruthless, and a playwright is not righteous. These Netflix women, one is more realistic than the other. But she can't wait, can she? On the front foot, he lost the PK himself. On the back foot, she's sticking it to someone else. Cat, what do you mean by that? Did you forget who fired the CP with you and gave you the heat? Hearing these words from Long Xiao, the little wildcat disdained them. To her, Long Xiao, who was already destined to become a street rat, had no use for her. What's more crucial is that this time, Long Xiao lost more than $1 million. Later, it can't be broadcast live in primetime yet. I'm afraid, there's no possibility of a comeback. If you don't seize the opportunity to climb up the ladder, are you waiting to drink the northwest wind? Seeing that the two had fallen out, Lin Dong's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning as he entered the little wildcat live streaming room and knocked down a line on the screen. Little wildcat beauties, aren't you a couple? Isn't it bad for you to add me on WeChat? Chapter 78, Breaking the Black News, Tearing Up the Face. Suddenly seeing that Duck didn't have to send out pop-ups in his live room, the little wildcat's beautiful eyes rounded. Inner ecstasy ensued. Not to mention $10 million, even if Lin Dong swiped $1 million for her, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. Who said we were a couple? That was all scripted. I don't look at hypocrites like that, can't even get a hard on, not really a man at all. Wow. Everyone was shocked at these words. I didn't realize there was a good show after PK. The little wildcat is bursting at the seams. Lin Dong also became interested and sent out another pop-up. Hey chat? If it's interesting, say one thing and I'll reward you with a fantasy castle. A fantasy castle, that's $200,000. The little wildcat was all smiles when she heard this. Anyway, it's no longer possible to make money by relying on Young Dragon. Might as well break the bank and make a big profit. Little wildcat, I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. Or I'll send you a lawyer's letter. On the other side, Long Xiao was in a hurry, sweating profusely. The little wildcat knows many of his secrets. If he shakes out any black history, he'll really lose his reputation. However, Long Xiao still underestimated the degree of gold worship of the little wildcat. Duck brother, let me tell you, Tianhai Long Xiao, can get to this point all because of 4 words, pitfalls and deceptions. That list one has been around all his life, it's his trumpet. Of the $4 million swiped just now, 300,000 were still borrowed from me. The words instantly set off a furor. It's impossible that brother lifetime is a fake, isn't it? I saw it coming and you guys still don't believe me. The dragon family army is really a bunch of fools, helping to count the money even after being sold. Young dragon, is what she said true? I don't believe it. Young dragon, didn't you say that we are all your family? For a while, many of the dragon family troops broke their defenses.
Some of the hardcore fans were still chasing after the young dragon, however, they were also a little shaken inside. Who made this lifetime brother so coincidental every time he appeared? At this point, the little wildcat came on even stronger. With a cold snort, he said, "What fans are my family? It's the family that cheats." He just got hot by water marketing and maliciously suppressing other anchors. In a few short sentences, he revealed Long Xiao's old self. For a while, the eyes of the many dragon family troops were red. This time, instead of being moved and excited, he was red with anger. Never thought, usually a mouthful of family members of the dragon young, behind the scenes, but actually treat them as leaks. As he watched the Long family army begin to implode, Lin Dong smiled. Then, without breaking his word, he casually swiped a few dream castles for the little wildcat. Wow, thanks for the gift, brother duck. Love you, people love you the most. The little wildcat couldn't wait to jump onto Lin Dong's bed right now and serve him to his heart's content. A godly man like this who casually rewards $10 million is worth at least several $billion. If you hold on to this big thick leg, you'll be able to eat and drink for the rest of your life. Unfortunately, Lin Dong would not look at this kind of gold-digging woman. After throwing the gift, he just backed out. As the dragon family army and Long Xiao tore their faces apart, the pop-ups in Long Xiao's live broadcast room, too, became pandemonium. I guess it won't be long before the young dragon doesn't want to retire from the network. Some fans even yelled that they wanted to get real offline and force Dragon Young to return the gift money. In contrast, Su Mingqi's live broadcast room was peaceful. At this moment, Su Mingqi was being moved beyond words. Woohoo! I'm so touched today, thank you. $10 million, to the current Lin Dong, was probably not worth mentioning. But is more money than she will ever make in her life. And, unsurprisingly, there were already brokers who had their eyes on Su Mingqi. With her unassuming appearance and her innocent singing voice, perhaps, it wouldn't be long before she was made a star. I'm sorry everyone, I got carried away. That's it for today's broadcast, I wish you all the best in peace. Right at the height of the live broadcast heat, Su Mingqi unexpectedly ended the broadcast. Many people were in a daze, not responding, and yelling for another song. No, that's it? I haven't heard enough. With so many people on the air, she just haphazardly went off the air? What do you know, people are going offline to meet their big brother. Bah, full of yellow waste, my Kiki is not like that. Come on, what anchor woman isn't like that? Live stream. Many people frantically swiped their pop-ups with a look of disbelief. Nay, Su Mingqi was determined to go. Maybe today's PK battle was too exciting and she needed time to calm down. Soon another topic was discussed. Who is this out-and-out duck who doesn't have to be? The other side. Dynasty Hotel. Inside the presidential suite. Looking at Su Mingqi who suddenly went off air, Lin Dong smiled faintly. He had already guessed what would happen next. Ding! Sure enough, Su Mingqi gathered her courage after some celestial battle and called a voice call. Looking at the call request from WeChat, Lin Dong smiled and tapped down to accept. Hey! The moment she connected, Su Mingqi's heart trembled and her breath caught. Don't have to brother? In Su Mingqi's opinion, a godly man like Duck didn't have to be the same age as his father for sure. Unexpectedly, the other man sounded surprisingly young. Hello Kiki, what can I do for you? What? Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes were rounded and her pretty face was slightly red. This was no greasy uncle, it was clearly a youth in his 20s. Moreover, the voice is thick, magnetic, and gentle. I just don't know what it looks like. Lin Dong still did not know that he had casually said something that almost melted Su Mingqi's little heart. Even, start dreaming that he is Prince Charming. Must be pretty cool, I imagine. No, it's nothing. Duck doesn't have to brother, thank you for helping me today, without you I might not be able to go live later. So, I'd like to take you to dinner, is that okay? Su Mingqi bit her lip. Eventually, a red-faced invitation was extended. A beautiful girl like her, who was both young and pretty and could sing, was never short of boys confessing their love inside the school. It's the first time I've approached someone on my own accord. More or less shy and embarrassed. Hearing Su Mingqi's words, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. At this time, if he opens his mouth, perhaps, Su Mingqi would just lie obediently on the bed and let the king have his way. But that would be too easy and boring. With Lin Dong's current worth, he could bag as many netizens as he wanted. A casual wave and there were countless beautiful women clamoring to get under his covers. Not bad for a Su Mingqi. As the saying goes, wine should be savored one sip at a time, and rice should be eaten one bite at a time. The same goes for women. It's only more fulfilling to conquer a woman with your whole being. So, there's no need to rush. Chapter 79, Porcelain. Thinking of this, Lin Dong forced himself to hold back his agitated fire and spoke faintly. Sorry Kiki, I'm a bit busy these few days. I'll catch up with you in a few days when I have time.
Oh, okay. Su Mingqi's eyebrows knitted slightly, and she had a feeling of disappointment. But then again, inexplicably relieved.
Although, if Lin Dong really wanted her, she would not refuse.
However, there is always a hint of fear and resistance in the heart.
Now that Lin Dong was not in a hurry, Su Mingqi's good feelings instead multiplied. For the next few days, it was estimated that they would be teared up, fantasizing about meeting Lin Dong.
That's it, get an early night.
Lin Dong hung up the phone in a dashing manner without the slightest bit of lingering. Ever since the divine magnate cashback system, there were only two kinds of women for him.
One is trying to get on. One kind of random on. One night passed.
Lin Dong had a good night's sleep.
When I woke up, it was noon. I woke up refreshed, my back didn't hurt, and my legs weren't sore. Coo. Just a little hungry.
Lin Dong touched his stomach.
Suddenly I remembered that the last place I went to eat was nice. Two other passionate memories were made. I think it's called something like Tahoe Park, yes, that's the name.
Soon, Lin Dong simply washed up and dressed to the parking lot. One foot on the gas and leave the Dynasty Hotel. Casually, he turned on the radio and, to his surprise, heard himself. Last night, a mysterious tycoon threw away a fortune and frantically rewarded a certain new anchor with 10 million gifts, triggering a hot debate across the net.
The identity of the tycoon remains unclear at this time. That anchor is said to be a sophomore music major from Tianhai University of Technology. Currently, several MCN companies have issued invitations to sign. Oh, does this mean that Mingqi Su is going to make headlines?
Lin Dong smiled and shook his head.
Are you blind? Can't you see I'm crossing the street? Stop the car, stop the car. Ouch, hit me. Just then, a shout came out of nowhere.
Lin Dong froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, I saw the corner in front of me, where an Audi A4L was parked, just blocking the road. Next to the front wheels, there was another bubble-headed old lady sitting on her ass, clutching her right leg and screaming in pain. At her feet was another crooked basket of vegetables. What with all the rotten leaves and helpings of vegetables, spilling everywhere?
Is this, like, a car accident? Lin Dong frowned. Upon closer inspection, something didn't feel right. Ta-da!
Just then, on top of the Audi A4L in front, a beautiful woman hurriedly walked down. Dressed in a simple businesswoman's outfit with a pair of thin high heels, she gives the impression of a workplace elite. And then look at her appearance. Melon face, willowy eyebrows, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on a high nose, and hair in big, teal waves that hadn't had time to be combed.
Rhythmic, intellectual, and elegant.
Lin Dong immediately brightened up. This woman, she's beautiful and has a great temperament. However, at this moment, her brows were filled with panic.
Sorry, I accidentally startled you. Auntie, are you okay? Do I need to take you to the hospital?
Looking at the big mom who fell to the ground and couldn't stand up, Xu Xiaoxiao was distracted, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead.
Today at noon, she had a meeting with an important client.
If there is a delay and the cooperation fizzles out, not only will it cause a huge loss to the company, but she will not be able to keep her position as director. This matter, therefore, must be dealt with in a hurry.
In the next second, Xu Xiaoxiao reached out her hand and tried to help the big mom up. Unexpectedly, with a snap, the older woman knocked her hand off, cursing under her breath. You didn't get out of the car when you hit me earlier, now you know to help me.
Xu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were stunned. Although, she did drive in a bit of a hurry. But for hitting the brakes in time.
So, it didn't hit the big mom. Now, how did it turn out that you hit someone?
Seeing that Xu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, the big mom instantly lost her temper, pointing at her nose and cursing. People like you, I've seen a lot of them, bumping into people and then trying to run away. Having money is great. Hearing the big mom bite the bullet on being bumped into, Xu Xiaoxiao instantly blanched.
Now, how could she not know that the older woman was intentionally touching the porcelain, trying to blackmail money?
Looking again at the older woman's leg, there was no sign of a bruise at all. The leaves on the floor are blackened and rotting from props that have been used for who knows how many days.
Auntie, how could you?
I'm not afraid to tell you that I have a car recorder in my car.
You'd better get up, or it won't look good when it comes to the police.
When she heard that there was a car recorder, the older woman first panicked. However, she then realized that Xu Xiaoxiao looked tense and in a hurry to make time.
Obviously, it's something urgent. At once, the older woman became even more emboldened. What are you talking about? Don't I know if I've been hit or not? Which company are you from? I want to comment to your leaders. You. Xu Xiaoxiao's pupils shrunk and she clenched her fists.
Unexpectedly, the older woman not only did not know better, but also stomped on her nose. Normally, she would have called the police and gone through the legal process.
But not now.
The client was waiting for her and she had to get there right away. After weighing the situation for a moment, Xu Xiaoxiao sighed.
Forget it, don't you just want money? How much do you want? Name a number, don't waste my time. Hearing this made Big Mom's heart happy.
She looked Chu Xiaoxiao up and down and realized that the clothes the other party was wearing were not cheap and she was using the latest model of fruit phone.
So the mouth opened and closed and a number was reported.
This medical bill plus lost wages, at least $30,000 to $40,000.
How much? 30 or 40,000? You're crazy to ask for so much.
Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes were wide with shock. One's hard work in negotiating a single business deal, and the commission is only a few $1,000s.
Auntie lay down on the ground and asked for $30,000 to $40,000? No kidding? No way, I don't have that kind of money. Wouldn't give it to you if I had it.
Chu Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously. Seeing that she wasn't willing to pay, the older woman snorted coldly and directly hugged her calf.
Come and see, everyone, this woman hit me and tried to run away. Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any king's law anymore? Somebody.
This voice went down, and soon, a few passers-by came over to see what was going on. Some directly picked up their cell phones to shoot Chu Xiaoxiao.
What's going on here? This pretty girl hit someone and tried to run away?
I know this big mom, she touches porcelain here every day, she must be blackmailing again.
What then? Should we call the police?
There's no point in calling the police, there's nothing the police can do for someone this old.
Alas, one can only consider oneself unlucky then.
As the crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, pointing at the side, Chu Xiaoxiao was in a very irritable mood.
Have a mind to go.
Nay, she couldn't walk with her calves held tightly by the older woman.
Chapter 80, Sitting on the Ground and Raising Prices. Forget it, 30,000 is 30,000. The lesser of two evils.
Chu Xiaoxiao had no choice but to break the bank. As a result, when the older woman saw her promise, she was shaking her head. No, 30,000 was the price just now, it's $50,000.
You, why are you still sitting on your ass?
Chu Xiaoxiao was instantly confused.
The money is too good to be true, isn't it? Do you really think you're an ATM machine? But you can't leave without paying.
Now, there were only 10 minutes left before the appointment. Chu Xiaoxiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and was about to cry. Just at this time, a somewhat teasing voice suddenly came out.
Beauty, that's where you're wrong. It's not easy for people's big moms. What's wrong with breaking a leg and paying $50,000?
If it were me, I'd crush both her legs for $200,000. In full view of everyone, Lin Dong hung back and walked out from the crowd.
Upon hearing the former remark, the older woman nodded with great approval, thinking that a hothead had come along.
As a result, when he heard the latter sentence, it was the more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. What do you mean $200,000 to crush her legs and feet?
Tramp, is that a human word? Boy, can you talk?
I'm all banged up like this, and you're talking out of your ass, do you have any conscience left?
Ouch, Jesus Christ, it's impossible to live.
Big Mom was crying and screaming like she was dying. Chu Xiaoxiao was being held by her calf, unable to walk if she wanted to, her delicate face was filled with sorrow.
$50,000 was too much for her.
And, even if 50,000 is given, it may not fill the Big Mom's appetite. Seeing this, Lin Dong let out a cold smile.
Can I help you, beautiful?
Chu Xiaoxiao froze for a moment. Before she could return to her senses, Lin Dong was already squatting next to her other leg. At once, a pair of long, straight legs were close at hand. The curves were perfect, icy, and there was even a faint fragrance coming from it.
You, what are you doing?
In front of so many people, Chu Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed and hastily pressed her skirt with her hand.
She's had too much bad luck today, too.
It's not enough to meet a bumper sticker, there's another one who takes advantage of the situation to be a hooligan. Those eyes, they were boring under the skirt.
Don't get me wrong, beautiful, I'm a doctor.
The older woman said she was hit and wanted so much money, so she must have been badly hurt. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda, so I'll consider it a good deed. Chu Xiaoxiao was talked out of her mind.
Still, it was barely audible to him. This man, instead of being a hooligan, was going to do himself a favor? Snap.
Without waiting for Chu Xiaoxiao to speak, Lin Dong directly grabbed the shoulder of the big bumper mom. With a slight force, a pig-killing scream came to his ears.
Ah! Ouch, that hurts.
Feeling the sharp pain coming from her shoulder, the big mom couldn't help herself and spread her hands holding Chu Xiaoxiao's calf, grunting and rolling to the side. While rolling, he also cursed Lin Dong.
What kind of doctor are you, who treats people like that?
The corner of Lin Dong's mouth curled up into a bad smile.
Sorry, I'm a veterinarian. It's all in the hands for those old sows. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Dong's reply, the crowd burst into laughter. He was clearly beating around the bush, calling Big Mom an old sow. You! Big Mama was so angry that her old face turned red. After looking at Lin Dong and glancing at Chu Xiaoxiao, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. Good, I said why he rushed up to help you, so, it's your concubine. Shameless dogs and men, bullying a country bumpkin like me. I'm going to sue you, I'm going to get you on the news. Concubine?
Chu Xiaoxiao stared with wide eyes and a shocked expression. On the contrary, Lin Dong did not turn red in the face.
What man wouldn't be happy to get such a beautiful daughter-in-law for nothing?
Right now, however, the most important thing to do is also to cure Big Mom.
Auntie, aren't you sick? I'm a doctor, let me help you. You're the one who's sick, your whole family is sick.
Auntie was so anxious and angry that she grabbed a basket of vegetables and slammed it in his face.
However, Lin Dong's physical qualities were exceptional and he easily dodged it. Then, pointing at the wobbly older woman, she laughed, "Isn't your leg fine? It doesn't look like it's been hit at all." Upon hearing this, the older woman froze for a moment.
This was followed by the realization that he had revealed himself. 1 second, she was clutching her leg for dear life.
The next second, it straightened up. Little cutie.
All can see that she's touching.
Ha, this old woman, she can't pretend anymore. Boy, that was a brilliant move. Come on, auntie, you've been poked and prodded, so stop acting.
You're old and you're not ashamed.
Big Mama was told off inside and out by a group of people.
With a big red face on top, he gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Dong. If it wasn't for this kid's meddling, $30,000 would already be in hand. Lin Dong was also too lazy to bother with such people. Turning around, he looked at the dumbfounded Chu Xiaoxiao.
Pretty girl, do you have something else? Grab and go. Oh, yeah.
Hearing these words, Chu Xiaoxiao woke up like a dream. It just occurred to her that there was an important client waiting for her.
Sir, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you just now. Can you add a WeChat? I'll treat you to dinner later. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth hooked. Isn't that what he's waiting for?
Unexpectedly, just at this time, that Big Mom was infuriated, directly lying on top of the front end of Chu Xiaoxiao's Audi A4L.
I'm not living. Even if I turn into a ghost, I won't let go of you, dog couple. Everyone was dumbfounded. I didn't realize that the older woman was so shameless. The bumper sticker fails and doesn't go away, it's just a straight up scoundrel. I don't want 50,000, just 30,000. Give me 30,000 and I'll leave immediately. Hearing this, Lin Dong almost laughed in anger. It's all torn apart and she's still not dead.
Chu Xiaoxiao similarly furrowed her brows. Then, subconsciously, he looked towards Lin Dong with eyes full of help.
Auntie, honestly, I admire you. You have the fortitude to go into business, and what's the matter with Big Marco and Little Marco? Alas, what a pity.
Lin Dong shook his head with a regretful expression.
Big Mom was a little puzzled. What's wrong with this kid? Isn't it just a yin and yang? Why are you praising yourself all of a sudden? I think that an actor of your caliber would be paid more than $30,000 for an appearance. I'll do the honors here and give you that amount.
Lin Dong raised a finger high.
The crowd was a little uncertain when they saw this. The Big Mom also frowned slightly and carefully said, 10,000? Isn't it a bit less? Or is it 100,000?
At the thought that Lin Dong was going to give him $100,000, the Big Mom's eyes were glazed over and her harums flowed all over the place.
It's a good deal.
Unexpectedly, Lin Dong shook his head and quoted a figure that she could not refuse.
It's $1 million. Chapter 81, you've been given a chance and you're not using it. What?
When these words came out, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. It was not that he doubted that Lin Dong could not afford to give so much money. After all, the other party drove a Primera, the license plate was still 5/8, it should be very rich. However, to give so much money to the bumper car lady for no reason, I'm afraid my head is not kicked by a donkey, right?
This gentleman, you take it easy.
Chu Xiaoxiao was worried that Lin Dong would go to his head and do something irrational, and subconsciously wanted to dissuade him. Lin Dong turned his head with a smile and extended his right hand towards her.
Beauty, lend me the car keys. Ha!
Chu Xiaoxiao was violently stunned, somewhat unsure. However, she still trusted Lin Dong and gave him the car keys. In the next moment, Lin Dong opened the car door and sat his butt on the driver's seat of the Audi A4L, revealing a harmless smile.
Big Mom suddenly got a chill down her back and had a bad feeling. Auntie, I'll definitely give you that $1 million.
But not in soft money, but in plutonium. Don't worry, I'll burn them for you one by one. The next moment, Lin Dong slammed on the gas and
boom!
The engine hissed madly.
This dude is playing for real. Dare I say it's this $1 million, this old woman, how can I spend it all?
1 million plutonium coins, it takes half a day to burn it.
Look, he's on the gas.
It was not until this moment that everyone realized what Lin Dong meant.
Sense, it's an early retirement for Big Mama. You're crazy.
The older woman was lying on her back in the Audi, her body following the bodywork with a shaky, panicked look. Looking at Lin Dong again, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Eyes full of madness, without the slightest fear.
Crazy, this man is absolutely crazy. He's really going to run me over.
The next moment, the older woman suddenly felt a herniated disc in her lower back. The Audi spun its wheels and jacked her right off.
Holy! Big Mama let out a scream of terror and pranced up. That speed, faster than Bolt. Before anyone could see what was going on, she jumped onto the sidewalk next to her. Then, sitting on his butt, his face went white. Crunch!
The Audi wheeled into the street teeth and came to a steady stop. Lin Dong also got out of the car, put his hands in his pockets, and walked over to the big mom.
Auntie, you've been given a chance and you're not up to it. That's $1 million. Just bump it and you'll eat and drink for the rest of your life. The corners of Big Mama's mouth twitched, still in shock.
The others nearly tensed when they heard this.
But there's nothing wrong with that statement. If you go down there, won't you have nothing to eat or drink? $1 million medals, how long will that take? In the future, will you still touch the porcelain?
No, no more touching, never again. The older woman was in shock and shook her head.
That's right. Whenever you want that $1 million, just tell me. The last thing I need as a person is money.
The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. Big Mom, on the other hand, was stunned and scared to death.
Then, in full view of everyone, hurriedly limped in grayed out. Couldn't even be bothered to pick up the basket of vegetables on the floor. Well done, lad. That's how such a person should be treated. Pretty girl, why don't you hurry up and show some respect? The young man has done you a great favor. The crowd was almost about to make Chu Xiaoxiao give her body to her. Thanks. I don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for you. Chu Xiaoxiao's pretty face was red. Today, if not for Lin Dong's appearance. With her brain, she's sure to avoid breaking the bank. Afterward, come back to chagrin. Ahem, actually, I have a bad thing going. What?
Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on. Lin Dong pointed at the Audi and awkwardly said, I just crashed into a roadstone and accidentally broke the bumper.
Ah.
Chu Xiaoxiao was startled for a moment. Then, on her heels, she trotted past.
Sure enough, the bumper fell off. This makes the car no way to get on the road.
Although, it won't cost much to fix.
However, she was in a hurry to meet a client and was running out of time. This is what to do. Chu Xiaoxiao looked anxious.
Lin Dong suddenly spoke, Beauty, where are you going? I will send you there.
Is that okay?
Chu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment. In the end, it was a decisive nod and a handful of hands sitting in the co-pilot's seat of the Primera. Lin Dong sized up Chu Xiaoxiao with his afterimage. This beautiful woman has a better body than expected. Especially those straight and white legs, together, as if they were a pair of alabaster chopsticks.
What's wrong? No, it's fine.
Lyndon coughed twice and fastened his seatbelt.
Where are you going, beautiful? Tahoe Park. Such a coincidence? I happen to be going there for dinner as well. Lin Dong's eyes lit up.
Then, with a smile, he said, Sit tight, I drive a little fast.
Good. Chu Xiaoxiao was filled with worry and did not even pay much attention to what Lin Dong said. In the next second, a strong feeling of pushing back hit. Outside the car window, the scenery changed one after another. The Primera took to the road like a wild horse out of control. After driving for so long, Lin Dong's car skills, too, were skillful to a certain level. Even, it can be operated with one hand. The other hand is still free to do something else. At this time, Chu Xiaoxiao realized that Lin Dong's car was far more expensive than his own Audi A4L. The top-of-the-line Primera, at least $2 or $3 million. Beauty, it's the place. Aren't you meeting a client? Get out of the car.
In the blink of an eye, the Primera came to a stop. Chu Xiaoxiao turned her head to look out the window.
Sure enough, Tahoe Park arrived. Trouble.
Chu Xiaoxiao said thank you. Then, without any regard for personal image, she stepped on her slender heels and ran straight for the door. Looking at the other parties hurried back, Lin Dong smiled.
The other side.
Chu Xiaoxiao arrived at the agreed-upon private room. As soon as he entered, he saw a table full of food and a middle-aged Mediterranean man with an impatient face.
Ms. Chu, our appointment is at 12 noon. You're already 5 minutes late.
The man chided with an angry face. Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned red and she was somewhat at a loss for words. Then, he hastily opened his mouth to apologize. I'm really sorry, Governor Zhao, I ran into a bit of trouble on the way.
What's the trouble, more than eating?
Honestly, with your company's size and qualifications, it's hard to take out a $5 million loan.
I didn't realize that you still took it so lightly. Now, I'm in a tough spot.
As the head of the Tianhai Bank branch, there are many people begging him to do things.
Which one of you didn't wait half an hour earlier? This Chu Xiaoxiao is good. Not only was he late, but he looked like he was in a hurry. It was clear that he didn't give a damn about him. Originally, he was less inclined to approve this loan. Now, even more so, I can't even eat. Snap. Zhao Jinling's face turned cold as he directly got up and walked away. Ms. Chu, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. About the loan, in the future, you don't want to come to me. Chapter 82, Drunkenness. Zhao Jinling's tone was serious to the extreme.
Chu Xiaoxiao was instantly struck by lightning, staring blankly at Zhao Jinling who walked out, her small face turning white.
Reacting, he rushed up to apologize. Governor Zhao, I'm sorry. Let's talk again. Zhao Jinling harbored a bellyful of fire and ignored Chu Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, just as he went out, he met an acquaintance. Lin Xiao? Why are you here? You are.
Seeing this Mediterranean who greeted him warmly, Lin Dong was dumbfounded. Zhao Jinming saw the hesitation in Lin Dong's eyes and smiled sarcastically. Then, offered to come forward and shake hands.
Young Lin is truly a nobleman. I'm the president of the Tianhai City Bank branch. Last time you went to the bank to do business, I was the one who received you.
Oh, it's you.
Lin Dong slapped his head. Finally, it occurred to me that I had seen this man somewhere. I didn't realize that he remembered himself after just one trip to do business. As a matter of fact, Zhao Jinming not only remembered Lin Dong, but also almost regarded him as an ancestor. That bank card of Lin Dong's was constantly making large purchases, and there were funds coming in. Now, the balance is even coming to $1 billion. He'd been trying to find an opportunity to butter up this important client, but hadn't had the chance. I didn't expect to meet here today. Governor Zhao, what are you?
Lin Xiao, just call me old Zhao, I'm here to do some business. Zhao Jinming's face was full of pleasing smiles.
It was a far cry from the bossy governor just a moment ago. Okay, you do it then.
Lin Dong nodded casually and did not intentionally make friends.
Unexpectedly, just as he turned around, he saw the fiery Chu Xiaoxiao. Governor Zhao, please wait. Give me another chance.
Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Hearing Chu Xiaoxiao shout out the 3 words Governor Zhao, he immediately understood the reason.
Dare I say it, the big client she was talking about was Zhao Jinming. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry, today, I might not have time to treat you to dinner. Next time for sure.
Seeing that Lin Dong was also here, Chu Xiaoxiao hurriedly apologized. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head.
It's alright, a loafer like me is free whenever he can. As long as Ms. Chu doesn't forget me.
Chu Xiaoxiao's pretty face reddened, and her heart was a bit overwhelmed.
Lin Xiao, Ms. Chu is your friend? Zhao Jinming's heart thumped.
In front of Chu Xiaoxiao, he had just thrown off his face.
It can't be that coincidental, can it? Friends, not so much. That's good. I should be considered her benefactor, can't you see she keeps thanking me? Ha! Zhao Jinming was dumbfounded. Ha, just kidding.
Lin Dong smiled faintly. Afterwards, he looked at Chu Xiaoxiao.
Don't you mind, Ms. Chu?
Chu Xiaoxiao hastily shook her head.
Gee, look at the mess this has made.
Miss Chu, I'm really sorry just now, much obliged, much obliged. In the next second, Zhao Jinming changed his arrogance from what he had just seen and took the initiative to lower his stance and apologize to Chu Xiaoxiao.
I had a few too many drinks and said a few drunken things.
Don't worry, there's no problem at all with that loan from your company. When we get back, I'll get you guys approved right away, so put your mind at ease.
Chu Xiaoxiao's gaze was first stunned. Immediately afterward, there was an inward burst of ecstasy. In order to get this $5 million loan, she had to run around and ask a lot of people before she could get this powerful Governor Zhao. As a result, because of his own mistake, he was almost about to make a big mistake. Unexpectedly, once Lin Dong appeared, the peak turned around. Governor Zhao not only forgave her fault, but also promised on the spot to pass the approval in the afternoon. It was a surprise. Thank you, Governor Zhao. Where? The one you should be thanking is Lin Xiao.
Zhao Jinming nodded his head and smiled, his eyes intentionally looking towards Lin Dong.
Chu Xiaoxiao is no cutie pie either.
At a glance, Zhao Jinming was so respectful to Lin Dong that he was close to offering him up as an ancestor. The reason why he had changed his words was also entirely due to Lin Dong's face. At that moment, Chu Xiaoxiao was even more ashamed. Lin Dong had been helping her, and she had nothing to show for it.
Old Zhao, that's where you're wrong.
Right at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly coughed dryly twice and frowned slightly.
Public is public, private is private. How can you just agree to this because I know Miss Chu? You make it sound like I owe you a favor. Zhao Jinming froze for a moment. Then thought that he had done a good job.
How did it sound? But instead, it had upset Lin Dong. You should know that Lin Dong had deposited $1 billion in their bank. It would be too late to regret if you upset Lin Dong and deposited the money in another bank.
Lin, young Lin, it's my fault, it's my negligence.
Why don't we do this, just in time for dinner? We'll sit down and have a nice chat and I'll toast you with a few drinks.
Zhao Jinming was shy and flattered in every way.
Knowing that the fire was almost ready, Lin Dong waved his hand.
Dinner is not necessary, I will personally pay a visit later when I am free. In this case, consider it a favor I owe you.
After saying these words, Lin Dong's gaze fell on Chu Xiaoxiao. A man like Zhao Jinming was the best at reading people's words, so how could he not see that Lin Dong's drunken intentions were not alcohol?
Then I won't bother Shaolin and Miss Chu.
I'll be right back, helping Miss Chu with her business. Zhao Jinming laughed and drew himself away, afraid of spoiling Lin Dong's good deed. Seeing that this fellow was so insightful, Lin Dong nodded and gave him a point in his heart.
Coo. It was at this moment that Lin Dong's empty stomach once again rang. Puff. Chu Xiaoxiao guffawed.
Afterwards, he took the initiative to invite, Mr. Lin, I've ordered a table full of dishes, if you don't mind, go and try them.
Just in time for me to thank you properly.
Lin Dong naturally would not refuse the invitation of a beautiful woman and immediately nodded his head.
Then I am flattered. Chapter 83, Be My Secretary. The two walked into the booth. Sure enough, on the dining room table, a delicious dish was left intact and still steaming hot. Old Zhao, this person, has a quick temper, don't mind it, Miss Chu. But then again, he has no mouth of his own. So many dishes, it's cheap. Lin Dong sat on the chair with a big smile and ate it beautifully. While eating, he also said, by the way, at the risk of asking, what's your approximate monthly salary now? Any interest in coming to me, as a secretary or something? Secretary? Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were stunned. Never in a million years did he expect that Lin Dong would suddenly make this request. Although, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Dong's background was unfathomable. Being his secretary allows you to make several times as much money and have access to higher-end resources. However, when she thought of the internet, those unseemly relationships between bosses and secretaries, Chu Xiaoxiao again hesitated for a while. No, Lin Dong also has ulterior motives, doesn't he? Though, she was 26 years old, and her peers had married and raised children long ago. But, until now, she's been a yellow girl. In the past, there have been a number of men who have pursued her. However, because of family and work reasons, none of them were allowed to die. She'd almost forgotten about falling in love. Right now, after hearing Lin Dong say this, he was at a bit of a loss for words. Across the dining room table, Lin Dong was still wolfing it down. Recruiting a secretary or something, he just mentioned it off the top of his head. Nor did he expect that Chu Xiaoxiao would ramble on so much. It didn't matter much to him to have one more secretary and one less woman. He just thought that Chu Xiaoxiao was quite eye-catching. Keeping it around will put him in a good mood. Later on, it can also help him with some business matters. However, if the other party refused, he would not force the issue and pretend that nothing had happened. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiaoxiao took Lin Dong's thoughtless words seriously. After thinking for a moment, he solemnly said, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, I'm quite satisfied with the current salary of this job, and Governor Zhao just helped me with a $5 million loan, a project that I have to follow up on. Oh, like that? Then I can tell him to cancel. Lin Dong didn't even lift his head and faintly came up with this sentence. Ha! Chu Xiaoxia froze for a moment. Then, the look was visibly tense. Ha, just kidding. Lin Dong laughed out loud. When Chu Xiaoxiao saw this, she realized that he was playing a trick on her. Couldn't help but be relieved. Just now, she had reported the news back. If, at this time, Lin Dong came with a hand in the cauldron, then she can't even quit if she doesn't want to. Phew, that scared me. Chu Xiaoxia, somewhat shocked, patted her chest. Lin Dong smiled and said, Ms. Chu, don't let me eat alone, you move your chopsticks as well. Aha! Chu Xiaoxiao smiled lightly. It had been a long day and she was starving. What's more, ordering this table cost her $7,000 or $8,000. It feels like a loss when you don't eat more. It's delicious. Chu Xiaoxiao picked up a piece of steamed sea bass and put it into her mouth. The fish melts in your mouth and the fresh flavor fills your entire mouth. Immediately afterward, she took a bite of Yangzhou lion's head. As a result, I almost got burned because I moved too fast. Phew! Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao look like she had never seen the world, Lin Dong smiled faintly. There was a time when he was like that, every dish, he wanted to taste what it tasted like. Now, even a place like Tahoe Park was just a family affair for him. If Miss Chu likes it, in the future, we can come out to eat more often. But this table costs $7,000 or $8,000. Don't worry, it's on me. Hearing that Lin Dong wanted to treat him, Chu Xiaoxiao subconsciously wanted to agree. But in the end, it was a rational shake of the head. Don't bother, Mr. Lin. You've helped me so much, I should be the one to treat you, how can I make you pay for it? Lin Dong smiled. He knew that Chu Xiaoxiao was heartbroken about money. It's just that he doesn't understand how an elite in the workplace can live so frugally. Could it be that there is something difficult to say? Lin Dong was somewhat curious in his heart. But not much more was asked. After all, this was Chu Xiaoxiao's privacy. If Chu Xiaoxia didn't say anything, it would be more or less presumptuous to venture to ask. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the box. Sir, you can't go in without an appointment. Why can't I go in? My daughter is in there. Sir, if you keep this up, I'll call security. Get the hell out of here. Chu Xiaoxiao, get the hell out. What? Hearing this voice, Chu Xiaoxiao was struck by lightning, her face swished white, and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground. What is it, Miss Chu? Lin Dong frowned and realized that the situation was not right. Next. Bang! A heavy thud came through the door. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man wearing a blue ragged shirt and somewhat crazy broke into the box. A pair of bull's eyes and a mole on his face. Seeing that Chu Xiaoxiao still had this table of good wine and good food, he was furious and pointed at Chu Xiaoxiao's nose and cursed loudly and angrily. Damn, it's good to eat. I'm drinking the northwest wind at home, but you're good, you're eating and drinking here, I'll ing kill you. The man swung his arm round and threw it towards Chu Xiaoxiao's cheek.
Chu Xiaoxiao's pupils shrunk, her brain went blank, and she actually forgot to dodge. That slap taken, not to mention disfigurement, would definitely result in a concussion. In the nick of time, a silhouette quickly flashed out and grabbed the man's wrist. The middle-aged man froze. Turning his head, he realized that it was Lin Dong. Where's the white boy from? Get lost. What's it to you if I teach my own daughter a lesson? If you don't get out of the way, I'll even clean you up. The middle-aged man cursed and came up and labeled Lin Dong as a little white boy. Then, it was time to draw the arm back. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong's strength was much greater than he had imagined. Even with all his strength, he still couldn't move. You, get loose. At this time, Chu Xiaoxiao also came back to her senses and said in annoyance, Who is your daughter? Liang Taizhu, how much longer are you going to make a scene? It was the first time that Lin Dong had seen Chu Xiaoxiao get angry. Unfortunately, men don't know better. Instead, it came on even more. Everyone in the neighborhood knows that I spent so much money to marry your mom back then. Whose daughter are you if not mine? If I hadn't taken pity on you orphans and widows, you'd be dead somewhere. Hurry up and tell him to loosen his hands, quick. Ouch. Seeing Liang Taizhu still shouting there, Lin Dong coldly grunted and fiercely exerted his force, directly pressing the other party against the wall, an old face coming into close contact with the wall. Ouch, that hurts. Chapter 84, Scumbag Stepfather. The waiter froze at the sight. Hesitating, he volunteered, Sir, do I need to call the police for you? Lin Dong shook his head. No, a little something I can handle. As for the smashed stuff, put it on my tab. The waiter nodded and left with a sense of humor. Right at this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao's voice as thin as a mosquito fly came from behind. Mr. Lin, thank you. Why don't we just let him go first? Lin Dong nodded. Unexpectedly, just as he let go, Liang Taizhu violently turned around and tried to punch him. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had expected this to happen. A double kick that sends Liang Taizhu straight into the corner. This time, the other party finally couldn't stand up. Fight me? Oh. Lin Dong gave a cold snort of disdain. Afterwards, he turned his head to look at Chu Xiaoxiao. Ms. Chu, if I'm not mistaken, he's your stepfather, right? Aha! Chu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and reluctantly nodded her head, tears faintly welling up in the corners of her eyes. Now you know to admit it, what did you just do? Chu Xiaoxiao, I'm telling you, if you don't pay today, I'm not finished with you. Liang Taizhu shivered and stood up, and even tried to move against Chu Xiaoxiao. It was obvious that in the past, he hadn't scolded Chu Xiaoxiao much. No wonder, Chu Xiaoxiao was so strong in nature. Turns out, it was all forced. What do you want? Lin Dong's gaze was chilled as he immediately stepped forward and blocked the front. Liang Taizhu thumped in his heart and snapped back his hand. You, what kind of tale are you pretending to be? Chu Xiaoxiao, don't think that I can't control you just because you found a man. As long as I'm not divorcing your mom, I'm your father. Liang Taizhu didn't dare to stay any longer after he had put in his hard words. Shamelessly, he extended his hand towards Chu Xiaoxiao. Hurry up and pay up. It's all set up over there, just waiting for me. Lin Dong was slightly stunned. Vaguely, he understood why Chu Xiaoxiao was so diligent and thrifty. Afterward, he saw Chu Xiaoxiao, with a reluctant face, take out a bunch of banknotes from her bag. At least a couple of thousand. Liang Taizhu didn't even look at it and snatched it away. After counting, he was still complaining, Bah, why is it only 15,000? Don't you make quite a bit of money as a director? Chu Xiaoxiao shook her head, not wanting to bother with Liang Taizhu. Or rather, don't want to see each other. Just hope he gets his money and leaves in a hurry. I didn't realize that a backing down would not be replaced by a wide open sea. Liang Taizhu's eyes rolled back in his head and he became more aggressive. Don't you have another car? Give me the keys. Sell it for $178,000, just enough to pay off the old man's debts. Damn, what a bad hand these days, losing every single one. Today, I have to win it all back. It turned out that Liang Taizhu wanted so much money, not to take it back to subsidize his family. Instead, he's in debt because he owes too much money at the casino. Moreover, every time he got money from Chu Xiaoxiao, the first thing he did was to continue gambling. Debt just snowballs and snowballs. Chu Xiaoxia didn't want to fill this bottomless pit either. But if she didn't give it, Liang Taizhu would beat her mother violently if he couldn't find her. So, in the end, she had to suffer through it all in silence. All the salary earned every month goes to pay off the debt. Unexpectedly, now, Liang Taizhu hit the idea to the car. This was something that she could never agree to. No, I don't own that car, the company loaned it to me. I'm going to drive it and go out on business. So it is. Lin Dong nodded in sudden realization. Originally, he had wondered how Chu Xiaoxiao, who was so frugal, could drive an Audi. Turns out, only the right to use it. However, Liang Taizhu didn't think so. For you to use, isn't it yours? Don't try to cheat me. Hurry up and get the key out, or you're not getting out of this door. Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lips, as if blood was dripping from her heart. Clearly, she could have a bright future.
Now, it's a lifetime of deep muck. Liang Taiju, can you promise that this is the last time you ask me for money? It's the only car I have. With tears in her eyes, Zhu Xiaoxiao uttered a sentence that even she did not believe. Without a hint of hesitation, Liang Taiju patted his chest and swore, I promise, this is the last time. Good daughter, give me the car, and from now on, I'll never ask you for money again. Seeing Liang Tieju's hungry appearance, Zhu Xiaoxiao's heart was like a knife. Immediately afterward, clutching the set of car keys, he took them out of his bag. Give it to me, give it to me. Liang Tieju's eyes glazed over when he saw the car keys. As soon as the car is sold, he'll have the money. By then, $200,000, straight into 2 million. 20 million, maybe even 200 million. Thinking about it a little bit, Liang Taiju went crazy with joy, and his saliva flowed all over the place. However, just then. Wait. Lin Dong frowned and directly snatched the key. Zhu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were stunned. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong would make this move. Miss Chu, you know very well that after you get the money, he will take it to gamble. Why do you still indulge him again and again? Are you willing to be a slave for the rest of your life? You obviously could have cut ties with him. This. Zhu Xiaoxia bit her lips tightly. These words from Lin Dong had undoubtedly poked at her sore spot. Why wouldn't she want to break it off? It's just that Liang Taiju let slip his harsh words. Kill her mother whenever she doesn't listen. You can't be cruel, so let me help you. Lin Dong snorted coldly and looked at Liang Taiju with unkind eyes. Liang Taiju, from now on, Zhu Xiaoxiao won't give you a single penny, and you shouldn't harass her anymore. Otherwise, I promise, I'll leave you paralyzed in bed for the rest of your life. What? Liang Tieju's brain buzzed. He could see that Lin Dong was a ruthless man and did what he said. But how does one pay his debts if he has no money? Liang Tieju's face changed for a while, and then, he directly went out. Zhu Xiaoxiao, don't think that you'll be fine if you find a white boy to back you up. As long as you are the daughter of the old man for one day, that money, you should pay it back. You don't want your mom to be serving dishes and sweeping up trash at her age, do you? What do you mean, what happened to my mom? Hearing these words, Zhu Xiaoxiao could no longer hold back. Never imagined that she would give Liang Taiju more than $10,000 a month, and her mother would have to go out to work, doing the hardest and most tiring work. These were things that her mother never told her. Ha, who made you my daughter? It's up to you to help me pay back this money. Liang Taiju smiled coldly and broke the pot. Since ancient times, a father's debt is paid by his son. If you really can't pay, debt collectors come to your door. Those who suffered would only be Zhu Xiaoxiao and her mother. Chapter 85 Gambling Debts. Scum, you are scum. Liang Taiju, get lost. Zhu Xiaoxiao broke down emotionally and couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly had an idea when he heard this. Wait. Isn't it just a gambling debt? Liang Taiju, as long as you take me to that casino, I'll pay back the money you owe, and I'll give you this car. Hearing this, Liang Taiju immediately brightened up. I didn't see that Lin Dong was still a dog licker. Surprisingly, he paid back the money for Zhu Xiaoxiao out of his own pocket. It's like pie in the sky for him. Okay, if you can, you guys follow me. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? Can't give him any more money, he's a liar. You've already helped me so much, I can't hurt you anymore. Zhu Xiaoxiao subconsciously pulled Lin Dong's arm, her eyes filled with worry. Lin Dong had treated her so well that she didn't even know how to repay the other party. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong simply smiled gently. Anything that money can solve is not a problem. Besides, you think, I'm the kind of cutie that gives away money for nothing. Do you? Zhu Xiaoxia was stunned for a moment and shook her head. So this is. Don't worry, I have my own plans, just wait and see. Lin Dong smiled and took the initiative to pull Zhu Xiaoxiao's hand. Zhu Xiaoxiao subconsciously tried to struggle. Nay, she was too weak to break free. And, for some reason, a strong sense of relaxation and security came over me the moment I was grabbed. It was as if, as long as Lin Dong was there, any trouble could be solved. She was a little obsessed with the feeling. For a moment, it was surprisingly hard to let go. Noticing this, Lin Dong could not help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Taking down Zhu Xiaoxiao was already a nail in the coffin. The next step is to address the debt issue. Yo, didn't see it coming, you kid still drives a luxury car. I said how did my daughter look at you, so it's because you got paid to keep her, huh? Just then, the trio stepped outside. Seeing the Porsche Panamera in front of the door, Liang Taiju immediately brightened up his eyes and mouth. When Zhu Xiaoxiao heard this, she immediately frowned. Lin Dong was even more direct. Snap! A kick went out, directly knocking over Liang Taiju, who was pulling the car door. Then, threw a $100 bill in his face. Who let you ride in the car? Get out! Tell me where it is and take a cab there yourself. You! Suddenly kicked in the face, Liang Taiju was a bit annoyed. However, thinking that Lin Dong would have to pay back the money for himself, he still forced himself to endure it and gritted his teeth. It's on the west side of the city, TNHS room. Okay, see you at the door.
Lin Dong snorted coldly, did not even look at Liang Taiju and sat in the driver's seat. Boom! With his foot on the gas, the Paramera sped away. Liang Taiju was sprayed with exhaust fumes, making a blackened face. Blah, blah, blah. Son of a, what the hell? You'll see when the money comes in. Not long after, Lin Dong brought Chu Xiaoxiao to his destination. The west of Tianhai City has never been very developed. The poorer the place, the more chaotic it is. From there, it becomes a hotbed for such industries as chess rooms and massage parlors. Lin Dong barely searched before he saw a chess room with a lot of people and lights. This is it. Chu Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. A good girl like her has never been to a place like this. For a while, it was hard not to be a little intimidated. Luckily, the small hand was held by Lin Dong with some sense of security. Not long after, Liang Taiju arrived late. Standing in front of the Tianhe chess room, he stretched his neck and kept looking inside. Business is good today. If you go in there and play a couple of tricks, you'll make a fortune. All in debt, and he's even thinking about gambling. Sure enough, the words of a betting dog can never be trusted. Go! Lin Dong pushed Liang Taiju and walked into the chess room. A few punks obviously recognized Liang Taiju, and once they saw him, they couldn't help but flirt. Yo, brother Liang is rich again? Just now brother Scar was talking about you, when are you going to pay back the money you owe? That's a nice chick behind your ass, it's not your daughter, is it? Sister, do you want to play a couple games with your brother? Ha ha ha. Faced with these people's flirting, Liang Tieju's face was a little embarrassed. Especially, it was also in front of Chu Xiaoxiao, feeling very disgraced. Off, don't make fun of me. Where's Scar? Tell him to come out, someone wants to pay me back. Hearing this, the few punks froze for a moment. Someone paid off Liang Tieju's gambling debt? Are you out of your mind? That's over $100,000, not a dozen. Lin Dong, why don't we just forget about it? $100,000 is too much. Hearing that number, Chu Xiaoxiao also regretted it. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Dong grabbed Chu Xiaoxiao's small hand and gently smiled. The latter bit his lip, which was reassuring. Okay, you guys wait. It's rare that someone would pay back Liang Taiju. A punk spat and walked backwards with a smile on his face. In his opinion, Liang Taiju was here to give away money. Even if someone paid off his $100,000 gambling debt for him, they also have a million ways to keep this guy gambling and owing. Liang Taiju is their ATM. Not long after, a scar-faced middle-aged man walked out with people. I think he is the owner of the Tianhe chess room. Scarab. Liang Taiju was all smiles. A handful of years old and as humble as you want to be. Old Liang, I heard you're going to pay back the money? Okay, I'll do the math for you. Scarface had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, sitting on his butt in a chair, holding a thick stack of IOUs. They're all IOUs written by gamblers like Liang Taiju. On the 15th of last month, you lost $20,000 with me. On the 18th of last month, you lost $8,000. 25 last month, you owe $10,000. On the 1st of this month, you owe $7,000. It adds up to $360,000. $360,000? Brother Scar, this account isn't right. Liang Taiju was confused. He remembers exactly how much he borrowed. How can there be $360,000? What's wrong? I obviously only owe $100,000. Where did I get over $300,000? Hearing this, Scarab was filled with impatience and slapped the note on the table. If the old man says $360,000, it's $360,000. The extra, the interest. I'm telling you, if you don't pay up today, don't even think about leaving this door. Scarab finished with a fierce look on his face. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw Chu Xiaoxiao, who was hiding behind Lin Dong. He was so wide-eyed that his mouth almost watered. Agu, is this your daughter? Not bad looking. Tell you what, give me your daughter and I'll wipe you a fraction, just pay back $300,000. The rest, consider it a dowry from me. Well. Chapter 86, from now on, you're free. As soon as Scarface's words fell, a few punks on the side immediately surrounded Chu Xiaoxiao, with an impish smile on their faces. You, what are you doing? Chu Xiaoxiao clasped her hands to her chest, her face filled with vigilance. I'm warning you, don't mess around. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Call the police? I shucks. Scarface spat out the smoke in his mouth with a mouthful and said viciously, even if the cops come, it's him who owes me money first, and the first one to be arrested is your father. After saying that, Scarface turned his head and looked at Liang Taiju. How's that for an offer? Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Liang Taiju in a daze, having an ominous premonition. As expected, Liang Taiju barely hesitated before directly nodding his head. Okay, 300,000 is 300,000. But can I have 2 more bets? Pretty girl, you heard me, your dad wants to sell it himself, it's not my fault. Scarface laughed and walked forward, opening his arms, about to embrace Chu Xiaoxiao. Let me smell how good you smell, hey! Bang! The next moment, a heavy punch landed in his face. Straight out of a panda's eye. Scarface shook his head, barely awake.
Afterward, he couldn't help but break out in curses. Damn, who dares to hit me? Soon, he heard a voice of deja vu. Scarface, you're so powerful, does one who know? Scarface froze at first. Immediately afterward, one could see Lin Dong's face clearly. At once, trembling, he took off. You're Lin Dong. Tiger's friend? Dong, what is this wind that brings you here? It's really a case of a family not recognizing a family. Scarface was all smiles. How arrogant he was just now, how humble he is now. Lin Dong was not accustomed to him either, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Still a family? Today, if I wasn't here, would you still want to be in a cave? As the words fell, Lin Dong shone his light on Scarface's stomach and kicked over. Ouch! Scarface screamed miserably and fell heavily to the ground, covering his stomach while sucking in cool air. However, it did not dare to have a seizure. Previously, at the Blue Demoness bar, he had seen with his own eyes how respectful Tiger was to Lin Dong. Scar, you know this little white boy? Liang Taiju was dumbfounded. Originally, it was thought that Lin Dong was an ingrate. I didn't realize that it was a big shot that even Scarface couldn't afford to mess with. As soon as he heard Liang Taiju's words, Scarface became anxious. Straight away, he climbed up and snapped 2 slaps at Liang Taiju, beating him into a pig's head. What the are you talking about? This is Tiger's brother, my big brother. It's an honor to have my big brother look at your daughter. And ing little white boy, today, I'm going to beat you into an old sow. Before the words left his mouth, Scarface was about to make his move and teach Liang Taiju a lesson for Lin Dong. He could already tell that Lin Dong was Chu Xiaoxiao's backer. As long as he performed well, once Lin Dong was happy, he would also reward him with the same 3 dates as he rewarded Tiger. Wait. Right at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly raised his hand and stopped Scarface. Liang Taiju thought he was saved, and was excited to the point of no return. Lin Dong, no, brother Dong, it's because I'm blind, don't take it personally. Xiao Xiao, from now on, you'll serve brother Dong well and make him happy. I followed suit. Seeing her stepfather being so shameless, Chu Xiaoxiao was a bit groundless. Subsequently, the thought of being able to be with Lin Dong was followed by a vague sense of anticipation and inferiority. Dong, what are your instructions? Scarface bowed his head like a pug. Lin Dong smiled faintly, pointed at Liang Taiju and asked, just now, how much did you say he owed you? 36, no, 11,000. Scarface was in the middle of his sentence when he hastily changed his words. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong shook his head. Just 360,000, no, I'll give you 400,000. What the hell? Scarface was confused. On the condition that from now on, you keep an eye on him. Whenever he goes into the casino, beat the out of him every time you see him and beat him until he's half out of his mind. Scarface's eyes lit up when he heard that. It's a good job. And make money and beat people up. After hearing this, Liang Tieju's face was ashen, and he sat on his butt on the ground. What's the difference between not letting him gamble and killing him? Luckily, he thought that Lin Dong had a clear conscience and was going to pull his cheap father-in-law. I didn't realize that it was to bring him to his death. What? Scarface, what's the problem? Nope, absolutely not. Promise to finish the job. Scarface shouted, stood at attention and gave a crooked salute. Lin Dong nodded slightly. He can't control punks like Scarface. However, it was still easy to play someone like Liang Taiju in the palm of his hand. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Dong took out his cell phone and transferred an account to Scarface on the spot. Seeing that string of numbers, Scarface's eyes went wide. Originally, he didn't expect to make much money from Liang Taiju at all. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong directly gave him $400,000. It's practically a white pickup. What are you waiting for, little ones? Dong gave the word, greetings. Scarface hemmed and hawed. The next moment, a group of punks stared at Liang Taiju excitedly. That look was like the big bad wolf seeing his little daughter-in-law. Don't you guys, stay away. Daughter, help me. I'm your father. Hearing the pig-killing screams coming from Liang Taiju, Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lips. Just as he wanted to plead for mercy, Lin Dong grabbed her small hand in a death grip and smoothly wrapped it into his arms. You've suffered all these years. From now on, you're free. When we get back, you'll have Auntie get a divorce from him. He wouldn't dare bother you guys again with me around. Hearing those words, Chu Xiaoxiao's petite body shook. Afterward, unable to hold back any longer, he fell onto Lin Dong's shoulder and let out a loud cry. 10 years. It's been 10 whole years since my mother married Liang Taiju. Almost every day of those 10 years, she lived in the shadows, beaten and scolded. Today, at last, relief. Mr. Lin, I. Chu Xiaoxiao was so excited that she was incoherent. Then, standing on her tiptoes, she closed her eyes and sent a fragrant kiss. At once, their lips met. Like a thunderbolt in the sky, it's a one-shot deal. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't even dare to open her eyes because she was shy. It was not until she was about to choke over that she had to push Lin Dong away. Then, a big gasp of air. Phew!
Looking at Chu Xiaoxiao's rosy and delicate face, the corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. These days, he owns a lot of women. However, it was the first time that I had enjoyed this superb product. More crucially, from that kiss just now, it could be seen that Chu Xiaoxiao was clean and had little experience at all. This made Lin Dong want her even more.
Unfortunately, the place is crowded. Not suitable for errands. Chapter 87, I'm on fire. Let's go. Well.
Without looking back, Chu Xiaoxiao followed Lin Dong and left the chess room. Behind him, Liang Taizhu was still begging for mercy. Nay, Chu Xiaoxiao had already made up her mind to cut herself off completely from the past.
For Liang Taizhu's pleas for mercy, he just ignored them. Good day to you, Brother Tung. Brother Dong, if you need anything, just tell me.
Scarface led a group of juniors and respectfully sent Lin Dong out. Afterwards, looking at Chu Xiaoxiao's absolutely beautiful back, he couldn't help but show envious eyes.
This Dong, he's really a lucky man.
If possible, he wanted to swap lives with Lin Dong. Tall, handsome, and so much money, it's perfectly possible to change women every day without repeating the same thing.
It's exciting to think about. This Chu Xiaoxiao, too, is superb.
If something could happen with her, he'd be willing to live 10 years less. Of course, he would only mutter these words in his heart, and would never dare to say anything on his lips. Otherwise, Lin Dong could have screwed him over. A moment later, when Lin Dong drove away, he turned his head and looked at Liang Taizhu, and immediately his face changed.
Damn, that pisses me off.
If you had said earlier that you have a beautiful daughter, what the hell would I bet with you for money?
Little ones, beat me to death. Ah!
In a short while, Liang Taizhu was beaten all over his body.
Let's not even talk about going into the casino. From now on, you'll have to let someone hold you when you pee.
At this moment, his bowels were green with remorse.
If he had known that his daughter was hooking up with Lin Dong, why would he gamble?
How nice to sell your daughter directly to Lin Dong.
The other side. Lin Dong held Chu Xiaoxiao's small hand and got into the Primera.
Without waiting for the other party to speak, a foot of gas went down to the presidential suite of the Dynasty Hotel. All the way, Chu Xiaoxiao had a red face and lowered her head, not daring to speak. She had already guessed what would happen next.
The mood was a little mixed.
Both shy and worried that it was a dream.
I don't know when I'll wake up.
It wasn't until the moment the two of them walked into the room, their clothes half undone, and met honestly that Chu Xiaoxiao realized that this was not a dream.
Lin, Mr. Lin. We're sleeping under the same blanket, and we're still called Mr. Lin?
So, what should I call it? Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lip. Although she was 26 years old, she was still ignorant of the affairs of men and women. When Lin Dong saw this, his eyes showed an extra flash of surprise and amazement.
Chu Xiaoxiao is so pretty, but she's still untouched?
No wonder, you can't hold hands without blushing.
Turns out, she's still intact.
This made Lin Dong even more excited. At the same time, it was secretly decided that this woman would be pampered. The next moment, his two large hands began to caress it.
Chu Xiaoxiao really reacted fiercely, hugging Lin Dong's body tightly with a mesmerized expression. No, don't. Linden didn't listen. Women, you have to listen to the opposite of what you say. Don't means yes, and yes means yes. It was a big, protracted battle. It was a long time before the clouds closed in. Crap, the boss called me a lot.
Chu Xiaoxia looked at her cell phone and sat up straight away in shock. As a result, a tearing pain came, causing her to frown uncontrollably, revealing a pained expression. Seeing this, Lin Dong directly wrapped her into his arms.
Slow down.
There was a rush of hormones unique to men. It was only then that Chu Xiaoxiao realized, just now, how crazy and absurd she had been.
Didn't see that coming, you're pretty wild. What a contrast to your image. Lin Dong teased and scratched Chu Xiaoxiao's nose.
Chu Xiaoxia was a little embarrassed and said, "Alright, stop it. The boss has called me so many times, I'll explain it to him first."
Explain what? What's so great about that Thai class of yours? But Alright, you'll resign tomorrow.
Then, obediently come to my side and become a secretary. Help me with business matters, just when I can't manage it. Lin Dong spoke in a domineering manner. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong still remembered this matter. If it had been before she came to the hotel, she would have refused again. However, now, both her body and mind had been occupied by Lin Dong. After a celestial battle, Chu Xiaoxiao, with a big red face, timidly nodded her head.
Okay, I promise. That's right.
The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as he kissed his vermilion lips.
This piece of meat and potatoes is finally available to him. Come on, as your boss, I'll give you your first assignment. That is, by all means, serve me. Nasty. Chu Xiaoxia gave him an angry look. Afterwards, ruffled his hair a bit and didn't get angry. Lin Dong just wanted to do something. Unexpectedly, a call came in out of the blue. Who? Lin Dong was a little impatient. As a result, when he saw the caller ID person, he was instantly enraged. Mom, what? Is something wrong at home?
but caller is no one else but the mom, Li Xiuqin.
You child, there's nothing going on that mom can't call you about?
No, I didn't mean that. Hearing Lin Dong's coy voice, Zhu Xiaoxiao could not help but want to laugh. Who would have thought that this powerful dong has such a cute side? On the other side of the phone, Li Xiuqin sensed something was wrong. Son, what's with the little girl's voice over there, where are you?
Lin Dong glared at Zhu Xiaoxiao. It's okay mom, I'm watching TV.
Oh, okay.
Li Xiuqin didn't suspect anything.
In her eyes, her own son was the most honest. This is not, in 2 days your grandfather will have a birthday, looking for a big family gathering. Your great uncle, your second uncle, and your aunt are coming. Hearing these few people, Lin Dong immediately frowned. His grandfather, Lin Changsheng, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Lin Xiangwen, the oldest, Lin Xiangwu, the second, Lin Yanyan, the youngest daughter, and his father, Lin Shanshan, the third. Of the 4 families, theirs was the worst mixed up. Every New Year's holiday and family gathering, these people changed their ways to taunt and bully their family.
On the contrary, Lin Shanshan was still an honest man and never talked back.
This led to the fact that Lin Dong had hated these relatives since he was a child. This time, hearing that he had to meet this group of people again on his grandfather's big birthday, Lin Dong instinctively felt a pang of boredom.
Then, couldn't help but give it a hard shot.
Zhu Xiaoxiao yelped in pain.
What's going on over there, son?
What kind of TV are you watching? Why is there a woman crying all the time? Lin Dong glanced at Zhu Xiaoxiao, who was rolling her eyes and subconsciously said, Mom, nothing, I'm just a bit on fire.
I'm on fire right now.
Although Li Xiuqin was skeptical, she didn't think about it. It was imperative to persuade Lin Dong to agree and not to brush off Lin Shangqing's face.
Chapter 88, $200 million, just a sprinkle. Think about it, son.
After all, it's your grandfather's birthday, and your father and I are definitely both going.
If you don't come, we won't lose face. Lin Dong let out a bitter smile.
He knew, of course, that his mother didn't care about face, but she wanted him to visit his hometown. After coming to work at Sky Sea Cadets, he had very little time to go back. It was no wonder Li Xiuqin and Lin Shanshan missed him.
Lin Dong's heart softened and he could only compromise.
Okay, Mom, I'll be back in a couple of days, and I'm sure I won't miss Grandpa's big birthday.
That's right, you get busy.
The moment he hung up the phone, Lin Dong could no longer suppress the evil fire in his heart and began to vent it out. After a long time, the room finally calmed down. Lin Dong took Zhu Xiaoxiao into his arms and stroked her hair while saying, Xiaoxiao, in the next 2 days, I have to prepare a gift and go back to my hometown, so I won't be accompanying you. As for my business, you can go to the Blue Leprechaun bar and look for a man named Zhang Dafa.
Good. Zhu Xiaoxia nodded and didn't make any temper tantrums. Moreover, she wished to help Lin Dong instead of becoming a useless vase. After all, an excellent man like Lin Dong never lacked women. The only way to be his sage with sparkle. It was only by himself that he could remain by his side. As it happens, in the next 2 days, I'll also go back home and help my mom and Liang Taizhu with the divorce procedures. Then, find her a new house to live in. Zhu Xiaoxiao lay on her back in Lin Dong's arms, breathing in the man's burning breath in large gulps. As if, to keep the flavor in mind forever. Lin Dong nodded. Right now, Zhu Xiaoxiao was in dire need of money. Since she had become his woman and was still so sensible, he certainly wouldn't treat the other party poorly. Send me your bank card number, I'll give you a little advance on your paycheck first. Good. Zhu Xiaoxia did not doubt it and sent over the bank card number. Soon, however, her eyes widened and her little mouth opened wide into an O shape. 1 million? Lin Dong, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Where can I get paid so much? Lin Dong was satisfied with the woman's surprised expression, directly hooked her chin and said lightly, Who made you my Lin Dong's personal secretary? What if you don't pay more and run away? Besides, it's only when you're rich that you can find a nice house for your aunt. Hearing Lin Dong mention his mother, Zhu Xiaoxiao was moved beyond words. Who cares about that little hiccup just now? Even if she had to do it 10 more times, she would. Well, you're not done yet. Now, I'm going to punish you. Lin Dong hemmed and hawed and very rudely pressed Zhu Xiaoxiao down. The presidential suite, once again, turned into a fierce battlefield with artillery fire. It was only until Zhu Xiaoxiao was exhausted and surrendered of his own accord that Lin Dong stood up with a sense of satisfaction. I was just about to wash up when my cell phone rang again. Zhang Dafa? What's he calling for? Lin Dong picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, frowning slightly. Zhang Dafa is the manager of the Blue Leprechaun bar and is busy helping him acquire the nightclub. Calling it this time of night should mean something is going on. After glancing at the sleeping Zhu Xiaoxiao, Lin Dong lightly walked out of the room. Then, that's when the call was answered. Lin Xiao, you finally answered the phone. I was so anxious. Hearing Zhang Dafa's panicked tone, Lin Dong could not help but frown. Take your time. Zhang Dafa slowed down for a moment and said with unusual excitement, Lin Xiao, I contacted the owners of a few nightclubs in the neighborhood, and if the price is right, they're all willing to sell. Right now, they're all at the Blue Leprechaun, discussing specifics with me.
I've done some calculations. If we eat up all the several nightclubs, the profit created each year will be at least $10 million.
Well, good.
Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction.
I just wonder, what's their intended sale price? This.
At the mention of the key issue, Zhang Dafa stuttered.
A bit much.
I've done the math, and the stores combined will cost at least $200 million. Thinking that Lin Dong would find it too expensive, Zhang Dafa immediately added, however, you can rest assured that the business of these stores is very good, it won't take 2 or 3 years to pay back the capital, and in the future it will be a pure profit. At that time, if you don't think it will work, I'll let them go now. Just as Zhang Dafa was apprehensive in his heart, thinking that Lin Dong was about to lose his temper.
Did I say no? Who told you to kick people out? Leave them all behind and I'll go over there right now to negotiate the contract. Don't worry, Lin Dong, don't lack money. It's only $200 million in the district, sprinkles.
When he said this, Lin Dong's face did not turn red and his heart did not jump. Obviously, his total assets now only amounted to over $1 billion, and $200 million was already a significant amount of money.
But don't forget, he has a system.
As long as it involves nightly purchases, you can get 10 times the cash back.
200 million spent, 2 billion straight back.
Lin Dong could not help but have his heartbeat accelerate when he thought of this number.
It's a lot more exciting than playing with women. Phew.
Zhang Dafa, on the other end of the phone, similarly breathed a long sigh of relief.
With that came even more shock.
The last time he saw Lin Dong, he still only had $100 million in his bank card. Now, even $200 million is not taken seriously. Could it be that this young Lin has some other deal?
Zhang Dafa didn't dare to think about it. He was afraid that the more he knew, the more dangerous it would be. Dafabet, treat a few bosses well, I'll be right there.
Let's go, Lin Xiao, don't worry, none of them will leave.
Aha! Lin Dong nodded and tightly dressed.
He took one last look at the sleeping Chu Xiaoxiao before walking out of the room. It wasn't long before we arrived at the Blue Siren Bar. A few waiters at the door, once they saw Lin Dong, immediately revealed a bright smile. After Lin Dong took over the bar, he directly doubled their wages. Various benefits and packages are also the same as those of large companies. Even, there is a year-end bonus. When he saw Lin Dong, he definitely had to be more enthusiastic.
Hello, boss.
Well, good for you guys. Lin Dong smiled and waved as he walked straight into the bar.
This is the time when the Blue Siren is at its most lively. Countless men and women danced passionately, and all kinds of DJs slow rocked into the ears. Everybody follow me, hi hi hi.
Feeling the atmosphere, Lin Dong could not help but want to go up and jump twice.
Fortunately, he didn't forget business. Within moments, it was outside the office. Lin Xiao. Zhang Dafa has been waiting for a long time.
Seeing him, he hurriedly greeted him at a trot. Seeing this, several other nightclub owners also enthusiastically stood up and shook hands with Lin Dong.
I didn't realize that young Lin was so young, what a talent. Young Lin, you're a man of the people now, we old guys admire you.
With such a large amount of money, the nightclubs in the entire Tianhai city will sooner or later be taken down by all of Lin Xiao.
Chapter 89 The more you spend, the more you earn.
Upon hearing these polite words, Lin Dong smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, you are welcome, bosses.
There's money to be made together, and more friends, more roads. That way, everyone's business can get better and better.
Hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads. At the same time, the original contempt was put away. I had thought that this kid was a rash person who had no place to spend his money, and that's why he acquired so many nightclubs at once, as a wrongdoer. Now it seemed that this Lin Xiao was not as simple as he thought.
Is it possible that he wants to be the king of nightclubs in Tianhai City? Sit down, everyone.
Lin Dong greeted the crowd with a smile and sat down, while he himself sat in the center, crossing his legs and talking and laughing. Even he himself didn't notice that his temperament, silently, had changed radically. In the past, when he didn't have any money, he was a hangman that everyone looked down on. Nowadays, it's a tens of millions of dollars business when you open your mouth, and you go out to dinner in a Primera. Even among these big bosses, it stands out. Truly the saying goes, money feeds.
Gentlemen, please don't mind if Manager Zhang has any poor hospitality.
Turn around and when the business is done, I'll personally set up a table at the best restaurant in Tianhai City and feast on everyone.
Ha ha ha.
After saying that, Lin Dong picked up his wine glass and drank all the wine in it. The others were not ambiguous, and each of them picked up a glass of wine and drank it down.
Now, they can kind of see it.
This Lin Xiao doesn't care about money at all. Or maybe it's just a number to him, no matter how much money is involved.
He just wants to take down the entire nightclub business in Tianhai City. Become the king of this industry that says it all. Thinking about this, everyone's attitude towards Lin Dong became even more respectful. Since there is such an ambition, there is naturally a corresponding background. Lin Xiao, I'll drink to you. And me, and me. Young Lin, I'm Yu Fei, the owner of the Golden Sands nightclub, long time no see. Lin Xiao.
Zhang Dafa mysteriously came up and whispered, "This is located in the hands of the boss of the Golden Sands nightclub, asking for 95 million, belonging to them to ask for the most ruthless, you can think about it." When he said this, Zhang Dafa still had some meat on his bones. $95 million for a nightclub is too much. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Lin Dong's attitude suddenly warmed up instead. So it's boss Yu, long time no see. Yu Fei was delighted to see this. Originally, he had thought that Lin Dong would be stingy like Zhang Dafa, not willing to spend money. I didn't expect such a warm attitude. Could it be that we've met the god of fortune today? Young Lin, don't worry, I don't have any problems with this nightclub. Although the scale is not the biggest nightclub in Tianhai City, however, the grade is high, the facilities are complete, and there are quite a few of those people coming and going. Yu Fei pointed to the ceiling above his head as he spoke. The crowd was still confused, but Lin Dong immediately understood. Aren't they the dignitaries? No more than some rich socialite. Lin Dong nodded slightly and opened the door. Boss Yu, what is your intended price? This. Yu Fei hesitated for a moment, but still said the original offer. At least $95 million, no less. However, I still have a small-scale mass-market KTV in my hand, so I can give it to Lin Xiao as a change, and it's worth 1 or 2 million in any case. Hearing this, the crowd knew what was going on. The only reason why Yu Fei was so generous was because he wanted to sell Lin Dong a favor. But even if you give away a small store, $95 million is still too high. You can't even use the words inch of land to describe it, it's almost like you have to charge for breathing air. Noticing the crowd's strange eyes, Yu Fei's old face blushed. Just about to ask, and then make concessions. Since Boss Yu is so generous, then I can't be stingy either. Besides, what's the point of letting you give it away for nothing? How about this, I'll offer you $100 million to buy your nightclub and KTV, how about that? Lin Dong smiled faintly and spoke lightly. What? $100 million? This time, it was the turn of a group of bosses to be shocked. They thought that Yu Fei's asking price of $95 million was already a lion's share. As a result, Lin Dong was even more outrageous than him. Not only did he meet his offer, but he also gave him an extra $5 million. Now, it was not Lin Dong who owed Yu Fei a favor. Rather, Yu Fei owed Lin Dong a favor. Lin, young Lin, are you telling the truth? Yu Fei's voice was trembling as he looked at Lin Dong with a flattered expression. One can't be dreaming, can one? Lin Dong smiled and nodded once again. A gentleman's word is his bond. I, Lin Dong, may not be a gentleman, but real money is more convincing. And, as I just said, more friends, more ways. In my opinion, spending a few million more to know a friend like Boss Yu is definitely worth every penny. Lin Dong's words were so trenchant. Straight away everyone was enamored. They never dreamed that they would meet such a valuable person. Where in the world is this cockney? You really don't think of money as money? In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Dong was spending money like water. Unbeknownst to him, the more money he spends, the more money the system will return. Give Yu Fei an extra 5 million, and you can whore out a whole $50 million for nothing. This deal, don't make it worth it. What's wrong with spending money like water? The old man makes money like a waterfall. Or the Great Lushan waterfalls, which flowed 3,000 feet straight down. Ding dong. In full view of the public, Lin Dong was very dry and transferred $100 million to Yu Fei. Not a minute too soon, not a moment too soon. Yu Fei looked excited, looking at the cell phone, and almost couldn't help but shout out to his father. Although, the Sands nightclub is really worth it. But that's a fixed asset. And, he's in desperate need of a cash flow. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a good idea to sell the rooster that placed the order. Now the $100 million actually hit his account. How could he not raise his eyebrows and be overjoyed? Okay, who's next? Lin Dong looked around. In a flash, a dozen hands went up, eyes red. Not long after, Lin Dong signed a contract. Those bosses each made a lot of money and walked out of the Blue Leprechaun with satisfaction. They lost the nightclub though. But the rewards are joy and a whole lot of money. At the same time, Zhang Dafa looked at the contract in his hand and also had red eyes and heavy breathing, almost having a heart attack. 2.5 billion, the whole 2.5 billion. Lin Xiao said to give me a 1% commission, that's $2.5 million. I'm rich too. Zhang Dafa's face was so excited that he pranced and jumped up, living like a big horse monkey. Chapter 90 The Seven Stars Gang, Collecting Protection Money. Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but smile. Right at this moment, the system's ethereal and mysterious beep sounded in his mind. Detected the host spending $100 million at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback success. The bank card arrives at $1 billion. Detected the host spending $10 million at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback success. The bank card arrives with $100 million. Detected the host spending $8 million at a nightclub. Tenfold cashback success. The bank card arrived at $80 million. Every time a beep came, the numbers on Lin Dong's bank card jumped wildly. Finally, came a shocking number. 3.25 billion. Originally there was 1,250 million spent, 750 million left, plus 2.5 billion in cashback.
Phew.
At this moment, even though Lin Dong was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel his heart surge.
What is $3.25 billion?
You can buy $3,250 million luxury cars and drive them every day for 9 years without a change.
And that's in cash.
To put it politely, Lin Dong was already on his way to the peak of his life. Almost everyone who has more money than him is a terrible old man.
Those younger than him have not yet inherited the family business. Most of them are second generation like Chi Wenbin.
Only Lin Dong was both young and rich, a winner in life.
Lin Xiao?
Yu Fei's careful voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Dong came back to his senses and coughed somewhat awkwardly.
Ahem, sorry, boss you, I got distracted just now. Ha, understandable.
Yu Fei did not leave with the others, but deliberately stayed behind to get close to Lin Dong.
However, there is one thing you should be aware of.
With so many nightclubs, the income is high, at least tens of millions of dollars a year.
But the protection fee is a big expense. Protection money?
Lin Dong froze for a moment. He'd never heard that there was any kind of premium fee for opening a nightclub.
Next to it, Zhang Dafa, who was still in ecstasy 1 second, immediately came back to his senses the next 2.
Yes, young Lin, with so many stores, there's a lot of protection fees to pay.
Manager Zhang, make it clear, what protection fee, to whom and how much? Lin Dong frowned. What? Young Lin, you don't know you have to pay protection fees. Zhang Dafa froze for a moment. Yu Fei was also dumbfounded. Which one of them who are in the nightclub business in Tianhai City don't know that they have to pay protection fees to the 7 Stars gang? Before that, watch Linden acquire nightclubs in a big way. They thought that Lin Dong had greeted that side. As a result, Lin Dong was anything but ignorant, asking questions. Lin, young Lin, you must be joking, right? Zhang Dafa smiled back, sweating profusely.
Protection money is something that everyone agrees to pay every year, at least a quarter of their income. That's right, Lin Xiao, like my nightclub, it makes $20 million a year, so it has to pay more than $5 million. It's a bit more, but it's a guarantee that their people won't come and make trouble, for peace and quiet.
Yu Fei also explained from the side.
Lin Dong did not speak and remained frowning.
Bang!
Just then, a sudden noise came from outside.
Good dogs don't get in the way, get out of my way. Know who we are. The 7 Star gang is on business, idle people, hurry up and leave. This is our big brother Tianji, the #1 warrior of the 7 Star gang, chopping from south to north in Tianhai City without batting an eyelid. Get lost if you don't want to die. Ah!
In the bar, the chickens are coming home to roost. Several socialites in gold chains and fancy dress barged in. At the head of the group was an inch-haired man with a steel rod and a scar on his face. The rest of the men were also coming from a bad place, all of them with tiger backs and fierce eyes. Yu Fei's legs went weak with fear when he saw this. It's over, someone must have tipped off the 7 Star gang and spread the word about your acquisition of the nightclub. Lin Xiao, hurry up and prepare the money. Without $30 to $50 million, I'm afraid I can't send these plagues away. Next to him, Zhang Dafa was also sweating profusely and stuttering his words.
Young Lin, don't be impulsive. Money can be earned again, but if your life is gone, it's really gone.
However, Lin Dong remained unmoved. After obtaining the divine fighting technique, his entire being was transformed. Not only was his gaze incomparably sharp, his aura was also sharp. In his eyes, this group of rowdy punks were a bunch of dirtbags. However, Lin Dong did not mind playing with them.
Call out your steward. Hurry up, don't delay me.
The inchman called Tin Chicken sat down on the bar with a big horse and opened himself a bottle of brandy and poured it straight down his throat.
Gobble gobble.
In a short while, a bottle of high-count brandy was directly drained by him in one gulp. And he was like drinking water, not feeling a thing, still playing with the steel rod in his hand. It's enough to see how physically tough he is.
It looks skinny, but it's actually all tendon.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit in the position of the #1 war general of the 7 Star gang.
Damn, what's taking so long?
Tianji suddenly waited with some impatience and violently flung his steel rod.
Bang!
Smashed the glass of the bar directly.
Everyone was scared into silence, their whole body trembling. They're just here to have fun and don't want to get hurt, much less die.
Finally, just as Tianji lost all patience and was about to call someone to smash the store.
Chicken, coming. Just a 20-something white boy, nothing special.
Grandma, making such a big commotion in Tianhai City, acquiring so many nightclubs, and not even coming to 7 Stars to pay homage to the doc, it's clear that you're not giving Brother Xiaonan face.
Today, it's necessary to make him hemorrhage and learn a lesson.
A group of 7 Star gang's horsemen were filled with righteous indignation. However, they do have the backbone to say that. From the day the 7 Star gang was founded, the entire Tianhai City, large and small nightclub business, was under their control. Collecting protection money has become even more of a bunch of unspoken rules. Almost everyone in this business knows that. It's better to mess with the ghosts that block the road than to mess with Chen Nanshan. They, Brother Nam, are the actual underground emperor.
Anyone who sees it has to give it a face. This Lin Dong was good, making such a big commotion and not consulting them was fine. There's no sign of half-paying protection money yet.
It's hard to say without knocking it out of the park. If word gets out, who's afraid of them? Sorry, we're late. Soon, Zhang Dafa shyly smiled and jogged all the way over.
While walking, he also introduced, "This is our boss, Lin Dong."
With a disdainful look on his face, Tianji directly raised his steel rod and pointed it at Lin Dong.
"You're Lin Dong? Know the rules? Don't you know that when you enter a mountain temple, you first kowtow 3 times? Hurry up and don't make me slap you." Lin Dong frowned.
This person was even more arrogant than he had imagined, and even wanted to kowtow to himself as soon as he came up.
But it's not certain who will kowtow to whom today. Chapter 91, Beat to Death.
While Tianji was staring at Lin Dong was also looking him up and down.
It was followed by a frown of disbelief.
In his opinion, since he dared to make a big show of collecting protection fees in Tianhai City to the extent of tens of millions of dollars up and down every year, he must be a powerful character. Even comparable to the Godfather. This field hand in front of me has a fierce face and is full of beatings and killings. No different than a freshly released laborer.
It clearly doesn't fit the image. No. Lin Dong's mind turned electrically.
It was immediately clear that this was just a horseman sent out by the other side to play the front.
As expected, upon seeing Lin Dong's silence, a few punks immediately reported themselves aggressively. "Are you deaf or blind? Didn't you hear our chicken brother give the word for you to kneel down and kowtow 3 times? This is the etiquette of our 7-star gang, letting you kowtow is to look up to you. Hurry up, don't dawdle."
Hearing this, Lin Dong snorted a laugh that he really could not hold back.
Letting themselves kowtow, instead, is them giving face. This group of people, it's too wild.
The room was silent with this smile. Everyone looked at him straight on, with a look of having seen a ghost. Zhang Dafa, in particular, was on pins and needles and shuddered.
It feels like the sky is falling.
Lin Xiao, he's the #1 warrior of the 7-star gang, Tianji, known in the jungle as Brother Chicken. In the beginning, Chen Nanshan is with him from the south to cut to the north. Tianhai City do not know how many nightclubs, by him to close down. The boss is also broken home.
"You must take it easy," Yu Fei warily reminded from the side.
One tried hard to persuade Lin Dong not to think twice about clashing with the 7-star gang. Otherwise, the big family fortune will all be finished. Unfortunately, Lin Dong's nature had always been to eat softness but not hardness.
Having decided not to pay this protection money,
naturally, he would not be vain enough to give this group of people a good look.
"Make me get down on my knees and kowtow? Could be."
Lin Dong spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Yu Fei and Zhang Dafa let out a long breath of relief. Lin Xiao is still sensible and can bend the rules. Unexpectedly, next, Lin Dong's words changed.
"But I want to see your sincerity first. Tell you what, each of you, first kneel down and kowtow to me 50 times. That inch, you have to get 100.
Lin Dong said lightly. Without noticing it, Yu Fei and Zhang Dafa's faces turned green.
"My ancestors, do you know what you're saying? That's a field hen. The #1 warrior of the 7-stars gang. How dare you ask him to kneel for you?"
On the other side, the others also sucked in a breath of cold air. The way he looked at Lin Dong was as if he was looking at a dead man.
"Motherer, say that again if you dare. Making me kneel, what are you? Seek death."
A group of 7-star gang's fighters could not sit still and immediately wanted to rush forward to teach Lin Dong a hard lesson.
"Wait."
Just then, Tanuki suddenly raised his right hand and stopped them.
The crowd was uncertain, but dutifully retreated. Then Tanji sneered, his eyes narrowing to slits. "Your name is Lin Dong, right? The what, Wang Hu's friend? You don't think that what's his name, Wang Hu, will be able to bail you out, do you? Believe it or not, you tell him to come over here and I'll piss on his head and he won't even dare to fart?"
Tianji snorted and opened his mouth, not putting Wang Hu in his eyes at all.
And indeed it does. Wang Hu, despite his fame, is a master who doesn't want to die. But that's about it.
When he ran into a big power like the 7-stars gang, he couldn't make any waves even if he was powerful alone. In Tianji's opinion, the reason why Lin Dong was so arrogant was that he felt that Wang Hu could back him up and solve all the troubles. Right now, he himself didn't mind letting him know what it meant to be a Taoist who was 1 foot tall and a devil who was 1 foot tall.
"Come on, don't dilly-dally.
Hurry up and kneel down honestly, pay the protection fee, and I can pretend I didn't hear what I just said. In the future, our 7-star gang will also cover you." Tin Chick crossed his stick and put one hand on the bar. In the next moment, suddenly his face chilled and slammed.
Bang! Wow! In an instant, bar glass splashed everywhere.
Inside, the various kinds of expensive liquor also followed the disaster, clattering flowed all over the ground.
It's hard to imagine how strong the stick is. It also made everyone fear him even more, with a chill down their backs. "If you don't hand it over, this is what you get. Do you hear me? Boss Lin. Tianji deliberately aggravated the way he addressed Lin Dong.
It was as if he was being reminded not to be presumptuous and go against the Seven Stars gang.
Otherwise, not only will the Blue Siren be reduced to rubble,
the other nightclubs he just plopped down would have no peace.
Who made their Seven Stars gang the biggest gang in Tianhai City? It's about being able to do whatever you want. For a while, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Dong.
Wanted to see how he was going to respond.
Yufei and Zhang Dafa even shook their heads frantically, hoping that this young Lin would not do anything foolish.
Soon after, Lin Dong nodded.
I see. Just understand. Tanuki smiled.
Thinking that Lin Dong knew what to do, he immediately had to obediently pay tens of millions of dollars in protection fees. As a result, Lin Dong's next words. It directly dazzled him for a long time.
You guys saw that I just opened and came to give me money on purpose, right? This hen, oh no, Mr. Field Hens.
This wine cabinet that you smashed just now, but I specially got the master from Italy to design it, plus the Louis XVI, brandy, XO and so on these foreign wines inside, it's worth at least more than $10 million.
How are you going to pay for it? Cash or credit card?
After saying that, Lin Dong did not think it was enough and added another sentence with a smile.
If you can't cough up the money, then we'll have to make you pay in flesh.
One leg is $100,000, 4 legs is $400,000.
There are 20 of you, barely enough.
Hearing this, Tianji blushed again and again, reddening from his neck to his ears. The veins on his forehead were bulging and his 2 eyes were bulging out. He finally realized that from the beginning to the end, Lin Dong had had no intention of paying the protection fee.
Even playing their own group of people like monkeys. Unbridled. Lin Dong, you asked for it. As of today, the Blue Siren no longer exists. And a couple of your other nightclubs don't even think about opening. After saying that, Tianji could no longer control the anger in his heart and pointed at Lin Dong's nose and shouted, "Beat me to death. I'll be responsible for anything that happens." Yes, chicken.
The Seven-Star gang members responded.
Then, swarm.
The people watching around them were terrified and hurriedly made way for a large open space.
Yufei and Zhang Dafa also turned pale, scattering their heads and running.
There was no way around it, Lin Dong had sought death on his own and it was not their fault. In everyone's eyes, Lin Dong was already no different from a corpse.
Chapter 92 The Lion's Bargain. Kill.
In a flash of lightning, a gangster swung his arm round and threw a stick at Lin Dong's temple.
If this stick smashed down, Lin Dong would shed his skin even if he did not die.
In the nick of time, Lin Dong quickly drew back with a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, perfectly dodging the strike.
What? The punk's eyes widened in shock.
The next moment, a sudden sharp pain came from his abdomen. Then, directly foaming at the mouth, he collapsed to the ground. It was clearly Lin Dong who came with a sweeping kick, directly kicking his internal organs to pieces. Immediately after that, 2 more unknowing punks came at him.
Without batting an eyelid, Lin Dong opened his arms left and right. A white crane strike easily pinches their neck.
Then, with a click, it was thrown out at random.
Bang bang. Wow. In less than half a minute, a bunch of people were lying at Lin Dong's feet. Each one is bruised and grieving. A few slow-legged, behind the punks see the situation, scared out of their wits, cowering, or still dare to go forward. How is this possible? Lin Xiao still has this kind of skill? Zhang Dafa and Yufei were dumbfounded.
They only knew that Lin Dong was rich, but they didn't realize that the kung fu was also a masterpiece. This move was so smooth and flowing that it was comparable to a martial arts master in a TV series.
A bunch of losers. Get the outta here.
The next moment, a few punks received 2 kicks on their asses, directly coming to a dog's mouth. Tianji held a steel stick with a murderous aura and stared with a pair of tiger eyes as he slowly walked towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong, I didn't expect that you still have 2 skills.
But right away, you know what a mistake you've made. Lin Xiao, be careful.
Looking at the raging Tianji, Zhang Dafa couldn't hold back and shouted. He and Yufei didn't run far and hid behind the shattered glass liquor cabinet, waiting to call an ambulance for Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled in disbelief. Then, patting the grime on his body, he made a provocative gesture at Tanuki.
As if to say, come over here. Fierce, looking for death. Tanuki's expression was twisted and he looked extraordinarily hideous.
He's been on the road for so many years, I don't know how many ruthless characters have fallen into his hands. It was the first time he had seen someone like Lin Dong who did not know how to die. Today, have to open up and bleed this kid. Swish. Tianji turned 3 steps into 2 and scurried directly to Lin Dong's side, raising his hand to strike a stick.
The main thing about street fighting is that it's a tough one.
The fists and feet could be inferior to the other party, but the momentum could never be lost.
It is also known as the fear of the horizontal and the fear of the fearful.
Tianji is able to sit firmly in the chair of the #1 war general of the 7-star gang, firstly, by loyalty and secondly, by courage. He may not be the most capable fighter, but he definitely hits the hardest. Both for yourself and for others. As expected, Lin Dong also realized that Tianji was extremely fast, much better than those punks just now. This, however, piqued his interest instead. Only an opponent like Tanuki deserves his full attention.
Good timing.
Lin Dong smiled faintly as his waist and lower body simultaneously exerted force as he tilted his body backward. Surprisingly, in front of everyone, he did a waist horse unity and dodged the stick.
Tanji's eyes flickered.
Afterward, immediately reacting, his right-hand wrist flipped and slammed towards Lin Dong's neck once again.
Such a tricky angle is simply unavoidable. It's enough to see how much experience Tanuki has in fighting.
In the place of Wang Hu, I'm afraid I've already folded.
Unfortunately, Lin Dong was open. Only to see him continue to lean back until he was completely on the ground.
Then, lending his strength, he kicked out a leg.
Snap! A crisp pop came. That kick landed straight on Fielding's chin. Woo!
With a miserable cry, Tianji flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings.
Click!
Faintly, the sound of bones breaking was heard. The crowd was surprised.
Lin Dong's kick looked light and harmless. I didn't realize that it would shatter the jaw of a field hen. There were a few bloody teeth that flew out of his mouth as well. Bang!
Tanuki fell to the ground, covering his jaw and twitching. The steel rod also fell in response.
Phew!
Lin Dong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood firmly on the ground with a carp. Not a drop of sweat came out of this process. Even, the expression was a bit uninterested. In the next moment, Lin Dong slowly walked towards the fallen Tianji. With each step, everyone subconsciously stepped back a meter.
That look, it's like seeing a ghost. Terror! It's horrible.
While Lin Dong looked gentle, his hands were fast and hard. No one could see his movements clearly, and Tianji was knocked down to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. This is the #1 warrior of the Seven Stars Gang, the god of murder who cuts through Tianhai City with a single knife.
Just like that, he was crushed by Lin Dong? No, stay back. Don't you come any closer, oh. Tanuki covered his jaw and slurred his words. An intense fear surged like a tidal wave.
Over the years, he's been in the hospital countless times for fighting. But never have I experienced the feeling of being on the verge of death as I do now. Soon, Lin Dong walked up to Tianji and shook his head, his expression filled with disdain and teasing.
Are you good at fighting?
What's the use of knowing how to fight? It's brains and strength that come out of the woodwork.
Tanuki was a bit dumbfounded.
Brother, I haven't seen you use your brain either. You hit me, you didn't even have to use your fists, one kick and you're done.
Come on, don't lie on the ground and play dead. Aren't you going to collect protection money?
Here, the old man's bank card is right here, come and get it.
Lin Dongbian pulled out his bank card from his wallet and waved it in front of Tianji and the others.
There's over $3 billion in here, want it, come and get it yourself. Hearing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air.
3 billion or so?
This Lin Xiao, not only can he fight, he's also so rich.
I don't want anyone else to live. Tianji and a group of punks were also stunned.
It was only at this time that they realized that it seemed like they had messed with some unimaginably big person. 3 billion or so in cash casually in your pocket.
You're telling me that's called having no background? You call this a sucker?
Tin Chicken looked at the teeth all over the floor and his gut turned to mush.
If he'd known, he wouldn't have come.
However, just because Tianji regretted it, it did not mean that Lin Dong was going to let him go.
I gave you the chance, you didn't want it for yourselves. Now, it's my turn to ask you for protection money. What?
Tanji's eyes flickered and he raised his head shakily. What came into view was a pair of eyes that showed no mercy. Lin Dong raised one finger, hesitated for a moment, and then turned it into two.
Then, speaking faintly.
Just now, I asked you for $10 million in compensation and you wouldn't give it. Now the price has gone up, $20 million.
$20 million? Lin Dong, don't go too far.
Tanuki covered his chin, his mouth full of blood, and his face sad.
Never, it's always the Seven Stars Gang that collects protection money from others. When did someone collect protection money from the Seven Stars Gang?
And, although they have money in the Seven Stars Gang, but don't forget that they have a whole bunch of brothers to feed under their hands.
$20 million to take out, it's definitely going to hurt.
This guy, the lion's share.
Chapter 93, A Boundary is Bound. Oh? Don't want to give?
It seems that you haven't gotten the situation right yet. Now, I'm the one who collects the money, not you. Lin Dong snorted coldly and violently raised his foot.
Click. Ah!
In the bar, there were murderous screams.
Tianji's right leg was unexpectedly broken by Lin Dong's foot. Ouch, that hurts.
Tanuki covered his right leg and was sweating in pain.
The corner of Lin Dong's mouth flicked. I said, no money, then meat.
One leg is $100,000, 4 legs is $400,000.
Of course, you can also count the shortest one. That's $500,000 in total.
Lin Dong smiled faintly.
In the eyes of others, it was like the devil. Gollum. Zhang Dafa and Yufei couldn't help but swallow hard.
All they knew was that Lin Dong waved his money around when doing business and did not care about money at all. I didn't realize that there was such a vicious and horrible other side. The other side. Hearing that Lin Dong was going to waste his fifth leg, Tianji turned pale in fear. Then, not caring about the pain, he begged loudly, Don't. I was wrong, Linden, no, Ringo. I'll give it, can't I give it? Please, spare us. At this moment, Tianji was truly afraid. He's not afraid of death, but he's afraid of becoming crippled and living as if he were dead. If I had known, why would I have done it? Lin Dong smiled and casually picked up a bottle of Remy Martin. 2 fingers gently pinched the bottle, and only half of it remained. Then, in full view of the crowd, he tilted his head back and drank it all. Good wine. Brothers, who has any money left? Hurry up and get it together, it's just short of $5 million. The other side. Tanuki looked eager and asked questions left and right. Under Lin Dong's impatient gaze, he pulled out everything of value from his body. Bank cards, large gold chains, body watches, cell phones and belts. Just about stripped down those thousands of dollars of underwear too. The other 7-star gangpunks were similar, emptying their pockets cleaner than their faces. That's all it took to barely scrape together $15 million, and there's still $5 million to go. How much longer do I have to wait? There's a limit to my patience. Delaying my business, $20 million won't be enough. More price increases? The fieldfares were about to cry. This is not satisfied with $20 million, but even wants to sit on the ground. However, what can they do? More than 20 people can't beat one person. The leading brother, who was also beaten and had his arms and legs broken. It's not even embarrassing enough to talk about it. Lin Dong, don't bully people too much. Don't forget, my big brother Chen Nanshan is the leader of Tianhai City, and we have thousands of brothers in the 7-star gang. If he finds out about this, he'll never let you go. Oh? Lin Dong smiled coldly, not being intimidated in the slightest. Chen Nanshan? Never heard of it. Now, I'm going to count to 10, and if I can't get $5 million, I'll let you report to the men's hospital. When the time comes, I'm afraid $5 million won't be enough if you want to cure that short leg of yours. 3, 2, Lin Dong slowly raised his right leg and aimed it at Tianji's vital points. The next moment, it's going to turn him into a eunuch. In a moment, Tanuki's eyes were red. Your grandma's leg. 10 count, straight from 3, 2, 1, right? No, don't. I'll give it, can't I give it? I'm going to call my big brother and ask him to call the money. Looking at the ferocious Lin Dong, Tianji was also unable to cry. Then, reluctantly, he picked up his cell phone and grimly dialed a number. Hey, Nan. Well. Tanuki, did you take it? Take it? Tianji looked around at the group of crippled brothers with a bitter look on his face. It did take it. However, it was Lin Dong who took them all. Nan, there's a bit of trouble, can you lend me some money? Not much, just $5 million. There was silence on the other end of the line. I don't know if I'm shocked or puzzled. Brother Nan, help, brother is dying. Got it, money's on the line for you, get your ass back here. The words fell out of his mouth and the phone was forcibly hung up. Obviously, Chen Nanshan was not a brainless person. A quick guess is that the Tamagotchi is out of his league. Even, surprisingly, it costs millions to stay alive. Phew. Tianji gasped and warily transferred a sum of money to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, the money was transferred to you, you have to keep your word. Sure. Lin Dong smiled. Surprisingly, he transferred back another $100,000 to Tianji. What do you mean by that? Tanuki's back went cold. Thinking that Lin Dong was setting himself up again, he didn't even dare to accept the money. Didn't we agree? $100,000 a leg. You've already paid $100,000 with your right leg, so of course I'm going to refund you the extra. Lin Dong had a look of entitlement on his face. You. Tianji was so furious that he pointed his finger at Lin Dong and his whole body was trembling. The next moment, directly foaming at the mouth, both eyes rolled over, fainted on the spot. Chicken. A group of minions saw this and squared off. Then, on hands and knees, he carried the fieldfares out, not daring to look back. Lin Dong snorted coldly when he saw this. The 7 Stars gang? Nursing home, right. With this kind of 3-legged kung fu, you also learn to collect protection money, you really have watched too many cooks. After speaking, Lin Dong looked around. Finding everyone staring at him. Trembling with fear and trembling, not daring to take a breath. After tonight, I'm afraid that the deterrent effect of all the 7 Stars gang, including Tianji, will be greatly reduced. Instead, it was Lin Dong, an unknown nightclub owner, who had risen to fame. However, in the back, the 7 Stars gang will definitely not stop. I wonder, what kind of sparks will come out of the two? I'm really sorry for the shock. Since brother Tianji has already given the money just now, tonight, all the consumption, he will pay for it. Everyone keep playing the music and keep dancing. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other, not reacting for a moment. But, when you think about it, it doesn't seem wrong to say that.
Thank you, Xiao Lin. Lin Xiao atmosphere. Thank you, chicken, for buying. For a while, the Blue Siren Bar, once again, resumed its revelry.
Even more so than before the gang from the 7 Stars gang came. Just then, Yufei and Zhang Dafa ran out with excited faces.
Young Lin, you're too fierce.
A kick that turns a field chicken into a screaming chicken, I'm really convinced.
With you here, why do we need security at the bar? Who would dare to cause trouble?
Zhang Dafa's words, of course, were a joke.
However, it was evident how much he admired Lin Dong.
Looking at Yufei again, his face was full of sorrow and worry. Lin Xiao, don't blame me for not reminding you that today, you've sort of offended the 7 Star gang to death. That Chen Nanshan, what he hates the most, is when people don't give him face. Today, not only did you beat up his ponies, but you also had to walk away with $20 million.
This beam, it's not a small knot. Chapter 94 Charity Gala.
Lin Dong smiled faintly, his expression not showing the slightest bit of worry.
Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Do I look like that kind of rash person to you guys? Would I do something I'm not sure of?
Yufei and Zhang Dafa froze for a moment and looked Lin Dong up and down.
Then, shook his head. What kind of a young man is this?
It's almost like the magic right green of the 4 heavenly kings.
That's not all.
If the 7 Star gang dares to come once, I'll him once.
I'd like to see what tricks this Chen Nanshan, who is known as the underground emperor of Tianhai, has up his sleeve.
Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly.
Instead of being intimidated, he was unusually excited. At this time, Yufei suddenly thought of something and said, Young Mr. Lin, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Love and Angels Charity Gala?
A charity gala?
You don't know? It shouldn't be.
Yufei froze for a moment. Logically, a rich man at Lin Dong's level should know better than him.
Why, Linden looked clueless.
Seeing Yufei's puzzled expression, Lin Dong knew that he had said the wrong thing. However, he wasn't the least bit flustered, and spoke lightly, I'm not hiding it from Boss Yu. Before that, I was studying abroad, and only returned to Tianhai in the past 2 months, so I'm not familiar with these things.
So it is. Yufei nodded in sudden realization.
At the same time, it became more and more convinced that Lin Dong was a successor that was secretly being groomed by some big family.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be so unworldly. Lin Xiao doesn't know.
This charity gala is very high profile, with many high profile people attending. At the party, there's an auction component.
When the time comes, there will be a large amount of valuable antique jewelry for the auction.
All the proceeds are donated to children in poor mountainous areas.
I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Just as well, and to make friends. Oh? Antiques?
Lin Dong's eyes lit up as he smelled a hint of money.
Lin Xiao, the opportunity is rare. If you're free, you might want to check it out. A smile piled up on Yufei's face.
With his skill in reading people, he could tell at a glance that Lin Dong was interested in the charity gala.
Sounds good. Lin Dong nodded. Subsequently, there was no rush to show concern for the antiques. Instead, he pretended to be offhand and asked, Do you make sure that all the money raised at the charity gala is donated? Don't spend my money one foot and have it in the organizer's pockets the next.
Hearing this, Yufei was so frightened that he hurriedly shook his head.
Promise you won't. Lin Xiao, you can rest assured that every single payment is absolutely transparent and open. Moreover, those lots are worth a lot of money, and when something arrives, you don't lose out no matter what.
Speaking of which, in order to demonstrate the authenticity of this charity gala, Yufei also purposely took out his cell phone and took the information of every piece of antique to be auctioned and showed it to Lin Dong. Upon closer inspection, there are a few goodies. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Pink and Blue Glaze Carved Antique Kuei Dragon's Earthenware Jar, starting bid, $24 million. Song Dynasty Official Glazed 8 Square Stringed Coiled Vase, starting price $20 million. White Jade Phoenix with Heart, starting price $18 million. After a rough glance, these antiques, the starting bidding price is at least $10 million. Lin Dong was secretly staggered. What poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches and antiques, that's what really rich people play with.
The key to showing class and taste. It's a good thing to say.
Looking at it, Lin Dong was suddenly attracted by an antique. Qing Kanshi Blue and White Vase with Seawater Dragon Design, starting price $23 million. This blue and white porcelain, the glaze is warm like jade, the tone of blue and white, a long bearded dragon poking out from between the clouds, the carving is delicate, lifelike, beautiful.
You can feel the shock through the screen.
Just then, it suddenly occurred to Lin Dong that his grandfather, Lin Changqing, was a dragon.
And, in a few days, it will be his old man's 80th birthday. If I can give this porcelain as a birthday gift to Lin Changqing, I'm sure that his old man could be impressed with his own family. Let other relatives know that their family is not what it used to be.
Sort of, to do justice to his father.
In the future, hold your head up and be a man. Boss Yu, I wonder if there are any requirements for attending this charity gala?
Lin Dong asked with a smile.
I don't have an invitation in my hand. Upon hearing this, Yufei patted his chest and said, It's just an invitation? What a big deal. Let alone one, even if you bring your family and ask for 10, I can get them.
Yufei's words were not bragging. He's been running a nightclub for so long, and over the years, he's saved up a lot of connections.
An invitation to a charity gala in the district is just a matter of words. Family?
Lin Dong raised his eyebrows slightly. Yufei's words reminded him of this. Evenings of this caliber are filled with male and female guests in tuxedos, out and about.
It's not a good look to go alone. So, who to call?
At the first moment, Lin Dong thought of Chu Xiaoxiao.
She has a mature and generous demeanor and definitely doesn't lose face.
Thinking of this, Lin Dong immediately sent a text message to Chu Xiaoxiao.
As a result, soon his wishes were frustrated.
Chu Xiaoxiao has returned to her hometown in order to obtain a divorce for her mother.
Can't come back for a while. Now, that's a little hard to do.
Bai Yuqing and Tingting were a receptionist and a technician, so it was okay to let them show off, but it was hard to make it to the grand hall.
As for Lu Shiyun, she's a brat who doesn't know any better.
Wait. Suddenly, a person flashed through Lin Dong's mind. She can sing and dance, is innocent and cute, and has a way with words. And, the other person contacted him or her 3 times, wanting to meet. Ask her to attend the party and she'll agree. Thinking of this, Lin Dong directly made a voice call.
Hey, is that duck not necessary, brother?
On the other end of the phone, a light and pleasant woman's voice came.
It startled Yufei and Zhang Dafa.
The two then made an uncharacteristic shushing gesture and dutifully kept their mouths shut.
It's me. Great, you finally contacted me, I thought you forgot about me.
On the other end of the phone, it was none other than the newest netizen on the live broadcast platform, Kiki Baby.
Also known as Mingqi Su. After the PK on the spot, she was kind of a hit. A number of MCN organizations have approached her and are scrambling to sign her to a contract. Even, an astronomical price of $10 million a year was offered. However, Su Mingqi didn't agree. She did not know anything about this kind of thing, so she definitely had to ask Lin Dong first. She also only listened to Linden. Kiki, tomorrow night, I'm going to a party and need a date, do you have time? Party?
Su Mingqi's gaze was stunned. In the past few days, she was also approached to go to some kind of charity gala. Among them, there were a few famous males.
Could it be that's the one Lin Dong was talking about? If something is wrong, forget it, I'll find someone else. No, I'm fine.
Hearing that Lin Dong was looking for someone else, Su Mingqi hurriedly opened her mouth.
Even if something is wrong, it's not as important as your business. Okay, then get ready and I'll pick you up tomorrow night. Aha! Chapter 95. Lin Xiao, this Kiki, it wouldn't be the recently exploded Kiki Baby, would it? Zhang Dafa looked at Lin Dong with some surprise.
Listening to the voice on the phone, he always felt something familiar. Come to think of it, the DJ that was playing at the Blue Siren Bar was the DJ version of the song Kiki Baby was singing. If I had known about this relationship, I would have just invited her over for a couple of songs. On the other side, Yufei also stared wide-eyed. He remembered very clearly that it was because of the reward from a mysterious tycoon that Kiki's baby had suddenly exploded on the internet.
Doesn't Duck have to? Linden.
That's right, only a godly tycoon like Lin Dong would throw away tens of millions of dollars, casually rewarding an anchor with tens of millions of dollars.
Boss you, then I'll wait for your invitation.
No need for more, just 2. Lin Dong finished speaking to Fei and turned around to walk towards the dance floor. I've just been moving my muscles for so long, so I'm just going to go relax.
Definitely. Yufei nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. The following evening, Lin Dong drove the Primera and arrived outside the gates of Tianhai Polytechnic University.
The car had just come to a stop, drawing a crowd of students.
Wow, Paramila. Who is so rich in our school to drive such a luxury car to school? It's not necessarily a student, it can't be, it's some big boss, come to fish for clams. Put a bottle of iced tea on the roof of your car, and you're guaranteed to have a girl go over and strike up a conversation. I've seen this routine a lot.
A group of boys snickered and murmured. Soon, there were several beautiful women who thought they had good looks and temperament, smiling. While scratching his head, he knocked on the car window. Seeing the car window drop, they also deliberately tugged on their low-cut dresses so as to expose their full spring light to each other's eyes.
Handsome, can I add a WeChat? I'm a little dizzy and I'd like to blow off some steam in your car. I feel itchy and hot inside.
Lin Dong glanced at it and pursed his lips.
Let's see, you guys aren't itching. Rather, it itches elsewhere.
Although, the girls did have a small amount of talent.
Well-groomed and well-dressed, it's totally comparable to some of the smaller netizens. Unfortunately, the one he or she is picking up today is a really big internet star. Holy, is that Munchkin Sue? It's that Kiki Baby that's been so hot lately? She's even from our school? You just know these days are rumored crazy, a lot of companies want to sign her as an artist, according to the rumor, more than 10 million a year. Accompanied by a group of people yelling and screaming, a youthful and beautiful long-legged beauty walked in style. Feeling the fiery gazes of the crowd, the beautiful woman's pretty face flushed, but there was no embarrassment. Falling as if they were supermodels walking the runway.
It was none other than the anchor who had recently taken the internet by storm, Su Mingqi.
Su Mingqi, why is she here? Wait, it shouldn't.
A few of the gold-worshipping schoolgirls froze. In the next moment, it was suddenly realized that Su Mingqi was indeed walking towards them.
More accurately, towards the Paramera.
Seeing this perfect goddess in the hearts of countless people, Lin Dong could not help but brighten up and did not mince words in praising her.
Kiki, you look beautiful today. The voice is. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes were stunned, shock written all over her pretty face. Then, scrutinizing the man sitting in the car with a wicked grin.
On the way here, she was still internally torn.
What if Duck doesn't have to be ugly and old?
It was not until she saw Lin Dong that Su Mingqi let out a long sigh of relief.
Full of joy ensued. Seeing this, Lin Dong could not help but tease. What? Disappointed? Not the same as the Prince Charming you had in mind? No, it's not.
Su Mingqi hurriedly waved her hand, fearing that Lin Dong would misunderstand.
You're even sunnier and more handsome than I thought you would be, and I'm just a little nervous. Okay, get in the car and we'll talk about it.
Lin Dong opened the passenger door for Su Mingqi.
By the way, a farewell gesture was made to a few dumbfounded schoolmates. Excuse me, ladies, I have an appointment today. Next time, let's go deeper.
The corners of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly. In full view of the crowd, he kicked the gas and took off.
I'll go, dare I say, this handsome guy is waiting for Su Mingqi. And only Mingqi Su is worthy of this Paramera. Wait, why do I think that person looks a bit familiar? Isn't it the guy who sent Lu Shiyun to start school last time? It's all Paramera. Soon enough, someone spotted the key. Really, if that's true, the fun will be great. Car.
Su Mingqi was as jittery as a frightened white rabbit, her two small hands clenched together.
Excited? Nervous? Or is it a surprise? Even she couldn't tell what she was feeling right now. He only felt dizzy in his head and did not even dare to look at Lin Dong. If I'm not mistaken, your name should be Su Mingqi, right? Can I call you Munchkin? Su Mingqi blushed heartily and exhaled. Of course, you can call me whatever you want. That's good. My name is Lin Dong.
Lin Dong smiled faintly, enjoying Su Mingqi's naive demeanor of being at a loss for words.
It gives him a desire to open the gift and explore. But not now. In half an hour, the party will begin. He didn't want to delay his business because of a woman. Munchie, there's no need to be nervous. I invited you to the party, just lacking a female companion. If you are uncomfortable, I will send you back now. No, don't.
Su Mingqi hurriedly shook her head.
It was so hard to see Lin Dong, how could she possibly go back? I'm just a little nervous, don't get me wrong. I haven't thanked you properly for last time. By the way, these past few days, you haven't come to see my live broadcast, is something wrong?
Seeing this, Lin Dong laughed.
I've had some things going on the last couple days and haven't watched the broadcast. That's why the real person was asked out to get a better look. Hearing these words, Su Mingqi couldn't help but have her petite body shaken. Distinctly, he felt that Lin Dong's gaze wandered over his body. Fortunately, Lin Dong still had his hands on the steering wheel and did not make any further moves. Otherwise, she didn't even know how to react. But at the same time, she was a little vaguely lost. Lin Dong glanced at Su Mingqi, whose head was spinning and could not help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Well, here it is. Crunch! The Paramera came to a steady stop.
Su Mingqi looked out the window and subconsciously opened her mouth slightly.
An opulent, 100-story building came into view.
Western-style architecture, tall and luxurious. The lights are sparkling, romantic and classy. The size and facilities, even more so, are outrageous. The outside parking lot alone is the size of 2 soccer fields. At this time, countless luxury cars were parked in rows.
Bentley, Maybach, Rolls-Royce, Aston Martin.
Each one, worth over $1 million. Lin Dong's Paramera, placed inside, was not the least bit conspicuous.
Chapter 96, Don't be afraid, I'm here. The Starlight Hotel? Su Mingqi was stunned and blurted out.
Starlight Hotel, located in the most prosperous Bund and business and leisure circle of Tianhai City, is a 5-star international hotel specializing in receiving VIP visitors. The facilities are complete, grand, and of the highest caliber. Rightfully so, it has become the first choice for organizing high-profile events in Tianhai City.
The people who come to stay here are also either rich or noble.
For this charity gala today, the organizers have set a minimum standard. Only those who are worth $100 million or more are eligible to receive an invitation. Those who are worth $1 billion or more are VIPs. Brother Lin Dong, they all seem to be holding invitations.
We do? Su Mingqi followed Lin Dong to the door.
It was quickly noticed that guests, coming and going, were holding a delicate card engraved with golden veins.
The only way to get in is to take this card. It's not just an invitation, it's a symbol of identity and status.
Lin Dong smiled faintly and grabbed Su Mingqi's slightly trembling little hand.
Don't worry, if they have it, we have it. And, my invitation, it's not the same as theirs.
Lin Dong smiled faintly and pulled out 2 cards from his pocket, handing them to the 2 waiters standing at the door. A flash of white gold light appeared. Hers was 2 invitations of platinum texture, more honorable than gold. The 2 waiters' bodies squared up, their attitudes even more respectful than before. "Welcome to the Love and Angels Charity Gala, your seats are in Section A, please follow me." For a while, several guests in the front and back turned their heads and looked at Lin Dong and Su Mengqi with some curiosity. The Charity Gala, which is divided into 3 areas. Area C is staffed by the organizers. Zone B is for general guests attending the event. Zone A is then VIP. In other words, this pair in front of us is worth over $1 billion? Why do I feel like that pretty girl looks a little familiar? Isn't that the recently hot Kiki baby? She's even here. What's so rare about this? A lot of rich people are good at this, and after 2 days of playing, they're probably tired of it. So, who's that guy next to her? The crowd was confused. They were all worth more than $100 million and had been in high society for years, but they had never seen this face before. There was also nothing known about Lin Dong. But the more mysterious it is, the more scary it is. In particular, he noticed the confidence revealed in Lin Dong's hands and feet. More than anything else, it made everyone think that he came from an extraordinary and unfathomable background. Lin Dong also did not care what these small fishes and shrimps were thinking. Holding Su Mengqi's hand, he walked straight into the hotel. At this point, the charity gala was ready. Signs of love and peace hang everywhere. This is the main theme of the event. Likewise, the organizers gave every guest in attendance, in advance, a nifty little brochure. It details the antiques to be auctioned off at the party. Lin Dong swept his eyes and fixed them on a certain piece of blue and white porcelain. A large water dragon patterned vase, that's what it is. Su Mengqi looked on from the side. Be prepared though. However, when she saw the starting bid of $20 million, she still couldn't help but open her cherry mouth wide. He vaguely realized that because of Lin Dong, he had come into contact with a circle that was unattainable to ordinary people for a lifetime. It was at this moment that a figure came with a smile. "Young Lin, you're finally here, did the trip go well? Boss Yu has been waiting for a long time. I went to pick up someone and just arrived." Yu Fei glanced at the shy Su Mengqi and his heart was clear. Afterward, a heartfelt smile was directed towards Lin Dong. "Lin Xiao, let's go sit down, in a while sister-in-law should be tired of standing." "Sister-in-law?" Su Mengqi was slightly stunned, her pretty face reddening. But shyness is shyness. In the end, she still took the initiative to take Lin Dong's arm. It was as if he was announcing to everyone that he was his own. How could Lin Dong not be aware of this little thought of hers? Instantly, he smiled and led her to Area A. Unsurprisingly, the guests sitting here, no matter which one of them, all had extraordinary temperaments, were dressed in honorable clothes, and brought with them a powerful aura of a superior person. A few of these big bosses with slightly gray sideburns and slightly bloated, Lin Dong had once even seen them on TV. I never thought that one day I would be able to sit with them. Wang Dong, Zhang Dong. This is the Lin Dong I mentioned to you, Lin Xiao. Yu Fei carefully introduced Lin Dong with a respectful attitude, fearing that he might accidentally offend someone. However, to his disappointment, no one paid any attention to Lin Dong. Even if they did, they were looking at Yu Fei's face and nodded perfunctorily, not taking him seriously at all. That's normal. We are all in the same circle, usually many business transactions, mutual benefit. You're a brat who popped out of some rock, there's no need for friendship. 2 more words are a waste of time. Seeing this, Lin Dong lightly smiled and did not get annoyed. Directly pulling Su Mengqi, he sat in a corner. Anyway, he came to the charity gala only for the treasure hunt. He didn't care what attitude these big bosses had. I'm really sorry, Lin Xiao. It's okay, boss Yu, I understand everything, you go about your business. Yu Fei nodded sardonically. Seeing that Lin Dong was not angry, he left and climbed into conversation with the others. Unexpectedly, on the front foot, Yu Fei had just left, and on the back foot, a young woman with exquisite makeup and quite a bit of elegance suddenly opened her mouth. Especially those Danfang eyes, when they glanced at Su Mengqi, they couldn't help but frown. Didn't you say that no one is allowed to enter if they are idle? How come an anchor woman like this one also comes to the charity gala in a dignified manner? Who invited her here? Upon these words, the others turned their heads to look at Su Mengqi and Lin Dong. Ms. Qi is right, those who came to the charity gala are all dignitaries. Isn't this kind of female anchor appearing here pulling everyone down? What's the point of dressing up beautifully? You're still an opera singer? A network beggar? If you don't belong to your circle, don't blend in hard. Otherwise, it will only be a disgrace. This young woman surnamed Qi seems to be quite well connected. Say the word, and several owners chime in. The words were slightly ingratiating. Hearing these people's boasting, the beautiful young woman became even more complacent and arrogant. Brother Lin Dong. Su Mengqi's body stiffened and she was a bit restless. Put her in a singing competition or on a catwalk and she certainly wouldn't have stage fright. However, like now, being targeted by a group of big bosses with hundreds of millions of dollars, it was still inevitable to be a bit nervous. Because, like that Miss Chi said, she is really just a common anchor woman. In front of these people, the status hangs in the balance. Feeling the trembling coming from Su Mingqi's fingertips, Lin Dong patted her small hand and spoke faintly, "Don't be afraid, I am here." Chapter 97, Who are you calling a big mom? Lin Dong turned his head and glanced at the young woman who had spoken. 34 or 35 years old, wearing a customized evening gown that revealed a proper Snow White, high-end but not kitschy. Beneath her jade neck, she wore a quail-sized diamond necklace. On his wrist, he also wore a string of diamond bracelets, which made him even more graceful and luxurious. Simply sitting there exuded an aristocratic air. However, the beautiful young woman's Danfang eyes gave off an aggressive feeling. The arrogant words and disgusted expression even exposed her eye-catching character. Seeing this, Lin Dong gently smiled. "Auntie, even if you yourself are old and yellow, why don't you allow others to be young and beautiful?" "Eh, Auntie?" Shi Wenchuan's eyes widened, both eyebrows going up to the sky. It never occurred to me that in Tianhai City, someone would dare to call themselves Auntie. "Yeah, if I don't call you Auntie, what do I call you?" Lin Dong scratched his head with a puzzled look on his face. "It shouldn't. Isn't it normal to be called Auntie when you're so old you're almost my mom?" After Lin Dong finished speaking, he pulled Su Mingqi into his arms, poking the other's delicate face with a finger. "Look, she's only 20, you're at least 40. Calling you Auntie is giving you face. If you really want to be serious, you should call it Big Mama. Of course, it's not impossible for you to hear it if you must." Lin Dong sighed, his face full of hopelessness. "Come on, Munchkin, this older woman wants to hear you call out to her, don't keep her waiting." "Ha?" Su Mingqi looked at Lin Dong with some skepticism. She clearly felt that Qi Wenchuan was about to explode. "Sure you want to yell?" "Nay," Lin Dong flung his eyes at her one after another. In the end, Su Mingqi could only bite her lip and shouted stiffly, "Good day, Big Mom." "Put. No, you're really yelling?" Lin Dong almost spat out a mouthful of salt vapor. The others were momentarily dumbfounded. A cold chill ran down his back as he stared at Lin Dong and Su Mingqi in a daze. As expected, Qi Wenchuan's face changed again and again. Finally, Tung stood up and pointed at Lin Dong's nose. "What are you babbling about? I'm only in my 30s, who are you calling a big mom? There are two things that are most taboo for women. One is when people say she's ugly. The other, being told she's old. Rich people like Qi Wenchuan, who spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on medical beauty every month to take care of their face and body, never felt ugly. But age, alone, is inescapable. No amount of dressing up would change the fact that she was 35 years old. That was why she subconsciously felt disgust at the sight of the young and beautiful Su Mingqi. Not only did they look down on each other's status, but there was also a subconscious envy and jealousy. Before Su Mingqi came, she was the brightest flower, surrounded by stars. When Su Mingqi arrived, she herself was instantly eclipsed. Those men's eyes, too, subconsciously looked towards Su Mingqi. Now, she was still being shouted at by Su Mingqi in front of everyone as Big Mother. Anyone else would be mad. "Auntie, what are you doing? Still not letting people tell the truth? I know, is it that you don't like it?" Lin Dong had a face of sudden realization and hurriedly apologized. "I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have called you Big Mom. I promise, I will never call you Big Mom again." Munchkin apologized to the older woman. Su Mingqi's eyes were a bit odd. Lin Dong said with his mouth that he didn't call. As a result, 3 words and a dozen screams. Unsurprisingly, Qi Wenchuan's snow white skin was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. You, wanton." With that look, he could not wait to bite off a piece of meat on Lin Dong's body. The others were also in a state of shock, as if they were on pins and needles. As the eldest daughter of Qi Tianming, the owner of Daqi Real Estate, over the years, Qi Wenchuan gradually took over the family's industry and developed the company step by step. "I'm a man of means, and I'm a man of means." According to informed sources, the real estate under Qi Wenchuan's name alone exceeded $1 billion. That doesn't include her shareholding. People don't spell father, they spell themselves. However, it is also because of this kind of strong character, leading to Qi Wenchuan empty-headed, that the world's men have to be short of their own head, but also the most dislike of those who are the man of the woman. Right now, both Lin Dong and Su Mingqi were thorns in her side. "Security, where's security? Hurry up and get these two out of here." Qi Wenchuan shouted angrily. The original delicate and noble face was almost as if it was going to be askew with anger. If she hadn't been concerned about her image, she would have broken into a rage and cursed the two men to death. Ta-da! Soon, 2 security guards hurried over. After briefly understanding what happened and Qi Wenchuan's identity, she directly began to drive people away. "Sir, I'm sorry, please leave." Seeing this, Su Mingqi subconsciously shrunk into Lin Dong's arms. Lin Dong coldly grunted as he took out 2 platinum cards without being humble and held them up in front of him. "This is the invitation the organizers gave me, and now you're kicking me out, on what grounds?"
Or do you talk about love and peace, but in reality, you're just a bunch of dogs who watch the people and get called around by the rich? The two guards blushed. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong had pulled out a platinum invitation. This proves that he is worth over $1 billion. How can a little karami like yourself be offended? If they complied with Qi Wenxuan's wishes and forced Lin Dong and Su Mingqi out, they would definitely be met with mad retaliation from the other party. At that time, how would Qi Wenxuan care about their deaths? Now you know you're scared? This is a private matter between me and the lady, so go wherever you want and don't get in the way. See the two security guards looking at each other, still frozen in place. Lin Dong had an impatient look on his face. I told you to get lost, didn't I hear you? As he said this, Lin Dong's aura was in full swing. Many people heard his voice and turned their heads. The moment he met his eyes, his heart seemed to miss a beat. That look in Lin Dong's eyes was too ruthless. It was as if a beast that was going to eat them had set its sights on them. You. Qi Wenxuan was similarly startled, her expression somewhat less natural. As the first lady of the Qi family. Normally, whoever saw her would have to grovel and be short. However, right now, in front of Lin Dong, she could not help but tremble in her legs. Ha! Lin Dong sneered and swaggered, pulling Su Mingqi to sit back. The two security guards glanced at each other and also hurriedly left in disgrace. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. Staying away is the smartest thing to do. Tinker. Just then, the hall rang with symphonic music. The charity gala is about to begin. Qi Wenxuan was very unwilling though. But there was nothing to do but clench his fists and swallow this bad breath. After all, no matter how big her frame was, it wasn't good for her to spill her guts in front of thousands of people. Munchkin, I want to eat that. You feed it to me. On the contrary, Lin Dong sat on his chair with a big horse like nothing. He also signaled Su Mingqi and fed him something. When the crowd saw this, their eyes couldn't help but look a little different. While ventriloquizing, he speculated about Lin Dong's identity. This guy. What the hell is coming? Chapter 98, Small Scenes. Soon, the host takes the stage. The party has also come to an end for the time being. Welcome to all of you who have traveled so far to attend this charity gala. The organizers have prepared 100 pieces of antique jewelry of great value for auction, so please participate. On behalf of the organizers, I hereby promise you that all the funds raised from the auction will be donated free of charge to the poor mountainous areas. The applause was thunderous. Lin Dong's eyes were bright, like the fiery eyes of the great sage of Qi Tian, flickering non-stop. Brother Lin Dong, do you like antiques a lot? Noticing the change in Lin Dong's expression, Su Mingqi could not help but brighten up. Lin Dong knew her well and knew, clearly, which university and which major she was a student of. However, she knew nothing about Lin Dong. Seeing that Lin Dong was so fond of antiques, Su Mingqi secretly made a note of this hobby. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Dong was not into antiques. Instead, they liked to make money. Munchie, don't you think that treasure identification and treasure hunting is a very exciting thing? Exciting? Su Mingqi's eyes widened in confusion. Lin Dong very naturally took her shoulder and gestured with his other hand. Among these 100 auction items, there are real ones and fake ones, expensive ones and cheap ones. There are people who spend tens of millions of dollars on fakes and lose it all. There are people who spend only tens of thousands of dollars and get priceless, overnight riches. That's the great joy of antiquing, besides collecting. Lin Dong's few words had mesmerized Su Mingqi into a daze. People are strong creatures, and women even more so. A young girl like Su Mingqi who was not deeply involved in the world would most admire a learned man like Lin Dong. In her eyes, Lin Dong was, at all times, exuding charm. She probably doesn't know anything about antiques. However, it did not stop her from being infatuated with Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled faintly and stuffed a grape in her mouth. The auction is about to start, so watch. Aha! Su Mingqi nodded obediently. The sight of the arm resting on the fragrant shoulder brought another blush. Oblivious to the fact that every move of the two was watched by Qi Wenxuan. Especially when he saw the two of them in love, he was even more enraged. Why is it that this pair of dogs didn't care at all about the fact that they were angry? It's really too. Qi Wenxuan was so angry that she gritted her teeth, took out her cell phone and sent someone to investigate Lin Dong's background. Once the charity gala was over, she was going to find Lin Dong to settle the score. The first order of business, however, was to get that necklace first. That's what she came to this party for. Honorable guests, without further ado, the auction will now begin. With a couple of supporting programs over, the most exciting part of the auction is about to begin. Several ceremonial ladies pushed a mysterious treasure chest to the front of the stage. Countless lights lit up the moment the treasure chest was opened. Everyone couldn't help but look over. What came into view was a huge green glazed vase. The modeling is dignified and atmospheric, and from a distance, there is a sense of luxury of the palace aristocracy. Obviously, this is a palace artifact. The first item in the collection, a large earthenware jar with antique Kuei dragons carved in pink and blue glaze from the Qing dynasty.
Starting bid, $24 million.
$24 million?
Su Mingqi's pupils shrunk as she clutched Lin Dong's hand tightly, her heartbeat slowing down by half a beat. The average person, who spends about $100,000 a year on food, clothing, housing, and transportation. This collection, the starting bid is over $20 million. Enough for several lifetimes. And that's just the first one. For a while, Su Mingqi had the feeling of dreaming.
Munchkin, don't make a fuss about this little scene. Otherwise, I'm not taking you out into the world.
When Su Mingqi heard this, her expression flustered. As a result, it was only after turning her head that she realized that Lin Dong had a bad smile on his face, clearly teasing her.
Ha ha ha.
In the middle of the conversation, someone below had already raised a sign, giving a price of $24.5 million.
Only added $500,000 to test the waters.
Soon, however, that price was broken.
One after the other, people called out 2,500 and 2,600.
However, upon closer inspection, the people who had made the bids, surprisingly, were all from Area B. The VIPs in Area A who were worth over $1 billion were all unmoved.
Seemingly, waiting for something. Lin Dong was thoughtful. Then, couldn't help but use the divine appraisal technique.
A large earthenware jar with antique kuei dragons in pink and blue glazes of the Qing dynasty.
Value, $30 million? So it is.
This green glazed vase is only worth $30 million in real terms. Even if you get the shot, you won't make much money. These VIPs in Area A, perhaps having gotten certain tidbits of information, are reluctant to get involved. Instead, they feed their energy and wait for the more valuable antiques that follow. Lin Dong nodded slightly and did not make a move. Soon, this Qing dynasty palace porcelain was auctioned off by a certain boss in B district. Sold for $28 million. After deducting the handling fee, you'll only make $1 million or so. Next, many more antiques were auctioned off one after another. Mostly knickknacks. What a scholar's room, seals and paintings, etc. Even if it comes from a famous artist, it won't make much of a splash. Just when the atmosphere of the charity gala was a bit dull, and many people couldn't raise their interest, a heavyweight auction item finally appeared on the stage. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. This next antique will definitely not let you down. That is, a blue and white porcelain, blue and white seawater dragon vase from the Qing Dynasty Emperor's collection. Before the words fell, two slender ceremonial ladies carefully unveiled the treasure chest. At once, an exquisite, colorful, half-man-high porcelain vessel appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The overall shape is atmospheric, with fine lines and a well-proportioned green glaze, and the decoration is seawater at the bottom of the bottle, with clouds and flaming balls in the upper center.
The most noticeable thing was a large coiled dragon tattoo in the center.
This green not-eyes giant dragon body mang strong, dragon head majestic, five claws fierce force as eagle, show incomparable mighty momentum. At first glance, it is a rare and superb piece of blue and white porcelain. More crucially, in ancient times, the dragon was a symbol of the Son of Heaven, and only the royal family could use it. It also means that it's extraordinary and honorable status. Hiss. Some people who knew what they were talking about couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At a glance, it is clear that this large bottle with water dragon pattern is extraordinary. It is by no means comparable to those ordinary goods from earlier. It's worthy of being a superb porcelain from the royal collection. Noticing the fiery eyes of the crowd, the host took a long breath. Soon, a price was quoted. Starting bid, $23 million.
Now, start bidding.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone raised a sign high in the air. I'll give you $24 million.
$25 million.
I'll add $1 million, $26 million. Swish, swish, swish.
A dozen or so people raised their cards at the same time and kept calling for more. That's when there was a bit of a bidding fire. Far from being as dead as it was a moment ago.
Even those bigwigs in Area A were pumped up,
admiring this large vase with a water and dragon design while deliberating on what price to offer.
Lin Dong was also curious as to what the value of this water dragon patterned large bottle was. In the next moment, the divine appraisal technique was activated.
Chapter 99.
Qing Kanshi blue and white vase with seawater dragon design.
Value, $83 million? $80 million? Lin Dong's gaze was stunned as he subconsciously clenched his fists. Brother Lin Dong, are you alright? Su Mingqi was a bit surprised when she saw this. It was the first time she had seen that the other woman was so nervous. Lin Dong shook his head and let out a long breath. I'm fine, I just didn't realize that this item was so sought after. It was thought that, like those porcelain pieces before, $20 to $30 million could be auctioned off. I didn't realize that this large vase with water dragon pattern was so popular. However, soon, Lin Dong was relieved again. There's always been a market for things tied to the emperor. A lot of people tend to do that. This large vase with a water dragon motif depicts a dominating water dragon, or a symbol of the 9 or 5. It's not unusual for it to be a big hit. But so what? As long as it was something he had his eye on, there was no reason for it to be taken away by someone else.
Even more so, the more excited he became. Soon after, Lin Dong picked up his bidding card.
Write down an astounding number. 30 million.
The host froze. Unexpectedly, the young boss did not hit the ground running.
Right out of the gate, it's jacked up a full 4 million. He was also overwhelmed as the organizer of the charity gala.
The gentleman bid $30 million for the first time.
30 million second. Wow.
In the next moment, once again, someone raised their sign and added $1 million on top of Lin Dong's.
I'll give you 31 million. Following the voice, the person holding up the sign was a beautiful young woman dressed in luxurious clothes with a pretty face.
At this point, she had a lazy, rambunctious look on her face.
As if it didn't care about the $30 million. Just to give someone a little credit. Miss Chi made a move? Miss Chi likes this large vase with a water dragon pattern? In that case, I will voluntarily withdraw. Didn't you say that Miss Chi came to this charity gala just for that necklace? How? What the hell do you know? Can't you see who's buying?
The crowd talked in disgust for a while and soon realized the end. This Chi family's eldest young lady, pressed the root, does not really want this piece of blue and white porcelain. Simply for the sake of fighting with Lin Dong and wanting to crush the other party. That's why. Nature's previous spat. Soon, with Chi Wenchuan joining the fray, those buyers who had previously jumped at the chance shook their heads and voluntarily gave up bidding. Although, they are not happy about it either. However, a person's name is a tree's shadow, who dares to offend this Chi family's eldest young lady? Unlike her wimpy brother Chi Wenbin, people are really thunderous and tough. Whoever is targeted by her will not end well. For a while, the crowd coincidentally looked at Lin Dong with complicated expressions. Some are gloating. Some of them felt that Lin Dong was newborn. What's more, it was as if they saw the image of Lin Dong committing suicide by going bankrupt. 31 million a time. 31 million twice. Next. Just when everyone thought that Lin Dong would know what to do, Lyndon raised his hand again. I'll give you 40 million. $40 million? Next to her, Su Mengqi was dumbfounded. She knew that Lin Dong had money, but never thought of being so rich. To offer such a high price for a piece of blue and white porcelain that just looks exquisite? This Lin Dong brother of his own, what exactly is his origin? Hiss. The other buyers, likewise, sucked in a breath of cold air and were dumbfounded. The boss of Area A, who had previously looked down on Lin Dong, could not help but change his face slightly and carefully sized up this young man. This kid, so hoity-toity. Either that or they have no brains. Either that or it's really powerful. Obviously, Lin Dong was not the former. Since he is sitting in this position, it proves that he is worth more than $1 billion. More to the point, he's so young. This kid. Chi Wenchuan's eyebrows knitted tightly, her mouth full of silver teeth nearly clenched. She had thought that Lin Dong had kept silent because he could not spell out his financial strength. As a result, people are holding back. In contrast, one's own increase of only $1 million is simply a child's play, a small play. At that moment, Chi Wenchuan was furious. Then, once again, write a new quote. Raise that slender arm high in front of everyone. 51 million. The price was directly increased by $11 million, $1 million more than Lin Dong. The purpose was to step on Lin Dong and declare war completely and utterly. For a moment, the room was silent. The buyers who originally still had illusions about this porcelain were in complete despair. $50 million. Bite the bullet, they can take it. But never go out and buy an antique. Don't look at these people who are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. However, it wasn't all cash like Lin Dong. That's $100 million, and it's extremely watered down. A large portion, discounting the market value of real estate and also stocks. The real liquidity available, say, is only a few million. $51 million, a lot of people have to weigh that. Even the VIPs sitting in Section A were silent. Miss Chi, this is not treating money as money. $50 million. That's a lot of stores. Even acquiring a startup with good potential is more than enough. For a fight with a nobody, as far as that goes? Heh, fight me. Who do you think you are? What a face for you. Chi Wenchuan glanced at Lin Dong and skimmed her mouth in disdain. A condescending, overbearing demeanor. She just couldn't believe that in the entire charity gala, there was anyone more posh than herself. Willing to pay $51 million for a piece of blue and white porcelain. Unexpectedly, Chi Wenchuan hadn't been happy for a few seconds. A lazy voice sounded lazily. At the same time, a bidding sign was raised. 70 million. Anyone else follow? What? Chi Wenchuan's pupils shrunk and her brain buzzed. I don't know if I'm mishearing or hallucinating. Lin Dong offered $70 million? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Crazy, right? Spending $70 million on a broken porcelain. This guy, he must be out of his mind. He doesn't have Daki real estate behind him. Where did he get the courage? Oh, maybe he's bluffing. This speculation was quickly echoed by many. Although, Lin Dong possessed a platinum invitation and sat in area just like them. But that doesn't mean that he can realistically get his hands on that much cash.
Perhaps he was simply out for the limelight.
It was only then that he intentionally sang a high note, stating a price that even Qi Wenchuan would have to deliberate over. At this time, Su Mingqi felt her heart stirring and carefully advised, "Brother Lin Dong, should we reconsider? $70 million is really too much, there's no need." The crowd pretended and became more convinced of their suspicions. Lin Dong just had to fight Qi Wenchuan to the end in order to make a name for himself in front of his female companion. He had been so overcome with rage that he probably didn't even know what he was saying.
Chapter 100, I'm not qualified to sit here? Qi Wenchuan also narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw this. The next second, she spoke faintly, I request a pause. Ms. Qi, may I ask what you want?
Qi Wenchuan looked around and realized that everyone was looking at her,
eyes full of curiosity and awe.
Qi Wenchuan raised her haughty chin and said in a commanding manner, I believe everyone here knows who I am, but does anyone know who he is?
This. Unsurprisingly, none of them were clear about Lin Dong's origin.
Even his name, which he had just revealed to himself during a fight with Qi Wenchuan. Those attending this charity gala are all the upper-class people of Tianhai City. We usually see each other with our heads down, so at least get acquainted. Such a man, I don't know what tactics he used to blend into the venue and sit in the A section with a swagger.
I'm curious as to who gave him the invitation.
I seriously doubt that this person doesn't have $1 billion in assets at all, and the offer he gave is an empty one.
Wow! For a moment, the whole room was in an uproar. Countless gazes were focused on Lin Dong. Mocking, teasing, angry, questioning. All kinds of people with all kinds of expressions.
The only thing that was the same was the rejection of Lin Dong. If they were to make a choice, they would definitely not hesitate and trust Qi Wenchuan.
Not a nobody. Heh, interesting.
Lin Dong smiled indifferently and was not shocked by the collapse of the sky. I just didn't expect that Qi Wenchuan, whose financial strength is not as good as his own, would engage in off-site this set.
However, true gold is not afraid of fire.
Since there were people questioning his strength, he didn't mind showing it off and opening everyone's eyes. Before he could act, however, Yufei stood up, sweating and rubbing his hands together.
I'm sorry, I'm really sorry.
Ms. Qi, this young Lin was invited by me, and the platinum invitation, I also gave it to him.
You? Qi Wenchuan frowned slightly and searched her mind for half a day's worth of memories before remembering who the other party was. So, boss you're his accomplice? The same people? Yufei was dumbfounded.
Without having time to defend herself, she heard Qi Wenchuan's articulate analysis.
This Lin Dong, how many favors did he slip you to buy the invitation from you? Not a bad price, I guess.
Qi Wenchuan smiled coldly and propped up her arms in a flowery manner.
Actually, I get it all. He's just hemorrhaging money to show off in front of the girls and make them laugh, right?
Oh, the swollen-faced man, the vain gold digger.
I've seen a lot. This statement once again set off an uproar. The crowd looked at Lin Dong and Su Mingqi and seemed to understand the reason for this. Dare I say, it's a liar?
Yufei froze. I didn't realize that Qi Wenchuan was so sharp-tongued and inverted black and white.
Ms. Qi, are you kidding?
Lin Xiao just dished out my nightclub and a dozen other nightclubs, his strength is still very strong. Yufei hastily started to defend himself. However, even if he talked his head off, Qi Wenchuan didn't believe a word of it.
It doesn't really matter what the truth is.
She was looking for an excuse to make Lin Dong a target and lose face.
Then, get back all the humiliation you have suffered.
Qi Wenchuan saw that Lin Dong remained silent and only smiled in response, and thought that he had been exposed by himself and did not have the face to speak. So, once again, he looked at the host in a condescending manner.
Organizer, what should we do about people like this who have no money and still bid maliciously?
The host hesitated and said slowly, the malicious bidder is forbidden to participate in all events we organize in the future, and our hotels, as well as various industries, will blacklist this person and his companions.
What?
Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes were stunned.
I didn't realize that the consequences would be so severe.
The organizer of this charity gala is not only strong in Tianhai.
There is no small industry in the country. If he was really blacklisted, wouldn't he become a street rat and be criticized by everyone?
What's more, if this black information broke out, her career and even her entire life would be ruined. Su Mingqi's eyes were moist and she trembled slightly, somewhat afraid of such a punishment.
Scared?
It was at this moment that a familiar voice suddenly came to her ears.
Su Mingqi looked up.
What met his eyes was clearly Lin Dong's smile and those indifferent eyes.
It was as if, no matter what happened, he couldn't be messed up. Qi Wenchuan and the others, too, were like clowns. After a celestial battle, Su Mingqi took the initiative to grab Lin Dong's hand and gently shook her head. No fear. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. It was thought that Su Mingqi would abandon him and draw a line with him because of this. Unexpectedly, in the end, the little girl was firmly on his side. This also proved that he hadn't been wrong about Su Mingqi. She's a good girl who knows what she's doing. Very good.
Lin Dong nodded slightly, and within a moment, he had made plans for Su Mingqi's future.
Good for what? Lin Dong, you are to blame for all of this. I told you this was no place for you. The upper-class circle of Tianhai City doesn't welcome a faking villain like you either. Qi Wenchuan snorted coldly, holding her arms. It was as if everyone in the room was her employee, waiting to be lectured by her. In her eyes, Lin Dong had already been stripped to the bottom by her and was disgraced to the extreme. To still be able to sit here is already thicker than a city wall. So, are you going to leave on your own, or should I have you invited out? For a moment, the room was silent. Everyone stared at Lin Dong with disgust. Even Su Mingqi, who was sitting beside him, was treated with contempt. Gold worshippers, pheasants. Slurs, saying anything. There's no way, in this world, money and status determine almost everything. Miss Qi's family, and a female netizen. They can still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. Lin Xiao. Yufei is anxious and anxious, sandwiched in the middle, inside and outside. Just then, Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Miss Qi, you said that I am a hobo and not qualified to sit here. May I ask, where is your proof? Evidence? Qi Wenchuan frowned and faintly said, the proof is that you simply can't get $70 million, and anything you say is bull. To tell you the truth, just now, I've asked someone to investigate you. There are only a few nightclubs in total under your name, worth no more than $300 million. Even if you sell it all and buy this antique, what's the point? Still doesn't change the fact that you're a loser. It had only been a short while, and Qi Wenchuan had already investigated Lin Dong's details clearly. Apparently, she's not just a mouthful, but her methods are just as powerful. No wonder the speech was so forceful and powerful. Ha ha ha. So, that's what you call evidence. If that's the case, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Lin Dong shook his head and said with a smirk, do you want to make a bet? If I have $70 million, this porcelain you buy and give to me. If I don't, then not only do I get the hell out of here right now, those nightclubs, they're all transferred to you for free. How? Chapter 101, Capital Verification. $70 million in bets? Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the venue, which was still very noisy just a moment ago, swished and became as quiet as a library. Countless pairs of eyes fell on his body, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This kid, he's not kicked in the head by a donkey, is he? Win and get your hands on a broken antique. Lose your family and lose out on hundreds of millions of dollars. Not only were the group of bosses dumbfounded, even Qi Wenchuan herself hadn't regained her senses for half a day. Looking up and down at Lin Dong, he looked like he had seen a ghost. After a long time, she couldn't hold back and laughed outright. Ha, what a way for the sun to come out of the west. I've seen people give away money, I've never seen them put themselves out of business. Lin Dong, Qi Wenchuan, have been doing business in Tianhai for so many years, crisscrossing the business sea, with ups and downs, and the one like you, who gambled yourself out of existence for the sake of gambling on a single breath, is still the first one. You're kind of a character. But it's the pathetic characters that everyone teases and makes fun of. Ha ha. There was a roar of laughter in the hall. Which one of us here is not a business elite with hundreds of millions of dollars? It was the first time he had seen a fool like Lin Dong. In the face of the crowd's mockery, Lin Dong smiled instead of anger and said in a dignified manner, what? Is Miss Qi not daring? Or is it that the heart aches for $70 million for fear of losing it to me? Bull. Qi Wenchuan's pair of Danfeng eyes glared round. Although she acted in a domineering manner, she was always a promise. When he heard Lin Dong denigrate himself, he could not help it. I, Qi Wenchuan, am a man of my word, much more reliable than you men. Lin Dong nodded slightly. That's good. So, does Miss Qi dare to agree to this bet? Once these words came out, everyone looked at Qi Wenchuan in unison, waiting for her reply. Without realizing it, Qi Wenchuan had already been set on fire. To agree would be tantamount to being led by the nose by Lin Dong. If you don't agree, you lose both face and face. Inevitably, there was some gossip afterward. After thinking this all through, Qi Wenchuan hesitated for a moment and let out a cold snort. What do I have to be afraid of? It's only $70 million, not enough for me to buy a necklace. Lin Dong, I have been merciful and given you a chance, it is you who do not know how to cherish it. Get the transfer contracts for those nightclubs of yours ready, I'll have someone pick them up later when the party is over. For this bet, Qi Wenchuan was determined to win. After all, she had already spent a large sum of money and investigated Lin Dong's background. It's just a small business owner with a couple of nightclubs that can't get on. Much less qualified to be compared to himself. Miss Qi is right, I have been fighting for decades in Tianhai City and have seen many characters, but this is the first time I have heard of the name Lin Dong. Guess it's just a jumper that popped up out of nowhere. If you ask me, he's just here to rub off on the heat and gain traffic. Can't you see that what he's carrying around with him is a female netizen? Hiss, kinda. Dare I say, he's using all of us. The speculation was so well stated that a number of people believed it. Nowadays, the favorite thing for those online celebrities is to get eyeballs and earn traffic. Informed look at a joke. Uninformed and fooled by them. Ha, you guys talk funny. The more Lyndon heard, the more he wanted to laugh. He finally realized what the difference between rich people and ordinary people really was. Ordinary people are stupid. These people are bad and stupid. Come on, don't waste your time. Lin Dong waved his hand impatiently. Ms. Chi, start. One of you, come and check my capital. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Dong took out his bank card. Almost everyone was staring at his every move. But no one came forward. They were waiting for Chi Wenchuan to make up her mind. Only Chi Wenchuan had the qualifications to verify Lin Dong's authenticity. Ha, a trick. Chi Wenchuan let out a cold snort, lifted the skirt of her evening gown, and walked towards Lin Dong in a domineering manner. Eyes on, about to take the bank card. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly removed his hand. Ms. Chi, what do you mean by that? What? Chi Wenchuan froze for a moment, thinking that Lin Dong was trying to play tricks. Unexpectedly, the other party's next words left her speechless. The parties to the bet are the two of us, and to be fair, it's better to get someone else to do things like checking capital. Where can I argue if you make a scene and pull some kind of trick? A nobody like me can't afford to offend the big and powerful Miss Chi. You. Chi Wenchuan's eyebrows knit tightly as she clenched her pink fists. Although, these words of Lin Dong's did have a point. But, coming from him, how come it stings so much? So tell me, who's going to give you a capital check? Lin Dong smiled and looked at Yu Fei and then at the surrounding guests. Eventually, eyes fall on the host. Let's just have this presenter to do this favor. I wonder if it's okay. The crowd nodded at that. This is the perfect candidate for the job. The organizers of this charity gala are running hundreds of millions of dollars a day. Moreover, the headquarters is not in Tianhai and has no direct interest in the parties involved. Then I'll respectfully disagree. The host straightened his bow tie and carefully accepted the bank card. Then, in full view of everyone, walked backstage. For a moment, the atmosphere was suddenly tense. Even though Chi Wenchuan thought that she was winning, there was still some hidden uneasiness in her heart. Looking at Lin Dong again, he was stoic and steady as a mountain. From the beginning to the end, he smiled and looked at the crowd. And, that smile, any way you look at it, has a hint of mockery. Brother Lin Dong. Su Mingqi clutched Lin Dong's arm tightly, not daring to let go. Like waiting for fate. Time passes by. Just as the crowd was getting a little impatient, the host, sweat on his forehead, came out of the backstage in a flurry. Chi Wenchuan saw that and immediately asked, how is it, does he have $70 million in his card? No need to rush, take your time. The host nodded. In front of everyone, stumbled, indeed there is no 70 million. Phew. Chi Wenchuan breathed a long sigh of relief, the stone hanging in her heart fell to the ground, and her face once again overflowed with a victor's smile. The eyes that looked at Lin Dong were also filled with contempt. I'm not sure the host is a big gasp. At that point, it went on to speak. There really isn't 70 million. A total of 32.5 billion in assets. What? 32.5 billion? Hearing this number, Chi Wenchuan's body stiffened. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Don't talk nonsense. Ms. Z, it's true, I'll take my job and guarantee it, unless I don't want to do it anymore. The moderator cried a sigh of relief. Just now, when he saw the bank card balance, he was also shocked. Then, counting half the time for fear of making a mistake. The final confirmation is that it's $32.5 billion. Chapter 102. Thank you, Miss Chi, for your generosity. Ms. Chi, thanks for the antique, I love it. Lin Dong said with a leathery smile as his eyes looked towards the large water dragon patterned bottle on the stage. Just now he was wondering if spending $70 million and buying an antique worth $80 million wasn't too worthwhile and a blind delay. Unexpectedly, someone grabbed the bill for him. Where can I argue with such a good thing? For a moment, the room was silent. So quiet that you could hear a pin drop on the floor. That is, Chi Wenchuan's face was a little less than pretty. The bones crackled as he clenched his fists. No way, I don't believe it. I know. It must be the two of you who conspired to trick me on purpose. You're in cahoots. He's got a way to get platinum invitations, it's not that hard to bribe a tiny host. Chi Wenchuan seemed to have guessed the truth and glared angrily at the host. The host suddenly blushed. Just running an errand myself and helping with the capital inspection. The whole process fair and impartial, without any fudging. But she was accused of slander by Chi Wenchuan. What's he gotten himself into? Ms. Chi, you're quite imaginative, or rather, your ability to splash dirty water is really one of a kind. Lin Dong retrieved the bank card from the host's hand and put it into his wallet without any delay, looking at Chi Wenchuan with a smile on his face. Just now, you slandered me by saying that you couldn't get $70 million, and you brought so many people together to denounce me. Now, I'm looking for a capital check, and you're flip-flopping and smearing him as my accomplice. What a sharp mouth that turns black and white upside down and believes what it says. The grand lady of the Chi family turns out to be a denying villain. Admirable, admirable.
With a mocking face, Lin Dong arched his hand towards Qi Wenxuan. At that instant, Qi Wenxuan's small face was red for a while and white for a while, and she couldn't wait to dismantle Lin Dong.
Preferably, she couldn't. Because everything Lin Dong said was true. Her skepticism of the hosts is unjustified and unsubstantiated. What's more, to doubt the host is, in a way, to doubt the organizers of the charity gala. It would be a real loss if you pissed off the organizers and blew yourself out. After a moment of weighing the pros and cons, Qi Wenxuan gritted her teeth and still put her hand down. Now, there are so many people staring at her. If she played it off, she would really be discredited. Lin Dong, count yourself ruthless.
In the end, Qi Wenxuan almost said these words through clenched teeth.
This antique, I give it to you. You must hold it well, don't accidentally break it. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but stare. Miss Qi, you're really giving away $70 million to Lin Dong for nothing?
Seeing that Qi Wenxuan couldn't get off the stage, a few bosses rushed to support her.
Ms. Qi is atmospheric and refreshing. Ms. Qi can bend and bend, much better than some people who ask for food.
This $70 million, just feed it to the dogs.
Ms. Qi, break the bank and you will be rich in the future.
However, no matter how much these people cupped their feet, they could not recover the $70 million lost by Qi Wenxuan.
Lin Dong, now, are you satisfied? Qi Wenxuan glared fiercely at Lin Dong.
Looking at the ingrate in front of him, Lin Dong could no longer hold back and the corners of his mouth were raised to the sky.
Satisfied, of course. Who wouldn't be happy to pick up $70 million for nothing? Gentlemen, is this a good show?
Those who think it's wonderful, give a round of applause and encouragement.
Snap.
After saying that, Lin Dong applauded himself.
Unfortunately, no one dared to move. The people here are all the dignitaries of Tianhai City, and Qi Wenxuan raised her head and saw her head, for no reason, who dares to offend each other? Only Lin Dong, the rolling knife meat, is not afraid of the sky. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. Now, for the next auction.
The host was very perceptive and hurriedly greeted the Miss Manners to serve the next lot. The bosses also started bidding, as if they had forgotten what had just happened. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled in disbelief. Anyway, the purpose had been achieved and there was no point in dwelling on it.
Munchkin, see? What do you mean, you stole the chicken? Man, you just can't float too much. In the future, you mustn't do that, it's easy to lose face.
Lin Dong was hugging Su Mingqi while letting her feed him grapes, so happy. Su Mingqi nodded ignorantly, her expression still somewhat dazed for a moment.
If I heard correctly just now, Lin Dong has more than $3 billion on his card? Oh, my god.
Looking at Qi Wenxuan again, after the hemorrhage, she was like a deflated ball of leather, wilting all of a sudden. At the same time, what made her doubt her life was the money lying in Lin Dong's bank card.
32.5 billion. Even she, in a short period of time, couldn't come up with that much cash. This Lin Dong, what kind of god is he? Can't it be that it's the heir of some big consortium that came out to play? Otherwise, there is no way to explain the origin of Lin Dong's assets. Thinking of this, Qi Wenxuan suddenly lost her color and looked at Lin Dong with eyes that were not quite right. Even, somewhat regretting the overly aggressive move he had just made. The other side. With this farce behind us, the charity gala returned to its normal pace. It was just that everyone had tightened up a bit when they made their bids. No one knew if Lin Dong and Qi Wenxuan would suddenly go berserk and intervene. As expected, Lin Dong did not settle down for long and soon stared at a lot with a strange color in his eyes. Here's a piece of jewelry. White jade with heart phoenix jade pendant, starting price $18 million. A beautifully shaped phoenix jade pendant sits on its end on a glass stand. It glowed strangely under the incandescent light. The luster is light, the texture is pure, and you can tell, at a glance, that it's the best of the best in jade. Good stuff. This phoenix jade pendant is nice, it's just right for my wife. Step aside. I'll take this jade pendant, don't any of you steal it from me. A bunch of big bosses are bickering. This was followed by a series of offers. $19 million. $20 million. I'm offering $21 million. Steeply, the host glimpsed someone in the corner with his afterglow, and his heart thumped and his eyes widened. I'll give you $22 million. Upon hearing this familiar voice, everyone subconsciously closed their mouths and looked at Lin Dong with complicated eyes. 10 minutes ago, they were still full of disdain for this kid, thinking he was some kind of punk. Now, almost everyone is impressed with him. Although, the price that Lin Dong raised was not high, only adding $1 million. However, for a while, no one dared to raise their cards and bid with him to the end, no matter whether it was Area B or Area A. 22 million once, 22 million twice. 22 million 3 times. The host looked around and waited for half a day without seeing anyone continue to bid. Only the hammer had to be raised high and then heaved down. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, for auctioning off this white jade with heart phoenix jade pendant. Chapter 103 The Kiss of Venus. Boring. Lin Dong shrugged. I would have thought that this group of tycoons would have jumped up and down a couple of times. I didn't expect that. That's all the guts.
White jade with heart phoenix. Value, 28 million. It was naturally not a whim for Lin Dong to spend so much money and auction this white jade phoenix jade pendant. Instead, he wanted to give it as a gift to his mother, Li Xiuqin. Suppose Li Xiuqin were to learn that her son's gift to her was worth $28 million. I'm afraid, I won't be able to sleep for days and nights. Next, the auction continued. However, Lin Dong did not even bother to look at it. After all, he's not really into antiques. The reason for attending this auction was to pick up the pieces alone. If you don't get the chance, then you might as well squint for a while. Unexpectedly, just when Lin Dong was a bit sleepy and dozed off, his arm was suddenly grabbed. Turning her head to look, it was Su Mingqi who sat up straight, her eyes burning as she stared at the stage, breathing heavily. The delicate body under the white evening dress was also trembling uncontrollably. Lin Dong sleepily rubbed his eyes and forced himself to cheer up. At this point, the presenter was introducing a necklace. This next necklace, I'm sure you've all been waiting for it. Kiss of Venus. This necklace, as its name suggests, has a unique, modern yet elegant design, with 118 diamonds, totaling a whopping 23.4 carats, making it the best in jewelry. Venus is honored as the goddess of beauty in Western mythology, and her kisses, too, are the fruit of love and beauty. On the glass booth, a gorgeous diamond necklace rested on its end, glittering with radiant light. Like Mercury cascading to the ground and stars hanging in the sky, it is full of luxury and nobility. It has a starting bid, which is also ridiculously high. 40 million. It's 20 million more than the large jade bottle with the water dragon pattern. Anyone who wears this necklace around their neck is bound to be the most talked about woman at a charity gala, or even in this world. Wow. Honey, give it to me. The Venus kiss has just been unveiled, and countless women are going crazy for it, excitedly pulling up their male partner's arm with longing in their eyes. Su Mingqi didn't move as much as them though. Still, it was hard to hide the excitement. Biting her lip, her big watery eyes didn't move for a moment. Want? Lin Dong's lazy voice suddenly came from his ears. Su Mingqi was first stunned for a moment. A hurried shake of the head followed. No, I just think it's pretty. It would look even better around your neck. Lin Dong casually said something earthy. Then, without waiting for Su Mingqi to react, he wrote up his offer. 43 million. However, just as he was about to raise his sign, he heard a familiar voice coming from the front row. 43 million. As soon as this voice spoke, countless people looked over. It was none other than the Qi family's eldest miss, Qi Wenchuan. Earlier, she had folded and lost at the hands of Lin Dong, and had been silent for quite a while. I didn't expect it, but I finally didn't hold back. As a matter of fact, Qi Wenchuan attended this charity gala just for this necklace. It's Miss Qi? Miss Qi has her eye on this necklace? It's normal, everyone loves beauty, what girl doesn't like jewelry? $43 million, what a big deal. The Qi family is still a big and powerful family after all. It seems that this necklace is not Miss Qi's. The crowd nodded their heads and very tacitly abandoned the bidding. Bidding against Qi Wenchuan, they had little chance of winning. Might as well send a favor and go with the flow. Moreover, Qi Wenchuan had just planted her head in Lin Dong's hands and desperately needed to earn back her face. Now with Qi Wenchuan, it's easy to hold a grudge. Seeing that no one was bidding, Qi Wenchuan looked around, her taut expression finally gradually stretching out. 50 million. Just then, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. Qi Wenchuan's pupils contracted as she subconsciously turned her head. Unsurprisingly, what came into view was the familiar face. At the moment, was holding up a sign while yawning in a bored manner. Linden. It's Linden again. Qi Wenchuan's brows were furrowed, almost wrinkling into a chuan. This guy, why is he always against himself? Brother Lin Dong, no, really no. It's just a necklace, there's no need to spend so much money, what if you lose it? Su Mingqi was a bit flustered. He just looked at himself twice more, and Lin Dong directly took out $50 million and smashed it over, acting that quickly. Unbidden, it made her think of the night of the live broadcast. The same throwaway money, the same sightlessness. Munchi, I told you, as long as it's something you like, I'll buy it for you even if it's expensive. And, before, when that old woman taunted you so much, you were willing that this necklace was taken away from her? Hearing this, Su Mingqi froze for a moment first. Then, turning his head. Hurtingly, he realized that Qi Wenchuan was staring dead at this side. Obviously, there was great interest in the necklace. She was a little scared though. However, with Lin Dong's support, he still summoned up enough courage and stared back fiercely. She was not a pheasant or a playwright as Qi Wenchuan had said, but a woman beside Lin Dong. Being given a hard stare by Su Mingqi, Qi Wenchuan couldn't help but be a little stunned. This little woman, she's just an Edison. What makes you think you're so bold as to call your bluff? However, once she thought of Lin Dong behind Su Mingqi, Qi Wenchuan was again apprehensive in her heart. The other side. A group of people, who were eating, were mingling. This Lin Dong again? It's never ending, is it?
Robbing that vase was fine, now, even this necklace, is he on a collision course with Miss Chi? Didn't you see that woman sitting next to him? Probably, it was bought for her. There's no way, people have the capital. With more than $3 billion lying on their bank cards, they are more powerful than most of the people here. What do you guys guess, how much will Miss Chi offer? My guess, at least 60 million. I guess double that, 80 million. Amidst the whispers, the host was going through the motions. 50 million once, 50 million twice. Speaking of this, the host unconsciously looked at Chi Wenchuan, waiting for her to continue her offer. Unexpectedly, Chi Wenchuan was like a frosted eggplant, not saying a word. And I don't know what I'm thinking. 50 million 3 times. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on the Venus kiss. What? This result was unexpected by everyone. They coincidentally looked at Chi Wenchuan, not understanding why this big miss had given up bidding. Can't it be, she's broke? No way. Chi Wenchuan is worth billions of dollars and has Daki real estate behind her, so it's impossible that she can't take 70 million. So why did she bow her head and get out of the way? The crowd was uncertain. Lin Dong was also confused. However, he didn't think much of it and just shook his head with a cold smile. Can't figure out what this woman is thinking. None of that matters, though. The important thing is, Munchkin, this necklace, it belongs to you now. Chapter 104, I'll be gentle. Distinguished guests, this is the end of this charity gala. Thank you all for your outpouring of help, we'll see you again. With the host saying the closing words, this sensational charity gala finally came to an end. Under the guidance of several ceremonial ladies, the guests left the venue in an orderly manner. They all memorized the name Lin Dong. There was immense curiosity as to who this godly man with over $3 billion lying on his bank card was. The other side. Chi Wenchuan, who came in majestically, hating to trample everyone under her feet, left with a lost soul and empty eyes. The heartfelt kiss of Venus was cheaply given to a female netizen. For a moment, it was simply too much for her to take in. However, once she thought of Lin Dong's unfathomable background, she could only resentfully lay down her arms again. Prepare to go back and investigate carefully before settling the score in the fall. Not long after, the bustling party scene became empty all of a sudden. Su Mingqi remained seated in her chair, unable to believe this. The only thing that felt real to her was the arm around her and the heavy diamond necklace around her neck. The light is as bright as a star is striking and dazzling. Brother Lin Dong, pinch me, I'm not dreaming, am I? Seeing Su Mingqi's naive demeanor, Lin Dong gave a bad smile. You asked for this. What? Ah. Su Mingqi hadn't reacted yet. The next moment a large hand squeezed her ass. It made her tingly and her pretty face red. What? Why are you pinching there? Beg, nasty. Brother Lin Dong, why are you bullying me? Didn't you ask me to pinch it? Don't worry, there's plenty of flesh there, it doesn't hurt. It's painless, but so embarrassing and shy. Su Mingqi gently bit her lips, not daring to look directly into Lin Dong's fiery eyes. Afraid that if you're not careful, you'll be eaten by the big bad wolf. Ta-da! Just then, a rush of footsteps came. Su Mingqi was like a frightened bunny as she hurriedly shrank into Lin Dong's arms. Seeing this scene, the visitor would smile. Afterward, he nodded to Lin Dong. Lin Xiao. Boss, what can I do for you? Lin Dong glanced behind Yu Fei. To his some surprise, the host of the charity gala followed him. Young Lin, this time, you've made a name for yourself. Those noble women, they love to chew the cud and share gossip. I'm afraid, within one night, your great name will spread throughout the entire Tianhai, and no one will know about it. Yu Fei first bragged about Lin Dong. Then, only then, did the host straw out. He's here on behalf of the Starburst Group, the organizer of this party, and has to see you, I really can't stop him. As the words fell, the host was full of smiles and used both hands to hand over a black card filled with an air of honor. This is Shaolin, that Miss Chi stirred up the party 3 times, thank you for relieving us. After our boss heard about it, he contacted me the first time. This is our Starburst Group's black card, and at the moment, nationwide, only 100 of them have been issued. The cardholder enjoys the highest level of treatment in all of our properties, as well as a $10 million limit, which can be used free of charge. And please do me the honor of accepting it. Yu Fei was also nodding frequently beside him, fearing that Lin Dong would refuse. If that's the case, then I'm flattered, ha. Lin Dong smiled. There's really no reason to turn down money when someone is rushing to give it to you. Moreover, a mere $10 million was nothing to the family-owned Starlight Group. Most importantly, Lin Dong saw the sincerity of the other party. It was to make him a friend. Lin Xiao, why don't I give you a ride? No, you too, I drove here, I can just get back on my own. Got it, I got it. Yu Fei smiled and nodded, looking at Su Mingqi, who was sitting next to him, with a smile that all men understand. Lin Dong is going to do his business Not long after, Lin Dong held Su Mingqi's small hand, arrived at the parking lot and sat in the Primera. Munchkin, how are you feeling tonight? Didn't get scared, did you? No. Su Mingqi said no with her mouth.
In fact, the heart had long been in shock. What she had seen and heard throughout the night was far beyond her knowledge. Of course, what made her feel like a dream was the necklace she wore around her neck.
Brother Lindong. What's wrong? This necklace, does it really belong to me? Will it be too precious?
Su Mingqi gently bit her vermilion lips, very unconfident, always feeling that something was not quite real. He hadn't done anything himself, so why did Lindong send such an expensive gift?
Of course it belongs to you. I, Lindong, am a spit and a nail. What is the reason to ask for something back when I give it to someone else? Besides, what's the point of me keeping it? Such a beautiful necklace can only be shown off by wearing it around your neck. Otherwise, it's worthless. Yes?
Hearing these words, Su Mingqi's heart was a deer in the headlights as she gently bit her lips. In the next moment, without the need for Lindong to open his mouth, he took the initiative a little bit to lean towards Lindong and threw himself into Lindong's embrace.
Munchkin.
Lindong had just shouted out her name when his mouth was gagged.
Su Mingqi initiated a kiss.
The movements were raw, one might even say awkward. But the more this happens, the more it shows her innocence.
For a while, Lindong's fingers were tingling.
Not caring that this was a parking lot, he exerted a force in his hand and directly tore the evening gown Su Mingqi was wearing to shreds. A large area of snow white was exposed to the air. Although the light was dim, however, it was still clearly visible. In the next moment, Su Mingqi very knowingly put the seat down and obediently lay down. And closed his eyes out of fear and pain. Just a flutter of eyelashes. As if, waiting for the storm to come. Seeing this, Lindong gently stroked her skin and smiled playfully. Don't worry, I will be lighter.
Aha! Su Mingqi answered as thin as a fly. As things stood, she could only trust Lindong.
Unfortunately, she soon realized she had been duped.
Chapter 105, Returning Home.
Su Mingqi tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time and tasted it, and began to indulge again and again.
Under Lindong's deliberate guidance, many humiliating and daring actions were also accomplished.
Lindong was also like a downhill tiger, constantly venting his lust. Back and forth, Su Mingqi didn't know how many times she had fainted. The air, too, was full of ambiguity. It was not until 2 hours later, when Su Mingqi raised the white flag and begged bitterly for mercy, that Lindong stopped his conquest.
Mingqi, are you alright? Lindong asked.
Last time, when he took down Chu Xiaoxiao at the Dynasty Hotel, it was a fierce battle for a day and a night.
Su Mingqi is good, it's only been 2 hours.
However, it was evident that Su Mingqi had done her best to please and flatter him.
Now the legs and feet were weak and trembling. I'm okay, brother Lindong. Su Mingqi spoke in a daze. Couldn't keep his eyes open, but still talking tough. Well, I'll take you back to rest.
Lindong took a long breath and put his jacket on Su Mingqi. It was a bit ill-fitting, but better than being naked.
Not long after, the Primera pulled into the Dynasty Hotel parking lot. With a princess hug, Lindong carried Su Mingqi back to the presidential suite. Su Mingqi had long since entered dreamland and couldn't even be woken up by screaming.
Lindong had been conquering for a long time and was also feeling a bit drained. After a brief wash, he fell into a deep sleep.
Early the next morning,
Lindong was woken up by a phone call. The caller was none other than his mother, Li Xiuqin. Without waiting for him to return to his senses, a well-behaved figure took the initiative to get up, pick up his cell phone for him, and connect the call.
What are you doing, son? What took you so long to answer the phone? Ahem, sleeping in.
Lindong coughed gently and gave Su Mingqi a somewhat awkward look.
What's up, Mom? What's up? It's your grandfather's 80th birthday at the end of the week. Didn't you say you'd be back early in the next couple days to get ready? Oh, I know, back today.
Lindong slapped his head. It just occurred to me that it was time to go back to my home county.
That's fine, your dad and I are home, and there's one more thing when you get back.
Hearing Li Xiuqin's mysterious tone, Lindong was somewhat uncertain.
What is it that you have to hide that you can't say over the phone? Mom, I'm going back now. And I've got a present for you guys to come home to. Egu, people just come back, bring what things?
Li Xiuqin's mouth said no, but her heart was already happy. A son knows how to be filial, when the parents, although it may be a little heartbroken money, but, still, will be very happy. Then the two men exchanged pleasantries for a while. Only then did Li Xiuqin hang up and go about her business.
I'm sorry, Munchkin, I made you laugh.
Lindong stretched and put the phone aside.
Put.
Su Mingqi guffawed and very actively buried her head into Lindong's arms. It never occurred to me that this young and mysterious tycoon was from an ordinary county.
This is something that no one else would probably believe if they knew about it.
Brother Lindong, if you have something to do, just go and get busy, you don't need to accompany me.
Your business, it's much more important than mine.
Su Mingqi stared with a pair of big watery eyes and tightly wrapped her arms around Lindong's arm as if she was a clingy kitten. Obviously, he still wanted to stay with Lindong, but he had to let him go and get busy.
Maybe that's how little girls are pampered.
Lindong smiled faintly and dotingly rubbed Su Mingqi's small head.
Be good, I'll be back in a few days. If anything happens, call promptly and don't worry me. Aha!
Su Mingqi nodded her head with a small chicken peck, vaguely lost. However, it still listened to Lin Dong's words.
Soon, the two were dressed.
Lin Dong sent Su Mingqi back to school and rushed towards his hometown county by himself.
On the back seat, there were two exquisite and gorgeous wooden gift boxes.
Inside were precisely the two antiques that Lin Dong had scrounged last night, the water dragon patterned vase and the white jade phoenix jade pendant. One for his grandfather, Lin Chongqing. The other for his mother, Li Xiuqin. These two antiques, no matter which one of them was placed outside, would be enough to cause a sensation.
The white jade phoenix jade pendant is close to being worth $30 million.
However, that large vase with water and dragon motifs used by the emperor's imperial court is worth $83 million. Such an expensive piece of antique, given to Lin Chongqing as a birthday gift, I'm afraid that the Lin family's ancestral tomb will be smoking. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth rose slightly as a scene from before flashed through his mind. Can't wait to see what the faces of those relatives, who once disparaged their family, will be like. 2 hours later, Lin Dong drove to Castle Peak County, an old residential area. Here, exactly where he grew up. Green Mountain County is large, but economically backward.
When Lin Dong insisted on staying in Tianhai City to develop after graduating from university, it was also because it was too barren and there was not much room for development.
I didn't realize that I had been hanging out in Tianhai City for several years and hadn't gotten ahead. If it wasn't for the appearance of the system, I'm afraid, until now, he would still be a cowhorse.
The good thing is, it's all in the past.
Outside the window of the car, the breeze came, and indescribable coziness surged to the heart.
Meanwhile, countless people attracted attention as the Primera appeared. Whose male son is this, coming to our county?
It's a Porsche Primera, isn't it? At least $1 million. It's probably a big boss who's here to talk business, or a cockney who's traveling around. The crowd murmured, their eyes bursting with envy. It didn't occur to them that the one sitting inside the car was, like them, just a poor boy from the county. A few days ago, there was nothing. On his way home, Lin Dong also bought some health products that nourished his qi and blood.
Hold it in your hand and it looks full. Dad, Mom. I'm back. Lyndon opened the door.
Soon, a middle-aged woman with a thin figure and a flowery cloth apron tied around her waist came out, all smiles.
Son, you're finally back. Why did you take so much stuff?
Lin Dong hemmed and hawed, handing the item over to Li Xiuqin. Then, looking around, he could not see his father, Lin Xinjin.
Mom, where's my dad?
Li Xiuqin said while putting things away, I forgot to tell you, your dad found a job in the past 2 days, working as a security guard at the Lihua Hotel in the county, several thousand a month. Hearing these words, Lin Dong could not help but frown. Last time, he called home $100,000. I just don't want my parents to go out and work hard at their age.
In the future, he will hit more money.
I didn't realize that Lin Xianxian had gone out to become a security guard. Noticing that Lin Dong seemed to be a bit displeased, Li Xiuqin hurriedly found a way to make up for it. You child, what are you staring at?
Isn't it also for you that your father makes money? Mom, didn't I just transfer $100,000 to you guys?
Li Xiuqin sighed and said helplessly, these days, $100,000 is enough for what? You are not aware that the bride price has gone up to $188,000 in our area now. Plus buying a house and a car for the wedding, at least several $100,000.
Chapter 106. The bride price?
Lin Dong froze for a moment. Li Xiuqin then realized that she had missed the point.
There was no choice but to go all the way.
Mom's been helping you set up a blind date for the past few days. It's not easy for the little girl to agree to come to the house for dinner. For a while, you mustn't talk nonsense. She works at a bank, it's a stable job with a good paycheck, so you must do well. As soon as the matter of matchmaking was mentioned, Li Xiuqin couldn't help but have a smile on her face. At her age, her greatest hope is to see her own children start a family and have a family, and to hold a big fat grandchild herself as soon as possible.
The son just broke up not long ago. She was anxious all of a sudden. Poking around a lot to find the right girl. Lin Dong let out a bitter smile.
So, this is the happy event that Li Xiuqin was talking about on the phone.
Hiding a marriage from yourself? Knock knock.
While this was happening, there was a knock on the door outside.
Xiuqin, it's me, matchmaker Zhang. I've brought you the man, open the door.
When Li Xiuqin heard this, she hurriedly ran and opened the door.
What came into view was a middle-aged fat woman. I think she is the so-called matchmaker Zhang.
Behind her followed a young woman, wearing a floral dress and a pair of black round-framed glasses.
Lin Dong glanced at it.
I have to say, the other party does have a few looks when she puts on makeup. However, compared to Chu Xiaoxiao and Su Mingqi, it was still a huge difference. Probably the difference between a top-tier celebrity and a massage parlor technician.
Aya, you're Hope, aren't you? You're even prettier than in the picture. Come on in, Auntie has made a big table and is waiting for you to come to the door. Under Li Xiuqin's gracious invitation, the beautiful woman named Huang Yuan answered perfunctorily and walked into the house.
Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. Only then did he realize why Li Xiuqin had prepared so much good wine and food. Turns out, it was for his own blind date. For his mother's sake, he was prepared to deal with it.
If there's anything, wait until after this meal.
Okay, Xiuqin, let's go out for a bit, don't be a light bulb here.
Let these two young men get to know each other first. Matchmaker Zhang said as she pulled Li Xiuqin toward the outside. The latter also realized that he was a bit redundant and nodded repeatedly. Right.
Son, get your hands dirty, mom's waiting for your good news. Soon the two men closed the door and hurried downstairs. Only Huang Yuan and Lin Dong were left looking at each other. After hesitating for a moment, it was Lin Dong who took the initiative to speak.
Hello, my name is Lin Dong. Well, Matchmaker Zhang told me all about your situation.
Graduated from Tianhai University of Technology, now working in Tianhai, earning 7,000 a month, renting an apartment, right?
Huang Yuan spoke nonchalantly.
There's an unabashed contempt in his eyes when he talks about earning 7,000 a month that makes people uncomfortable. Lin Dong was stunned for a moment. I didn't realize that the other guy knew so much about himself. Presumably, it was Li Xiuqin who gave her the slip.
However, listening to this tone of Huang Yuan's voice, it seemed to be very disliked.
As expected, facing a table of good wine and food, Huang Yuan didn't even have the interest to move her chopsticks and directly said coldly, "You should already know my name.
Let me tell you about me.
I work at a bank in Green Mountain County, with a staff and a salary of $5,000 a month. I have more hobbies, traveling, taking pictures, yoga."
Matchmaker Zhang said that you're quite busy at work, so you shouldn't have much time for this, right? Moreover, I don't know if you're going to stay in Tianhai in the future or go back to Castle Peak County to develop. Stay in Tianhai, you can't even afford a house.
Go back to Castle Peak County, there's no establishment, and all the other jobs are poorly paid and unstable.
Huang Yuan's tone was aggressive.
The situations she spoke of were also completely crushing Lin Dong. The word establishment alone presses many people to lift their heads. Seeing Lin Dong's silence, Huang Yuan thought that it was because he was too dwarfed to speak, and she could not help but sneer.
Actually, I wasn't going to come today.
If it weren't for Matchmaker Zhang's bitter words and her insistence that I give face, I wouldn't have met with a beggar like you.
There are more men after me than you can count.
Hearing these words, Lin Dong could not help but frown. When he thought of Li Xiuqin pulling down her face and begging around for her own life's work, he felt very unworthy.
But come what may, it's a simple walkthrough.
I won't eat the meal, someone will pick me up later when the time comes.
Pick you up?
Lin Dong's gaze was stunned.
And what does that mean?
Without hurrying, Huang Yuan picked up her cell phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to someone.
Of course it's my boyfriend. You have a boyfriend?
Lin Dong froze for a moment. This woman, what the hell was she thinking?
You've got a boyfriend and you're on a blind date? What's all the fuss about? It's not like you have to get married to be in a relationship, and he and I are just having fun. He's tens of thousands of dollars a month and he's willing to spend money for me, so of course I want to be with him. Huang Yuan smiled contemptuously.
Compared to that, Lin Dong's monthly income of 7,000 and having to rent a house to live in was simply weak.
Moreover, the Lin family still lived in such an old neighborhood, so I guess the family wasn't very well off. For a moment, Huang Yuan's face was filled with disdain.
Even, it was a bit farther away from Lin Dong. It was as if, by talking to him, he had lost his identity. Lin Dong gently shook his head and smiled helplessly. In Hope Huang's eyes, the two are not even in the same world. People don't even bother to pretend for a moment, and they don't intend to take a bite of their meal. The two are indeed not from the same world. However, the one standing on top of the clouds, looking down on the other party was not Huang Yuan, but Lin Dong. Thinking of this, Lin Dong's eyes towards Huang Yuan were filled with pity and teasing.
What's in your eyes? You don't think, do you, that you're some kind of meat and potatoes? Noticing Lin Dong's strange expression, Huang Yuan could not help but frown. What makes a stinking wimp dare to defy himself? For a moment, Huang Yuan broke her defenses somewhat.
Don't think that just because you work in Tianhai City, you're better than these poor bachelors in Castle Peak County.
I'm telling you, people like you are a dime a dozen. With a monthly income of 7,000, you can't even afford a toilet in Tianhai. So can you afford it?
Lin Dong suddenly spoke.
Huang Yuan blushed and choked on the words.
Her salary is 5,000, and with various benefits year-end bonuses, it's 7 or 8,000.
In a small county, that's pretty good.
However, she usually spends a lot of money and doesn't have much left over.
And with Tianhai City's tens of thousands of dollars, how could she afford it? We're not the same. What's different?
I'm female, and also, my boyfriend has money.
Chapter 107. There are all kinds of birds in the forest.
When she said this, Huang Yuan didn't blush at all. At the same time, his attitude towards Lin Dong became even worse. Originally, from what Matchmaker Zhang said, you were quite motivated.
Now look at it, it's a piece of. Still knows about trying to make money.
You've been hanging out in Tianhai City for several years, and you're only earning 7,000 a month.
In this life, that's all you'll ever get. Finished?
Lin Dong did not raise his head for a moment as he spoke indifferently. At these words, Huang Yuan, who had just been chattering away, froze for a moment.
A big frown followed. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything, and since it's not appropriate, I won't keep you for lunch. Little people like us can't afford to entertain a big shot like you.
Lin Dong said as he scooped a mouthful of chicken soup. Then, there were braised pork ribs, mapo tofu, and hot and sour shredded potatoes. Although, these dishes are far from being comparable to Tai He Yuan in terms of ingredients and quality. However, in Lin Dong's heart, there was no cuisine that could be compared. Because, this is what Li Xiuqin did with her heart. All of his favorites too. A snobbish woman like Hope Huang doesn't deserve to taste it. Much less qualified to sit at the same table as yourself.
You. Huang Yuan choked on Lin Dong's icy attitude.
Just as he was about to have a fit, a phone call came in. At once, the face changed. 1 second he was bursting with anger, and the next he was beaming with a peach blossom and full of pouty smiles.
Honey, what took you so long to call? People are waiting for it. Ahem.
Hearing this whiny movement, the chicken soup that Lin Dong had just drank almost spewed out. Good man, you have 2 other faces. Soon, on the other end of the phone, there came a dull male voice with fat pressing down on his vocal cords.
Baby, are you done yet?
I'll be there in a minute, so hurry downstairs.
Nah. Hope Huang nodded playfully. That little expression, I can't tell you how excited I was. Can't wait to post it across the phone. Mamma mia husband.
When she finished, she hung up, picked up her bag, and straightened her coat.
And a special pat on the back.
As if, how dirty was Lin Dong's home? Not wasting my time with you, my boyfriend is coming to pick me up.
A man like you will never get a wife in his life. Stinky hangers-on.
After saying that, Huang Yuan threw Lin Dong a blank stare.
Wow.
Lin Dong suddenly stood up.
You, what are you doing? Huang Yuan subconsciously took 2 steps back and covered her chest, looking slightly flustered. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong just shrugged his shoulders and spoke indifferently, let's go downstairs together, it's just as well, I'll make it clear with my mom, don't arrange a blind date for me anymore. Whatever. Huang Yuan grunted coldly as she pulled open the door.
The 2 walked downstairs, one after the other.
At this moment, Li Xiuqin and Zhang Matchmaker are waiting anxiously. When he saw the 2 appear, he immediately greeted them with a smile. How did you get down so fast? It's only been a few minutes.
Xiuqin, you don't understand, nowadays young people are so efficient at dating, it's all fast-paced.
I think this can work out.
It's also my son, who still knows to send off people's girls exclusively.
Li Xiuqin laughed so hard that her mouth couldn't close.
It was as if he had already seen the image of Lin Dong's wedding and himself holding his big fat grandson.
The next moment, matchmaker Zhang walked ahead and asked tentatively, Yuan, how is it going? Did you have a good talk? Ha! Huang Yuan sneered and did not even look at Lin Dong. Auntie Zhang, please don't introduce me to this kind of person in the future. No money for money, no face for face, and such a big temper. What a thing! Matchmaker Zhang's gaze was stunned.
Next to Li Xiuqin, the smile gradually froze on her face. On the other side, Yuan Huang continued to spit. Reducing Lin Dong to nothing, he stomped hard into the ground.
In a big city like Tianhai, it's only 7,000 a month, what's that enough for? The work is also unstable and you can be laid off at any time. This kind of condition, it's so bad, which one of the guys chasing me isn't better than him?
Hearing these words, Li Xiuqin's expression, which had just been all smiles, instantly drooped. Her intentions were good, to help her son out with his marriage. Unexpectedly, not only the blind date yellow, but also got a scolding for nothing. Okay, my boyfriend will be here soon, so I won't talk to you guys.
What? Oh, you have a boyfriend?
Now, Li Xiuqin was really dizzy. The person didn't take it seriously at all and said casually.
So what if I have a boyfriend? It's not like you're married. Besides, if I don't get a boyfriend, who's going to treat me to dinner and buy me cell phones and handbags? Don't be funny.
Li Xiuqin frowned and sighed somewhat helplessly.
It looks like this is a total bust.
Other young girls are pretty and have stable jobs, so why should they marry into their family and follow Lin Dong to suffer? It's just that the fact that Huang Yuan has a boyfriend and comes out on a blind date is something she just can't accept.
Eat from the bowl and watch the pot.
This behavior, in her day, was called promiscuity.
It's about holding your head up in front of your neighbors.
I really don't know if I'm too feudal or the youth of today are too open-minded.
Alas.
Li Xiuqin's face was sad and shaky. Just then, a large hand grabbed her arm. Mom, the forest is full of birds, you don't have to take her seriously.
Besides, who says our family is in bad shape?
Lin Dong smiled faintly with a look of disinterest. Li Xiuqin only thought that Lin Dong was comforting himself and revealed a bitter smile.
She's a housewife, Lin Qianqian is a security guard, that's not bad, what is?
Son, I'm sorry, it was Mom who was in a hurry.
It's okay, Mom, actually
Lin Dong opened his mouth and was about to explain.
Dodo.
There was a honking sound.
A white sedan then drove into the neighborhood.
In the center of the front end, a large silver three-pronged star emblem badge hangs.
Mercedes C200. Landing in the mid-30s. Snap.
A fat brother with a fat head and a big gold chain around his neck got out of the car and slammed the door of the car in a very racy manner. On the stomach, it's like it comes with 2 swimming rings.
At first glance, it looks like an old sow standing up and learning to walk.
After seeing him, Huang Yuan squeezed out a smile and greeted him at a trot.
Honey, you're finally here. What are you taking people for dinner tonight? Seafood or hot pot? Huang Yuan hugged Fatty's arm and shook it around with a look of anticipation.
Seeing this scene, matchmaker Zhang and Li Xiuqin frowned.
Lin Dong even almost spat out his rice. This woman, she's really not picky.
For those who don't know, you'd think this one just escaped from the meatpacking plant.
Eat what you eat, just eat. I thought you told me something was wrong. Who's that guy? Good for you, screwing around behind my back, huh?
Fatty grunted, pointed at Lin Dong, and started questioning Huang Yuan. Thought she had cuckolded herself.
Chapter 108, is this your car?
Hearing Fatty's rebuke, Huang Yuan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and hurriedly explained. Honey, don't get me wrong, I was just forced by my family to come out for a blind date.
I'm just going through the motions. Don't worry, in this life, I only love you. How can I possibly look at a dangler like that?
Hearing this, Lin Dong hadn't done anything yet, but Li Xiuqin couldn't hear it anymore.
Miss Huang, what do you mean by that? Who are you to scold my son? You can look down on him, but you can't insult him.
Li Xiuqin was a bit emotional.
Her own son, apart from earning less money, is not worthy of her?
A gold-digging woman who has a man on her side and still comes out on blind dates has no right to scold her son.
Yo, your families are pretty grumpy. What's the matter, am I wrong?
Hearing Li Xiuqin's counterattack, the mockery on Huang Yuan's face intensified and she couldn't help but let out a sneer, saying, calling him a hangdog is considered polite. Not to mention, my boyfriend is the same age as him and he needs a house and a car, so what's he got to compare? As he spoke, the fat man driving the Mercedes nodded frequently.
Apparently, it took a lot of blowback from Hope Huang.
The eyes that looked at Lin Dong's family were also filled with contempt.
You. Mom, don't be mad, you can't make a mistake with people like that.
At the critical moment, Lin Dong shook his head and pulled Li Xiuqin with one hand. Then, looking towards the pair of dogs and men who were singing in unison, their gazes grew cold.
Aren't you guys leaving? Why don't you get lost? Talking to people like you is a waste of my time. By the way, Mom, I got you a present, it's still in the car. Now, let's go down the road and get it. Car? Li Xiuqin was stunned for a moment and asked offhandedly, Son, when did you buy a car? Matchmaker Zhang was also surprised.
She and Lin Dong's family were old neighbors for more than 10 years, and clearly remembered that when Lin Dong came back in the new year, he still took the long-distance bus.
It's been 5 hours and my ass is sore. When did you buy the car?
Ha, what a time to be a swollen face.
If you had a car, wouldn't you have just said so? I see, it's two-wheeled, isn't it? Anyway, an electric car is a car. Huang Yuan's words were extremely mocking.
It made the fat guy driving the Mercedes laugh and unconsciously took her in his arms. He has nothing else but 3 demolished houses in his family and lots of money. He was so pleased to learn that the man Huang Yuan went on a blind date with was 10,000 times worse than he was. The way he looked at Lin Dong was also like looking at a clown. Li Xiuqin's old face blushed as she kept tugging on Lin Dong's coat.
Son, forget it, go back to dinner.
In the future, Mom won't arrange a blind date for you, don't lose this person. Matchmaker Zhang also comforted at the side, Xiaolin no, Auntie will turn around and help you find a job in the county, don't mix in Tianhai City. That kind of big city is not suitable for us. It's also too hard to pay thousands of dollars a month for food and shelter. Seeing that both of them were advising themselves, Lin Dong smiled helplessly.
Mom, Auntie Zhang, I didn't lie to you. I really drove back. So, where did you park your car then? Li Xiuqin was still a bit unconvinced and asked tentatively. She had never heard Lin Dong talk about buying a car. Moreover, Lin Dong only had a deadbeat salary of $7,000 a month. Last time, $100,000 was sent home. Where's the money for a car? Even if you do buy one, brace yourself, it's just a used hybrid for tens of thousands of dollars. No comparison at all with Fatty's Mercedes. Mom, don't worry about it.
Lin Dong smiled and pulled Li Xiuqin outside.
Babe, let's go over there, too, and check out that car he's driving? Ha ha.
Fatty wrapped his arms around Huang Yuan with a smile on his face and his eyes became slits.
Good, good. Huang Yuan also smiled broadly.
Already her mind was calculating what makeup to go shopping for later. Of course, the money is coming from Fatty. Soon, several people followed Lin Dong to the corner of the neighborhood. Along the way, Li Xiuqin was worried. It's okay if you lose face yourself, but don't ruin your son's reputation. If this matter got out, how could Lin Dong get a wife in the future? No woman, no matter what, would want to marry such a man with no hair on his lips either.
Son. Mom, that's my car. How's that? It's okay, right? Your car? Li Xiuqin glanced in the direction of Lin Dong's pointing. A cool-looking black coupe was parked under a tree.
The lines are smooth and tense, and the iconic frog eye headlamps gleam. It was as if he was a cheetah, staring intently at the prey in front of him. Although, Li Xiuqin didn't know what make the car was. However, at a glance, it was clear that the car was worth a lot of money, and it was more exclusive than Fatty's Mercedes C.
Son, is this really your car? Don't you lie to Mom, it's not necessary.
Li Xiuqin stared with wide eyes, completely unable to believe that the car was Lin Dong's.
He's just a wage earner, how can he afford a luxury car? Just then, a yelling voice suddenly rang out. Porsche Panamera? License plate 58. This car, it should cost $2 or $3 million, right? Whose car is this?
Fatty's mouth opened wide in surprise, his eyes glazed over.
Lin Dong, is this car yours? How can it be? Huang Yuan's brows furrowed in disbelief.
Just then, she suddenly saw the shocked expression on Li Xiuqin's face and had a sudden realization. This car, even Li Xiuqin had never seen it, how could it be Lin Dong's?
I know, it must be that you know about blind dates. An early rental car, or a borrowed car, right?
Or did you sneak your boss's car back?
Yes, it must be. Huang Yuan felt more and more that this was the case. If Lin Dong was rich, how could he live in such a shabby neighborhood? You want your mom to cook for you?
So that's how it is, staring the old man.
Fatty thought it made sense too.
There was an immediate gasp, and he wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. I don't know if it was too fat and hot, or if he was really bluffed by Lin Dong. Hearing this, Li Xiuqin was even more unable to sit still.
Son, is it true what they say? Did you really borrow this car? Either you borrowed it or you stole it. Huang Yuan smiled and added again. You shut up. Lin Dong really couldn't listen anymore.
A gold-digging woman like Huang Yuan, who had milk for her mother, in normal times, Lin Dong would not even bother to look at her.
What right do you have to mock yourself 3 times?
What's more, she scolded Li Xiuqin.
This is something he cannot tolerate. I said the car is mine.
Lin Dong snorted coldly and took out his car keys in full view of everyone. Then, opening the car door, he took out an exquisite gift box the size of his fist.
The outside wrapping alone is set with several jewels and sewn with gold filigree. It's hard to imagine that there are expensive things in there. Chapter 109. What? Seeing this scene, Huang Yuan froze. She worked in a bank and didn't have a lot of exposure to things like gold and silver jewelry. A quick glance recognized that the item in Lin Dong's hand was worth a lot of money. It's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars at least. This can't be. Li Xiuqin was also giddy. Son, what's in here? You don't scare Mom.
Lin Dong smiled lightly and personally opened the gift box, removing the white jade phoenix jade pendant inside. Before he came back, he had a special necklace made. A gadget, not expensive, only $200,000 or $300,000. Lin Dong didn't dare to say more. He was afraid that if Li Xiuqin knew that the jade pendant was worth over $40 million, he would probably have a heart attack on the spot. $200,000 or $300,000? Rather, Li Xiuqin's body trembled and shivered. The hardest to accept is still Yuan Huang and her Mercedes boyfriend. Could it be that he's really a rich man? For a while, everyone stared at the phoenix jade pendant around Li Xiuqin's neck. Although, she's just a housewife. But, for some reason, there wasn't much of a sense of dissonance when I put it on. Maybe, it's called money feeds people. Son, where did you get so much money? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? You mustn't scare Mom. Li Xiuqin clutched Lin Dong's hand with a slightly terrified expression.
Last time, when Lin Dong sent money to his family, she sensed that something was wrong. I didn't realize that it was getting bigger and bigger all at once. This time, straight back in $1 million luxury car. This is making money faster than she can imagine. The only reasonable explanation is to break the law and commit a crime. Others had the same question. How did this poor kid turn into a rich man?
Lin Dong breezily said, Mom, in fact, I quit my job a long time ago, opened my own company, and plopped down a few stores in the city center. Business is sloppy, a month, just a couple $1 million.
Just as well?
Hearing those 2 words, Li Xiuqin was dumbfounded, and the others were also in a state of shock, completely unable to believe their ears.
A couple million a month. This is not a hangman, it's a tycoon. Really? Li
Xiuqin still could not believe it and clutched Lin Dong's hand tightly, both nervous and excited.
Lin Dong took a deep breath and said, Of course it's true. Turn around, I'll buy a house in Tianhai and we'll move there. If you and Dad aren't happy about leaving Castle County, I'll buy a cottage in the county. It doesn't matter how much it costs, how convenient it is. LOL. Upon hearing this, Fatty, who had just looked down on Lin Dong, almost fell on his face. Their family's ancestral grave smoke happened to demolition, lost a few houses and hundreds of thousands of cash, adding up to almost $2 million.
As a result, other people's Lin Dong earns so much in a month.
The gap, it's just too big.
Thinking that he had just mocked Lin Dong, Fatty's expression flustered and he could not help but gasp.
This. Wait, where's my baby?
Fatty suddenly felt a loosening in his hands. Turning her head, she realized that Huang Yuanyuan had actually run towards Lin Dong. And, on purpose, she took out her lipstick and touched up her makeup. Needless to say, she would have been a little bit of a catch.
It's even sexier with makeup. No wonder, it can mesmerize Fatty. Lin Dong, sorry.
I may have spoken a bit hastily just now, so I hope you don't take it personally.
Lin
Dong turned his head. Huang Yuanyuan grasped her small bag with both hands and stood playfully in front of her with a shy look on her face.
What? Is there anything else, Ms. Huang? No, it's fine, I just honestly wanted to apologize. Huang Yuan's pretty face flushed.
Just then, she suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Li Xiuqin again.
And Auntie Li, I'm sorry, it's my fault for making you angry. By the way, your cooking is delicious, I love it. The next time I come to see Lin Dong, I hope I can still taste your handiwork.
Hearing this, Li Xiuqin was first stunned. Subsequently, it quickly became clear why Huang Yuanyuan's attitude had made a 180-degree turn.
Isn't it just because your son is rich?
However, she had not forgotten that just now, how she had denigrated Lin Dong.
This kind of woman, can't have.
What makes Li Xiuqin even more despicable is that this Huang Yuanyuan has no shame, has a boyfriend and still comes out on a blind date, with her feet in two boats. In ancient times, this was called the red apricot wall, and was punishable by immersion in a pigsty. Li Xiuqin opened her mouth and was just about to speak. He heard Lin Dong say very coldly, "No need, Ms. Huang, you are not welcome in our home. Besides, as I recall, just now, you didn't even move your chopsticks. How do you know it tasted good when you didn't take a bite of my mom's cooking?" Huang Yuanyuan was at a loss for words and her face was as red as a monkey's butt. She knew that what she had just said was outrageous. However, in order to marry a rich man, she couldn't care less about face, and immediately begged. "Lin Dong, just give me a chance to forgive me. Anymore, I work at the county bank, have a staff and a stable job. Besides, I'm so pretty, I totally deserve you."
Pretty? Oh.
Lin Dong disdainfully skimmed his mouth.
In a big city like Tianhai where the paper is drunk, there are a lot of women of Huang Yuanyuan's caliber. Compared to Chu Xiaoxiao and Su Mengqi, she was a poo girl. Ordinary to ordinary women.
Seeing that Lin Dong did not eat this, Huang Yuanyuan hurriedly pleaded with Li Xiuqin again. She knows that mothers are anxious about their son's life. Otherwise, there would be no rush to arrange a blind date. "Auntie, don't worry, as long as Lin Dong agrees, we can get a license tomorrow. I do a lot of housework at home, so I must be a good and virtuous wife. Also, I'm willing to give Lin Dong a few big fat boys." Hearing this, Li Xiuqin was subconsciously somewhat moved. However, when she thought of Huang Yuanyuan's ugly face just now, she immediately shook her head again. She wanted to find a wise wife for Lin Dong,
instead of finding a gold-digging woman to suck his money dry.
More importantly, anyone with a discerning eye could see that what Huang Yuanyuan was looking at was Lin Dong's money. If you do marry in, maybe, just after you get married, you'll have to divorce and split the family fortune.
No.
Li Xiuqin shook her head firmly. When Huang Yuanyuan saw this, her intestines turned blue. Had she known that Lin Dong was so rich, she would have behaved herself?
With her charm, she was still afraid that she wouldn't be able to get Lin Dong? "Hope Huang, what do you mean?" Just then, an angry shout suddenly rang out.
"I spend tens of thousands of dollars a month on you, and you go and hook up with another man right in front of me.
Am I really blind to see a like you? Don't ever come to me again, we're breaking up."